Chapter 121 Rescue. Seat of the Ancient Tree of War. Chao-Xing led the team to sprint all the way. Soon, they arrived at the survivors' territory that Sarah mentioned. The scale of this territory is not large. There are only a few scattered buildings, not to mention the city walls. There is not even an elemental arrow tower. At this time, at least dozens of ferocious ice nest monsters have already rushed into the territory. In this situation, if it were ordinary survivors, they would have been torn to pieces by the ferocious ice nest monsters. However, this group of survivors seems to be very smart. They brought all the polar people and territory members into the Lord's hut. Then an Aurora Knight, holding a shield, guarded the gate tightly, blocking the ice nest monsters outside. On the side, there were 2 Imperial soldiers to assist. With mutual cooperation, they actually managed to hold on. Chao-Xing and his men approached quickly, and vaguely heard a few conversations. Yiming, can you still hold on? Mom and Dad. Xiaoying, don't worry about me. Attack these ice nest monsters quickly. As long as we kill a few more ice nest monsters, we can rush out. The Lord's hut won't last long. I will lead 2 Imperial soldiers to hold these monsters, and you all run into the snow. Yiming, the situation of these people seems not optimistic, although it can still be supported by the terrain. The Lord's hut has a durability value. Dozens of ice nest monsters surrounded the Lord's hut and continuously attacked the walls. The durability value was pouring down like water. It won't be long before the Lord's hut will be destroyed, and everyone inside will be killed by the ice nest monsters. The Bald Brown raised a huge shield in one hand and said with a bright smile on his face, Lord, do you need Brown to help? Chao-Xing did not answer, but first glanced at the names above the 4 people. Yao Yiming LV5. Yao Debao LV4. Yaoing LV4. Tai Fuyan LV4. Obviously, this is a family of 4. None of their levels are high, only Yao Yiming has reached level 5. Chao-Xing began to look through his blacklist to see if there are any members of the 3 Heroes Society in this family. At this moment Yao Yiming, holding a shield, cooperated with 2 Imperial soldiers, blocked the door of the Lord's hut tightly, and continued to resist the attacks of the ice nest monster. Behind him, a snow hunter, a frost mage, and a cold iron mechanic were all launching long-range attacks. -37. -74. -55. The damage numbers were rising one after another. After their battle, there were already 10 ice nest monsters dead at the door. Originally, with the strength of this territory, it was more than enough to deal with these level 5 or 6 ice nest monsters. If they could have discovered it earlier, they would not have fallen into such a passive state. However, the location where the ice nest fell was a little far from their territory. By the time the family discovered it, dozens of monsters in the ice nest had already been refreshed. So many ice nest monsters rushed over at once and caught the family off guard. At this moment, the Aurora Knight was suddenly bitten on the shoulder by an ice nest monster. In his horrified eyes, all the other ice nest monsters rushed over. Roar! Brother! Behind him, a crisp female voice sounded. Son! The family members exclaimed. The next moment, the Aurora Knight was directly knocked away by several ice nest monsters. Several -67, -78. Injuries appeared on his head. His health dropped instantly. This was not the worst. The worst thing was that, as Yao Yiming was knocked away, their formation was also broken. Several ice nest monsters had already rushed directly into the Lord's hut. Roar! Roar! A series of low roars sounded. The human survivors, and the eyes of the several polar people, all showed a look of fear. Everyone heard several terrified voices coming from inside. Mother Earth Goddess, the polar people are going to be eaten by these ice nest monsters. Oh my god! Those monsters are rushing in. Brother! Come here quickly! At this moment, Chao-Xing had confirmed that this family had nothing to do with the 3 Heroes Society. Then he gave a direct order, go ahead, kill these ice nest monsters. The bald-headed Brown responded first, to my friends, I am a gentle snowflake, and to my enemies, I am an avalanche. Then now, let Brown come to save you. Ha! While the bald-headed man was speaking, he had already raised a huge shield and rushed into the group of ice nest monsters. With the blessing of Queen's will, his burst speed was extremely fast. Puff puff puff. At this moment, Brown turned into a bulldozer and directly knocked all the ice nest monsters away. The ice nest monsters that originally wanted to enter the Lord's hut were also attracted by the battle here. Roar! Roar! A series of angry roars came. In an instant, some ice nest monsters rushed towards Brown. But there were still more ice nest monsters pouring into the Lord's hut. And there were exclamations from inside. Damn it! Stop these ice nest monsters! Strong soldiers, go and save Yiming. At the same time, there was a stronger vibration in the distance. Boom! 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 It was like a giant beast running wildly. The Yao family members, who were struggling to resist in the Lord's hut, looked puzzled, seemingly not knowing what was going on. And the next moment, they saw a big foot. A big foot as thick as a bucket fell from the sky. Then it stepped hard on the ice nest monster at the door. Boom! After a violent vibration, at least 3 or 4 ice nest monsters at the door were crushed into ice debris on the spot. The next moment, a complete gray giant beast appeared. Moo! Dubai raised his trunk, sweeping away large groups of ice nest monsters. Bang bang. Minus 1,344. Minus 1,327. Minus 1,314. The ice nest monsters were killed instantly by Dubai. This powerful mammoth began to sweep across the 4 directions. The Yao family, who had already fallen into despair, saw the battle scene outside the Lord's hut, and their pupils suddenly shrank. At the same time, their eyes, which had already dimmed, reappeared a look of hope. A female voice exclaimed, "Brother! Hurry up and stand up, we are saved." The polar man inside was also surprised. "Oh my God, that's a mammoth. The Earth Mother must have heard our prayers, and sent this sacred creature to save us." At the same time, Andrew, Rennies and others have also arrived. Assam rushed directly into the monster group, waving the knife sword in his hand, sweeping away all the ice nest monsters. Swish! Andrew also transformed into a giant bear, and slapped them hard. The ice nest monsters were killed in droves. Chao Xing heard an experience reminder in his ears, and then he controlled the mammoth and charged forward, looking at this group of divine soldiers, and the 2 figures sitting on the mammoths. The Yao family members showed a strong shock in their eyes. The Aurora Knight resisted the attack of the ice nest monsters, and exclaimed, "The person on the elephant seems to be another survivor like us. So strong. Now we are really saved." They had a strong hope in their hearts. At the same time, he reinvigorated his fighting spirit. At this moment, the Aurora Knight suddenly heard a sharp sound of wind. Swish! An arrow shot over instantly, directly hitting the ice nest monster in the Lord's hut. Minus 543. This is Rennies' arrow. She is now full of buffs, and each arrow is a critical hit. And the health of these ice nest monsters is only over 500. One arrow can kill them instantly. Rennies just stood at the door of the Lord's hut, shooting arrows one after another. The ice nest monsters inside were also killed one by one. It took 1 minute. The battles inside and outside the Lord's hut were all over. Several strong figures stood in the snow, exuding a fierce aura. The Yao family members in the Lord's hut looked at this group of creatures and dared not breathe, because they had a feeling that every figure here was so powerful that they could easily kill everyone in their territory. At this time, the young man sitting on the mammoth said, "Call it a day. Clean up the battlefield." As he finished speaking, these powerful creatures restrained their murderous aura, and began to obediently pick up the items dropped by the ice nest monsters on the ground. For Chao Xing and others, these ice nest monsters were just some small monsters that could be killed instantly. At the same time, the 4 people of the Yao family, along with 2 imperial soldiers and 4 polar people, carefully emerged from the Lord's hut. Yao Yiming had some fear on his face, and some curiosity. He raised his head, looking at Chao Xing on the back of the mammoth, and knew that he was the leader of this group of powerful creatures. Thank you for your help, brother." The Yao family members next to him also bowed. "Thank you for your help, little brother." Including the 4 polar people, and the 2 imperial warriors, all expressed their gratitude to Chao Xing and others. But among them, there was a little girl who looked about 16 or 17 years old, who carefully raised her head, and then looked at the 2 people on the back of the mammoth with curiosity. Her eyes kept lingering on Chao Xing and Lu Muxue, with a look of surprise in her eyes. In response to the thanks from the group, Chao Xing waved his hand. "Nothing, just a little effort. Now, tell me where the ice nest is refreshed." Yao Yiming was stunned for a moment, then he was the first to react. He pointed to the distance. "There, about 2 kilometers from here." Chao Xing nodded. "Okay, then I want these 2 ice nests. By the way, this is not a robbery." Hearing this, Yao Yiming was stunned, Then he understood something, nodding. It should be. Chao Xing didn't waste any words, directly patted the mammoth's back, and ordered, "Everyone, keep going, destroy those 2 ice nests. Quick battle and quick decision." He didn't have time to wait for the ice nest monsters to refresh. Direct destruction was the safest method. Boom, boom, boom. Chao Xing's team came in a mighty force, and left in a mighty force, leaving the Yao family and the group of polar people with shocked faces. One of the polar people exclaimed, "What a powerful lord, who can actually drive the sacred mammoth, and has such a group of powerful warriors under his command. Yes, it is our honor to work for such a lord." Speaking of this, they couldn't help but compare this mysterious lord with their own lord. Obviously, one is as good as the other. The polar people showed a complicated look in their eyes. The Yao family didn't know the reaction of this group of polar people. Yao Yiming sighed, "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that there are such powerful people in our 174th district." At this time, the female voice called Yao Ying said, "Brother, I seem to have seen the names of the 2 people on the mammoth. They are the first and second on the list now, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue." Hearing this, Yao Yiming's pupils suddenly shrank. "It's them?" After a moment, a look of realization appeared in his eyes. No wonder. Except for them. No one can have such strong strength at this stage. Yao Yiming's face flashed with a thoughtful look. And he didn't know what he was thinking. Chao Xing's team rushed to the location pointed by Yao Yiming. Soon they found 2 ice nests about 2 meters high, covered with ice crystals. Then, Chao Xing directly ordered, "Go. Destroy it." Braun starts fighting. Bearded Braun rushed out like a bull again. Looking at his strong back, Chao Xing flipped over the white shadow. If this guy wasn't a shield warrior, Chao Xing would believe him if he was a berserker. This desire to fight. No one else can compare. Bang! Braun directly held the giant shield and smashed it hard on the ice nest. -174. A 3-digit damage number floated up. And the durability of the ice nest dropped a lot. Chao Xing took a look at power of Zhuama. Ice nest LV10. Level, first level. Armor, 200. Durability, 1826/2000. Not bad. The same as the ice nest that appeared before. 200 armor points. 2000 durability points. If it were any other survivor, it would take a lot of time to destroy this ice nest alone. On Chao Xing's side, as Rennies and Assam and others joined the battle, the durability of the ice nest dropped instantly. At the same time, the ice nest shook. 2 level 10 elite monsters, Ice Nest Hoof, emerged from the 2 ice nests at the same time. Chao Xing quickly commanded, "Stop. Kill these 2 elite monsters first." Following Chao Xing's command, everyone shifted their firepower. Sarah appeared silently in the darkness. Swish. -2341. A level 10 Ice Nest Hoof only had more than 1300 HP. This knife killed it instantly. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed Ice Nest Hoof and gained experience points, 200. Combatants gained experience points, 100. Then, the second Ice Nest monster was also killed by Andrew and Assam. At the same time, the remaining 2 ice nests were also destroyed by the crowd. After counting the harvest, including the dozens of ice nest monsters killed in the Yao family's territory before, a total of glacier shards. *25 ice dragon marks. *57 were obtained. Chao Xing nodded. Not bad, it didn't take me 10 minutes in total anyway. After pushing down the 2 ice nests, Chao Xing was about to lead the team to move forward. At this moment, Yao Yiming and his sister quickly rushed over. From a distance, I heard the voice of Yao Yiming. "Chao. Boss Chao Xing. Please wait a moment." Chao Xing was stunned, and then stopped with a puzzled look. "What's the matter?" Yao Yiming panted and explained, It's like this. We were in a hurry just now, and we didn't react. Later, I found out that we were rescued by Boss Chao Xing. So in order to repay your life-saving grace, our whole family unanimously decided to give you something as a thank you." Hearing that he was going to give him something, Chao Xing was about to say no. After all, at the current stage, these survivors don't have anything good in their hands. As a result, Yao Yiming said, "Don't rush to refuse. Boss Chao Xing. We also know that Boss Chao Xing may not look down on ordinary things. But these are what I got by accident. They seem to be a few plant seeds." Chao Xing heard about the seeds and immediately became interested. "Oh, what seeds are they?" Yao Yiming didn't waste any words and directly handed over a few seeds as big as fists. The mottled cortex, with black lines on it. After Chaoxing took it, the system prompt appeared. Obtained War Ancient Tree Seed *3. Chaoxing was stunned. War Ancient Tree. What is that? He checked the properties of this thing. War Ancient Tree Seed, Magic Plant. Seed Effect. Planted in soil with abundant vitality, and regularly watered with cold spirit water, you can quickly grow a War Ancient Tree with the strength of a level 15 elite. Note: the growth cycle of the War Ancient Tree is 7 days, and it needs to be watered with more than 100 L of cold spirit water every day. The movement speed of the War Ancient Tree is extremely slow. Before planting, please choose a good location. After reading the introduction of the seed, Chaoxing's eyes flashed with surprise. It is actually a defensive magic plant. As long as it is planted, a level 15 elite ancient tree will grow in 7 days. Chaoxing asked in confusion, "Are you sure you want to give me this powerful seed?" Yao Yiming said a little embarrassedly, "Yes, Chaoxing. Although this seed can grow a level 15 elite ancient tree, it needs cold spirit water for irrigation, and we don't see this kind of water on the market at all. In addition, it must be planted in a place with abundant vitality. To be honest, I still don't know what is the soil with abundant vitality. I tried to plant a seed of a War Ancient Tree before, but it died the next day." At this point, Yao Yiming said a little frustrated, "So, this seed is useless to me." Chaoxing nodded, and knew that Yao Yiming did make sense. Although these seeds are powerful, they have harsh growing conditions, and ordinary people really can't grow them. "Thank you." Hearing Chaoxing's thanks, Yao Yiming touched his head a little embarrassedly. "You're welcome. If it weren't for Boss Chaoxing, our family might have been in trouble." Chaoxing nodded. Yao Yiming's territory is not far from Chaoxing's territory. Seriously speaking, the two of them are neighbors. And meeting a neighbor who is easy to talk to is not bad. At this time, Yao Yiming said a little embarrassedly, "That? Boss Chaoxing. Besides that, I have another unwelcome request." "What?" Chaoxing mistakenly thought that the other party wanted some benefits. But Yao Yiming gave him such precious seeds. If he wanted some food, it would not matter. As a result, Yao Yiming pointed to a little girl with delicate features and a baby face next to him. "This is my sister Yao Ying. She is a fan of Goddess Mu Shui. I saw Goddess Mu Shui this time, so I wanted to take a photo with her." Chapter 122 Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce, Level 4 Strongman. The baby-faced girl next to him said excitedly, "Sister Mu Shui is so beautiful. I have wanted to take a photo with her for a long time, but I never had the chance when I was in Hong Kong before. Sister Mu Shui, can you fulfill my wish?" Hearing this, Lu Mu Shui, who was sitting on the back of the mammoth, was stunned for a moment, and then a gentle smile appeared on her face. Lu Mu Shui looked at Chaoxing, seemingly asking for his opinion. Chaoxing nodded and said, "Go." Lu Mu Shui nodded, and then jumped down from the back of the mammoth. After the two took a simple group photo, Yao Ying's pink face was filled with satisfaction, and she said excitedly, "Great. I finally took a photo with Goddess Mu Shui." Chaoxing smiled, and did not stay for long. After saying goodbye to Yao Yiming, he continued to move forward with the team. He glanced at the map. At his current location, he was still 120 kilometers away from Ji Xinyua's territory. In other words, it would take at least an hour and a half to arrive. Chaoxing thought to himself, "There is enough time. But we also need to speed up and make good use of the development time during the day." So, he ordered, "Everyone, follow the mammoth and move forward at full speed. Dabai. Start sprinting." Dabai heard Chaoxing's order, stepped on all 4 hooves, and started running wildly. Boom, boom, boom. Every step he took showed amazing power. Yao Yiming and Yao Ying, on the other hand, stood there and looked at the backs of Chaoxing and the others, sighing in their hearts. Boss Chaoxing is so strong. His territory must be much better developed than ours. Yao Yiming sighed, "If we can join his territory, we don't have to worry about this kind of thing happening anymore. Right?" Yao Ying, who was standing by, said in a silly way, "Brother? What do you mean? Should we join his territory?" Yao Yiming shook his head. "I'm just talking casually. It's not certain whether he wants us or not. Let's go. Go back and develop our territory as soon as possible." Chaoxing and the others rushed at high speed in the snowy plain, making quite a lot of noise. The white chocobos, Frust Moose, etc. that they met along the way, felt the might of their running from afar, and were frightened and fled in all directions. Xing originally wanted to kill a few frost moose to supplement his meat, but he gave up the idea after seeing this scene. It was a waste of time. At the same time, as Xing and his men advanced with great momentum, some survivors occasionally spotted Xing along the way. There were still 32,000 people left in the entire 174th district, and at least more than 8,000 territories. In an area of 500 km*, 500 km, the population density is still very high, so it is normal to encounter other lords. They were all surprised by this powerful team, and thought they had encountered the natives of this world. For a moment, they did not dare to get close. Of course, even if they wanted to get close, it would be useless, because with Xing's moving speed, it was enough to easily leave these survivors behind. The team moved forward at full speed. Along the way, Xing encountered 2 or 3 villages, and the defense forces of these villages seemed much stronger than Hog Village. Xing did not go in, but memorized the locations of these villages. 1 hour later, Xing and others stopped in front of a glacier. The map showed that this place was called Leyte River. The river was about 7 or 8 kilometers wide, which was considered a big river. At the same time, Xing also saw a group of figures, pulling carriages and goods, walking carefully on the ice. Xing's team also slowed down, and then ordered, "Sarah, go and find out the identity of that group of people." Before Sarah could execute it, a song came over and said, "Lord, that is a group of merchants. Seems to be from the Moon God Chamber of Commerce." Moon God Chamber of Commerce? Xing remembered. Like the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce is one of the 3 largest chambers of commerce in the Western continent. These wandering merchants may have some strange or special things in their hands. Moreover, even if there is nothing good, he just has a batch of miscellaneous items that need to be sold and exchanged for kronor to buy food. After thinking for a moment, Xing made up his mind. "Let's go and take a look." Dong dong dong. The team approached the caravan. At the same time, seeing Xing and others coming, the Chamber of Commerce also slowed down. Dozens of knights in silver armor came to the front of the caravan, protecting 7 or 8 carriages behind them. Xing glanced at the information above the heads of these people. Captain of the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce Guard, Binnick LV-24. Race, human. Level, Elite Level 3. Attack power, 1533 to 1575. Armor, 305 to 354. Skills, Imperial Swordsmanship. Thrust, Silver Blade. Talent, none. Guard of the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce, Jamal LV-23. Race, human. Level, Ordinary Creature Level 3. Attack power, 1279 to 1298. Armor, 257 to 276. Skills, Battle Axe Mastery. Dissection. Talent, none. After scanning the attributes of these guards, Xing already had a rough idea in his mind. The strength is similar to that of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. They are all a group of 3rd-level creatures, which is enough for them to walk safely in the snowy plains. However, their number is greater than that of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. Seeing the huge mammoth approaching, dozens of guards became a little nervous. Although their level is higher than that of the mammoth is too big, giving people a strong sense of deterrence. The captain of the guard drew his weapon and said in a deep voice, "This is the convoy of the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce. Your Excellency." "Stop!" Xing made a gesture, and the team stopped. Then, he jumped off the mammoth's back. "Don't be nervous. We have no ill intentions." Hearing this, the guards breathed a sigh of relief. Although the creatures of different races in front of them did not look as powerful as them, they gave them a strong sense of oppression. If a conflict really broke out, they were not sure they could defeat the other side. "Sir, what do you want?" At the same time, a shrill male voice sounded in the carriage behind him. "Binnick, who are those people outside?" Before the captain of the guard could answer, another voice came from inside. "Don't communicate with strangers casually. The hunters in a snowstorm are very rampant. They like to disguise themselves as ordinary people and approach those chambers of commerce, and then rob their goods." Hearing this, the guards of the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce became a little nervous. They looked at Xing and the people behind him with a scrutinizing look. Xing shook his head. "I'm not a hunter. I'm a lord. And these are my men. I saw your caravan, so I wanted to do some business with you, hoping to exchange some supplies." The guards breathed a sigh of relief again. The captain of the guard named Beniko turned around and said, "Lord Jovan, the man outside claims to be a lord and wants to trade with our moon god chamber of commerce." "Trade?" Hearing this, the carriage behind moved. Then a middle-aged man with a barrel-like figure, wearing a thick cotton coat, and about 1.6 meters tall quickly emerged from it. As soon as he came out, he raised his beer belly, and then looked at Chao Xing with a scrutinizing look. He seemed to be the person in charge of this caravan. Chao Xing also took a look at this guy's attributes. Moon God Chamber of Commerce, Jovan LV10. Race, human. HP, 740/740. Attack, 53 to 57. Skills, bargaining, negotiation, threat, intimidation, blackmail. Talent, none. Status, drunk. Chao Xing was happy. Another drunkard? Why do these merchants look the same? And looking at Jovan's skill list, he's not a good guy. I guess he's much harder to deal with than Hilton. Jovan asked somewhat boredly, "You want to trade with our moon god chamber of commerce?" Chao Xing nodded. "I have a batch of goods to sell. Would you like to take them?" Hearing this, Jovan narrowed his eyes, and then looked at Chao Xing carefully. "What goods are they? Let me take a look first." Chao Xing nodded, and then a pile of viscous liquid appeared in his hand. Last time in the caveman cave, he obtained a total of 673 balls of viscous liquid. According to Hilton's price of 50 crowns, it could also be sold for tens of thousands of crowns. However, when Jovan saw what he had in his hand, he lost interest. "Oh, this is it. We do buy it. How many do you have?" Chao Xing replied, "More than 600. Hearing this number, Jovan perked up a little, and then said, "That's it. We usually buy this kind of liquid at 5 kronor. Since you have a large quantity, I can raise it to 6 kronor. Chao Xing's mouth twitched. This guy really dares to make an offer. You know, Hilton offered 50 kronor last time. This Jovan, on the other hand, directly reduced it to 1/10. It's a pity that he dared to say it. Chao Xing shook his head, collected the sticky liquid, and then took out a yellow stone with a smooth surface from his backpack. This is amber pebble, which I picked up next to the carriage of the giant chamber of commerce last time. How much is this? Jovan took a look, and his eyes were also attracted by the light and smooth color on the amber pebble. But he was well informed, and still acted calmly. 500 kronor. Hearing this price, Chao Xing shook his head again, and then he took out the gilded candlestick from his backpack. How much is this? The exquisite gilded candlestick, in the snow, shone with a golden luster. Jovan observed it for a while, and directly reported 200 kronor. As Jovan quoted the prices one by one, Chao Xing also had a bottom line in his heart. This guy is really black-hearted. Chao Xing dared to bet that he would definitely lower the price to 1/10, or even lower. But business is all about bargaining. Chao Xing was not satisfied with the price, so he just didn't sell it. There was no need to be angry with the businessman. At this time, Jovan became impatient. "Are you going to sell it or not? We are very busy, and we have to find a place to stay before dark." Chao Xing shook his head and said, "The price you offered is too low. I don't see your sincerity in wanting to trade." After hearing this, Jovan pretended to be disdainful and said, "My price is still low? Go and ask around. The price offered by the Moon God Chamber of Commerce is the highest among all the chambers of commerce. Even if you go to other chambers of commerce, the price will be the same, and it may be even lower." This guy was so sure, and ordinary people would really believe it. Chao Xing shook his head. "Your price is too low. Let me show you the last thing." After that, he took out a jade-like orb from his backpack, which was still emitting a strong magical aura. It was the moonlight orb, obtained when the magic pattern stone altar was decomposed. When Jovan saw the orb emitting white light in Chao Xing's hand, his eyes widened. This is the moonlight orb that all the great wizards like. It's so big and of such high quality. This will definitely sell for a very high price in the Wizard Association. At this point, Jovan quickly covered his mouth. He seemed to realize that he had let the cat out of the bag, and hurriedly explained, however, only great wizards would collect this kind of orb, and they often have other substitutes embedded in their staffs, so it is not easy to sell. Chao Xing was happy. The more Jovan concealed it, the more precious the moonlight orb was. Although Chao Xing could use this kind of orb himself, he could embed it in a weapon to increase damage. However, Only one orb could be embedded in a weapon, and Chaoxing had 3, so the other 2 could be sold. At this moment, Yoan gradually regained his composure, and then asked, "Lord, are you selling the moonlight orb in your hand?" He no longer called Chaoxing a kid, and his tone was no longer as high-handed as before. Chaoxing smiled and said, "It depends on the price you offer." Yoan thought for a moment, and then gritted his teeth and said, "Well, then I will bleed once, 20,000 crowns, and I will take this orb." Hearing this, Chaoxing rolled his eyes directly, and then turned around and left with the team. Wait a minute. Chaoxing didn't want to pay attention to him at all. This guy didn't really want to take the price he offered, but just wanted to take a bite out of him. Yovan was immediately anxious. "My lord, 30,000, I'll give you 30,000 crowns. If you really can't do it, 50,000. 50,000 is fine." Chaoxing turned around and said, "You have no sincerity in trading at all. There's no need to waste both sides' time here." After that, he continued to turn around and leave with the team. Yovan moved his short legs and tried his best to catch up. However, with his level 10 strength, he couldn't catch up with Chaoxing and others. The businessman was immediately anxious. Looking at the guards behind him, he ordered, "Stop them." The guards seemed a little hesitant. After all, they had no conflict with Chaoxing, and the opponent was very powerful. For a moment, no one made a move. Yovan was immediately furious. "You guys, don't you even listen to my orders now? Be careful, or I will report your disobedience to the royal family of Yuan Kingdom. Quickly stop these people." The guards sighed after hearing this, and then drew their weapons, and blocked the way of Chaoxing's team. Chaoxing looked at the posture of the group of people, then glanced at Yovan lightly, and asked, "Are you sure you want to stop us? By then, whatever consequences are caused, it will not be something we can control." His tone was not heavy, but it gave people a cold feeling. Yovan was about to speak, but he felt the murderous gazes of Chaoxing and his men. At this moment, Yovan felt as if he was being stared at by a group of ferocious wolves. The merchant's cowardly nature took effect, but he looked at the guards around him, and gradually gained confidence. Yovan snorted coldly, "Boy, don't be too arrogant. Although your men are very strong, they are all a group of second-level creatures. Compared to my group of third-level guards, the gap is huge. I advise you to sell the moonlight orb to me honestly, otherwise you will bear the consequences." When Chaoxing heard this, a smile appeared on his lips. He raised his staff. Seeing this action, Assam and the others understood something. They were all ready for the battle. As long as Chaoxing gave the order, they would rush over and kill the merchant. At this time, Yovan suddenly felt a terrifying crisis looming over him. Sarah in the dark had already locked him. As long as the battle started, Yovan would not survive for more than 1 second. Just when the battle was about to break out, in a carriage behind him, a mature female voice appeared. "Yovan, what are you doing?" Hearing this voice, Yovan immediately straightened his face. He turned around and said respectfully to the carriage, "Madam Marita, we met a boy who claimed to be a lord. He had a moonlight pearl on him. I thought that Her Majesty Princess Fran was preparing to break through to the Great Wizard recently. This is a good gift for Princess Fran." "Humph!" A cold snort came from the carriage. "Yovan, I have reiterated many times in the meeting that forced buying and selling is not allowed in the Moon God Chamber of Commerce. And this is how you do business? No wonder the reputation of our Moon God Chamber of Commerce is getting worse and worse. It is ruined by you guys." At the same time, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a noble lady wearing a gorgeous dark blue dress and a thick ermine fur walked out. Her face was full of maturity, with her golden hair piled on top of her head, and various exquisite ornaments inserted on it. Her face also revealed a sense of competence, and she looked like a strong woman in the workplace. Looking at Yovan, the noble lady had a hint of anger between her eyebrows. "Yovan, if I hadn't come out this time, I would have followed you on the trade route and conducted an investigation. I didn't know you did business this way. I think after this time, you don't have to stay in the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce anymore." Hearing the latter sentence, the smile on Jovan's face disappeared immediately. And then, he trembled all over and knelt on the ground. Yovan said excitedly, "Mrs. Marita, I was wrong. Please have mercy on me. Don't kick me out of the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce." The merchant seemed to be very afraid of the noble lady in front of him. Chaoxing looked at the attributes of this mature woman. Orchid Kingdom, Marita Villegas. Faction, Blue Kingdom. Level? Attributes? Skills? Talent? Except for the name. Other attributes are not visible. Chao Xing's eyes suddenly fixed. Because this means that the woman in front of him is likely to have a strength of more than level 30. In other words, a 4th level strongman. Chapter 123 Transaction, The Strange Devouring Demon Box. It turns out that this woman named Marita is a 4th level strongman. No wonder Yovan is so afraid of her. Marita has a strong aura. She looked at the group of guards and shouted, "Come back." The guards were relieved and put away their weapons and returned to the carriage. Yovan was kneeling on the ground at this moment, still begging for mercy. Mrs. Marita didn't even look at him and walked straight to Chao Xing and others. Assam explained beside him, "Lord, the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce seems to be supported by the royal family of the Orchid Kingdom. This woman should be a member of the royal family of the Orchid Kingdom and may have held a high position in the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce." Chao Xing nodded, and he understood the relationship between them. In this case, Marita is Jovan's superior and a senior member of the Luna Chamber of Commerce. Marita took a few steps, her long skirt dragging on the ice, and came to Chao Xing and bowed slightly. "I'm really sorry, young lord. There are indeed some problems within our Luna Chamber of Commerce, and we have started to rectify them recently. I am Marita Villegas, and I sincerely apologize to you." Chao Xing was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this woman with 4th level strength would be so easy to talk to. She actually apologized to a lord like him, who only had the strength of the 2nd level. "Miss Marita, I accept your apology. Your heart is as beautiful as your appearance." Chao Xing said nice things. After all, there is no need to be hostile to such a powerful native. Hearing Chao Xing's address, Marita was stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion, What did you call me? Miss Marita, is there any problem?" Marita was a little embarrassed after hearing this. What, miss? I am over 30 years old this year." Chao Xing smiled and said, "Really? But in my opinion, you are still as beautiful and young as a girl in her early 20s. Moreover, you have a temperament that those girls don't have, like a snow lotus on a high mountain, beautiful alone." The noble lady in front of him was praised by Chao Xing, and she felt a little embarrassed, but she was also experienced, after all. Her age was there, and she soon regained her composure. She opened her red lips and smiled. "Young lord, you are really good at talking. I heard that you have a moonlight pearl, right?" Chao Xing nodded. "Yes, but not one, but two." Hearing this, Marita, the woman opposite, opened her mouth slightly, looking very surprised. It seems that she didn't expect that Chao Xing even had 2 of such precious pearls. But with Marita's status, although the moonlight pearl is very rare, she has seen it before. She chuckled again. "This young lord is not only sweet-talking but also very capable. How about selling the 2 pearls in your hand to our Moon God Chamber of Commerce? Of course, I will give you a reasonable price." Chao Xing readily agreed. No problem. He was originally going to sell his moonlight pearl, and if this woman could give a satisfactory price, Chao Xing would also be willing to sell it. When Marita heard Chao Xing's straightforwardness, the admiration in her beautiful eyes became even stronger. However, the moonlight orbs are divided into lower, middle and upper grades according to their size and quality. Each quality of moonlight orbs can help mages in different ways. As for the specific price, I need to see the actual object before deciding. What do you think? Chao Xing nodded. Of course. After saying that, he took out both moonlight orbs. Anyway, the 3 moonlight orbs in his backpack have the same properties. Marita saw Chao Xing holding a faintly glowing orb in each hand, which was as big as a baby's fist, and her eyes were full of excitement. At this time, she also understood why Yovan was forcing the sale. The quality and size of the moonlight orb in front of her were both top-notch. She glared at Yovan, wishing she could slap him into the ice. For her, money was not the most important thing, but it was just that moonlight orbs of this quality were hard to find. However, from Chao Xing's perspective, her reproachful eyes seemed to have a different style. Marita bowed slightly and said, "Young lord, to be honest, Princess Fran of our Orchid Kingdom will be promoted to a great wizard in the near future, and I am worried that I don't have a suitable gift for her. For these 2 moonlight orbs, I will personally pay 1 million crowns for them. What do you think?" Chao Xing's heart moved, and this price was beyond his expectations. He originally thought that 3 moonlight orbs could be sold for the price of 1 black diamond. Now it seems that 2 moonlight orbs are already worth 1 black diamond. So, Chao Xing nodded and said, "Okay, deal." Marita also smiled faintly. And then she winked at the guards behind her. Several guards understood and came over with 2 large boxes. Marita whispered, "Each box here has 500,000 crowns. The young lord can count them." Xiaoxing shook his head and said, "No need. Let's trade directly." He had a system, and he didn't need to count them himself. Marita walked slowly, coming to Xiaoxing, and took the orb from him. Xiaoxing took the 2 large boxes, and then put them directly into his backpack. The system prompt appeared. Transaction successful. Get 1 million coins, you lose 2 moonlight orbs. After getting 1 million, Xiaoxing immediately felt that his family assets had become richer. Not bad, this money can buy a lot of food, enough for the people to eat for a long time. Xiaoxing nodded with satisfaction. He still had a moonlight orb in his hand, but he was not going to sell it anymore. As for the other sundries, they can be sold. Seeing that she was so easy to talk to, Xiaoxing asked, "Beautiful Ms. Marita, in addition to the pearls, I have a batch of sundries here. I wonder if your Chamber of Commerce is willing to buy them." Marita pursed her lips slightly. Xiaoxing's praise seemed to be very useful to her. "Of course. Our Moon God Chamber of Commerce does all kinds of business. Let me see what you have to sell." Xiaoxing nodded, and then took out the viscous liquid, gilded candlestick, and amber pebble, as usual. In addition, Xiaoxing also put up the snowstorm bear's paw. He remembered that according to the system notes, some nobles would also collect this pair of bear paws for collection. When Marita saw these groceries, she did not show any impatience, but studied them carefully. Then, she gave a price soon. I don't know if it was because Xiaoxing's sweet talk worked, but the price Marita gave was even higher than Hilton's price. Among them, the viscous liquid was purchased at a price of 60 crowns. The price of the gilded candlestick was 2,000 crowns. The price of the amber pebble was 3,000 crowns. As for the bear paw of the snowstorm bear, it was sold at a high price of 8,000 crowns. "Young lord, are you satisfied with this price?" Xiaoxing laughed immediately. "Satisfied? Very satisfied. I was wrong. Miss Marita, you are not a snow lotus on the mountain, but a goddess on the snow mountain. So beautiful and kind." This praise made Marita so happy that she began to cover her face and chuckle. Then, they completed another round of transactions. Transaction successful. You lost viscous liquid asterisk 673, you gained 40,380 crowns. Transaction successful. You lost gilded candlestick asterisk 34, you gained 68,000 crowns. Transaction successful. You lost amber pebble asterisk 17, you gained 51,000 crowns. Transaction successful. You lost snowstorm bear paw asterisk 2, you gained 16,000 crowns. These things added up. Xiaoxing gained nearly 180,000 crowns in total, plus 1 million from the moonlight orb. The money he had on him repeatedly exceeded 1 million. Mrs. Marita chuckled and said, "Young lord, you have earned a lot of crowns in this transaction, but I don't know your name?" Xiaoxing replied, "Lord Xiaoxing, say hello to Miss Marita." Marita nodded, a thoughtful look flashed in her eyes, as if she remembered the name. "Lord Xiaoxing, do you need to see the goods of our Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce?" Xiaoxing nodded and said, "That's what I meant." He originally wanted to see what goods these wandering merchants had. The next moment, a system prompt appeared. "Lunar Chamber of Commerce, Marita. We are opening the product list to you. Do you accept it?" Xiaoxing directly clicked, "Yes." At the same time, a dazzling array of products appeared in front of him. Secret Life Potion, small, price, 500 crowns special pet rations, green, price. 1,000 crowns ancient brass ring, green, price. 5,000 crowns special pet rations, blue, price. 10,000 crowns noble dagger, blue, price. 40,000 crowns primary mechanical factory construction drawings, price. 50,000 crowns ancient weapon frost eruptor, price. 100,000 crowns python skin of the Tianchi giant python, purple, price. 80,000 crowns ice crystal square hammer, purple, price. 200,000 crowns. Intermediate ancient weapon moon crown ice cannon, price. 500,000 crowns demon devouring box, special item, price. 600,000 crowns. Daytime staff, gold, price, 2 million crowns. War axe. A dazzling array of goods, hundreds of information flashed in front of Xiaoxing. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Damn! There are too many good things. It's even more outrageous than Hilton's product list. Moreover, special pet food and mechanical factory construction drawings are all things he wants very much at the moment. There are even more than one golden equipment, and some mid-level ancient weapons, which he has never heard of. If he could not beat this woman, Chaoxing wanted to go all out and rob this caravan directly. After waiting for a while, Mrs. Marita asked, "Lord Chaoxing, what do you think?" Chaoxing nodded. "Miss Marita, I have to say, the strength of the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce is very strong. They can even sell such precious things." Marita bowed slightly. "Thank you for the compliment, but this is only a small part of the goods of the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce. If Lord Chaoxing goes to the Orchid Kingdom someday, I can have someone take you to see our headquarters. That is where all kinds of precious resources are circulated the most. Even epic weapons are for sale." At this point, Marita chuckled and said, "Of course, if you want me to take you to visit the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce headquarters in person, it is not impossible, provided that I am free that day." She glanced at Chaoxing with her eyes. Her eyebrows were full of charm. Chaoxing smiled and agreed. "If I have a chance in the future, I will go to the Orchid Kingdom. When the time comes, I will have to trouble Miss Marita. However, can you let me see the life secret medicine and blue quality pet food first?" Because he couldn't see the attributes, Chaoxing wanted to use the system's function first to see the effects of these two things. After all, next, they were going to challenge a very difficult area. If the effect of this life secret medicine was good, Chaoxing wanted to buy some as a backup. As for the blue quality pet food, he was going to use it for fishing. The champion fighter said last time that if you want to catch golden salmon, you need more advanced bait, so Chaoxing took this to heart. Marita nodded, and then asked a guard to bring 2 boxes. The box was opened, and it was full of 30 bottles of red potion, and the other box contained 30 beautifully packaged small pills. He looked at the properties. Life secret medicine, small. After taking it, you can immediately restore 300 points of life, and the cooling time is 30 seconds. It can only restore 300 points of life, and there is a cooling time of 30 seconds. You know, Chaoxing's current ice therapy can restore 75 health points per second. However, the life secret medicine and ice therapy recovery do not conflict, so they can be used together. Then, Chaoxing looked at the properties of the other pet rations. Special pet ration, blue rations made with a lot of animal viscera, eyeballs, and the saliva and mucus of the hack frog are loved by all kinds of pets. After feeding, it can increase 5 points of loyalty. The upper limit of feeding a single pet is 3 times. Note, the exclusive secret recipe of the hack frog family, don't disclose it easily. Looking at the notes above, Chaoxing's mouth twitched. The materials used to make this thing are too damn strong. But who cares? It's not like I'm going to eat it myself. After thinking for a moment, Chaoxing replied, "How about this? Give me all 30 bottles of life secret medicine, 50 green quality pet rations, 20 blue quality pet rations, and the construction drawings of the mechanical factory." As Chaoxing reported the requirements, Marita quickly calculated the price in her mind. "Sure. The total is 305,000 kronor. It's really expensive." Chaoxing secretly complained. The most expensive item was the 20 blue quality pet rations, which cost him 200,000 crowns. However, if he could catch the legendary golden salmon, even if he only caught one, it would be worth it. Chaoxing nodded, and then quickly completed the first wave of transactions. Transaction successful. You receive 30 life elixirs small, 50 special pet rations green, 20 special pet rations blue, 1 mechanical factory construction drawing, and you lost 315,000 coins. Marita chuckled again. "Lord Chaoxing, do you need anything else?" Chaoxing did not answer, but continued to browse the products. His eyes were on the Staff of Daylight. This was a golden staff. And of course, the price was ridiculously high. Even if he sold the other Moonlight Orb, he couldn't afford it. Chaoxing had no desire to buy other things. At this time, he noticed a special thing. The demon-devouring box. Next, he was going to find Ji Xinhua to explore the Ascalon tomb. And according to her, there was a demon in it that was devouring the undead. And this thing actually has the word Demon Devourer on it. Can it devour demons? Chaoxing decided to ask directly, "Beautiful Ms. Marita, what is this Demon Devourer box? Can you explain it to me?" Marita nodded, then slowly said, "This Demon Devourer box is related to the legendary demon. It is said that demons are very powerful and unkillable creatures. Even if you destroy their bodies, they will come back soon. Unkillable? Chao Xing was immediately surprised. This was the first time he heard of this. Yes. Marita continued, only by destroying their souls can they be completely killed. However, without the means of the church, even the legendary 6th level strongmen cannot destroy their souls. But later, after the research of those strongmen, they found that although demons are difficult to kill, their souls can be sealed and put into certain specific containers. Chao Xing was stunned. You mean this demon-devouring box? Marita nodded. Yes. It is an ominous thing. There is a terrible demon sealed inside. Marita continued, but don't worry. This demon-devouring box has been blessed by the sealing magic of the 5th level Archmage, and the demon inside cannot come out. Chao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. Then what is the use of this demon-devouring box? Hearing this question, Marita thought for a moment. Its effect? Not much. Its only use is, if you encounter another demon and destroy its body, you can drive the sealed demon inside, devour the opponent's soul, and kill it completely. Of course, if the demon you encounter is too powerful and exceeds the strength of the demon in the devouring demon box, you can't devour it. Chao Xing nodded suddenly after hearing this. He will go to find Ji Xinhua to complete the task next. If he hadn't heard Marita say it, he really wouldn't have known that demons were immortal creatures. Then this demon-devouring box was very important to him. After thinking for a moment, Chao Xing decided to buy it. Ms. Marita, I want this box. Hearing this, Marita glanced at Chao Xing. Of course, her upbringing made her not ask more questions, but nodded, and asked the guards around her to carefully bring a box over. Before getting close, Chao Xing felt a burst of evil breath. When the box was opened, Chao Xing seemed to see a ball of black air coming out, and heard a series of whispers in his ears. Give me fresh flesh. I want to eat the internal organs. Chapter 124 Undead and Will-O-Will, entering the catacombs. This world is a cold hell. There is no good, no evil, only pain. Only submit to me. Strange whispers kept coming from the box. Chao Xing looked strange. This thing is really evil. When the black air dissipated, Chao Xing saw a palm-sized square metal box in the box. Marita saw the expression on Chao Xing's face and reminded him again, Lord Chao Xing, I guess you have also seen that. This box is an evil thing. Are you sure you still want to buy it? Chao Xing nodded. Yes. Marita said no more. And the two sides completed the transaction again. Transaction successful. You get one demon-devouring box. You lose 600,000 coins. Marita saw the transaction completed, and a faint smile appeared on her lips again. Then, I'll tell you how to use this box. Chao Xing was stunned. There is still a method to use it? Yes, because the demon sealed inside is too powerful, so whether it is to open this box, or to drive the demon inside, it requires a specific spell. Chao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. Then, Marita told Chao Xing various spells. Chao Xing also quickly memorized it in his mind. Since his mental power was greatly improved, Chao Xing felt that his memory and thinking ability had also been greatly improved. Finally, Marita reminded him. Lord Chao Xing, remember, be careful when dealing with demons. In addition to having various strange abilities, they are also very good at bewitching people. If you need to drive the demon in the box, remember not to listen to anything it says, and reseal the box directly after use. Chao Xing nodded. I remember, Miss Marita. Thank you for your reminder. So far, their transaction can be said to have ended successfully. The two teams separated. The merchant Yovan knelt on the ice from beginning to end, and dared not get up. After this experience, he should not be able to stay in the Moon God Chamber of Commerce. Of course, these have nothing to do with Chao Xing. The mammoths moved at full speed, running all the way along the downstream area of this wide glacier. Because they were running too loudly, from the woods on both sides, flocks of large white birds flew up from time to time, and I don't know what species they were. 20 minutes later, Chao Xing had arrived less than 5 kilometers away from Ji Xinua's territory. Her territory seemed to be located near this glacier. So, he sent a message. I'm almost there. Are you in the territory? The other party quickly replied, I'm here. Boss Chao Xing. I've been waiting for you. Okay. After a simple reply, Chao Xing didn't say much nonsense, and continued to run. A few minutes later, Chao Xing saw a well-developed territory on the bank of the glacier. In the center of the camp, there is a blazing bonfire, which looks like it has been built to level 6. Around the bonfire, there are more than a dozen buildings. Level 2 Lord's Hut. Level 2 Polar Man's Hut. Level 1 Blacksmith Shop. Sewing Shop. Canteen. Etc. Although it is not as large as Chaoxing's territory, it is considered to be well developed among the survivors. At this moment, 8 polar men are collecting resources in the woods not far away. In that small woods, the ground is full of bare tree stumps, which are almost chopped down by them. Fortunately, the system will randomly refresh new resource points near the territory every half a month. The locations of these resource points are not fixed, and the resources given are also random. You may be given a haunted iron mine, or a rich gold mine. It all depends on luck. Boom, boom, boom. Chaoxing continued to approach with his men. The heavy footsteps of the mammoth startled the 8 polar people. When they saw the mighty Chaoxing and others, they were directly shocked. Woo! The 8 polar men screamed, then dropped their tools, and quickly ran back to the territory. They kept shouting as they ran. Lord! Help! There are many powerful monsters approaching our territory. Lord, run! The shouts of the polar men startled the people in the camp. After a while, 3 figures emerged from the Lord's hut. A middle-aged man, followed by a tall, thin, and somewhat haggard middle-aged woman. In front of them, there was a female warrior holding a 2-handed sword. This was a family of 3. Although the system's allocation mechanism was based on family allocation. If there were not enough people, or there were too many people, they would be like Chaoxing and Lu Muxue, with 2 or 3 people in one camp. This family of 3 also noticed Chaoxing and his group, and their faces suddenly changed. They even wanted to run away on the spot. However, the female warrior saw the person sitting on the mammoth, waving at her. For a moment, she did not act rashly. Soon, Chaoxing brought people to the side of the female warrior. He glanced at the information above the 3 people. Ji Xinyu LV6. Ji Zhenbing LV5. Wang Shi LV5. Chaoxing nodded secretly. This woman was the Ji Xinyu she was looking for. Ji Xinyu was like other survivors, wearing a long skirt on the lower body, light armor on the upper body, and a wolfskin coat on the outside, which looked out of place. However, this woman's appearance was not bad. Although not as good as Lu Muxue, she is still very eye-catching in the crowd. Ji Xinyu was also observing the information of Chaoxing and others. After seeing the name above his head, she exclaimed, Boss Chaoxing, you are finally here. The one next to you is Goddess Muxue. Oh my god. You are together. Chaoxing nodded, and then walked down with Lu Muxue. At the same time, Ji Xinyu also noticed the group of recruited creatures behind Chaoxing, which had different shapes, but each of them had a strong aura. She exclaimed, Oh my god! Are these all Chaoxing's men? Even the leader-level Blood Spider Queen, Mammoth, and Frostwolf Knight can be recruited. Isn't this too scary? Ji Xinyu shouted, including Ji Xinyu's parents. They also looked at the terrifying creatures behind Chaoxing with surprise. What she didn't know was that Chaoxing's strongest fighter Sarah was still hiding in the dark. That was a 3rd-level leader-level assassin. After Chaoxing brought Lu Muxue down, the 2 sides exchanged a simple greeting. He didn't waste time, and asked directly, Ji Xinyu, where is the underground tomb you found? Ji Xinyu had also adjusted her excitement, and pointed to a forest in the distance and said, Boss Chaoxing, it's in the forest in front, about 4 or 5 kilometers away from my territory. I originally wanted to go there to hunt rabbits or something, but I accidentally discovered the underground tomb. The underground tomb is so big, and the facilities inside are just like an underground palace. Ji Xinyu explained with a beaming eyebrow. Chaoxing nodded. Take us there. Okay. Ji Xinyu was delighted. Then, she turned around and explained to her parents. The middle-aged couple looked a little worried, but they also knew that Ji Xinyu was going to do something important. These days, they were also scared by the group of Ascalon's undead, and they were almost nervous. Chaoxing was also here to help them, and they couldn't help but feel a strong sense of gratitude towards him. The woman with a good-looking face and a bit of charm said softly, Thank you, Brother Chaoxing. We heard from Xiao Yeye that you traveled hundreds of kilometers to help us solve the troubles of the group of undead. Our family is grateful to you from the bottom of our hearts. After the 2 finished speaking, they bowed slightly to Chaoxing. You're welcome, Uncle and Auntie. I'm also quite interested in this mission. Besides, it's not certain whether it can be completed. If the monsters inside are too strong, you better be prepared to move. Chao Xing's joking tone made the tension in the hearts of the middle-aged women dissipate a little. Ji Xinhua also smiled. At this time, she looked to the side and shouted, "Xiaohu, come out." Then, a striped tiger with light yellow hair all over its body, which seemed to be in the growth stage, rushed out of a resident's house. Snowfield Tiger, LV7. Lord, Ji Xinhua. HP, 640/640. Attack power, 71 to 75. Skills, Bite. Tiger Attack. Talent, Cold Resistance. Chao Xing was stunned. You have a pet? Ji Xinhua smiled proudly. Hee. Of course, I am very strong. In the current rankings, I am also in the top 10. However, when she saw Chao Xing's mammoth, she said dejectedly, Of course, I can't compare with a big guy like you. You actually have a level 20 boss level pet. This is too cool, too cool. Ji Xinhua looked envious. However, her pet tiger seemed a little unhappy when she heard her praise other pets. Woo, woo. The tiger made a low sound. Ji Xinhua walked over and touched its neck, and threw a piece of fresh meat into its mouth. The tiger finally calmed down. Then, she sighed, Little tiger is too greedy. Our family can only eat bread every day, and all the meat is used to feed it. However, it is also quite hard-working, and has helped us bite many monsters to death. Chao Xing nodded, and did not care. Ji Xinhua rode on the back of the snow tiger. It was more than 1 meter tall, and could seat almost 2 people. Let's go, Boss Chao Xing. I'll lead the way for you. After that, Ji Xinhua rode on the snow tiger and ran wildly in the snow. The Xueyuan tiger seemed to want to show its speed to everyone, and began to run wildly, with extremely agile movements. The speed of the instant burst even reached 40 to 50 kilometers per hour. However, for everyone who was blessed with Queen's will, and was still in the Queen's aura state, it can be easily caught up. Chao Xing and others followed behind, keeping a certain distance. After running for about 3 kilometers, the tiger ran out of strength. It slowed down its pace, and lowered its head somewhat dejectedly. Woo! Ji Xinhua continued to comfort him. Little tiger, you are just a level 7 little tiger, how could you be so desperate, and compete with the speed of a level 20 mammoth? Ji Xinhua was amused and helpless, and reached out to comfort him gently. The tiger nodded dejectedly, and then continued to move forward with Ji Xinhua. Soon, they arrived at the forest she mentioned. Rustle, rustle. They walked forward, stepping on the snow and frozen leaves. Before long, they had already gone deep into the forest. The light here was even dimmer, just like the haunted forest in horror movies. In addition, the low temperature of -50 degrees Celsius made the environment of the forest even more gloomy. It was normal for Ji Xinhua to encounter the dead here. At this time, Chao Xing, with his sharp eyesight, found some collapsed building walls on the ground, which seemed to have some strange text patterns engraved on them. What are those patterns? Chao Xing asked in confusion. Rennies on the side quickly walked over to take a look, and then said, Lord, this is the text of the Ascalon Empire. There seems to have been a palace here. Palace? Chao Xing thought for a moment and asked, Rennies, have you ever been here? Rennie shook her head. No. The territory of the Ascalon Kingdom is very large, and I was born in the border area of the Western continent. Not long after I came of age, Ascalon went to war with the Blood Legion, and in the last battle, my heart was pierced, and I suffered fatal injuries. I should have died. But suddenly, I heard the voice of the gods ringing in my ears. Chao Xing asked in confusion, God? Yes. Rennies nodded and said, the voice of the gods told me whether to choose to be sealed in the summoning space, waiting for the summoning of the chosen lord in the future, or to choose to die. After listening to Rennies' story, Chao Xing understood something. So, is this the principle of the recruitment scroll? The heroes who should have died thousands of years ago, or even tens of thousands of years ago, are sealed in the summoning space. Then wait for the humans of Blue Star to come to this world, and summon them again, including Andrew, Assam and the others. The power of the gods? Chao Xing was thoughtful. He continued to ask, Renis, do you know what the words above mean? Renis took a look, and then nodded. The words above seemed to be translated to hell. Hearing this, Ji Xinhua exclaimed, That's right. When the group of undead appeared every night, they kept saying this sentence. It turned out to be this meaning. Hell? Chao Xing was puzzled. After thinking for a while, Chao shook his head, and was not going to dwell on this issue anymore. They began to move forward. The deeper they went into the forest, the more gloomy the surrounding environment became, and the more collapsed ruins there were. Through these ruins, it can be vaguely seen that there used to be a group of buildings here. But for some reason, these buildings have disappeared. Or, they have sunk into the ground. At this time, a blue light appeared faintly in the center of the forest. Ji Xinhua said excitedly, "We are almost there. The place in front is where I found the tomb of Ascalon." After saying that, she couldn't help but speed up her pace, following her around in circles. Soon, they came to the place where the light was coming from. This was indeed the center of the forest. However, those glowing things were not light sources. They were blue ghost fires floating in the air. Ghost Fire LV8. HP 640. Skill: Self-Explosion. After being attacked, it will detonate all energy, causing HP * 50% damage to surrounding enemies. Introduction: In places with heavy energy, a kind of ghost fire will be born. Don't attack it casually. Seeing the skill introduction, Chao immediately gave up the idea of touching these ghost fires. At the same time, Ji Xinhua had already arrived at a ruin. Standing on a pile of rocks, the woman holding a big sword said, "It's here, there is a passage underground. After going down from here, you can reach the tomb of Ascalon." Chao heard this, and also walked over. Sure enough, he saw a stone staircase in the middle of the ruins. There was also map information on it. Chao glanced at it. Tomb of Ascalon. Danger, extremely dangerous. Map introduction. This was once the palace of the kingdom of Ascalon. Because of a war, the king of Ascalon, Edburn, chose to sink the palace into the ground, and bound the souls of all the soldiers in the palace. Over time, this place became the tomb of the Ascalon people. Is it extremely dangerous again? Chao thought for a moment, then asked, "How strong are the undead in there?" Ji Xinhua replied, "The level of those undead is above level 20, and there are several elite undead that are 20 levels higher than me, and there are a lot of them. The undead I saw alone, there are more than 100. With so many Ascalon undead, if all of them go out, I feel they can even destroy an army of thousands of people." Speaking of this, Ji Xinhua paused. "However, those undead will not attack us. They just want me to help, to deal with the demon that devoured the Ascalon undead." Chao was stunned. It seems that the demon in there is really powerful. According to Ji Xinhua, more than 103rd level undead, this is a very huge force. Of course, it is also possible that the demon has a way to deal with these undead. Chao thought for a moment, and decided to go and see the situation first. Let's go. Let's go down first." After saying that, he took Lu Mushua and jumped off to Bai's back. Given the narrowness of this passage, the mammoth would definitely not be able to get in. Therefore, Chao could only leave to Bai outside. Ji Xinua's tiger was also left outside. "Braun, open the way in front," Chao ordered. Braun raised his door-wide shield and said cheerfully, "No problem, dear lord. Just follow Braun." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed into the tunnel. Then, Assam, Andrew and others entered immediately. Chao, Lu Mushua, and Ji Xinhua walked at the end of the team. As soon as they entered the underground area, a system prompt appeared. "You have entered a special area, Ascalon Tomb." Note: Ascalon Tomb is a high-level area. It is recommended that at least 4 survivors with level 3 strength or above form a team to explore. Seeing this system prompt, Chao frowned. Obviously, the difficulty of Ascalon's tomb is higher than that of the Goblin Treasury. In the Goblin Treasury, they faced the Goblin King, a 3rd-level leader-level creature. Although it was only a weakened version, it was enough to show its difficulty. And in this area, there might be even stronger creatures. However, Chao did not feel too scared. After all, his current strength, compared to that in the Goblin Treasury, has also been greatly improved, which can be called a qualitative change. Everyone continued to move forward. Tap, tap. The dense footsteps continued to sound. The stairs leading to the underground were very long and dark. But with Braun, who had a loud voice, leading the way in front, it didn't seem so scary. As he walked, he hummed a strange folk song. "Your home is covered with snow, and frost covers the river and lake. The cold wind stole our language, and such a thing is natural, so don't let diamond tears flow out of your eyes." The empty singing echoed in the passage. Chao was happy, and asked, "Braun, What are you singing? Braun turned his head, grinned and said, Lord, this is a little song from my hometown. Is it nice? Without waiting for Chao Xing to answer, Zierda, who was following behind, said with disgust, TSK, it's so ugly. Don't sing it anymore. Braun smiled and said, this beautiful lady of blood spider. It seems that you don't appreciate the musical cells of my beautiful voice. At this moment, in the dark passage, a blue light suddenly appeared. Chao Xing looked closely and found that it was a soul that was completely illusory, pale, and emitting blue light. The temperature in the entire passage dropped rapidly. Crack! Crack! A layer of frost quickly condensed on the steps under his feet. The blue soul just stared at everyone, and in his empty eyes, it seemed to be full of scrutiny and hostility. Gods! What the hell is this? Braun screamed, stepped back a few steps, and almost bumped into a Psalm. And Chao Xing also quickly glanced at the attributes of this undead. Ascalon Warriors Undead, LV24. Race, Undead. Level 3 Common Creature. HP, 12540/12540. Attack Power, 461 to 487. Armor, 371 to 394. Skills, Winter Sword. When attacking, there is a 20% chance of freezing the enemy for 3 seconds. Soul Slash. Slashes out a sword energy, causing 133% damage to the target's soul, and causing it to fall into a short state of fear. Spirit, affected by. Reduces physical attacks by 30%, and makes nearby enemies feel fear, and reduces body temperature. Talent, Body of the Undead, can ignore obstacles and pass through walls. Movement speed increased by 30%. If there are other restrictions on the wall, it cannot pass through. Introduction. The ghosts of soldiers bound here, the power of the ancient sword Magdel gave them a second life, and also gave them eternal curse. Chao Xing's eyes condensed, as expected. A third-level monster appeared. These undead spirits are very powerful. And they also have a spirit body. Skill that can affect the temperature. No wonder Chao Xing felt that. The temperature in the passage dropped so much. At this moment, the undead warrior drew his weapon and asked in a voice like the whisper of a soul. Who are you? Why did you break into our resting place? Chapter 125 Challenge Mission. Generous rewards. Who are you? Why did you break into our resting place? The undead asked. Braun, who was walking in the front, trembled. This big man who looked very strong, seemed to be very afraid of these ghosts. The undead warrior saw that they did not answer, and immediately raised his sword. As the killing intent on his body was released, the temperature dropped a few degrees again. At this moment, Ji Xinyu came out timidly and said, It's me, the chosen lord outside. Seeing Ji Xinyu, the eyes of the undead began to turn. It's you? You untrustworthy woman. We are going to capture you tonight, and bring you to the tomb, and then tear you apart bit by bit. Let our warriors taste your flesh and blood. Ji Xinyu's face turned pale, and she said in a crying voice, Why do you treat me like this? Because you broke our agreement? We gave you warriors, gave you help, but you have been slow to do so. You are not willing to fulfill your promise. But you are not willing to rescue our people. Ji Xinyu said anxiously, You just gave me a few level 6 Ascalon warrior scrolls. With this little power, how can I possibly deal with the monsters inside? You said it yourself. The monsters inside are of level 3 strength. And I am just a level 1 little warrior. How can I beat the guys inside? However, the undead said firmly, We don't care about this. You accepted our gift, and agreed to our request. You must do it. Hearing this, Ji Xinyu was so anxious that she almost cried. You didn't tell me at first that there were such powerful monsters in there. You just told me to go to the underground palace to rescue other Ascalon undead. I didn't even know the details. And I agreed without thinking. After hearing this, the Ascalon warrior said in a cold voice, Huh? You mean, you want to break our agreement? As soon as he finished speaking, 3 or 4 undead with blue light appeared again in the surrounding walls. They all stared at Ji Xinyu with malicious eyes. The cold breath of the undead continued to be released, and the temperature dropped again. The temperature in the passage had reached minus 58 degrees Celsius. It was about to break through the limit of minus 60 degrees Celsius. Chao Xing took a look at the information of the undead, and they were all creatures above level 20. Then, Chao Xing said, Okay, you old guys, don't embarrass a little girl. You have lived for thousands of years, both in life and death, and you don't feel ashamed? Hearing this, the undead immediately looked at Xiaoxing. Human, you have nothing to do here. You trespassed into our resting place. We haven't settled accounts with you yet. An undead holding a phantom of a hammer said, Well, do you want to take down this arrogant boy together? Just right. We haven't tasted the flesh and blood of living creatures for a long time. Hearing this, the recruited creatures in the entire passage instantly entered combat mode. Clang. Asan drew out his long sword directly. Don't be rude to the Lord. And Sarah had already touched the back of an undead at this time, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and the group of undead floating in the air seemed ready to pounce on Xiaoxing at any time. Including Lu Muxue, she also raised her shield and stood in front of Xiaoxing. However, Xiaoxing said lightly, Are you sure you want to attack me? You have to think it over, because it is very likely that I am the last living person who will come to rescue your people. The undead immediately looked at Xiaoxing. You mean, are you willing to go to the underground palace to rescue other Ascalon people? Xiaoxing shook his head. Tell me about the situation inside first. I will go if I think it is appropriate. If it is too dangerous, I will not go to die. Several Ascalon undead looked at each other. Then, the undead holding the ghost sword stood up and said, Okay. I'll take you to the Everwatch Hall below. Then our Captain Karhan will tell you the details. Xiaoxing nodded, and then said lightly, Make way. After hearing this, the group of Ascalon undead gradually made way. Xiaoxing, with the team, continued to move forward into the depths of the passage. Along the way, more and more undead appeared in the walls on both sides. Because of the characteristics of the ghost body, they can move freely in it without being restricted by the walls. Dozens of empty eyes stared at Xiaoxing and others. When they came down, Ji Xinyu came to Xiaoxing and whispered, Thank you. Xiaoxing looked at her with some doubt. This straightforward woman said with gratitude, Thank you for speaking for me just now. When being questioned by the group of undead, Ji Xinyu was almost frightened. At that time, Xiaoxing stood up to speak for her, which moved Ji Xinyu, and at the same time, her heart seemed to be filled with warmth. Xiaoxing smiled. Nothing. You were indeed deceived by these ghosts. As they were talking, they had already reached the bottom of the stairs. The view here suddenly became clear. They seemed to have come to a wide hall. However, the atmosphere in this hall was also gloomy. The orange candlelight was burning, swaying constantly, stretching the shadows of everyone. In every corner of the hall, there were also a large number of coffins. Those coffins were blue-black, covered with thick dust, and looked quite old. Moreover, the stone slabs on the coffins had been opened, as if a large number of vengeful spirits had come out of them. At this time, with the arrival of Xiaoxing and others, groups of blue ghost fires appeared from the walls. Those were the undead spirits of the Ascalon people. Xiaoxing glanced at the information above their heads, and saw the Ascalon undead warriors, undead mages, undead monks. After a while, the number of undead gathered here exceeded 200. The astonishing undead aura continued to spread, and a layer of frost condensed on the walls of the entire hall. The temperature here has reached an astonishing minus 65 degrees Celsius, and the chill spreads, especially the bearded Braun. He didn't know whether he was frozen or frightened. He clenched his teeth, and his muscles were constantly trembling, including Lu Muxue and Ji Xinyu. Their faces turned pale. It is normal for girls to feel fear of these undead spirits. However, Xiaoxing did not feel much fear, but slowly said, Well, let your person in charge come out now, and then tell me what you need me to do. Hearing this, there was a commotion among the undead. After a while, an undead creature wearing a full set of undead armor and a horn helmet appeared. Xiaoxing felt a strong undead aura from it. Ascalon Undead Lieutenant, Karhan, LV-28. Race, Undead. Level, Tier 3 Boss Level. HP, 45380/45380. Attack Power, 1544 to 1673. Armor, 472 to 499. Skills, Winter Sword, Soul Slash, Spirit, same attributes as above. Soul Drag, Karhan releases the breath of the undead, drags the enemy to his side, causes 189% damage, cooling time 180 seconds, Undead Flame. Karhan bursts out the undead power of his whole body, ignites the undead fire, causes 174% burning damage to all enemies around. The effect lasts for 15 seconds, cooling time 5 minutes. Talent, Undead Body. Bond, Ascalon Legion, activated. Tier 3 boss level monster. The attributes are very strong. However, in a one-on-one fight, Sarah can firmly suppress him. The undead also said in a hoarse voice, Lieutenant Ascalon. Karhan. Chaoxing nodded. Lord Chaoxing. Greetings to you. After the two of them exchanged simple greetings, Chaoxing said, Now, Lieutenant Karhan, tell me about the situation in the underground palace, and what I need to do. The undead named Karhan nodded, and then said, The general situation. I think this human woman should have told you. A soul-eating demon appeared in our underground palace. I don't know how this demon appeared. It devoured many of our companions, and they are still hatching a large number of soul-eating monsters. Those soul-eating monsters are not considered strong among the same level, but they are the nemesis of the undead. Even I am no match for these guys. They first appeared in the Yongwang Hall, where there are more than 300 coffins, and in each coffin, there is an Ascalon undead sleeping inside. Including me, I also slept in one before. Chaoxing was puzzled. You mean, the coffins in the corner are where you Ascalon undead are? He pointed to the open sarcophagi in the hall and asked. The undead Karhan nodded and said, That's right. The coffins can protect us from harm. However, the group of soul-eating monsters are extremely sensitive to the breath of the undead. They immediately discovered that the coffins in the Everlook Hall contain a large number of Ascalon undead. They began to forcibly destroy the coffins inside. When I woke up, most of the coffins in the Everlook Hall had been opened, and many of our people were ruthlessly devoured. Speaking of this, Karhan's eyes were somewhat sad. The moment I woke up, I realized that the Everlook Palace had fallen. So I forcibly awakened all the sleeping Ascalon undead inside, and then led them to escape from the palace and come here. Chaoxing nodded. What about the group of soul-eating monsters? Didn't they catch up with us? Karhan replied, Of course they caught up with us. But because we closed the door of the underground palace, the soul-eating monsters couldn't get through. And we could only hide outside the door of the underground palace and dared not go in. Karhan lowered his head, looking extremely depressed. Chaoxing glanced at the gate that Karhan mentioned. Behind them, there was a huge iron gate about 10 meters high and 7 or 8 meters wide, which was tightly closed. Passing through this iron gate, you can reach the underground palace of Ascalon. Chaoxing nodded and continued to ask, What do you need us to do? You don't want me to deal with the soul-devouring demon, do you? I tell you, we are not the opponent of the soul-devouring demon. If you want us to die, I won't accompany you. Chaoxing said very firmly. Karhan shook his head and said, I know. I don't need you to deal with the soul-eating demons. I just need you to go into the underground palace and rescue the souls of our people. Chaoxing asked in confusion, Are there still many Ascalon undead in there? Yes. Karhan nodded. In addition to the undead in our Yongwang Hall, there are still a large number of coffins in the 4 temples in the underground palace and in the Kasha Cathedral. In those coffins, there are the undead of our Ascalon people. They were in a sleeping state, and the sarcophagi were opened by those soul-eating monsters, and then swallowed mercilessly. So, I need you to go to the shield, holy sword, torch, huge hammer, open all the coffins in the 4 major temples, and rescue the undead of our Ascalon people. Hearing this, Chaoxing was a little puzzled. Didn't you say that the Soul Eaters would forcibly destroy the coffins? These 4 temples should have fallen long ago, right? Karhan shook his head. No, these 4 temples are important areas of our underground palace, and each temple has a high-level magic door. This door can block the attack of the group of Soul Eaters. However, because the group of soul-eating monsters have been attacking the gate of the temple for some time, I can feel that the defense of the magic gate is getting weaker and weaker. It won't be long before the gates of the 4 major temples will be breached. That's why we urge this human woman to rescue our people. Chaoxing nodded suddenly. We just need to go to the 4 temples, open the gates, and release the Ascalon undead inside. Right? More than that, Karhan said. After rescuing the Ascalon people in the 4 temples, you still need to go deeper into the underground palace, which is where the Kasha Cathedral is located, where the coffin of the Duke of Palatine is located. That is also the most important goal. Chaoxing asked, Duke Palatine? The undead continued to reply, Yes, the Duke's coffin is one of the most important places in the entire underground palace, but I want to remind you that the soul-devouring demon is also there. The soul-devouring demon also knows that The Duke's undead soul is the key, so it has been trying to unlock the seal of the Duke's coffin and devour it. Chaoxing rolled his eyes. So we still have to fight that demon in the end? Karhan thought for a moment. Then nodded. That demon is not that powerful. Just a third-level demon. If it was a fourth-level strongman from the former empire, it would be enough to deal with it. The Duke of Paladin in his prime could even destroy his body with one sword. Hearing this, Chaoxing gradually breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed a third-level existence, so it was not beyond his endurance limit. Undead Karhan continued, however. Although the soul-devouring demon is not strong, after the death of us undead, our strength is greatly weakened. Moreover, it can also continue to grow stronger by devouring our spirits, and has even begun to transform towards the fourth level. Once it becomes a fourth-level demon, it can forcibly break the palace's restrictions, destroy all coffins, and devour all the undead inside. By then, this guy might become a fifth-level demon. For the entire snowstorm plain, it will be a disaster. Chaoxing was stunned. Then if I rescue the undead of Duke Paladin, I will have a way to deal with it. Undead Karhan shook his head. No. Even if we rescue the undead of the Duke of Palatine, we can't deal with it. But only the Duke of Palatine has the authority to lead us undead to leave this area. At that time, we will look for New Ascalon ruins as our habitat. At this point, the undead Karhan sighed. With your strength, although you can't defeat this soul-devouring demon, you can still barely fight it. So what you have to do is to block the attack of the soul-devouring demon, and then open the coffin of the Duke. And then you can come out. After that, a hexagonal stone suddenly appeared in the hand of the undead Karhan, with dense patterns engraved on it. Take this. This is the key to our underground palace. It can be used to open most of the coffins and doors in the palace. Chaoxing took it. Obtained. Stone Talisman of Ascalon Underground Palace, quest item. Item effect. Can be used to open the door in the underground palace and remove the seal on the coffin. Chaoxing weighed the stone talisman in his hand. Aren't you afraid that I will go in and open all the coffins, and then give them to the devil to swallow? When the undead Karhan heard this, the corners of his pale mouth curled up into a smile. I advise you not to do this. Because if you do this, we will directly destroy the entire palace, and you will be buried in it forever, along with our people. Chaoxing rolled his eyes. I know, I'm just saying it casually. The system prompt appeared. The Ascalon Tomb Challenge mission has been opened. Mission goal, enter the Ascalon Tomb, rescue the 4 major temples, and the Ascalon undead in the Kasha Church. Go to the shield, holy sword, torch, huge hammer and other 4 major temples to rescue all the Ascalon undead. 0/4, unfinished. Go to the Kasha Church, rescue the undead of the Duke of Paladin. 0/1, unfinished. Seeing this prompt, Chaoxing's eyes showed a look of realization. The goal is clear. Go to the underground palace, open the 4 temples, and then go to Kasha Cathedral, and open the coffin of Duke Paladin. The undead Karhan urged. So now, you start to act? But Chaoxing shook his head and said, don't worry. I want to know, if we complete this task, what can you give me? By the way, don't think of using a few soldiers' recruitment scrolls to deal with me. I'm not that easy to fool. Hearing this, Ji Xinhua next to him was a little embarrassed. The undead Karhan glanced at Chaoxing, and in his deep eyes, a thoughtful look appeared. If you can rescue our people, even the undead of Duke Paladin, I can give you all the scrolls we have for recruiting Ascalon soldiers. These scrolls are enough for you to form a squadron. At the same time, we will give you the training barracks drawings that can train elite Ascalon warriors, and give you 3 training books as an extra gift. And you can also gain the friendship of our Ascalon people. After the undead finished speaking, a system prompt appeared. The mission reward has been updated. After completing the mission, you can get Ascalon Soldier Recruitment Scroll *112, Ascalon Warrior Training Barracks Blueprint *1, Ascalon Warrior Training Manual, Elite Level *3. Seeing the system prompt, Chaoxing nodded secretly. I have to say, this reward is really generous. More than 100 recruitment scrolls, plus a training barracks, and 3 elite training manuals. Chaoxing is really tempted. Chapter 126 The Burial Objects of the Dead, Get Rich. Chaoxing was indeed tempted. However, he knew that this underground palace had long forgotten treasures. Chaoxing asked, what about the treasures of the underground palace? The dead Karhan replied, you even know this? However, it is deep in the underground palace, in the last temple, and only people with royal blood can open it. Chao-Shing was stunned. Then where can I find people with royal blood? The dead shook his head. We don't know, but you could ask the dead of the Duke of Palatine, he should know. Chao-Shing rolled his eyes. It turns out that this is a trap for me. In order to open the treasure, I must find the royal bloodline of Ascalon. And in order to find the royal bloodline, I must rescue the undead of the Duke of Palatine. Chao-Shing said, I understand. Now how do we get in? You follow me. After the undead Karhan finished speaking, he took Chao-Shing to the closed door. Then, it pointed to several dusty coffins next to it. As it moved, the stone slab on the coffin opened, revealing a passage with a diameter of about 2 meters. This is the hidden passage we left behind. From here, you can enter the underground palace. But be careful. Don't let the Soul Eater find this passage. Once the Soul Eater finds this passage, we will destroy it without hesitation. Then, you won't be able to get out. Chao-Shing nodded. Got it. Then he looked at his men and said, Let's go. Let's go down. The bald Brown hesitated for a moment, then jumped down with his shield raised. Then came Assam and Andrew. As for Sarah, she had not appeared since entering the passage. She looked more like a ghost than these Ascalon undead. But Chao-Shing knew that Sarah had entered the tunnel, when almost everyone else had gone in. The Blood Spider Queen Hilda was standing there. Hilda, go in. What are you standing there for? Hilda said with disgust, TSK. You actually want this queen to go through this dog hole? Chao-Shing was speechless. This is not a dog hole, this is an underground passage. Stop talking nonsense, hurry in. Through this period of time, Chao-Shing already knew that Hilda was a woman who said something but acted honestly. In short, it's Sundara. So for this kind of woman, it's better to be tough directly. Sure enough, under Chao-Shing's order, although Zierda was still unwilling, she also jumped into the cave. Then Chao-Shing, Lu Muxua and Ji Xinhua walked at the back end. Also jumped down. The view in front of me darkened. As the undead Karhan said, this is a long sealed passage, which exudes a rotten smell and the air is not circulating. After moving forward for a distance, Chao-Shing felt that Lu Muxua beside him seemed a little scared, and her body was shaking slightly. Muxua, are you scared? Lu Muxua shook her head and said, No, not. Chao-Shing smiled, and then directly grabbed her right hand. The palm of his hand felt warm. Instantly, a trace of shame appeared on Lu Muxua's face. With their current relationship, it was just holding hands, and Lu Muxua would not have such a reaction. But there was not only Chao-Shing here, but also their subordinates, and Ji Xinhua, an outsider, especially Ji Xinhua. She looked at the two's actions with surprise. For a moment, Lu Muxua lowered her head in shame. However, she did not make any other moves, but let Chao-Shing lead her. The three continued to move forward. However, not long after they moved forward, Chao-Shing and Lu Muxua found that one of them seemed to be missing. Ji Xinhua disappeared without a trace. The two looked at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Chao-Shing thought he had encountered a scene from a horror movie, and was about to alert everyone. At this moment, footsteps gradually came from behind. Tap, tap. Through the darkness, Chao-Shing saw a figure. At this time, she held an iron sword tightly in both hands, trembling, looking around vigilantly. At the same time, she also quickened her pace, as if she wanted to keep up with the others. Seeing Chao-Shing and others waiting for her, Ji Xinhua said apologetically, Sorry. Sorry. However, she was so scared that her voice was trembling. Lu Muxua took a look, and then whispered, axing, Take her with you. Chao-Shing was stunned, and also understood what Lu Muxua meant. So, he put the staff into his backpack. In Ji Xinhua's surprised eyes, Chao-Shing directly grabbed her right hand. At this moment, Ji Xinhua only felt a pair of strong hands, holding her wrist, and then holding her forward. Ji Xinhua felt all the shame surged into her heart, and even dispersed the fear in her heart. At this moment, Chao-Shing, holding two beauties in each hand, walked quickly in this dim tunnel. Ji Xinhua was in a state of shyness and confusion all the way. After a moment, she seemed to react, and said softly, Thank you. Thank you. Chao-Shing nodded, and did not say much. After walking for about a kilometer, the system prompt appeared. You have entered the interior of the Ascalon tomb. Some light appeared faintly in front. At this time, Brown whispered in front, Hey! Look what I found. A sealed door. After hearing this, Chaoxing let go of the hands of the two beauties, and then pushed through the crowd and walked over. Sure enough, a stone door appeared in front of Brown. Tunnel gate. Armor, 300. Durability, 50,000. Additional special effect, self-destruction. Seeing the special effects above, Chaoxing knew that this was not a door that could be opened by brute force. However, on it, he saw a hexagonal groove. It just corresponded to the thing that the undead gave him. Chaoxing took out the stone talisman of Ascalon Underground Palace and put it in. A faint light flashed, and the stone door slowly opened. At this moment, Chaoxing silently retreated behind Brown, in case any monster suddenly jumped out. Brown, protect me. The bald Brown raised his shield directly and blocked Chaoxing. However, when the stone door was completely opened, there was no attack from any monster. Chaoxing poked his head out and began to investigate the situation inside. This seemed to be a hidden secret room. The dim light, the spider webs on the corners, and the coffins that had been opened everywhere made this place look equally eerie. Chaoxing breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he would have to fight as soon as he came out. Let's go. Let's go in. After receiving Chaoxing's order, Braun was the first to get out of the passage. Then, everyone followed and entered the secret room. When Ji Xinhua and Lu Muxua, the two girls, walked out holding hands, the door behind them closed again. Chaoxing observed the layout of the secret room, and then began to search around. He knocked here, not there, and even looked at the coffins. Seeing Chaoxing squatting in front of the coffins to study them, Ji Xinhua asked in confusion, "Boss Chaoxing, what are you doing?" Chaoxing shook his head and said, "Nothing. I'm just looking to see if there are any names of Ascalonians on these coffins. They are all guardians of the underground palace and brave warriors. Although they died here, they shouldn't have left behind even a name." Ji Xinhua nodded suddenly. However, Rennies, who was standing by, had a look of emotion in her eyes after hearing this. As an Ascalonian, she was even more touched by Chaoxing's words. Rennies bowed respectfully and said, "You are a kind lord." Rennies expresses her sincere respect to you on behalf of these departed souls. Your territory member, Rennies Hawkeye, was moved by your words, and her loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty, 95. Chaoxing looked guilty, but he still nodded. Lu Muxua behind him seemed to have seen something, and smiled softly with her face covered. Chaoxing stood up and found that these coffins could not be taken away, nor could they be decomposed. He felt a little regretful. At this time, Chaoxing seemed to remember something and glanced into the coffins. This glance really made him find something. It seemed to be a black bag. Chaoxing was about to reach out to pick it up, but he felt a sharp gaze behind him. It was Rennies' gaze. He coughed twice and said, "This underground palace has fallen. We should take out the remains of the dead and preserve the last traces of their existence." Hearing this, the gaze behind him gradually disappeared and turned into a gentle gaze. Chaoxing also breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, "Fortunately, Rennies' loyalty is high enough. She is willing to believe whatever you say. Women like Hilda are not easy to deceive. No, they are not easy to deal with." Thinking of this, Chaoxing picked up the bag inside with confidence. The system prompt appeared. Obtained, Ascalon Soldier's Burial Bag. Do you want to open it? Chaoxing's eyes lit up. Funeral bag? What can be opened in it? He clicked to open it directly. Opened successfully. Obtained 3 brass coins. Obtained 5 magic crystals. Obtained 3 gold nuggets. Obtained books, blue pearls. Seeing the contents of the burial bag, Chaoxing was shocked. Fuck. Brass coins. He clearly remembered that. The snow demon he killed before also exploded with several brass coins. According to the system, if you collect 100 of these, you can exchange them for an ancient treasure chest. And in the ancient treasure chest, there is a high probability that ancient weapons can be opened. Through the transactions with the Moon God Chamber of Commerce during the day, Chaoxing knew that any ancient weapon can be sold for a high price of more than 100,000 crowns. I didn't expect to find ancient brass coins here. Chaoxing was in a good mood. In addition, the broken gold nuggets added up to dozens of grams, and could be sold at a good price. Not bad. This underground palace is so big, there must be a lot of coffins like this. If we can find more burial objects, we will get rich this time. Chaoxing was immediately excited. Look inside these coffins, see if we can find other burial objects. Speaking of this, Chaoxing said with a serious expression, let's take the last traces of these dead people out, and then find a suitable place, bury them in the ground again, and build a new tomb for them. At this moment, Rennie's eyes were moved again. It seemed that he had not expected that Chaoxing would value these relics of the Ascalon people so much. Immediately, Rennie's took the first action and began to search everywhere. However, what she did not know was that Chaoxing would indeed bury the bags of burial objects. This was just a casual thing for him. However, the things inside had already been taken out by him, and he buried only some empty bags. Other men also began to search everywhere. Not only that, Chaoxing also knocked on the walls of this secret room. Ji Xinhua opened her mouth slightly, as if she was surprised by Chaoxing's actions. However, Lu Muxue, who was standing by, had already gotten used to it and also started to explore around. Unfortunately, Chaoxing did not find any hidden treasure chests or storage boxes in this secret room. However, Rennie's did have an unexpected gain. She came to Chaoxing with 5 blackened bags in her hand, and handed them over respectfully. Lord, these are all the bags of relics found in those coffins. Please put them away. Chaoxing looked at the 5 bags, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he nodded solemnly and said, Okay, Rennie's, I will keep these relic bags well. After taking it from Rennie's, the system prompt appeared. Get the burial bag *5. Do you want to open it? Chaoxing did not open it immediately, but turned around, with his back to Rennie's. Then he clicked to confirm. Yes. Open successfully. Get the ancient brass coin *14. Get the magic crystal *27. Get the gold watch *1. Get the silver sword *1. Get the gorgeous hairpin *2. Get the broken gold nugget *12. Get the rotten magic seed *32. Get the book, Lanson's poem. Get the book, Introduction to Herbal Medicine. Looking at this pile of things, Chaoxing's eyes showed a strong joy. The contents of the 5 burial bags are different, but each bag contains 2 or 3 ancient brass coins. In addition, those gold watches, silver swords and the like, are all crafts. The attack power is not high, but they can be sold for money. Woohoo, this is better than opening a treasure chest. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad, I have made a lot of money just after entering. At this moment, Chaoxing suddenly heard there seemed to be a sound of animals crawling outside the secret room. Tada! Tada! Chaoxing made a gesture, and everyone stopped moving. Even their breathing slowed down. After a while, waited for the sound to fade away. Everyone relaxed again. Then, they continued to search around in this secret room. At this time, Lu Muxue fumbled in front of a wall for a while. She seemed to have discovered something, and whispered, Ah Xing, there seems to be a big door here. Hearing this, Chaoxing walked over quickly. On this wall, as expected, there was a hidden door, which looked no different from the surrounding walls. However, in the middle area, there is a sunken hexagonal groove. Axing, if we go out from here, can we reach the interior of the underground palace? Chaoxing nodded. Yes, the undead Karhan said that if we go out of this secret room, we will enter a corridor, and then we can go to the 4 major temples and Kasha Cathedral through the corridor. Now, we have to act quickly. After saying that, Chaoxing took out the underground palace stone talisman again and put it into the groove. Creaky! Creaky! A sound of axles turning came. The wall in front of them began to slowly rise upwards, and in front of Chaoxing and others, a wider room gradually appeared. Then, Chaoxing led his men out one after another. After everyone left the secret room, the stone door closed automatically. Boom boom! The stone door behind him fell again, returning to the shape of a wall. Even if you look closely, you can't see any flaws. At this time, Chaoxing looked around. This new room is very large, with a height of 5 or 6 meters. Even underground, it does not feel oppressive. However, Chaoxing also saw 3 deep passages in each corner of the room. For a moment, Chaoxing did not know which way to go. Chaoxing said in a daze, damn it. This undead Karhan did not explain clearly. This underground palace is so big. Where should we go? Where to open the 4 major temples? The others were also confused. At this time, Ji Xinhua whispered, here is a map of the underground palace. Chaoxing's eyes lit up, and then asked, Map? Where did you get it? A few days ago, an undead gave it to me. Ji Xinhua replied carefully. Chao Xing nodded, and then came to Ji Xinhua to check the marks on the map. After a while, Chao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. It turns out that this corridor is called the Eternal View Corridor, which connects most areas of the underground palace. Go through the passage on the left, and you can reach the center of this palace, the Eternal View Temple. Lu Muxia reminded, axing. Didn't the undead say that the Eternal View Temple has fallen and is full of soul-eating monsters? Chao Xing nodded. Yes, so we can't go through the passage on the left. We have to go to the other 2 passages first. These 2 passages connect the 4 major temples. He studied the map and thought, the place closest to us is the Shield Temple, which is the passage in the middle. Thinking of this, Chao Xing has made a decision. Let's go. Let's go to the middle first. After saying that, Braun took the lead and stepped into the dim corridor in the middle. Everyone followed him in. When Chao Xing passed by the passage on the left, he felt a sudden tremor in his backpack. Huh? Chao Xing looked puzzled, and he glanced at the items in his backpack. Then he found that the demon-devouring box, bought from Marita, was stirring. The demon sealed inside seemed to sense something, and was eager to come out. Chao Xing thought for a moment. The passage on the left is connected to the Temple of Everlook, and behind the temple is the Kasha Cathedral. According to Karahan, the soul-devouring demon is there. It seems that this demon-devouring box must have sensed the breath of other demons, so it wants to come out. Right? Shaking his head, Chao Xing did not think much. Reinstalled the demon-devouring box, and continued to step into the middle passage. The environment in the middle passage is also very dim, but it is still spacious. Chao Xing even saw several open coffins on both sides of the passage. Just as he was about to check if there was anything inside the coffin, there was a sound of animals crawling in front of him. Rustle! Rustle! Chao Xing made a gesture and quickly led everyone to retreat several dozen meters. At the same time, they saw a slender monster in front of them, 1.5 meters tall and about 2 or 3 meters long. The monster looked like a lizard, with a long tail swinging in the air. The skin is dark green, with many spots. The hind legs are strong and powerful, and the front legs are slightly bent. It can also walk upright, and its movements are very fast. It is wandering around, and its nose keeps sniffing the air, as if it has smelled something. Chao Xing glanced at its attributes. Soul Eater LV26. Race, Soul Eater. HP, 13370/13370. Attack power, 667 to 691. Skills, Spiritual Pressure, suppress the spirit. Reduce all its attributes by 30%. And become unable to move within 5 seconds. Cooling time 60 seconds. Soul Claw, waving the claws, causing 155% *2 tearing damage to the enemy. If used on the spirit, it will cause the soul to be torn, and the spirit will suffer great pain. Cooling time 40 seconds. Soul Eater directly devours the spirit, causing 250% damage. If the spirit dies, it will restore 50% of its own health. Cooldown time is 120 seconds. Talent, Soul Devourer. When attacking a spirit, ignore all defenses of the opponent, and cause an additional 100% damage to it. When attacked by a spirit, it reduces the damage by 50%. Good guy. So this is the Soul Devourer. This set of skills is specially designed to deal with spirits. Right? This is too abnormal. Chao Xing nodded suddenly. No wonder the 3rd level leader level Karahan Undead said that he couldn't beat an ordinary Soul Eater. This is completely suppressed. Unless it is a leader level undead, it may be able to deal with an ordinary Soul Eater of the same level. Of course, these skills of the Soul Eater have no effect on living people like them. Thinking of this, Chao Xing gradually gained confidence in his heart. At this moment, this Soul Eater seemed to be looking for something. Chao Xing and others were ready for battle. However, it didn't seem to be looking for Chao Xing and the others. Instead, it looked at the open coffins in the corner. Among them, there was still a coffin that had not been opened, but the stone slab on it had already loosened. The Soul Eater seemed to smell something. It moved its strong hind legs and quickly approached the coffin. Then, in the surprised eyes of Chao Xing and the others, the Soul Eater directly stretched out its claw-like forelimbs and began to frantically attack the stone slab on the coffin. Click! Click! The Soul Eater's sharp claws kept scratching the stone slab, making a series of sounds that gave people goosebumps. Under its attack, the stone slab on the coffin seemed to have a crack. A whisper of the undead came from inside the coffin. Who dares to disturb my sleep? Then the next moment, a scream was heard. Ah! It's the Soul Eater! A female Ascalon undead was grabbed by the shoulders by the Soul Eater and caught out. This undead seemed to want to resist. However, the Soul Eater directly activated the spiritual pressure. Skill. The body of the Ascalon undead suddenly stiffened, as if it was fixed and unable to move. The Soul Eater opened its huge black mouth as if it had found some delicious food, and bit down directly. Minus 3,473. A terrifying injury occurred. Ah! The female Ascalonian undead screamed like a wronged soul. But in the spiritual pressure state, she could not move at all. She could only watch the Soul Eater bite her soul into pieces and devour it bit by bit. The Soul Eater's suppression of these undead was too harsh. Seeing the scene, Rennie's next to her had a look of pity in her eyes. She looked at Chaoxing for help. Lord. Chaoxing nodded, and then directly ordered, go. Kill this Soul Eater. Chapter 127 Silver Ancient Coin. Intermediate Magic Crystal. Chaoxing gave the order directly, go. Kill this Soul Eater. At the same time, he had condensed a large ice spear and suddenly shot it out. Hilda then sprayed out a spider web. And Assam and Braum and other close combatants rushed forward one after another. Minus 54. Chaoxing's large ice spear hit first, but because of the huge level gap, it did not cause much damage. However, the Soul Eater was suddenly attacked and let out an angry cry. Hiss! Hiss! Its sound seemed to attract more Soul Eaters. More crawling sounds appeared in the passage ahead. Chaoxing's eyes narrowed. Quick fight. Quick decision. After hearing this, the recruited creatures all started the burst mode. Assam raised his sword and shouted, in the name of justice. Cut! Swish. Minus 337. Minus 358. Minus 395. Minus 433. After 4 swords, the Soul Eater's defense value dropped a lot. Hiss! The Soul Eater felt pain, and swung its 2 pairs of claws directly, and pounced on Assam. Crack! However, this attack only broke Assam's 2 layers of shields. For an Aurora shield like this, Assam has 1 more layer, and then there is another layer of Holy Light Blessing. Seeing this scene, Chaoxing laughed. Ha! Everyone has 4 layers of shields. I just want to ask if you are afraid. The next moment, the attacks of the crowd have come like a storm. Andrew's bare paw, Rennie's arrows, Hilda's blood poison spitting. At the same time, Sarah appeared silently in the darkness and slashed with a knife. Minus 274. Minus 573. Minus 331. Minus 154. Minus 2071. Minus 459. A wave of concentrated fire directly took away nearly 4,000 HP of the Soul Eater. Seeing those exaggerated damage numbers, Ji Shinua next to her exclaimed, wow! So awesome. These damages are numbers that she can't even dream of at this stage. At the same time, Ji Shinua was somewhat relieved. Luckily, she didn't rashly enter the underground palace. Otherwise, any Soul Eater could tear her to pieces. At the same time, Ji Shinua was even more thankful that she had contacted Chaoxing. During the battle, Ji Shinua suddenly said gratefully, thank you, Boss Chaoxing. Chaoxing was stunned, as if he didn't know why she thanked him. However, his attention was quickly attracted by the battle in front of him. The Soul Eater wanted to break through, but was surrounded by 3 big guys, Braun, Assam, and Andrew. Sarah suddenly appeared in the darkness and slashed again. Minus 3,754. An exaggerated damage number appeared, directly ending the life of the Soul Eater. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the Soul Eater LD26, gained 520 experience points. Combatants gained 260 experience points. It took them 10 seconds to kill a level 26 monster of the 3rd stage, showing their powerful explosive power. Chaoxing nodded. 1 monster gives more than 200 experience points, not bad. At the same time, as their battle ended, the Ascalonian undead woman was also released from the spiritual pressure. She asked in a low voice, outsiders, why did you break into our Ascalonian underground palace? Chaoxing said speechlessly, don't you understand the situation? Your palace was invaded by soul-eating monsters, and your companions were almost eaten by these monsters. Then your Lieutenant Carlhan asked me to come in and rescue you. After hearing this, the Ascalonian woman was immediately angry. These damn soul-eating monsters. The Duke will kill them all. Chaoxing spread his hands. Don't count on your Duke. He has been targeted by a soul-eating demon. And now he can't protect himself. Hearing this, the angry expression on the Ascalonian woman's face froze. And the spirit body that was bitten off was trembling slightly. Soul-devouring demon. It's actually this kind of monster. Oh my god, the Duke is in danger. No, all the Ascalon undead in the underground palace are in danger. The anger on her face gradually turned into panic and impatience. Chaoxing said speechlessly again, "Okay, calm down first, aren't we here?" Hearing this, the trembling soul of the female undead gradually calmed down, and then she looked at Chaoxing blankly. "We have accepted the commission of you undead, and will go to the 4 temples, rescue other Ascalon undead, and rescue the Duke of Paladin." The female undead was immediately excited after hearing this. "I can go with you." However, Chaoxing shook his head and said, "Why go with us? Will you be regarded as blood bags by the soul-devouring monster?" Chaoxing has already seen that. These undead are of no use in front of the soul-devouring monster, but will be regarded as a tool for blood recovery. The female undead was scolded by Chaoxing, and stood there at a loss. I. Chaoxing waved his hand. "Okay. You can't help much here. Go out and meet up with Carlhan and the others first. I remember that all of you undead have the ability to penetrate walls. Right? Go out from here, and then walk 200 meters forward. There is a secret room. Go directly into the secret room, and then enter the secret passage, and you can leave this underground palace." After Chaoxing finished speaking, the female undead nodded. Then, she bowed to Chaoxing, floated in the air, and left here quickly. A new system prompt appeared. Successfully rescued Ascalon Undead *1, the task progress has been updated. New task. Rescue lone Ascalon Undead, number rescued, 1. Tips. The more Ascalon Undead you rescue this time, you can ask Lieutenant Carlhan for more rewards. Seeing the system prompt, Chaoxing's eyes lit up. Oh! Rescue more undead and get extra rewards? That's good. Chaoxing nodded, and then looked into the coffin. He was somewhat relieved that before the female undead left, she did not take anything from the coffin. He walked forward silently, and collected all the black bags from the coffins. Obtain Ascalon's burial bags *3. 3 more burial bags. Chaoxing was delighted, and then he clicked to open it. Opened successfully. Obtained brass ancient coins *4. Obtained silver ancient coins *1. Obtained magic stones *8. Obtained rotten flax seeds *21. Obtained intermediate magic crystals *1. Obtained large gold nuggets 300G *2. Obtained mithril ingots *3. Obtained book Winter Flame. Huh? The things in these 3 bags seem to be more advanced? What are silver ancient coins and intermediate magic crystals? With curiosity, Chaoxing checked the properties of these 2 things. Silver ancient coin, an extremely ancient coin, now no longer in circulation on the continent, with a space magic mark on it. After collecting 100 silver ancient coins, you can exchange them for an ancient silver treasure chest, which can reveal intermediate ancient weapons, crafting blueprints, or other extinct items. Intermediate magic crystal, a magic crystal containing 500 units of energy, which can provide more energy for machinery or other equipment. Note: the energy reserve of ordinary magic stones is 100 units. Chaoxing's eyes showed a look of realization. So that's why, because ancient weapons are also divided into grades, and the treasure chests exchanged with silver weirdness, the ancient weapons and blueprints that are opened are also more advanced. As for the intermediate magic stone, it can be regarded as a large battery. I remember that in Merita's shop, a mid-level ancient weapon was sold for 500,000 kronor. If I can get one, I will make a lot of money. Chaoxing thought happily. Then, he came to the corpse of the Soul Eater. These monsters are indeed evil spirits. After death, they gradually turned into a ball of black gas and dissipated. And where it dissipated, there were a few materials left. Chaoxing collected them directly. Get sharp claws, green, *2. Get evil spirit dust, white, *1. Get intermediate spirit book *1. Before Chaoxing could check the properties of these things, 3 or 4 soul eaters appeared in the passage ahead. It seems that the noise of the battle just now attracted other soul eaters? After a glance, They all had similar attributes to the previous Soul Eater. All his men immediately went on alert. Chao Xing directly ordered, "Go. Kill them." The next moment, Assam, Braun, and Andrew rushed forward again. Hilda and Rennies began to launch long-range attacks, including Chao Xing. He was constantly condensing large ice spears, and the ice cone spell caused damage or freezing effects on these Soul Eaters. The two sides soon came into contact. Although the attacks of these Soul Eaters were very strong, Chao Xing's recruited creatures had stronger defense. They all had 3 layers of holy shields on their bodies. Crack! Crack! The shield shattered layer by layer. And their attacks also fell on the Soul Eaters, causing high damage one by one. -473. -254. -327. -2445. Hiss! Hiss! The Soul Eaters screamed in pain. Lu Muxue was holding a shield, guarding Chao Xing. Everyone had something to do, except Ji Xingyue, who stood there blankly. She asked tentatively, "Boss Chao Xing, do you need me to do anything?" Chao Xing smiled and said, "No. Just stay with Muxue beside me and protect me." Her level was too low, and if she fought against those soul-eating monsters, they would kill her with one claw. Lu Muxue also chuckled and said, "Sister Xingyue, just stand behind us." "Yeah." Ji Xingyue looked at the two gratefully. At this moment, Chao Xing's 6 generals fought against 4 Soul Eaters. The damage numbers floated up one by one. It took the Soul Eaters 5 seconds to break the 3 layers of holy shields on them. The price was that the Soul Eater's health was reduced to less than 80%. At the same time, Sarah in the darkness continued to swing the Shadow Blade, causing terrible damage. -2431. -2278. -3874. -2243. Chao Xing also condensed Ice Arrow Rain. In an instant, group attacks appeared one after another. In addition, Hilda's blood poison had already sprayed on the monsters. The Soul Eaters suffered various attacks in an instant, especially Hilda's blood poison, which caused them extremely terrible pain. Hiss! Hiss! The Soul Eaters seemed to know that the group of humans in front of them were not easy to mess with. They stood up at the same time, and actually wanted to use soul-dispersing Iron Claw on everyone. At this moment, Hilda directly let out a soul scream. Ah! The horrible scream echoed in the corridor, and everyone's eardrums felt a series of piercing pains. And the group of Soul Eaters were struck by lightning. All their attacking movements were interrupted, and their defense values were greatly reduced. Chao Xing praised as usual. "Zilda, you did a good job." Zilda said disdainfully, "TSK? Just a group of lowly creatures." And Braum held up a huge shield, and began to resist the attacks of the 2 Soul Eaters alone. After being attacked several times, a shocking cold air suddenly erupted from him. Puff! The temperature in this underground palace was originally -43°C, but it dropped to -47°C in an instant. What surprised Chao Xing was that the frost shield on Assam, Andrew and others also emitted a burst of cold air. Several bursts of cold air erupted at the same time, seemingly triggering some kind of chemical reaction. Everyone only felt a gust of cold wind blowing past, and the 4 soul-eating monsters were all frozen in place. They were truly frozen in place, and even a layer of frost appeared on the surface of their bodies. Chao Xing's eyes lit up. There is such an effect? He glanced at the status of the group of soul-eating monsters. Status: 3 layers of bleeding, 1 layer of natural mark, 10 layers of blood poison, 1 layer of deep freezing, remaining freezing time, 5 seconds. There is actually a 5-second control time. Chao Xing was very surprised. Such a long control time can determine the outcome of a battle. The next moment, he directly ordered, "Output with all your strength." Swish! Sarah also came out of the hidden state, and began to slash continuously. -2543. At the same time, Zilda was also spitting out venom. The blood poison layers on the 4 soul-eating monsters were stacking up crazily. The damage numbers on their heads almost started to refresh the screen. The blood volume was also pouring down like water. For such an immobile enemy, it was simply a living target. 5 seconds later, the soul-eating monsters were released from the deep freezing state, and their blood volume had been reduced to less than 10%. There was no suspense in the next battle. 10 seconds later, all 4 Soul Eaters fell. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye killed Soul Eater LV-27 and gained 540 experience points. Combatants gained 270 experience points. Your territory members. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. The 4 Soul Eaters provided him with more than 1,000 experience points, which was still very good. You know, even if you upgrade from level 11 to level 12, you only need 20,000 experience points. However, since this game does not have a team function, Ji Xinhua cannot share Chaoxing and his friends' experience points, unless she is like Xia Yanni and is incorporated into Chaoxing's territory. The method used by Fan Long and his team before is that a group of people besiege a monster and then beat it to a low health state so that Fan Long can enjoy the experience alone. At this moment, Braun, who was spewing out icy breath, laughed triumphantly. Ha ha! Have you tasted my power? I am a gentle snowflake to my friends, and an avalanche to my enemies. Chaoxing laughed. Braun, keep your voice down. Don't attract all those soul-eating monsters. Braun touched his head embarrassedly, and then whispered, I'm sorry. Lord, the power you gave me is really too magical. Braun is so excited. His icy bloodline combined with the Frust magic shield produced a hidden effect, so Braun was very excited. Chaoxing smiled, then came to the place where the soul-eating monsters died, and picked up the things that fell on the ground. Obtain sharp claws, green, *8. Obtain evil spirit dust, white, *15. Obtain medium-sized spirit book *1. Obtain medium-sized agility book *1. Now, he has time to check the properties of these 2 new materials. Sharp claws, green extremely sharp claws, which can be made into catapult claw devices or rope hook traps when handed over to professional blacksmiths. Note, the claws that contain the breath of the soul-eating demon will cause an additional 30% damage when attacking spirits. Evil spirit dust, white, it has a weak evil spirit breath and is an additive material for some alchemy. Note, some evil alchemists will buy a lot of evil spirit dust. Maybe you can take the opportunity to sell it at a high price. Chaoxing's eyes showed a sudden realization. These 2 things are still quite useful. Just this time, I plan to go to those villages to see if I can bring back a blacksmith. He nodded with satisfaction, and then put all these things into his backpack. Let's go. Keep moving forward. Braun responded first. Braun, attack! The bald man strode in front. Everyone followed him. They walked about 400 meters along the corridor. Soon, they came to the second room. The coffins here had all been opened, and there were dense claw marks on them. Obviously, the undead inside had all been eaten. Chaoxing didn't think much about it. Then he asked his men to start searching for the bag of relics inside the coffin. It took 2 minutes to search. Assam and others searched all the coffins in the room, then took the black bags in their hands and handed them to Chaoxing. Obtained Ascalon's burial bags *6. Another 6 bags. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. There should be a lot of good things in it. However, he did not open them immediately, but decided to wait until the task of this palace was completed, and then open them all at once. At that time, all the burial bags will be opened at once. That scene must be very cool. Chaoxing thought happily, and then led the team to continue forward. This corridor is very long, which also indirectly shows that the underground palace of Ascalon is really big. Continue to move forward for about 1 kilometer, during which time they experienced about 3 small-scale battles, killing a total of 16 soul eaters. And Chaoxing also harvested 8 bags of burial objects. And along the way, Chaoxing also opened 3 coffins, and rescued 3 additional Ascalon undead. They are now almost at the depth of the underground palace. Ji Xinhua walked, while looking at the map in her hand, pointing the direction for everyone. At this time, she gently reminded, turning a corner ahead, you will reach the location of the Shield Temple. Chaoxing nodded. The Shield Temple was the first place he wanted to go. Everyone slowed down their pace, and then approached carefully. At the end of the corridor, Chaoxing found a 2-meter wide, 3-meter high passage gate. Outside the passage, there was a dense crawling sound. Rustle! Rustle! Chaoxing made a gesture, and the team stopped again. Everyone stood in place, keeping silent. Chaoxing slowly approached the gate of the passage, wanting to see the scene inside. He found that behind the passage, there seemed to be a hall, and on the right side of the hall, there was a glowing stone door. Behind the stone door, there was the location of the Shield Temple. However, the scene in front of him made Chaoxing's pupils shrink. Chapter 128 Shield Temple, Chao Xing's tactical command. Outside the Shield Temple, it seems to have been occupied by a large number of Soul Eaters. The scene of dozens of Soul Eaters crawling outside the temple shocked Chao Xing. Oh my god! So many? Chao Xing was surprised, and felt a sense of pressure at the same time. In addition to those ordinary Soul Eaters, he even saw 1 or 2 Soul Eaters with red and yellow skin in the monster group. The way they walked upright, they looked more like the aliens in the movie. I took a look at the attributes of these monsters. Soul Eater Howler, LV25. Race, Soul Eater. Level, Elite Level 3. HP, 18940/18940. Attack Power, 1077 to 1112. Skills, Spiritual Pressure, Soul Claw, Soul Eater, same attributes as above. Soul Eater Howl, makes a harsh cry, makes all Soul Eaters around go berserk. Attack speed increases by 30%. Talent, Soul Eater Body. Soul Eater Stalker L. V27. Race, Soul Eater. Level, Elite Level 3. HP, 17680/17680. Attack Power, 1205 to 1244. Skills, Spiritual Pressure, Soul Scattering Claw, Soul Eater, same attributes as above. Stealth Claw, sneaks into the shadows, next time, causes 217% damage to the enemy, cooldown time 180 seconds. Talent, Soul Eater Body. Such a lot of HP. Chao Xing's pupils shrank. However, in addition to these 2 elite Soul Eaters, next to them, there is a giant Soul Eater with a body size of more than 5 meters long, with a pitch-black mouth open wide, as if it could swallow a person in one gulp. This is the strongest among these Soul Eaters. Soul Eater Ripper, LV28. Level, Level 3 Boss Level Creature. HP, 31240/31240. Attack Power, 1519 to 1540. Skills, Spiritual Pressure, Soul Scattering Claw, Soul Eater, same attributes as above. Devil Claw Sweep, the Ripper swings its claws horizontally, causing 2 stages of 157% damage to the enemy, and crippling it, cooling time 120 seconds. Evil Spirit Bite, the Ripper grabs the enemy, starts a crazy bite, causing multiple stages of damage to it, and restores its own HP, cooling time 500 seconds. Talent, Soul Eater Body. Terrible guy, Chao Xing commented. He did not let his men rush in immediately, but continued to observe the situation inside. At this moment, the Soul Eaters were attacking the gate relentlessly. However, they were bounced off by the blue energy shield on the gate every time. However, it seemed that because of the constant attacks of the Soul Eaters, the energy shield on the gate had become weaker and weaker. Chao Xing thought, this should be the high-level magic gate that the undead Karlhan said, which blocked these Soul Eaters outside. However, this gate seems to be unable to hold on. He glanced at the properties of the gate. Advanced Magic Gate. Armor, 500. Durability, 200,000. Shield Durability, 34032/100000. Recovers 1,000 durability points per second. Consumes 5 energy points. Remaining energy, 1032/50,000. Chao Xing nodded secretly. As expected, the gate is about to collapse. When the shield energy is exhausted, then you can attack the gate itself. After that, the group of soul-eating monsters can rush into the Shield Temple and start the buffet. At this time, the men also saw the scene inside. Braun lowered his voice and exclaimed, "Gods! There are so many monsters!" Hearing his voice, the other men also came over and saw the scene inside. They were shocked. Rennies was also surprised. There are so many Soul Eaters. For a moment, everyone felt a pressure in their hearts. Although they were very strong, there were too many third-level Soul Eaters here. In addition, there was a gap between the second and third levels. If they were besieged, even they would not be able to hold on. Chao Xing made a gesture, letting everyone retreat slowly. In the passage, everyone quickly gathered together. Then, all eyes turned to Chao Xing. Although Chao Xing was only a second-level mage, through the previous battles, his command ability had been recognized by everyone. Even Sarah also admired his command ability. These recruited creatures were waiting for Chao Xing to issue orders. Chao Xing was also thinking, seemingly thinking about tactics. At this time, he looked up at Sarah next to him, and asked, "Sarah, I'll leave those 2 elite Soul Eaters, and the leader to you, are you sure?" Sarah nodded. "My sharp blade will be driven by you, to cut off all thorns." She seemed very confident. Although Sarah was a newly promoted third-level leader, she was a few levels lower than these Soul Eaters. But her rich combat experience, and the series of buffs that Xiaoxing added to her, can be said to be terrifyingly strong in both survivability and attacking ability. Xiaoxing nodded and said, "Okay, that's it. Next, Sarah will launch the attack first, and then be responsible for leading the 3 Soul Eaters away and leaving the battlefield. And we have to attract the attention of other Soul Eaters, and let them all come to attack us. And Braum and Assam, you have to guard the gate together. Then all ranged units start to output at full strength. This is a very simple Carmen tactic. However, because the gate in front of them is very wide, it takes at least 2 powerful warriors to block it. And the most critical point of this tactic is that Sarah can successfully lead the 3 powerful Soul Eaters out of the battlefield. At the same time, Assam and Braun, who were in charge of blocking the door, had to block the attacks of the Soul Eater outside and never let the Soul Eater in. So, Xiaoxing took out the life secret medicine, small, from his backpack. Then he gave 5 bottles to Braun, Assam, Andrew, and Sarah. Xiaoxing said, "In a while, you 4 will bear most of the pressure, and you must follow my command." Assam responded first, "Follow the orders of the Lord. I believe that you will lead us to victory as before." Andrew on the side also popped out his claws. "You are a wise lord, and the power of nature will be driven by you." Xiaoxing nodded. "Then," he said directly, "now, let's start the action. Sarah, go." After Xiaoxing finished speaking, Sarah disappeared from the shadows. She entered stealth mode and went directly into the hall outside the passage. The group of Soul Eaters seemed to be completely unaware. Xiaoxing and his men waited silently. Everyone held their breath. After a few seconds, a blood mark suddenly appeared on the back of the leader-level monster, Soul Eater Ripper. A cold light passed silently. -3,754. The next moment, a terrifying damage number appeared. The Soul Eater Ripper was attacked, and immediately screamed to the sky. Hiss! The sharp cry made the entire group of Soul Eaters commotion. Boom! 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 The chaotic footsteps of the Soul Eaters seemed to be looking for the enemy who attacked them. However, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find it. In the Shadow Bloom state, even if Sarah attacked, she would not exit the stealth state. At this moment, a bloodstain also appeared on the bodies of the other 2 elite Soul Eaters. -2,314. -2,251. 2 terrifying damage numbers appeared. Hiss! Hiss! The elite Soul Eaters also roared in anger. The entire group of monsters began to riot more seriously. At the same time, after Sarah attacked 3 times, she exited the Shadow Bloom state and gradually revealed her figure. And the group of Soul Eaters also saw a shadow in the corner of the hall. The Soul Eaters' eyes suddenly turned red. Hiss! The next moment, all the Soul Eaters rushed towards Sarah like a group of crazy aliens. Boom! Boom! The scene of dozens of Soul Eaters rushing over was very shocking. And at this moment, Xiaoxing said, "Rinnies, Hilda, attack! Assam, rush into the monster group, attract the attention of all Soul Eaters." Xiaoxing finished speaking. Assam rushed out instantly with his long sword raised high, like a knight going to war. Rinnies and Hilda also attacked at the same time. At this moment, the group of Soul Eaters saw another figure rushing behind them, and their attention was immediately attracted to this side. Hiss! Hiss! Some of the Soul Eaters rushed towards Assam. Xiaoxing ordered from behind, "Assam, use the Sword of Justice." Assam did not hesitate at all after hearing this, and directly raised the knight's sword in his hand, and a sacred light condensed. "In the name of justice, kill!" Swish! -335. -347. -384. -594. -317. At least a dozen Soul Eaters were swept away by Assam's sword energy. However, after landing, the group of monsters rushed towards Assam with a more ferocious posture. Even the Soul Eaters chasing Sarah, some of them rushed over. Seeing this, Xiaoxing directly ordered, "Assam, come back." Rinnies, Hilda, continued to attack the Soul Eaters next to Sarah, and attract all the Soul Eaters. After receiving Xiaoxing's order, Rinnies instantly adjusted the angle of the arrow. Swish! -478. The first arrow had just been shot, and the second arrow was shot again. and Hilda also began to spit out blood poison. It fell on the group of soul-eating monsters, making a series of chi-chi sounds. The soul-eating monsters felt pain and let out a series of painful hisses. More and more soul-eating monsters rushed towards them. Chao Xing saw that some soul-eating monsters still rushed towards Sarah, and his eyes suddenly focused. Assam, turn around and cut out a frost wolf sword energy. Assam was running towards the passage at this time, and received Chao Xing's order. He stopped instantly, and then a frost breath condensed in his long sword. Shwa! A blue sword energy slashed vertically, and fell into the group of monsters on Sarah's side, causing dense damage numbers. However, Assam's sword completely attracted the attention of all the Soul Eaters, including 2 elites, a Soul Eater leader. All rushed towards the crowd. Seeing this scene, Ji Xinyua's heart tightened instantly, because this was different from Chao Xing's tactical arrangement. If they didn't lead those elites and leaders away, they would be under great pressure. Maybe their formation would be broken up, and then all the members would be torn to pieces by the Soul Eaters. However, Chao Xing didn't seem to panic. He gestured to Sarah. Sarah in the dark understood, and snapped her fingers. Snap! The next moment, 3 Soul Eaters were suddenly struck by lightning. Minus 3,754. Minus 2,314. Minus 2,251. 3 horrible damage appeared on their heads. This is Sarah's Shadow Bloom skill, which can record the damage of the previous attack, and then detonate to cause full damage. Quite terrifying. But unfortunately, this skill has a 5-minute cooldown. At this moment, the 3 Soul Eaters were severely damaged, and finally attracted the hatred of Sarah. They left the battlefield and rushed towards Sarah. Sarah was not afraid, and stood in place to the 3 Soul Eaters, and made provocative gestures. Chao Xing saw this scene, and felt relieved. Very good. The Soul Eaters were finally separated. Dozens of ordinary Soul Eaters rushed towards them. Chao Xing immediately gave an order. Braun, put up a shield. Assam, help Brown defend with all his strength. The next moment, 2 big guys blocked the gate of the passage tightly, and those Soul Eaters also rushed up frantically. Hiss! 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 They made a piercing hissing sound, and attacked Assam and Brown with their sharp claws. Crack! Crack! A series of shattering sounds were heard. The 3 layers of holy shields on the 2 were torn apart by a large number of Soul Eaters. Then, the special effect on Lu Mushua's shield, Knight's Blessing, was also defeated. The next moment, damage numbers appeared above their heads. Minus 214. Minus 204. Minus 193. Seeing this damage number, Chao Xing nodded secretly. Very good, this damage is still within the tolerable range. Although these 3rd-level Soul Eaters have an attack power of up to 500 to 600. But they have been greatly weakened by the armor and frost shield on Assam and Brown. In addition to the success of Carmen's tactics, there are only 4 to 6 Soul Eaters that can attack them at the same time. In this way, they can block those monsters outside the door. Seeing this scene, Lu Mushua and Ji Xinyua breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. At the same time, Ji Xinyua looked at Chao Xing's back and couldn't help but admire him. Although this man had so many powerful recruited creatures, he didn't rush up to confront the group of soul-eating monsters head-on. Instead, he chose to play steadily and use some simple but useful tactics. It's no wonder that such a person can develop so fast in this Doomsday world. Ji Xinyua thought so. At this moment, seeing the monsters being blocked, Chao Xing didn't need to say much. Zierda and Rennies had already launched the most fierce attacks. At the same time, Chao Xing began to summon 2 Frost Elves, and commanded, Andrew, be ready to replace Braum at any time. Mushu, refresh Braum's holy shield. Pay attention to their bleeding state, and cast purification and holy healing at any time. After the holy shield is destroyed, it takes 60 seconds to condense. At this time, Lu Mushua releases an Aurora holy shield again, and can directly refresh 3 layers of shields again. This is also a mechanism that Chao Xing accidentally discovered. Lu Mushua nodded, then raised her sword and added a new holy shield to Braum. Then, she noticed that Assam's health had dropped to 80%, and cast a holy healing spell. Without hesitation. Plus 374. Plus 75. The holy healing spell has a 30-second cooldown. While Chao Xing's ice healing spell can restore more than 2,000 health points in 30 seconds. In addition, Assam still has life secret elixir, small, which is equivalent to restoring at least 3,000 health points in 30 seconds. At the same time, Zierda's belly flipped, and a large number of blood spiders had been quickly hatched. Then, she licked her lips and said, "Go, my children, let them taste the blood spider clan." The blood spiders all rushed up, and then began to explode crazily. Not only that, Zierda also began to spray a large amount of blood poison, covering the entire entrance of the passage. The blood poison layers on the soul-eating monsters began to rise rapidly. After a while, it reached the upper limit of 10 layers. After the blood poison reaches 10 layers, they will have to bear 100% of Hilda's attack damage every second. Instantly, damage numbers appeared in large numbers. -331, -334, -346, -314. At the same time, after Braum suffered 6 times of damage, his ice bloodline erupted, combined with Frost Shield. In a moment, a terrifying cold air swept through. The 4 soul eaters attacking them at the door were all frozen into ice sculptures. Taking advantage of this opportunity, everyone started to attack continuously. Swish. Attack after attack. At the same time, Rennies focused her eyes, aimed at the eyes of one of the soul eaters, and shot a wind-chasing arrow. -747. A damage number that was almost 1,000 appeared. After the system was updated, hitting the vital points would cause additional damage, plus the critical hit effect. This was the highest damage she had ever dealt. The soul eater's health returned to 0, and its body, which had been frozen into an ice sculpture, shattered directly, and then turned into a pile of ice cubes scattered all over the ground. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye killed Soul Eater LD-27, gained experience points, 540. Combatants gained experience points, 270. Immediately afterwards, the health points of the other 3 frozen Soul Eaters also returned to 0 at the same time. 3 system prompts appeared. A white light appeared on Rennie's. Your territory member, Rennie's experience level has been upgraded, current level, 16. Chao Xing was delighted. Very good, Rennie's has also upgraded. The battle gradually became regular. A minute later, 7 Soul Eaters fell at the door again. Chao Xing also noticed that Braum's health had dropped to 50%. He was just an ordinary hero, and his health and armor were much worse than Assam's. Being able to resist so many Soul Eaters at more than 10 levels was already amazing. So, Chao Xing directly ordered Braum, "Retreat. Wait for the shield to recover. Andrew, take Braum's position." Braum obeyed the order and retreated directly. Andrew turned into a huge white bear and rushed forward, taking Braum's place. The Soul Eater that was about to rush over was blocked again. Andrew, who had been waiting for a long time, stood up like a mad bear, and then waved his huge bear paw wildly. Puff, puff, puff. The Soul Eaters were slapped away by the crazy Andrew. Roar! Andrew roared deafeningly. Chapter 129 Braum advances, indestructible. Roar! Andrew let out a terrifying roar, slowing down the attack of the Soul Eaters. Hilda, Rennie's and other ranged, various attacks continued to fall, moving so fast that afterimages appeared. Chao Xing was condensing various magics to output, while quickly observing the entire battlefield. 2 minutes later, 15 Soul Eaters at the door had fallen, and just after Chao Xing released a round of ice arrow rain, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain. Chao Xing realized his condition instantly. Is my mental power overdrawn? He did not panic, but quickly took out a drop of moon condensation flower dew from his backpack and swallowed it. The next moment, he only felt a cool feeling passing through his brain. The pain was instantly suppressed. Not bad. This thing works really well. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction and began to condense the second wave of spell attacks again. At the same time, after more than 2 minutes of defense, there were still more than 20 soul-eating monsters in the hall. He looked at the health of the 3 melee fighters. Their health was already a little unhealthy, fluctuating between 40% and 60%. If this goes on, their recovery speed will not be able to keep up with the speed of blood volume decline. After all, although Chao Xing's men have amazing survivability, you have to know that they are fighting across more than 10 levels, and there is a large class in between. If it were any other leader of the same level, even the leader, they would not be able to bear it at this time. Lu Muxue, who was standing aside, also saw the current situation in the team. She took a deep breath and then said solemnly, axing, I will go over too. Before Chao Xing could speak, Lu Muxue continued, axing, I think I can do it. I now have more than 3,000 blood points, more than 200 armors, and the holy shield on my body. I should be able to resist the Soul Eater for about 20 seconds. Although the time is not long, it can at least relieve the pressure on others. Lu Muxue finished in one breath. Chao Xing was stunned for a moment. Then a look of relief appeared in his eyes. After these days of fighting, Lu Muxue has also grown up, and knows how to analyze the data of both sides and judge the situation. Chao Xing nodded and said, Go ahead. Be careful. Yeah, Lu Muxue said excitedly. Then, she quickly raised her shield and rushed forward. Chao Xing looked at Brown, who had the lowest health, and ordered, Brown, retreat and recover. Brown obeyed the order without hesitation. A gap appeared in the area where he was. He saw the Soul Eater was about to rush out. At this moment, a beautiful figure, holding a shield, rushed forward. Bang! A heavy sound. The Soul Eater was smashed back by Lu Muxue's shield slam. At the same time, other Soul Eaters also launched attacks. Swish! The sharp claws passed by. But it did not cause any damage to Lu Muxue, because it was offset by the holy shield on her body. Swish! 2 more attacks appeared, directly destroying all the holy shields on Lu Muxue's body. Just when the Soul Eater's 4th claw was about to strike down, Lu Muxue saw the right moment and used the skill shield counter. Bang! Minus 115. A slight amount of damage was inflicted on Lu Muxue. The shield counter was successful. The Soul Eater's damage was greatly reduced. Chao Xing couldn't help but give Lu Muxue a thumbs up. Muxue. Awesome. This combat awareness is already very good. You know, according to the enemy's attack speed, the shield counter only has a reaction time of a few tenths of a second. Lu Muxue was able to react in such a short time, and successfully blocked the enemy's attack, which was really good. After receiving Chao Xing's praise, Lu Muxue also smiled. At the same time, she gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were no mistakes. Lu Muxue thought secretly. With her joining, the pressure on the defense at the door was greatly reduced. As for Ji Xinyue, although she also wanted to go up to help, but she was only a level 6 warrior, let alone fighting those soul-eating monsters. She could be torn to pieces on the spot with one claw. Another 3 minutes later, most of the soul devourers at the door had been killed. Only the last 5 or 6 ordinary soul devourers were still attacking everyone. During these 3 minutes, Andrew, Zirda, and Lu Muxue all had a white light on their bodies. System prompts kept appearing. Your territory member, Andrew's level has been upgraded, current level, level 17. Your territory member, Zirda's level has been upgraded, current level, level 11. Your territory subordinate lord, Lu Muxue's level has been upgraded, current level, level 11. Chao Xing was delighted. More than 40 Soul Eaters at the door provided them with tens of thousands of experience points, including his own level. He would soon reach level 12. At this time, Chao Xing glanced at the battle situation in the hall. At this moment, Sarah was fighting 3 level 3 Soul Eaters alone, and she was very comfortable. She also slashed them from time to time. Minus 2,531. Minus 3,374. Horrible damage numbers appeared one after another, and the health of these 3 Soul Eaters dropped a lot. At this moment, the health of one of the Soul Eaters, a stealth monster, was 17,000, and Sarah had suppressed it to less than 3,000. Seeing the right moment, Sarah threw out a hindering dagger. Poof! Minus 3,104. The Soul Eater Stalker's HP was reduced to 0, and it died on the spot. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance killed the Soul Eater Stalker LV-27, a 3rd level elite creature, gained experience points, 2160. Combatants gained experience points, 1080. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, the battlefields on both sides were almost stabilized. He gave the order directly, quick battle. Let's go to support Sarah. Hearing the order, everyone accelerated their attack again. 1 minute later, the last 5 Soul Eaters at the door were killed. Go help Sarah. As soon as the words fell, all the fighters rushed into the hall. The Soul Eater Ripper and Soul Eater Howler, who were being suppressed by Sarah, saw so many creatures rushing towards them, and they immediately felt a pressure. Before they were ready to fight back, Rennie's and Hilda's attacks fell. Sizzle! The blood poison fell on the Soul Eater, making a series of burning sounds again. At the same time, Hilda's belly swung, and a red spider web sprayed out, controlling one of the elite Soul Eaters. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing directly ordered, "Focus fire, kill that elite Soul Eater in seconds." And he condensed the big ice spear. Again, keeping an eye on the health of the Soul Eater, preparing to deliver the final blow. -478. -174. -155. -231. The damage numbers floated up one by one. Hiss. Hiss. The elite Soul Eater struggled hard, seemingly trying to tear up Hilda's spider web. However, even though the level difference between Hilda and the Soul Eater was huge, it could at least cause a second or two of control time. Chao Xing noticed that. When the Soul Eater's health was only a little bit left, the big ice spear fell directly. Puff! -143. The elite Soul Eater's health was reduced to 0. Successfully killed. Soul Eater Howler LV25, level 3 elite creature, killing a monster above the level, gaining experience points 2000 *200%, gaining experience points 4000. Combatant gains experience points 1000. Combatants do not share experience points for killing monsters above the level. A full 4000 experience points. A white light also rose from Chao Xing's body. Your level has been upgraded, current level, level 12. Attributes increased with this upgrade: Strength +4, Agility +3, Spirit +8, Constitution +5. Chao Xing nodded. Sure enough, after the second level, the attribute improvement gained with each upgrade is also greater than the first level. Now, there is only one Soul Eater boss left on the field. After being surrounded by everyone, there was no chance to struggle. 3 minutes later, the Soul Eater's health was reduced to 0. This time, Chao Xing did not get the head. Sarah slashed it with a knife, ending its life. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed Soul Eater Ripper LV28, a third-level boss creature, and gained experience points, 2,800. Combatants gained experience points, 1,400 points. Sarah Blade Dance's level has been upgraded, and the current level is 21. Sarah has also upgraded. Chao Xing's face showed joy again. At the same time, he felt that there were a lot of crawling sounds coming from the deep passage. Their battle seemed to attract the attention of many Soul Eaters. So, Chao Xing ordered, "Clean up the battlefield, everyone move quickly." After that, all the recruited creatures began to search around. And Chao Xing went to the place where the two elites and a leader Soul Eater died, and picked up all the things they dropped. Obtain the elite soul of the Soul Eater's Roarer *1. Obtain the elite soul of the Soul Eater Stalker *1. Obtain the Sharp Claw, blue, *4. Obtain the Evil Spirit Dust, white, *32. Obtain the Medium Strength Book *1. Obtain the Medium Agility Book *1. 2 elite Soul Eaters exploded with 2 souls, and a blue quality claw, which is still good. Chao Xing continued to come to the place where the leader Soul Eater died, and there were many items there. Chao Xing saw a bright soul, and a pair of large claws that were half a meter long, and could be used as weapons. Put them all away. Obtain the leader level soul of Soul Eater Ripper *1. Obtain large claws, purple, *2. Obtain Evil Spirit Dust, white, *34. Obtain large Book of Power *1. Boss level soul. And purple quality materials. Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly, and then he began to check the properties of these 3 souls. Elite Soul of Soul Eater Roarer, a powerful soul that can hear roars. Can be used on a common recruited creature of level 3 or below. It has a high probability of evolving into an elite creature. The success rate is 40% to 70%. Elite Soul of Soul Eater Stalker, a powerful soul that emits a shadowy aura. The attributes and success rate are the same as above. Boss Soul of Soul Eater Tear, a powerful soul with tearing power. Can be used on an elite creature of level 3 or below. It has a high probability of evolving into boss level creatures. The success rate is 35% to 60%. Seeing the attributes of these 3 souls, Chao Xing's eyes showed surprise. Good. The success rate is very high. At least one of the 3 souls can break through, or 2 or 3 can be broken through. Whether it is breaking through the elite, or the elite breaking through the boss, it is a huge improvement. These 3 souls can make my men's strength soar. Currently, Chao Xing has only one ordinary creature, Brawn, but there are 2 elite creatures, Andrew and Rennie's. so there were not enough leader-level souls. After thinking for a while, Chaoxing already had a candidate. Braun, Andrew, you come here. After receiving Chaoxing's order, the bald-headed Braun and Andrew came over. At this time, Chaoxing directly threw the elite soul of the soul-eating monster Howler to Braun. He also threw the leader soul of the tier to Andrew. Use it. I hope you can break through successfully and have stronger power. Excitement appeared in the eyes of the two. Braun said with gratitude, my mother always said that only those who are truly good to you will worry about whether you can eat and wear warm clothes outside. My lord, you are as good to me as my mother is to me. Chaoxing's mouth twitched. Why does this big bald guy always make strange metaphors? However, he still nodded. Andrew on the side also took the leader's soul in his hand and said devoutly, thank you for your gift. My lord, you are still as generous and kind as ever. However, the two of them slapped the soul into their bodies at the same time. System prompts appeared. Due to your gift, the loyalty of the territory member, Braun Iron Wall to you has been increased. Current loyalty is 85. Andrew's loyalty is full, so no relevant system prompts appeared. Both of them are in a state of transformation, and it is hard to say whether they can succeed. And Chaoxing began to check the properties of the other three new things. Sharp claws, blue claws with a tearing breath, harder and more valuable. Large claws, purple extremely hard and sharp large claws, can be made into some large equipment. Tips: give it to a professional blacksmith, maybe he will have other uses, and some nobles will be willing to buy this large claw. Chaoxing nodded. This pair of large claws is good, and can be sold for money like bear paws. He continued to check. Large book of strength. Can be used on a subject to increase his strength by 5 points. Chaoxing glanced at the books in his backpack. List of attribute books. Click to view. Not bad. Not bad. There are almost 100 books in total. I can use them to improve them. However, these attribute enhancing books, except for the Book of Chaos, which is randomly improved, the other books, still need to be assigned to the corresponding recruited creatures to achieve the best effect. At the same time, others had also cleaned up the battlefield. Reniz, Sarah, and Assam all came over and handed the things in their hands to Chaoxing. Chaoxing collected them all. Obtained Sharp Claw, green, * 97. Obtained Evil Spirit Dust, white, * 132. Obtained Medium Chaos Book * 4. Obtained Medium Magic Book * 3. Obtained Medium Strength Book * 1. Obtained Medium Constitution Book * 3. Obtained Ascalon's Funeral Bag * 7. Not bad. Not bad, another big harvest. Then, Chaoxing took out a lot of books from his backpack. First, all the books of chaos and books of agility were given to Sarah, and a small part was allocated to Reniz. Sarah was the first general under Chaoxing, so he was a little biased. When the two women took over, they felt that the number of attribute books in their hands was slightly different. Reniz looked at Chaoxing with resentment. Sarah, who was standing aside, was staring at Chaoxing with a fiery look in her eyes. At this time, Sarah came to Chaoxing's ear and whispered, "Tonight, I want more." After that, she happily held a pile of attribute books and ran to the side. Chaoxing shuddered all over when he thought of what happened last night and Sarah's beautiful figure. He felt as if a flame was burning in his heart. But he knew that now was not the time to think about these things, and he quickly suppressed all these emotions. Reniz looked at the intimate behavior of the two with a strange look in her eyes. Then Chaoxing called Assam over and distributed all the books of physique and strength to Assam. The other books of spirit were divided into half by Hilda. Then, Chaoxing said, use these books to improve your strength. The four looked at the books in their hands and nodded solemnly. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, used the small chaos book and randomly gained 1 point of strength attribute. Your territory member, Reniz Hawkeye, used the small chaos book and randomly increased 1 point of spirit attribute. Your territory member, Hilda Bloodkiss, used the medium spirit book and increased 3 points of spirit attribute. Your territory member, Assam, used the large strength book and increased 5 points of strength attribute. Your note: a single hero can use a small attribute book up to 50 times. A single hero can use a medium attribute book up to 20 times, and a large attribute book up to 10 times. After a series of system prompts, Chaoxing also saw the system notes at the back. Are there any usage limits? It seems that it is impossible to use all these attribute books on one hero. However, even if there is a usage limit, it will not have much impact. After all, there are still many books that a single hero can use. Chao Xing can feel that. The attributes of these recruited creatures are constantly increasing. These books can at least increase their single attributes by 2 or 3 levels. Moreover, good news is still coming. Your territory member, Brown Iron Wall, has successfully advanced to an elite creature. Basic attributes increased by 30%. Learn new skill. Indestructible. Indestructible. Brown puts up a shield, enters a fully defensive form. Armor increased by 20%. Movement speed increased by 20%. Another defensive skill. Chao Xing was delighted, and then checked Brahm's attributes. Ice Shield Guard, Brown Iron Wall. Level 12,534/30,000, second level elite creature. Detailed attributes, click to view. Seeing Brahm's health that was about to break through 4,000 and armor of more than 200, Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Okay, now I have another general. Druid's new form. Chapter 130 Metamorphosis. Druid's new form. Chao Xing was very satisfied with Brahm's attributes. Big Ball Braum also came over happily. Chao Xing praised. Braun, not bad. Braun held up his shield and smiled. With the glory of the Lord protecting me, Braun will definitely not fail. Chao Xing nodded. So far, his men, their strength has improved significantly. Now, just wait for the news from Andrew. Andrew had failed once before. This time, he couldn't fail again. Could he? After a few seconds, Andrew's aura gradually became stronger. In addition to his beast-like aura, he also had a wise temperament. Chao Xing also realized that he might have succeeded in breaking through. Sure enough, the system prompt appeared immediately. Your territory member, Andrew, successfully advanced to the leader-level creature. Basic attributes increased by 30%. And new skills learned. Owl Beast Form. Owl Beast Form. Andrew transformed into Owl Beast Form. Armor increased by 20%. Spirit increased by 30%. Additional skills mastered Starfire, Moonfire, Astral Communication. Owl Beast Form lasts for 120 seconds. And the cooling time is 5 minutes. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing's eyes showed strong joy. A new form has appeared. And it seems to be a spell form. Chao Xing couldn't wait to check the 3 new skills Andrew had acquired. Starfire. Concentrate the power of the starry sky. Smash a star. Cause 154% magic damage to a single enemy. And the cooling time is 4 seconds. Moonfire. Communicate with the power of the moon well. Drop a ball of fire. Cause 118% magic damage to enemies within the range. And the cooling time is 5 seconds. Starry Communication. Communicate with the power of the starry sky. And within 20 seconds, the casting speed is increased by 50%. And the cooling time of Starfire and Moonfire is reduced by 50%. And the cooling time is 180 seconds. After reading the skill introduction, Chao Xing's pupils suddenly shrank. Fuck. Such powerful skills. Obviously, both Starfire and Moonfire are very powerful. One is for single attack. The other is for group attack. And both have very short cooldowns. Plus Astral Communication can directly reduce the CD by 50%. So the 2 skills can be used almost without any gaps. And what's the most important thing? The most important thing is that Astral Communication is likely to be affected by Chao Xing's eternal power, talent, and become a permanent state. In other words, as long as he is in the form of an owl beast, Andrew can maintain Astral Communication. Throughout the whole process, he can directly transform into a bomber. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Good. Andrew's strength has also skyrocketed. And in this way, he can also switch between melee and ranged combat, which is quite versatile. Chao Xing checked Andrew's attributes. Icefield Druid, Andrew. Race, Druid. Level 1732/70,000, second order boss level creature. Detailed attributes, click to view. Very good. Over 5,000 HP, over 200 armor, really strong and capable. Chao Xing was very satisfied. Although this battle was very difficult, but at the same time, the gains were also great. All members have made significant improvements. Chao Xing was more confident about the next 3 temples. At this time, Rennies reported, Lord, the shield of the magic gate has been lifted. You can now insert the stone talisman and open the gate. Chao Xing nodded. Then he came to the gate and put the stone talisman into the groove. Creaky. The sound of the axle turning sounded. A system prompt appeared. The gate of the Shield Temple is opening. Boom! Under the gaze of everyone, the huge stone door in front of them slowly lifted up. Then, a wide hall appeared in front of them. Blue flags were planted on both sides of the hall, and the seal of the Kingdom of Ascalon was printed on them. There was also a human-shaped statue about 5 meters high in the middle. It held a huge shield in one hand, making a defensive posture. However, the statue had collapsed. In addition to these, the entire hall was scattered with dusty coffins. A quick look showed that there were at least 100 or 200 of them. Oh my god! So many? Are there all the undead of Ascalon? Chao Xing's eyes showed a slight surprise. But he thought, the more coffins there are, the more burial objects he can find. Although not every coffin has a bag of burial objects, but with so many, at least dozens of bags of burial objects can be found. Right? Thinking of this, Chao Xing gradually became excited. Fuck. I'm going to make a fortune now. Under Rennie's puzzled eyes, Chao Xing rushed up impatiently. Then he used the stone talisman to open all the seals on the coffins. Creaky. Creaky. The sound of the stone slabs pushing was endless. After a while, all the more than 100 coffins inside were opened. As Chao Xing expected, an Ascalonian undead appeared in each coffin. More than 100 undead gathered together, and the cold breath on their bodies caused the temperature of the entire Shield Temple to drop sharply. Chao Xing was wearing a wolfskin coat, and he was shivering with cold. Brown, who was shirtless, was shivering from the cold. He said with chattering teeth, "Gods, this is much colder than my hometown." Chao Xing looked at the temperature above his head. -67°C. Oh my god. It's almost -70°C. No wonder it's so cold. At this moment, an undead officer, who looked like Lieutenant Carlhan outside, was watching Chao Xing and others on the field. Then he drew his weapon and asked vigilantly, "Who are you? Why did you break into our Ascalon's underground palace and open our seal? Tell us your identities. Otherwise we will regard you as invaders and kill you without mercy." Other undead also drew their weapons and said in a cold voice, "Kill you without mercy." Looking at the actions of this group of undead ready to attack at any time, Chao Xing was speechless. Renus explained to them. As an Ascalonian, they naturally noticed Rennie's. This was the main reason why they did not attack Chao Xing and others immediately. Rennie spoke slowly, and then explained to them what happened in the underground palace and their purpose. As Rennie's explained, these undead gradually understood the cause and effect. They looked at Chao Xing with strange expressions on their faces. They originally thought that this was an invader. Now it seems that he came to save them. The undead officer floated over and said, "I am the captain of the Ascalon Guard, Farah Cabo. On behalf of all the Ascalon undead, I thank you for your help." After that, the entire Shield Temple, more than 100 undead, all bowed to Chao Xing. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's lips. Although these undead are not easy to talk to, at least they are clear about gratitude and resentment. They express gratitude to those who have done them a favor, and kill invaders without hesitation. Chao Xing nodded. Then Sarah has told you the basic situation. We don't have much time. Without further delay, you should leave here as soon as possible and go outside to meet up with Carlhan. Hearing Chao Xing's concerned tone, the eyes of the group of Ascalon undead showed a look of emotion, including the captain of the guard. They saluted Chao Xing again. However, in fact, Chao Xing wanted to urge the undead to leave here quickly. Otherwise, if the undead remembered that there were their burial objects in the coffin, and took them all away, he would lose a lot. The undead officer said in a deep voice, "Then, we will leave first. Good luck to this human friend. May the glory of the sinking shine on you." After that, he led the undead army, quickly passed through the wall, and left here. The system prompt appears. The mission progress has been updated. Go to the 4 major temples. The Shield Temple mission has been completed. Current progress, 1/4. Chao Xing nodded secretly, then said to his men, "Search, collect all the relics of the deceased." Assam and others obeyed the order, and began to carefully search the more than 100 coffins, and the corners of the entire temple. And Chao Xing went straight to the collapsed statue, because he vaguely saw a white shadow next to the statue. Looking closer, a silver-white treasure chest, also covered with thick dust, appeared on the ruins. Chao Xing was delighted. Sure enough, there is a treasure chest hidden here, and it is a silver treasure chest. The system prompt appeared. Found and unlocked silver treasure chest *1. Do you want to open it? Yes. Opened successfully. Obtained the construction blueprint of the magic water storage device *1. Obtained the mercenary light armor, blue, *1. Obtained the intermediate element crystal *3. Obtained the medical kit *2. Obtained the small resource pack *5. Oh! A light armor? Xiaoxing looked at the properties. Mercenary light armor, blue, LV10. Quality, excellent. Armor, 31 to 37. Attached special effect 1. Agility plus 5, Constitution plus 5. Attached special effect 2. Lightly equipped, increases attack speed by 10% when attacking. There is a 50% chance to increase attack speed by an additional 20%. The effect lasts for 60 seconds. Attached special effect 3. Mercenary code. When attacked, there is a 30% chance to reduce the damage of this attack by 20% and increase the attack power by 5%. The effect lasts for 60 seconds. As a blue suit, the attributes are okay. Xiaoxing threw it directly to Lu Muxue, who happened to be wearing green plate armor. Lu Muxue took it and then looked at Xiaoxing. Smiling, without saying anything, she put on the equipment. Instantly, her proud chest was highlighted. In addition, Lu Muxue was wearing a wolfskin coat, which made her look elegant and luxurious. At the same time, Assam and others had already searched all the coffins in the temple. Then they handed over all the funerary objects they had collected to Xiaoxing. Obtained, Ascalon Funerary Object Bag *34. Obtained, Ascalon Captain's Funerary Object Bag *3. Woohoo! More than 30 bags at once! Xiaoxing was surprised. According to the calculation that one bag can open 2 to 3 ancient brass coins. The bag I have in my hand can open at least 1 or 200 ancient brass coins. That is to say, I can directly exchange for 2 ancient treasure chests. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing couldn't help but get more excited. Then, he led the recruited creatures and walked straight out of the Shield Temple. Xiaoxing ordered, "Let's go." The next location, the Holy Sword Temple. After returning to the hall outside the Shield Temple, several passage entrances appeared in front of Xiaoxing and others again. Ji Xinyu also quickly took out the map and began to study the route to the Holy Sword Temple. She whispered, "Boss Xiaoxing, this time we will take the passage on the right." Xiaoxing nodded. Brown, who had become an elite creature, was very excited at this moment, and rushed up with his shield raised. After the strength of all members was improved, Xiaoxing also felt more confident. Soon, they entered a corridor again. Xiaoxing vaguely saw that there seemed to be several unopened coffins in front of him. Before he could go over to open the coffins, 6 or 7 soul-eating monsters appeared. After seeing the humans in the passage, they rushed over immediately. Xiaoxing raised his hand and ordered, "Go. Fight head-on." They were just a few ordinary soul-eating monsters, and there was no need to use any tactics. Braum opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, and smiled. "My mother always said that one's step should be as steady as an iceberg, and one's attack should be as fierce as throwing an iceberg. Now, Braum, attack!" Boom! The big man raised his shield and rushed over fiercely. The huge impact force actually knocked the 3 soul eaters several meters away. Hiss! Hiss! The soul eaters were extremely angry, and all of them waved their claws, attacking Braum frantically. Crack! Crack! After the 3 layers of holy shield were broken, the soul eaters' claws fell on Braum's shield. -174. -185. -193. After Braum advanced, his defense was improved again. He blew his big beard and said proudly, "Aha! Didn't expect it? I have double protection." However, before he could be arrogant for long, a soul eater suddenly rushed over, and the huge force directly knocked Braum away. God! These soul eaters are so powerful. Seeing that Braum was about to be besieged by 5 other soul eaters, a strong sense of crisis enveloped Braum's heart. At this moment, the big bald head shouted, "Lord, save me!" Xiaoxing was speechless. Braum had just broken through to the elite level, and he seemed invincible. "Hilda, save him." "TSK, a big bald guy who looks good but is useless." Hilda also sneered, but she still quickly sprayed out a spider web. Puff! A soul eater that was about to pounce on Braum was immediately controlled by the spider web. Xiaoxing ordered, "Others, come on too." The next moment, Assam had already rushed out with a long sword raised, and Andrew directly entered the form of an owl beast. His body gradually grew taller, from nearly 2 meters to 2.5 meters. At the same time, thick feathers grew all over his body, and his facial features also changed towards birds. Not only that, a pair of nearly 1/2 meter long antlers grew on his head. Your territory member, Andrew, uses the skill Owl Beast form, and under the influence of the talent Eternal Power, this skill has become a permanent state. Note, status skills, after being blessed by the Eternal Power, can be exited and entered at any time, and there is no subsequent cooldown time. The next moment, Andrew slowly raised his hands, and then whispered, "The power of the starry sky. Starfire." The words fell. In this dim underground palace, there were bursts of starlight, and a meteor appeared above his head. Then, this meteor suddenly appeared above the Soul Eater's head, and then suddenly fell down. Bang! -674. A damage number appeared, and the Soul Eater's health dropped instantly. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing was delighted. This damage is really high. Although Starfire is a single target spell, its cooldown time is only 4 seconds, and it can be greatly reduced by star communication. Chao Xing shouted. Andrew, try using the Star Realm communication. Even the Owl Beast form can be blessed by the Eternal Power. So Chao Xing couldn't wait to verify whether Andrew's Astral Realm communication could be blessed by the Eternal Power. Andrew nodded, and then chanted, "The vast and great Star Realm, I pray devoutly here to build a bridge of communication with you." The next moment, the Owl Beast's feathers on Andrew's body moved without wind. It was as if a powerful force was blessing him. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Andrew, casts Star Realm communication, and is blessed by the talent Eternal Power, and this skill has become permanent. Chao Xing was immediately delighted. It really works. Great, this way, Andrew can use Star Realm communication infinitely. At this moment, Andrew also realized that his temporary channel for communicating with the vast Star Realm was blessed by a powerful force and became permanent. He raised his hand and said with admiration, "It can even affect the mysterious Star Realm. The power of the Lord is really great and boundless." At the same time, Andrew felt endless power pouring into his body, and his casting speed increased dramatically. Lift your hand, the power of the starry sky is surging. Starfire. Suddenly smashed. Alas! -654. The starlight is bright, splash a damage number. Haven't waited for the starlight to disappear, immediately after a round of bending moon appeared above its head. Boom! A group of flames fell. -443. -473. -412. -421. The burning damage appears. Haven't waited for this group of goblins to respond. Andrew raised his hand. It was another starfire. Bang! Boom! Starfire and Moonfire fell almost without a break, and continued to bombard. At this moment, the battlefield was completely covered by starlight and flames, and the health of the 6 soul-eating monsters dropped rapidly. This battle seemed to be Andrew's personal show. Chao Xing was pleasantly surprised. Too fierce. This interstellar communication directly made Andrew complete a qualitative change, and his output capacity is comparable to that of the leader-level creatures of the same level. Lu Muxua and Ji Xinhua also looked at Andrew, who had turned into an owl beast, with surprise. Moreover, not only Andrew's strength soared, but the strength of other members also ushered in a significant improvement. Swish! An arrow shot out. Renice and Sarah attacked at the same time. -2,483. -677. Their damage, both have been significantly improved. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. He also started to condense Ice Arrow Rain. And at this moment, a ding sound suddenly appeared in his ear. This spell successfully triggered the equipment special effect, Snow Mountain Shadow. Chao Xing was happy. It actually triggered the Snow Mountain Shadow special effect. The Ice Arrow Rain changed from 1 to 2, and the dense ice arrows suddenly fell like a rainstorm. 2 minutes later, the battle was over. These 6 soul-eating monsters once again contributed a lot of experience to everyone. Compared with the previous battle, this time it was very easy. Chao Xing also picked up all the materials dropped from them. Obtain Sharp Claw, green, *12. Obtain Evil Spirit Dust, white, *17. Obtain Intermediate Magic Book *2. Obtain Intermediate Chaos Book *1. Then, Chao Xing came to the coffins again and unsealed them. 4 Ascalon undead came out. As soon as they came out, they also looked at Chao Xing with hostile eyes. and Rennies stepped forward to explain to them skillfully. After hearing this, the 4 Ascalon undead were silent for a moment, bowed to everyone, and then left the underground palace. Successfully rescued Ascalon undead *4, the task progress has been updated. Rescue the lone Ascalon undead, rescued, 16. Oh! You have rescued an additional 16 undead? I wonder, what extra reward will Carlhan give me? Chaoxing thought with expectation. Then, he searched for 3 more bags of burial objects in these coffins. He nodded with satisfaction. Chaoxing led the team and headed straight to the second temple, the area where the Holy Sword Temple was located. Along the way, they experienced 3 more battles. They finally arrived at the target area. When Chaoxing saw the scene of the Holy Sword Temple, his heart sank immediately. Because the advanced magic gate that blocked the invasion of the Soul Eater had been breached. A gap as wide as 2 or 3 meters appeared, and a large number of Soul Eaters had entered the temple. Chaoxing was shocked instantly. It's bad, the Ascalon undead inside won't have been eaten up. Then I can't complete my mission. Thinking of this, he quickly ordered, "Let's go and take a look." Chapter 131. Break through the 4 major temples. Let's go and have a look. Following Chaoxing's order, the team rushed over. And outside the gate, Chaoxing saw the Holy Sword Temple. At this time, which was in chaos, a large number of Soul Eaters were attacking the coffins frantically. Drag the undead inside out by force, and then start the buffet mode. The screams of the undead continued to ring. Ah! It's the damn Soul Eater! Oh my god, how did this group of evil creatures get in? Where's the captain? My Lord Duke. Save us! Don't bite my body! It hurts! It hurts! Listening to the painful screams of the undead, Rennies' eyes showed anger. Her hand holding the bowstring trembled slightly, as if she could no longer restrain herself from attacking the group of soul-eating monsters. However, without Chaoxing's order, she did not dare to act rashly. Chaoxing, on the other hand, was quickly observing the situation on the field. The attention of the group of soul-eating monsters was all attracted by the coffin. The undead were a rare delicacy for them, so they did not notice Chaoxing and others at the door. After observing for a while, Chaoxing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, only a small part of the coffin was opened, and most of the coffins were not opened. It seems that Ascalon's ban is still quite powerful. If I can rescue the remaining undead, it should be considered that I have completed my mission. Right? Thinking of this, Chaoxing quickly glanced at the strength of the group of soul-eating monsters. Similar to the Soul Eaters in the Shield Temple, there are a large number of level 3 common monsters, several level 3 elites, and a boss. However, there is one more elite monster. Chaoxing did not rush forward recklessly, and was still prepared to use the previous tactics. Rennies, Hilda, attack the Soul Eaters and lead them to the passage. Sarah, choose the right time and attract the attention of the elites and bosses. After receiving the order, Rennies, who was ready to go, shot an arrow immediately. Swish. -683. This arrow hit the back of one of the Soul Eaters. However, the Soul Eater and its companions were madly gnawing at the body of an Ascalonian undead. Hiss. After being attacked, the Soul Eater secretly glanced at Rennies. However, what surprised Chaoxing was that the Soul Eater actually ignored Rennies' attack and started gnawing again. Seeing this scene, Rennies was immediately furious, and her plump chest was constantly rising and falling. Damn Soul Eaters! Rennies pulled the bowstring again and shot arrows continuously. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, as Hilda hatched a group of blood spiders, they rushed over and exploded crazily. The Soul Eaters were stained with blood poison, and the horrible burning sensation seemed to penetrate the bone marrow. The hatred of some Soul Eaters was finally attracted by them. Boom! Boom! A large number of Soul Eaters rushed towards them. Chaoxing hurriedly ordered, "Retreat, retreat to the passage." The team retreated quickly. Then, Braun and Assam blocked the entrance of the passage tightly. But what surprised Chaoxing was that the Soul Eaters that rushed over this time were only a part of them, about 20 or so. The elites and leaders did not come over, they were busy eating. And this also greatly reduced the pressure on Assam and Braun. Even Sarah could follow and attack in secret. Swish. -4173. At the same time, Andrew also switched to the white bear form, blocking the impact of the Soul Eaters while attacking. This battle, for everyone, is not stressful. In less than 2 minutes, the Soul Eaters began to fall. Your territory member, Assam, killed the Soul Eater LV-26, gained experience points, 520. Combatants gained experience points, 260. Your territory member, Brown, killed the Soul Eater LV-25, gained experience points, 500. Combatants gained experience points, 250. The killing information began to fill the screen. 6 minutes later, the battle here ended. More than 20 Soul Eaters were killed by them. Although their battle was fierce, they still did not attract other Soul Eaters. Chao Xing was happy. These Soul Eaters are too serious about eating. Of course, he couldn't delay too long. Otherwise the mission would fail when the undead inside were eaten. He quickly ordered, Renez, Hilda, let another batch over. The two women obeyed the order, quickly walked out of the passage, and attacked the Soul Eaters in the temple. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows were shot one after another. The two women attracted more than 20 Soul Eaters again. This time, there were 2 elite Soul Eaters, and they rushed towards the crowd with great momentum. However, with Sarah's move, the 2 elite Soul Eaters were quickly led away. Braun and Assam were like 2 door gods, blocking all the Soul Eaters outside. With Andrew and Lu Mushua beside them as replacements, they had no pressure at all. Chao Xing said happily, this kind of battle is so easy. After another 7 minutes, the battle here was over. On Sarah's side, she had also killed 2 elite Soul Eaters alone. The experience points of more than 20 Soul Eaters plus 2 elite Soul Eaters allowed Assam to reach level 14. At this moment, there were still more than 20 Soul Eaters in the temple, plus a leader and an elite. Chao Xing still did not rush up directly, but continued to use the Carmen tactics. The Soul Eaters inside seemed to have discovered that the number of their companions was decreasing significantly. Hiss! The Soul Eater leader with yellow skin opened his mouth and screamed, waking up all the Soul Eaters. They all abandoned the coffins in front of them, moved their strong hind legs, and rushed towards Chao Xing and the others. Dong dong dong. The dense footsteps sounded. Seeing the scene, there was no need for Chao Xing to say anything. Sarah had already appeared silently behind the leader. Hindering dagger. She threw it directly. Poof! Minus 2,814. This leader-level soul-eating monster felt pain, and looked at the culprit in the corner, with a fierce look in his eyes. Then he limped towards Sarah. Seeing that Sarah was still trying to attract the hatred of another elite Soul Eater, Chao Xing said directly, Sarah, you just need to deal with this leader, and leave the rest to us. Now, their overall strength has increased dramatically, and even if they add a 3rd level elite, it will not be a problem. After receiving Chao Xing's order, Sarah nodded, and then rushed directly towards the leader Soul Eater. At the same time, a large number of Soul Eaters, including an elite creature, rushed towards them. Braun, be careful. There is a big guy inside this time, Chao Xing reminded. Braun turned his head and smiled. Don't worry, Lord. No one can break through Braum's defense. As soon as he finished speaking, the Soul Eater had already pounced on him and launched a claw attack. Hiss! Braum entered the indestructible state, holding the shield with both hands, like an unshakable wall. Bang bang. Minus 137. Minus 129. Minus 184. A series of violent noises. Braum stood firm in place, without retreating a single step. At the same time, Andrew entered the owl beast form. Again, a burning breath appeared in his palms. Well of the Moon Goddess, grant me strength. Moonfire. A ball of fire suddenly exploded. Minus 637. Minus 544. Minus 582. A damage number soared. Then, Andrew began to chant Starfire. Bang! Starlight exploded, and another damage number splashed. These two skills were used alternately. Bang! Pop! Starfire and Moonfire exploded in succession, and Andrew's output ability was directly off the charts. In addition, Hilda's blood poison had also covered all areas of the door. All the Soul Eaters that were infected had to bear 100% of Hilda's attack damage every second. The damage numbers above their heads began to swipe the screen. 5 minutes later, before Chao Xing finished the battle, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the Soul Eater Peak Breaker LV-27, a 3rd level boss creature, and gained experience points, 2,700. Combatants gained experience points, 1350. Chao Xing was stunned. And smiled. I didn't expect that Sarah would end the battle first. But after thinking about it, it was normal. After all, Sarah is a level 3 leader, and she suppressed the opponent in terms of level. Even if there is a level difference, with her powerful buff, she is enough to crush the leader-level Soul Eater. As Sarah resolved the battle, she quickly came to Chao Xing and joined the battle. Shwa shwa. A few slashes, horrible damage appeared. 3 minutes later, the last elite Soul Eater fell. And a white light appeared on Renese's body. She also reached level 16. At this point, all the soul-eating monsters in the Holy Sword Temple area have been killed by them. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. And then ordered, everyone, clean up the battlefield. Renese, come with me. After that, Chao Xing took Renese and went straight to the temple. He was going to open the coffins of other Ascalon undead. There were still some seriously injured Ascalon undead in the temple. They seemed to know that it was Chao Xing and others who saved them. In addition, Renese calmed the emotions of these Ascalon undead, so the hostile situation in the past did not occur. Chao Xing, on the other hand, quickly unsealed the coffins one by one. A large number of Ascalonian undead emerged, looking at the mess in the temple and the destroyed gate with puzzled faces. At this time, Renese came over as usual to explain to them. After receiving the affirmation of the injured and dead souls, these new undead also believed Renese's words. All the Ascalonian undead saluted Chao Xing and others, and quickly left the temple. System prompt has appeared. The mission progress has been updated. Go to the 4 great temples, Shield Temple, Holy Sword Temple mission completed, current progress, February 4th. Chao Xing nodded. It has been almost an hour since entering the underground palace. If nothing goes wrong, the mission of this underground palace should be completed within 2 hours. Looked at the countdown above his head. Due to nightfall, 6 hours and 42 minutes. Chao Xing nodded. The remaining time is enough for me to open up this underground palace, and then go and flatten Fan Long's camp. At the same time, after cleaning up the battlefield outside, the others began to skillfully search the temple for the bags of burial objects in the coffins. Chao Xing himself went straight to the center of the temple, next to the statue holding the holy sword. At the foot of the statue, Chao Xing saw a silver object. Sure enough, there is also a silver treasure chest here. Chao Xing was delighted, and directly clicked to open it. Opened the silver treasure chest successfully. Obtained magic pattern python water boots, purple, *1. Obtained multi-shot skill book, blue, *1. Obtained medium life book *2. Obtained medium resource pack *1. Obtained intermediate element crystal *1. Huh? I actually got purple equipment. You know, although there is a chance of getting purple equipment in a silver treasure chest, the probability is very low, almost less than 10%. So his luck was pretty good this time. Then, he checked the equipment attributes. Magic pattern python water boots LV10 purple. Quality, rare. Armor, 5 to 7. Additional special effect 1. Agility plus 5, spirit plus 5. Additional special effect 2. Nimble steps, running speed increased by 20%. Additional special effect 3. Python assault, at the moment of attacking, there is a 50% chance of increasing agility by 20 points. Equipment introduction. I didn't mean to steal your equipment, I mean. Your shoes are very beautiful, Admiral Corinda Dima. Obviously, this pair of boots has good attributes. Running speed increased by 20%, with Queen's Will. And Queen's Aura, his movement speed increased by almost 100%. Chao Xing put it on directly. Instantly, there was a cold feeling on the soles of his feet. It's a bit cold. Chao Xing took a breath of cold air. This kind of leather boots certainly cannot keep as much warmth as snow boots. But it doesn't matter, Chao Xing can wear 2 pairs of shoes at the same time. Putting the snow boots on the outside of the magic python pattern water boots. Can keep warm, and enjoy the defense of the water boots. Of course, this only adds the bonus effect of 1 piece of equipment. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, his men also cleaned up the battlefield. They came to Chao Xing one after another, and handed him the things in their hands. Chao Xing collected them all, and the system prompt appeared. Obtained, Ascalon Undead Burial Bag *37. Obtained, Ascalon Undead Captain Burial Bag *2. Obtained, Ascalon Undead Lieutenant Burial Bag *1. Chao Xing was delighted. Oh! There is also a burial bag of the Undead Lieutenant. This thing should be able to open more advanced things. Right? This made him look forward to it even more. Then, there are the items dropped by the Soul Eaters. Obtain. Soul Eater Breeders Elite Soul *1. Obtain. Soul Eater Peak Breakers Leader Soul *1. Obtain. Large Hook, Purple, *2. Obtain. Sharp Hook, Blue, *8. Obtain. Sharp Hook, Green, *93. Obtain. Wraith Dust *154. Obtain. Intermediate Book of Life *2. Obtain. Medium Book of Strength *3. Obtain. Medium Book of Chaos *4. Obtain. Medium Book of Agility *2. Another large wave of materials has been added. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. However, this time, only one elite soul burst out of the 3 soul-eating monster elites. So, Chaoxing called Rennie's over, and then threw the leader's soul to her. Rennie's, use it, I hope you can break through smoothly. Rennie's took the soul in her hand, and a complex look appeared in her eyes. Then, she clenched her right fist, placed it on her chest, and bowed deeply to Chaoxing. Thank you for the training of the Lord, you have helped me find new glory. Rennie's Hawkeye, I swear to follow you forever. She swore solemnly, and a system prompt appeared. Due to your generous gift, the favorability of your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye has been improved, current loyalty, 100. Loyalty has reached the maximum value, you can now give her any order. Chaoxing was delighted. Very good, Rennie's loyalty is also full. In this way, I have a 4 subordinate with a full favorability of 100. At this time, Chaoxing looked at Rennie's. Her bending action revealed the deep ravine and the snow-white area under the leather armor. I was full of admiration in my heart. This woman is like Sarah. She looks small when she is wearing clothes, but I didn't expect her to be so attractive. Chaoxing coughed twice, then looked at Rennie's and said, no need to be polite, then use it now. Rennie's nodded, then without hesitation, slapped the soul into her body. Everyone was waiting silently on the side, and they were also looking forward to it. However, after about a minute, the gradually rising breath on Rennie's body stopped abruptly, as if it was stuck halfway, and then quickly dissipated. This situation shows that Rennie's failed to break through this time. She looked frustrated, and then knelt on one knee in front of Chaoxing. Lord, I failed. I failed your expectations. Please punish me. No matter what the punishment is, Rennie's is willing to accept it. Looking at this heroic woman, kneeling on the ground with a face full of self-blame, Chaoxing walked forward, and then held her shoulders. When she felt Chaoxing's palm touch her body, Rennie's shoulders trembled. As a fighter who has been fighting on the front line, Rennie's has never had such contact with the opposite sex. She would even instinctively reject such contact. However, for some reason, when Chaoxing grabbed her arm this time, she not only did not reject it, but felt her heartbeat speed up. Boom, boom, boom. Rennie's blushed to the back of her ears, and could even hear her heavy heartbeat. At this time, Chaoxing's words brought her thoughts back. Rennie's, are you listening? Rennie's suddenly woke up, and hurriedly said, Oh, I'm sorry. Lord, I was distracted. Chaoxing looked at the red-faced woman in front of him strangely, and continued to comfort her. I mean, it doesn't matter if you fail to break through once. Anyway, we still have to go to other temples later, and we should encounter other boss-level creatures, and we will find new souls at that time. Don't worry, I will definitely help you break through. Don't be discouraged. Listening to Chaoxing's comforting words, Rennie's felt a warm current in her heart. For a woman like her who only knows how to deal with the bow and arrow in her hand, this is an experience she has never had before. She couldn't help but look at Chaoxing's face, and was a little dazed. Chaoxing noticed that in Rennie's eyes, there seemed to be the same look that Sarah had when she looked at him. At this moment, Chaoxing seemed to realize something. Ahem. He coughed twice in a hurry, and then ordered, let's go. Continue to the next target. The Torch Temple. Rennie's also woke up suddenly, and quickly resumed her usual fighting posture. For them, Rennie's failure was just a small episode. The team continued to move forward. It took about 10 minutes for them to successfully reach the location of the Torch Temple. The situation here was similar to that of the Holy Sword Temple. The Advanced Magic Gate had been opened, and most of the coffins inside had been forcibly opened by the Soul Devourer. Fortunately, Chaoxing still had dozens of coffins left unopened. Everyone followed suit. They drew out waves of Soul Devourers inside. It took about half an hour, kill all the monsters here. Then, Chao-Shing walked over as usual, unlocked the seal of all coffins. The undead inside is also under the explanation of Renin. Understand what happened in the underground palace. After expressing thanks to Chao-Shing, they leave the Torch Temple. The system prompts to appear again. The task progress has been updated. Go to the 4 temples, Shield Temple, Holy Sword Temple, Torch Temple. The task has been completed. Current progress, March 4th. Mowing. Chao-Shing nodded. Very good. Last temple, you can complete the task of the 4 major temples. Then, just go to the Cathedral of Kasha, look at the legendary demon, how powerful is it? At the same time, other men will also have all kinds of loot and funeral bags. Give it to Chao-Shing. Chao-Shing once again harvested a total of more than 30 bags of burial objects, and the souls of 2 soul eaters. One of them was the elite soul of the soul eater Burrower, and the other was the boss level soul of the soul eater Hulk. Chao-Shing continued to give the boss level souls to Rennies, and secretly said in his heart, I don't believe it, with a success rate of more than 35%, plus I have the attribute of luck plus 10, how can I fail continuously? Rennies took it solemnly, and then directly slapped it into her body. It takes a certain amount of time for an elite to transform into a boss. As usual, Chao-Shing came to the statue in the center of the temple, and saw another silver treasure chest. He clicked to open it directly. Opened the silver treasure chest successfully. Obtained, Intermediate Wall Construction Blueprint. Obtained, Guardian Great Sword, Purple, *1. Obtained, Ice Armor Skill Book *1. Obtained, Medium Resource Pack *1. Obtained, Intermediate Element Crystal *2. Huh? Another purple equipment. It seems that my luck value plus 10 is not in vain. Chao-Shing laughed, and then took a look at the attributes of this Guardian Sword. Guardian Great Sword LV10, Purple. Quality, Rare. Attack Power, 68 to 75. Attached Special Effect 1, Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 5. Attached Special Effect 2, Guard, when using the blocking action, reduce 20% of the damage received and the knockback effect. Attached Special Effect 3, Sweep, when swinging the Great Sword, based on the strength of both parties, cause a knockback effect on units with lower strength than you. Equipment Introduction, the best defense. It is to knock back all enemies. Lieutenant Assam Callahan. Chapter 132 Blasphemy Goddess, Demon Sophenia. This guarding sword is a two-handed weapon, exclusive to warriors. Among Chao-Shing's recruited creatures, no one can equip it. Thinking for a moment, Chao-Shing directly threw the sword to Ji Xinhua. Ji Xinhua took it with a blank face. When she saw the attributes of the sword, her mouth opened slightly, exclaimed, This is a purple weapon. Oh my god! For a moment, Ji Xinhua stood there in a daze. Boss Chao-Shing, this is? Chao-Shing smiled and said, It's for you. None of us can use it. You are a warrior anyway. But Ji Xinhua shook her head and said, I don't mean that. I mean, this weapon is too expensive. I can't take it. No matter how slow she is. She knows that. A piece of purple equipment is precious at this stage. In the trading channel, a piece of blue equipment is enough to cause a sensation among the survivors. And purple equipment is even rarer. However, Chao-Shing gave him such a precious weapon. Ji Xinhua felt that the sword in his hand was a little hot. Chao-Shing smiled. Purple equipment is precious. But since this girl took him to accept this task, although she was helping herself, she couldn't really give him no benefits. At this time, Ji Xinhua held the sword and stood there at a loss. Lu Muxiu on the side gently grabbed Ji Xinua's palm and said with a smile, Sister Xinhua, just hold it. Don't worry so much. Ah Xing is very powerful, and purple equipment is not so precious to him. Hearing Lu Muxiu's words, Ji Xinhua slowly exhaled, and then said gratefully, Thank you, Chao-Shing. Thank you, Sister Muxiu. Chao-Shing nodded. At the same time, good news came again. From Rennies, a powerful breath burst out. Her eyes seemed to have a sharp breath. Her eyes became sharper. The whole person was like an arrow shot from a string, full of aggression. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye successfully advanced to a leader-level creature. All attributes increased by 30%. New skills learned. Storm Arrow Rain. Storm Arrow Rain. Shoot a large number of arrows, causing 6 by 88% damage to all enemies in the target area. Each hit, causing 1 layer of bleeding effect, and there is a 15% probability, causing a 5-second disability effect. Cooling time, 3 minutes. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing's eyes showed strong joy. What a powerful group attack skill. 6 waves of arrow rain damage, with bleeding and crippling effects, which is much stronger than his eyes' arrow rain. Congratulations, Renis, Chao Xing exclaimed. Renis looked at Chao Xing, and the fierce aura on her body disappeared instantly and turned into a very gentle one. A shy smile appeared on her serious face, and she bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, Lord. From now on, your order will be the direction of my arrows, and Renis will always be by your side." Chao Xing nodded. Then, he continued to give orders. Let's go. The last temple, the giant hammer temple. Assam and others followed the order, and quickly got out of the temple, and then chose one of the passages and moved forward. They pushed away all the waves of soul-eating monsters they encountered on the way. After their strength increased dramatically, these third-level soul-eating monsters, as long as there were not too many of them at the same time, would not pose much threat to them. However, I don't know if it was because of the noise of their battle that disturbed the soul-eating monsters in other areas. Along the way, they encountered 6 waves of attacks from soul eaters. Although they did not cause any damage to them, they slowed Chao Xing down by more than 10 minutes. Fortunately, when they arrived at the giant hammer temple, the gate had not been breached. Then, Chao Xing continued to command the battle. Assam, use the sword of justice to sweep back the soul eater that is rushing over. Andrew, aim the starfire at the soul eater next to Sarah and draw it over. Hilda, spray the spider web quickly to share the pressure with Brown. He issued one order after another, and all the recruited creatures were faithfully executing them. Moreover, with his methodical command, the number of soul-eating monsters has been steadily decreasing. Even someone as proud as Zierda could not help but slightly side-eye Chao Xing. 20 minutes later, the battle was over. With a large amount of experience, Chao Xing's level was raised to 13, Lu Muxua to 12, including Assam, who also rose to 15. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. This upgrade speed is really fast. At the current stage, most of the survivors are still around level 4 to 6, and Chao Xing has already started to sprint towards level 20. You can imagine how big the gap is between them and others. However, the subsequent upgrade speed will be slower, because he needs 30,000 experience points to upgrade from level 13 to level 14. At the same time, everyone looked at Chao Xing with admiration. Several system prompts appeared. Due to your proper command, you have demonstrated excellent combat capabilities. Bronze loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty, 89. Hilda's loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty, 71. Chao Xing was delighted. He did not expect that even the most difficult Hilda would increase her loyalty. It seems that his personality charm is still good. He looked at the beautiful blood spider queen. However, Hilda just snorted and turned her head away again. Brown touched his bald head, and then smiled. Lord, your command is really timely. Brown thought he was going to be slapped away by the soul eater several times. But you saved me every time. If you don't want to be a lord one day, we can become pirates. I believe that with your command ability, our name will soon resound throughout the ocean. Chao Xing glanced at this guy speechlessly. Why would I be a pirate when I am a good lord? Okay, let's start cleaning up the battlefield. As Chao Xing gave the order, everyone started to move. Then, he went straight to the temple and rescued the undead. When all the undead left, the system prompt appeared. The mission progress has been updated. Go to the 4 major temples: Shield Temple, Holy Sword Temple, Torch Temple, Huge Hammer Temple. The mission has been completed. Current progress, April 4th. You have rescued the Ascalon undead in all temples. Now, please go to Kasha Cathedral, rescue the undead of Duke Paladin, and complete the final mission. Chao Xing thought to himself, have we finally reached the last link of the mission? Next, we have to face the legendary soul-devouring demon. According to the undead Karhan, this soul-devouring demon is at least level 3, and cannot be killed. So, they are forced to leave this underground palace. As for what level, I'm not sure. As long as it is not above the leader level, with my current strength, I should be able to deal with it. At this time, Chao Xing looked at the demon-devouring box in his backpack. The mission requirements did not tell me to kill this demon, but only to rescue the undead of the Duke of Palatine. If I can kill this demon, and destroy its soul, and return this underground palace to the undead of Ascalon, I wonder what kind of reward they will give me. Thinking of this, Chao Xing's mouth curved. Of course, the premise is that they can defeat the body of this demon. If this demon is too strong, Chao Xing will run away with his men without hesitation. He shook his head and put all these thoughts behind him. Then, he went straight to the center of the temple, under the giant hammer statue. He opened the silver treasure chest inside, as usual. Opened the silver treasure chest successfully. Obtained skill book, whirlwind slash. Obtained, snow eagle helmet, blue. Obtained, medium resource pack asterisk 2. Obtained, intermediate element crystal asterisk 3. Obtained, medical box asterisk 2. Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Huh? A skill book? And a blue equipment? Damn. I'm lucky to open the box this time. He took a look at the attributes. Whirlwind, Polar Warrior skill book. Skill effect. Swing the weapon in your hand. Quickly attack all surrounding enemy targets. Cause physical damage equal to attack power asterisk 188% to them. And there is a 30% chance to knock the enemy away. Cooling time, 60 seconds. Snow Eagle Helmet LV10, blue. Armor, 7 to 11. Attached special effect 1. Spirit plus 5, Constitution plus 5. Attached special effect 2. Snow Eagle Guard, when the head is attacked, reduce 10% of the damage received, and reduce the critical hit rate of this attack by 20%. Attached special effect 3. Snow Wings, the feathers of the Snow Eagle have a decorative effect, charm plus 3. Equipment introduction. Listen, your helmet looks very beautiful, but I still prefer my oxhorn helmet. Corporal, Andrea Capo. Chao Xing directly through the book Whirlwind. To Ji Xinyue. As for the Snow Eagle helmet, after thinking for a moment, Chao Xing decided to wear it first. Although this helmet can be used by both himself and Lu Muxue, but he is a fragile mage, and his survivability is not as good as Lu Muxue. So he should save his life first. Ji Xinyue took the whirlwind slash skill book blankly. Before she could say anything more, Chao Xing had already started to search for the coffins. The other men had also cleaned up the battlefield. As usual, they harvested a lot of materials, and the souls of 2 elite soul eaters. Unfortunately, he didn't drop a boss-level soul this time. This shattered Chao Xing's idea of raising Brown to the boss level. They had almost finished searching the last temple. Chao Xing ordered, "Let's go to the last place. Kasha Cathedral." Hearing this order, everyone cheered up at the same time, because they knew that this was the last mission of the entire underground palace. So far, Chao Xing's harvest this time can be said to be quite amazing. Except for not getting epic items. The gains in other aspects even exceeded the Goblin Treasure House. The strength of all members increased dramatically. Then, they followed the map and turned around in the Everwatch corridor. On the way, they encountered 4 or 5 waves of soul eaters again. But they were all killed. When they were about to cross a new passage, Ji Xinyue said from behind, "Wait a minute." Chao Xing asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Ji Xinyue said, "Enter this passage gate, and you will reach the Everwatch temple. And the temple seems to have fallen." Chao Xing nodded. He did remember what Carlon said, that the temple of Everlook was the first area to be conquered by the Soul Devourer. However, if you want to reach the Kasha Church, you must pass by here. After thinking for a moment, Chao Xing decided to go and see what was going on inside. When he carefully came to the entrance of the passage and looked inside the temple, his pupils suddenly shrank. He retreated without a word, and his face looked a little ugly. Axing, "What's wrong?" Lu Muxue asked in a low voice. "Damn it! There are at least hundreds of soul devourers in the temple. It seems that this road is impassable." Hearing this, everyone frowned. Hundreds of soul-eating monsters. And they are all third-level creatures. If they are besieged, even they cannot withstand it. Moreover, such a large number gap cannot be solved by tactics. For a moment, everyone was at a loss. Seeing the worry on Chao Xing's face, Ji Xinyue also took out the map and seemed to be studying something. After a while, Ji Xinyue's eyes suddenly lit up. "Hey, I saw inside the Torch Temple, and it seems that there is a hidden path that leads directly to Kasha Church." Path? Chao Xing's expression suddenly brightened after hearing this. And then he also came over and leaned next to Ji Xinyue to check the map. As Chao Xing looked down, their cheeks almost touched. He was looking at the map seriously, and he was unaware of anything. Ji Xinyue froze in place, not daring to move. She could even feel Chao Xing's body temperature and his breath. For a moment, Ji Xinyue's 10 jade fingers tightly pinched a corner of the map, and her heart was beating fast. Chao Xing observed for a while, and he saw a secret passage in the Torch Temple. He had an idea in mind. Let's go, we'll change the route. Following Chao Xing's order, the team quickly retreated and changed direction. At this time, Ji Xinyu followed the team, keeping her head down, as if she was afraid that Chao Xing would find her red face. The crowd soon arrived at the Torch Temple. Since this temple had been searched once before, no secret passage was found. But since there was a mark on the map, it meant that it must exist. So, they began to search more carefully. Soon, Rinnies activated the hunting eye, and found a hidden secret door on the wall in the corner. Chao Xing's eyes lit up. And then, he quickly walked over, and opened the secret door with the stone talisman in his hand. Boom! A hidden passage appeared in front of everyone. Chao Xing weighed the stone talisman in his hand, and said happily, "This thing is really useful." Sure enough, as long as it is in this underground palace, any door can be opened. Then, he led the team, and moved forward in this passage. After twisting and turning all the way, it took about 10 minutes to move forward. A stone door appeared in front of him again. After opening it with the stone talisman in his hand, the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. Chao Xing saw an extremely wide cathedral. The height of the floor was estimated to be hundreds of meters, and the area was estimated to be more than 10 square kilometers. It looked like a huge square. There were rows of stone statues on both sides. In the center of the church, there were a large number of open coffins. At a glance, there were 600 or 700 coffins. Oh my god! So many? Chao Xing was secretly shocked. Obviously, these coffins have been opened, and the undead inside should have been eaten. Chao Xing had a bad feeling in his heart, because according to Karhan, this soul-eating demon would increase its strength by devouring undead. This time, it devoured so many undead, and its strength must have reached a terrifying level. But think about the bright side. The undead here have been eaten. So during the battle, the soul-eating demon will not be able to recover blood by devouring undead. Chao Xing was happy, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He also noticed that, on a platform in the center of the cathedral, there was a gorgeous coffin. It was inlaid with glittering gems and golden patterns, and it looked extraordinary. This should be the coffin of the Duke of Palatine. Huh? No. Gems. Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. At this time, Ji Xinyu asked in confusion, "Didn't they say that the demon in Kasha Cathedral is also here? Why can't I see it?" Chao Xing also looked around, and did not find any demons. On the contrary, the lights on this church are extremely bright. Various fluttering flags and solemn statues make this place look extremely sacred. Chao Xing also saw that next to the Duke's coffin, there stood a beautiful female statue. She was well proportioned, holding a shield and a one-handed sword in her hands, wearing a half breastplate, highlighting her slender waist. Her long legs were tense, as if ready to go. The whole statue was full of sacredness and inviolability. Rinnie said at this time, "That is the statue of the goddess Khmer." Goddess Khmer? Yes. Rinnie nodded and said, "This is a goddess in charge of order and truth. It is said that when her power reappears in the world, a new order will be born." Chao Xing nodded, and then said, "No matter what, if the demon is not here, we can save ourselves the trouble, and just open the coffin of the Duke of Palatine and run away." Chao Xing made a quick decision. Then, he led the team to the location of the statue of the goddess Khmer. The coffin of the Duke of Palatine was there. Once it was successfully opened, it would be equivalent to completing the last part of the task. At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly noticed that the corner of the mouth of the sacred goddess statue was raised. Her stone-carved eyeballs seemed to move a few times, and then looked at Chao Xing and others. Chao Xing looked carefully, but found that the statue's expression had returned to normal. He was full of doubts. Did I see it wrong? However, when he raised his head again, he found that the mouth of the goddess statue had opened a big arc, looking particularly strange. This time, Chao Xing was sure that he was not wrong. He hurriedly ordered, "Stop!" Everyone stopped, then followed Chao Xing's gaze, looking at the statue. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, the statue gradually changed from white to black. It was as if it had grown the skin of a demon. A thick layer of black oil film wrapped around the statue, and many blackened animal organs were hanging on it. The sticky black liquid dripped from the statue, and dyed the ground black. Not only that, the breasts of the statue also grew reproductive organs of various animals. This scene was so hard for everyone on the scene to look at. Rinnie gnashed her teeth and said angrily, "Actually, doing this to the statue of the goddess Khmer, what a blasphemy!" However, Before Rennie's finished speaking, the head of the statue rolled down. Boom! The huge head of the statue hit the altar below, making a dull sound. The next moment, everyone saw that a huge shadow emerged from the neck of the headless statue. The specific face of this shadow could not be seen clearly, and only the facial features could be barely identified through the hole on its face. At this moment, the shadow opened its dark big mouth, revealing a weird smile, and then slowly spoke. People say I am a devil, and those clergymen hang me on the gallows. As the exorcism ceremony proceeded, the fool sang the song I wrote for the church hundreds of years ago. When the bench was pulled away, when my eyes began to turn white. Who does this dying light belong to? It was like the voice of an old witch sounding in my ears. Hoarse, piercing. Everyone looked at the shadow on the statue in surprise. Oh look, who is here? A group of humans, Ascalonians, dark elves, and a spider. Not bad. Chao Xing raised his head and asked, Are you the soul-devouring demon? The shadow chuckled. Oh, I'm not a demon, I'm a goddess who can satisfy the wishes of the world. Do you want the treasure in this palace? Do you want the legendary weapon in the hand of the cowardly King Magdal? As long as you have this weapon, you can command all the Ascalon undead on this continent. Now, little guy, tell me, what is your wish? Chao Xing was puzzled. This demon seemed to know a lot. He even knew that there was a treasure in this underground palace. Assam reminded, Lord, don't listen to this guy's lies. This is a common method used by demons. They will first use words to confuse people, then break through your psychological defenses and turn you into their puppet. Chao Xing nodded. Of course he was not so stupid. How could he listen to the demon's words casually? Silently glanced at the attributes of this demon. Soul-devouring demon. Sophenia Villamus, LV 30. Race, demon. Level 3 leader transforming. HP, 80480/80480. Attack power, 3124 to 3356. Armor, 531 to 574. Skills, Fire of Evil Thoughts. Condenses a ball of fire of evil thoughts. Attacks the enemy. No cooldown for normal attacks. Evil Burst. Instantly bursts out the evil aura in the body. Causes 100% magic damage to enemies within 50 meters. And stuns them in place for 1 to 3 seconds. Cooldown time 50 seconds. Devil Whisper. Emits the Devil's Whisper. Attacks everyone's mind. If the spirit is insufficient, you will fall into a long state of mental confusion. Cooling time 70 seconds. Evil Spirit Possession. Possess a weak spiritual being and control his actions. Lasting 30 seconds. Cooling time 100 seconds. Soul Withering. Condense a large amount of soul power. And cause 4 soul burning damage to enemies within 500 meters. Cooling time 10 minutes. Talent. Demon Body will not die after the physical body is destroyed. After a period of time, the demon will be reduced by 5 levels and resurrected. Talent. 2. Evil Spirit Nemesis. When attacking the soul, it will cause an additional 100% damage to it, and reduce the soul's attributes by 50%. Introduction. A demon that feeds on fear, pain, and soul. Extremely powerful and evil. Please deal with it with caution. Chapter 133 then. What is the price? Hiss. Such a strong demon. Seeing the attributes of this guy, Chao Xing took a breath again. A level 30 leader is much stronger than the Goblin King. Without a doubt. This is the most powerful enemy Chao Xing has ever encountered. If he hadn't seen that this demon was still only at the 3rd level, Chao Xing would have wanted to run away immediately. After weighing it in his mind, he gradually breathed a sigh of relief. With their current strength, they should be able to barely compete with this demon. However, behind the level of this demon, it says transforming. That is to say, it is likely to be transforming from level 3 to level 4. At this moment, the demon did not attack them, but asked again, Little guy, have you made up your mind? What is your wish? Chao Xing suppressed the shock in his heart, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Then he asked, Can any wish be fulfilled? Yes. Wealth, crown and scepter, fame, happiness or immortality. Choose it. So powerful? Chao Xing was surprised, then Gul'dan. What is the price? On the goddess statue. The demon's empty eyes seemed a little confused. Price? No price. Just, you open the seal of the Duke's coffin, and I can satisfy everything you want. When Chao Xing heard the latter sentence, he gradually understood the purpose of this demon. Chao Xing thought secretly. So that's it, this demon wants me to open the Duke's coffin, and then this demon takes the opportunity to swallow the Duke's undead soul, and complete the transformation from the 3rd level to the 4th level? Obviously, the Duke's undead soul is also the key to this demon. So when it saw Chaoxing and others, it did not attack immediately, but tempted him to open the coffin. Chaoxing did not reply, but silently made a gesture to his men. They all understood what he meant and silently prepared for the battle. Phantom Assassin Sarah had also quietly touched the back of the statue. This demon was naturally not a fool. It felt that the atmosphere on the field was not right and asked with interest, "Oh, little guy, do you want to attack me? I tell you seriously, this is a wrong decision, and you still have time to regret it now." However, Chaoxing slowly raised his staff. A large ice spear has condensed. "Do you really think everyone is as stupid as you? If you can really satisfy all wishes, you won't be unable to open even a coffin." Hearing this, the devil laughed. No, I can open this coffin, but it will cost a certain price. You have the stone talisman of this underground palace in your hand. Give it to me, I will give you the power of eternal life." Chaoxing took out the stone talisman from his backpack and looked at it with interest. "You want this?" "Yes, give it to me, I will give you countless wealth and women." At this moment, Sarah had already jumped onto the back of this huge statue like a ghost. At the moment when the demon turned its head, it slashed with a knife. -1674. Ah! An old, hoarse scream sounded. The head of the black shadow on the statue shook, and it seemed extremely angry. "Vile human! How dare you attack me?" The next moment, a strong black gas burst out from the statue. Sarah reacted very quickly, leaping on the spot and quickly pulling away. "Want to leave? Ugly dark elf! I will crush your breasts bit by bit." As soon as the words fell, a ball of black flame rose from its hand, and then it hit Sarah directly. Bang bang. The demon's attack speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 flames hit Sarah. However, Sarah's movements were more agile. With a few moves, she dodged all the demon's attacks. Hee, you run pretty fast. In that case, I'll kill all the other ants first, swallow their souls, and then deal with you. After saying that, the demon controlled the huge statue and rushed towards the crowd in a somewhat clumsy manner. Chaoxing quickly commanded, "Braun, stop this guy." Braun quickly raised his shield and shouted, "Braun, attack!" Seeing that this big bald guy dared to stand in front of him, the demon's eyes showed a look of disdain. "Little bug, I'm going to crush you to death." It controlled the statue's right foot, and then stomped on it. Bang! Crack! After a cracking sound, Braun was not hurt at all, because his holy shield offset the attack. And Braun's attack did not cause any damage to the demon, because he only attacked the outer shell of the statue. The demon's body was hidden inside the statue. The demon looked at Braun's shield, and said in surprise, "Huh? Is it the method of the church?" Seeing that Braun blocked the demon's steps, Chaoxing quickly ordered, "Andrew, switch to the owl beast form, and output at full strength. Others, all attacks are directed at its head. Don't attack its body." Hearing the order, all the recruited creatures' various attacks have been blasted wildly. Moonfire, Starfire, Big Eyes Spear, Wind Chaser Arrow, Blood Poison. Bang, bang, bang. There were bursts of explosions, and damage numbers appeared above the demon's head. -574. -213. -209. -334. -184. -256. Affected by the demon's armor, the damage of Chaoxing and others was greatly weakened, but it was still quite good. Directly took away nearly 1,800 HP of the demon. At the same time, Assam also rode the Frost Wolf, rushed to the other foot of the giant statue, and started the toe-repairing tactic. Bang! The greatsword slashed down. Although Assam's attack did not cause any damage, it successfully caused cracks to appear on the statue. Seeing this scene, Chaoxing's eyes suddenly lit up. "Assam, Braun, you continue to hold back its foot, and then attack the statue." After hearing this, the two of them held the big foot of the statue, attracting the attention of the demon. At this time, Sarah, who was forced to retreat, somehow touched the back of the statue again. She showed her flexible posture, and with 2 leaps, she jumped to the head of the demon, just as Sarah was about to attack again. However, the demon seemed to have been on guard against the opponent. Dark Elf. Oh, poor Dark Elf. I have been waiting for you. As soon as the words fell, its dark head turned 180 degrees in an instant, and then it spewed a soul at Sarah. However, Sarah did not dodge, but directly faced its attack and slashed it again. Crack! A layer of holy shield on Sarah's body was broken. A damage number also appeared on the demon's head. -1677. The smile on the soul-devouring demon's face disappeared, and a look of surprise appeared instead. You also have a holy shield? Before it could react, Sarah had already chopped it down again. As a top assassin, when fighting, she would not have any communication with the enemy. Damn it! The soul-devouring demon made an angry sound, and once again erupted the flames in his body, forcing Sarah back. While its attention was drawn to Sarah, Chao Xing and the others' attacks had already stormed towards its head. 10 seconds had passed since the battle began. The health of this demon had dropped by nearly 7,000. However, the soul-devouring demon seemed to have set its sights on Sarah. It quickly raised the statue's arm, condensed a ball of black flame, and slammed it towards Sarah in the shadow. Bang! The flame exploded. As a result, Sarah's holy shield was shattered again, and she has a layer of holy shield on her body. Sarah also attracted the attention of the demon, and kept changing her position in the church. In just a short while, Chao Xing and others dealt another round of damage, taking away more than 2,000 HP of the soul-devouring demon. In addition, Assam and Brown kept attacking the heel of the statue, which had caused more cracks on it. You little guys, I'm already angry. After the words fell, the black air on the demon suddenly shrank, as if something was about to burst out. Chao Xing knew that this might be one of the soul-devouring demon's skills, Evil Burst. So, he quickly ordered, retreat. Everyone retreat from the 50-meter area of this demon. Melee units can't resist it in time. After that, Hilda, Rennie's and other ranged units gave up the attack and began to retreat quickly. And 1 second later, a ball of terrifying black flames erupted from the soul-devouring demon. Boom! The black flames covered the area of 50 meters in radius, which was a very large area. And those ranged units had already obeyed Chao Xing's orders and retreated quickly. Assam, Brown and Sarah were left standing, and they withstood the attack. Crack! Another layer of the holy shield on everyone was broken. Seeing this, Chao Xing calmed down and commanded, continue. Attack with all your strength. At this moment, the demon was furious. The battle had been going on for almost 20 seconds, and it had already launched several attacks. However, it only broke a few layers of holy shields at Chao Xing's men, and did not cause any damage at all. Damn it! How come you all have the methods of the church? Chao Xing laughed and said, don't you know everything? How come you don't even know this? Hearing the ridicule, the soul-eating demon was even more enraged by Chao Xing. The next moment, it actually gave up the statue as a shell. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering continued. Dense cracks appeared on the huge statue. After the sound of boom, the huge statue collapsed. And in the original place, a monster about 3 meters tall, emitting black gas all over the body, appeared. Chao Xing frowned and said, is this the real body of the soul-devouring demon? After the soul-devouring demon came out of the statue, it seemed to break free from some kind of restraint. Its movements became extremely fast. Seeing Sarah rushing towards it, the demon quickly turned around, then clenched its fist, and a ball of black air rushed towards Sarah. Bang! -2043. This time, Sarah did not dodge, and a damage number appeared on her head, before the demon could show a smug look on her face. The next moment, Lu Mushu had directly cast a holy healing technique on Sarah's head. +110. +424. In an instant, Sarah's health was restored. Not only that, the next second, the number +110, +110 appeared above Sarah's head. During this journey, Chao Xing and Lu Mushu's level upgrades also greatly improved their healing abilities. Seeing this, the smile on the face of the soul-devouring demon froze, and he snorted coldly, "Humph, you are just a 2nd level Aurora Knight. If you were a 4th level Knight, I would not be your opponent today. This dark elf is dead." However, Sarah directly entered the phantom invisible state, and the soul-devouring demon lost Sarah's trace in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Chao Xing and others were all madly attacking. Andrew alternated his hands, and his movements were almost leaving after images. Moonfire and Starfire continued to fall. With the blessing of the eternal power, he could be in the astral communication. State permanently. His attack capability was a qualitative change. If there was an attack table now, Andrew would definitely be the second. Sarah would naturally be the first. The soul-eating demon was bombarded, and his soul was in turmoil. You annoying bugs. It was just about to rush over to attack those ranged units. At this time, Sarah would rush over quickly. Assam and Brown would also rush over to assist Sarah. The three of them entangled it tightly. At the same time, the others also threw out various control skills. Obstruction dagger, spider web, ice arrow rain, storm arrow rain. After a few times, this soul-devouring demon also realized that it was difficult to pass them, and attacked the ranged units behind. Its empty eyes swept around the people on the field, and then slowly opened its dark mouth. At the same time, everyone's ears rang with whispers. People say your mother is a prostitute, and you are a deformed child born by your drunken father. Child, don't be afraid. Use your nails to tear these people's mouths. Cut off their genitals, and let them see what real deformity is. Dedicate your soul to me. Only me. At this moment, Chaoxing only felt as if something strange had drilled into his brain. A strong sense of dizziness came. He realized something instantly and reminded him. Damn it! This is the devil's soul whisper. Don't listen to it. Chaoxing gritted his teeth, trying to keep himself awake. However, the soul whisper skill. As long as you don't defend it at the beginning, you will basically be hit 100%. Lu Mushua, Ji Xinhua, including Bran and Rennies, are all controlled by this powerful force. The next moment, they picked up their weapons in confusion and began to attack their companions. Seeing Lu Mushua and Ji Xinhua attacking him at the same time, Chaoxing cursed inwardly. Fuck. After being hit by the whisper of the soul, there was a 20-second control time. He raised his staff, and then summoned 5 crypt spiders on the spot, and slowly chopped the 2 women. As for Brown and Rennies, they both began to attack Assam and Andrew beside them. Assam and Andrew frowned, not knowing whether they should fight back. Chaoxing quickly ordered, Assam, hold back Brahm's attack, and take him away from the soul-devouring demon. Andrew, don't attack Rennies. Block her attack. Sarah, you and Hilda hold back the soul-devouring demon first. The moment Sarah received Chaoxing's order, she withdrew from stealth mode and rushed over directly. This demon's method is indeed strange. This move alone destroyed 5 of Chaoxing's combat units. Fortunately, Sarah is strong enough to hold the demon back for a long time. At the same time, the soul-devouring demon fired another ball of evil fire at Sarah's head. Puff. -2043. The attack of the 3rd level leader is quite terrifying. But Sarah's health has reached 19,000 at this time. In addition, Chaoxing's Eye's healing technique can restore more than 100 health points per second. So up to now, Sarah's health is still 11,000, which is almost a healthy condition. And she is a flexible assassin. Her advantage is her agility. When the soul-devouring demon threw the 2nd ball of evil thought fire, Sarah quickly dodged and avoided the attack. Then, with a ghostly speed, she came behind the soul-devouring demon. In the Queen's will state, the speed of the phantom assassin is terrifying. The soul-devouring demon also knows how terrifying Sarah is. As a 3rd level leader creature, the attack of this dark elf woman is too painful. It no longer dares to let Sarah get close to it easily. Whoosh whoosh. Balls of evil fire were thrown out by the soul-devouring demon, and then exploded on the stone floor of the church. However, these attacks could not touch Sarah at all. Humph, agile dark elf. In that case, I will kill your companion first and devour his soul. Just as the soul-devouring demon was about to give up Sarah and deal with the controlled Brown first, a dagger of obstruction was thrown over instantly. Poof! -3,378. This knife was a critical hit, and the soul-devouring demon's mobility was greatly reduced. Damn it! However, it still ignored Sarah's attack and prepared to rush over to kill Brown first. But this was exactly what Chaoxing wanted. Zilda, throw a net, and then use the scream of terror. As Chaoxing's order was issued, puff! Zilda instantly sprayed a spider web, directly binding the 3-meter-tall body of the soul-devouring demon. Heh! You want to trap me with such a lowly method? I only need to tear it lightly, and I can tear your spider web into pieces. At this moment, Zilda suddenly opened her mouth, and then made a terrifying sound. Ah! The invisible sound waves spread instantly. At this moment, the black body of the soul-devouring demon like a red-hot iron ball thrown into a ball of ice water. The demonic power in the body began to boil rapidly. This is an attack on the soul. You actually know this method. The soul-devouring demon froze in place, as if it had been electrocuted, seemingly trying its best to get rid of the influence of Soul Scream. And at this moment, Sarah had appeared beside it. -2,174. -3,375. -5,789. In 2 seconds, Sarah slashed 3 times, 2 of which triggered Gift of Liberation. She directly took away 10,000 HP of the soul-devouring demon. Its HP of 80,000 had been reduced to less than 50,000 by Chaoxing and others. Damn it! The soul-devouring demon was extremely angry, and it finally broke free from Hilda's control. Sizzle! The spider web was instantly torn apart by it, and a ball of terrifying black gas erupted from its body. Chapter 134. The Ancient Sword Magdal appears. A ball of terrifying black gas erupted from the demon's body. Sarah, who had rich combat experience, quickly distanced herself from it the moment the signs of its attack appeared. Damn dark elf. It was completely attracted by Sarah's hatred and chased her madly. However, with such a delay, 20 seconds passed quickly. Everyone was finally free from that controlled state. Lu Muxua and Ji Xinhua looked at their actions blankly, and instantly realized that they were controlled. Hastily apologized to Chaoxing. Sorry. Chaoxing shook his head and said, It's okay. Muxua cast a holy healing spell on Sarah. Ji Xinhua, stay away from the battlefield here, retreat to the corner of the church. Braun, Assam, go and help Sarah share the pressure. As Chaoxing issued one order after another, they all began to execute. Ji Xinhua retreated quickly. Lu Muxua raised her long sword, and cast a holy healing spell. Assam and Braun, they quickly rushed to the soul-devouring demon, delaying its action. At this moment, the recovered Rennies also had an angry look in her eyes. She was actually controlled by this demon. If Chaoxing hadn't been controlling the battle, the consequences would have been disastrous. Dirty demon. My arrows will punish you. Rennies quickly pulled the bowstring and shot 6 consecutive waves of arrows. -573. -534. -551. 6 damage numbers floated up. And the soul-devouring demon was also in the disabled state, and its ability to move was greatly reduced. At the same time, everyone's attacks continued like a storm. Almost 2 minutes had passed since the battle began. The health of this demon was reduced to less than 45,000. Of course, half of the output was contributed by Sarah. Not only that, the holy shields on Sarah, Braum and Assam all had to be refreshed. Chaoxing nodded secretly. We can fight! Although this demon was very scary, its level was more than 10 levels higher than theirs. If other survivors came, even a second-level team of 100 people would not be able to deal with this powerful demon. However, the survival ability of Chaoxing's recruited creatures was so strong that they could fight monsters at so many levels. At this moment, the black air on the soul-devouring demon suddenly shrank. This was the precursor of the skill Evil Burst. This time, Chaoxing didn't need to say much, and those ranged units began to retreat quickly. Only Assam and Braun were left to resist. However, this move seemed different from Evil Burst. A ball of terrifying black flames rose up in an instant, directly covering an area of 500 meters. Chaoxing instantly realized that this was another skill of the soul-devouring demon. Soul Withering? Not good. Retreat quickly. However, with such a large area, except for Ji Xinhua, who had already left the battlefield, others had no time to evacuate, including Chaoxing himself. He was also covered by this terrifying move. The black flames began to erupt instantly. Boom! Crack! The first layer of shield on Chaoxing's body was broken. Then came the second and third waves. Crack! Crack! A series of shattering sounds. The 3 layers of holy shields on everyone on the field were all broken. And Soul Withering has 4 stages of attack. In an instant, a terrifying damage of more than 2,000 appeared on everyone's head, and their health dropped a lot in an instant. And Chaoxing, who had the lowest health, only had more than 400 points of health left. Fuck. Chaoxing suddenly felt a chill on his back. He was almost killed by this demon on the spot. If he didn't have 3 layers of shields and Knight's Blessing. With just this move, the survivors below the 3rd level would die as many as they came. Sure enough, even if I have SSS level talent, It's still a bit difficult to fight more than 10 levels? And I'm dealing with such a powerful demon. Chao Xing was full of fear. And at the same time, green numbers plus 110 appeared above his head. The blood volume began to recover gradually. Oh! Little guy, you seem to be dying. A light appeared in the deep pupils of the demon. It discovered Chao Xing's current decline. Then, it rushed over quickly, seemingly wanting to behead Chao Xing. What it didn't know was that this action directly caused the rage of Chao Xing's recruited creatures. Swish! The long sword in Assam's hand quickly became more than 10 meters long. In the name of justice. Cut! After 4 slashes, the defense value of the soul-devouring demon dropped a lot. And Sarah disappeared from the spot like a ghost, actually directly activated the Shadow Bloom. Skill. The Shadow Blade passed silently. Puff. Minus 3,374. The first knife slashed silently. However, the soul-devouring demon ignored Sarah's slash, and continued to rush towards Chao Xing. Braun and Assam frantically blocked the soul-devouring demon's steps. Even Andrew also switched to the violent bear form. At the same time, Sarah's second and third knives also fell. Minus 2041. Minus 5,781. 3 knives directly cut off 11,000 of the soul-devouring demon's health. And Rennies and Hilda also used various powerful moves. Weak point attack, hatching blood spiders, blood poison spitting. They knew that the soul-devouring demon wanted to attack Chao Xing, so they would never let it succeed. And the soul-devouring demon was held tightly by 3 strong men. In less than half a minute, its HP was reduced to less than 30,000. Damn it! The soul-devouring demon's HP dropped significantly, and it also felt a sense of crisis. It realized that it could not get past these big guys, and attack the human mage behind. Not only that, after such a short time, the health of the human mage has recovered. And Lu Mushua cast another Aurora Holy Shield. For Chao Xing. Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief, so that this demon couldn't kill him in 1 second. And at this moment, there were whispers in everyone's ears again. This demon seemed to want to repeat the same trick, trying to control everyone. Chao Xing also realized this, and quickly ordered, "Cover your ears." Mushua cast a purification spell on Rennies, because they were prepared in advance. So this time, only Brown was controlled. And the health of this soul-devouring demon had been suppressed by them to less than 20,000. Victory is in sight. At the same time, Sarah directly detonated Shadow Bloom. Bang! Minus 11,196. The highest damage ever appeared. This wave directly hit the soul-devouring demon hard. Its health was reduced to less than 10,000. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing laughed. Attack! Attack quickly! Kill it in seconds! The soul-devouring demon suddenly felt the greatest sense of crisis ever. It knew that with its remaining health, it might really be taken away by these guys in one wave. The soul-eating demon seemed to have made a difficult decision. Damn it! I didn't want to use this method, but now it seems there is no other way. After saying that, it quickly abandoned everyone, turned around, and rushed towards the center of the church. Huh? What does this guy want to do? Chao Xing saw that. This demon suddenly appeared next to the coffin of the Duke of Palatine, stretching out its dark claws, seemingly trying to force the coffin open. Huh? Didn't they say it couldn't open the seal on the coffin? Chao Xing was immediately confused. However, although he didn't know what the demon was going to do, Chao Xing would not give it a chance to turn the tables. Sarah, go and kill it! Everyone, attack with all your strength! Everyone quickly approached the location of the Duke of Palatine's coffin. At this moment, the demon looked at Chao Xing with resentment. A large amount of demonic power emerged from its body, and it began to forcibly attack the seal on the coffin. However, the coffin was also constantly emitting various powers, causing damage to the soul-devouring demon. The soul-devouring demon attacked the coffin while speaking maliciously. I didn't want to use this method to open the coffin, which would seriously damage my strength. If you can cooperate honestly and open the coffin, I can swallow this guy's soul in the most complete form. At that time, I can not only break through to the 4th level, but may even have a chance to impact the commander level. But now, my body is about to be destroyed by you. Then I can only pay a little price, swallow this guy's soul, and break through to the 4th level first. At that time, I will tear all your souls into pieces, and then swallow them into my stomach. Hee. And Chao Xing also understood something at this time. This demon could have opened the coffin, but it would have paid a price. so that it could not advance from leader to commander. However, despite this, the undead of Duke Paladin could still allow it to break through to the 4th level. Once the coffin is opened, it will be a disaster for Chaoxing and others. Quick! Go and interrupt it. Crack! Crack! There are already dense cracks on the coffin. At the same time, Sarah has appeared next to the soul-devouring demon and cuts it down with a knife. Minus 2074. The soul-devouring demon still has more than 7,000 HP left. The attacks of the others also hit like a storm. Minus 337. Minus 254. Minus 764. Minus 114. Minus 395. With dense damage, the soul-devouring demon's health dropped below 5,000 in the blink of an eye. At this time, the coffin was already covered with cracks. With a click, the stone slab covered with golden lines shattered. The soul-devouring demon stretched out its black claws and instantly grabbed into the coffin. The next moment, an armored undead was grabbed out by the demon's 2 big hands. Then, before the undead could react, it bit down. Plus 20,314. With just the first bite, the soul-devouring demon's HP instantly recovered by more than 20,000. At this time, a painful expression appeared on the face of the undead. Damn it! Chaoxing became anxious. In this way, the HP they had suppressed with great difficulty would be eaten back by the soul-devouring demon in a few bites. Not only that, it can also break through to the 4th level, and its strength will increase dramatically. At that time, Chaoxing and his friends will be in trouble. At this time, the Ascalon undead did not. He said in a cold voice, "Evil guy, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Go to hell." He seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time. There is only half a broken sword left in a handle. He suddenly summoned from the coffin. Then hold it in your hand. Suddenly stabbed to the demon's body. Soul Eater demon looked at the broken sword inserted into his body. There is a horror in the eyes. You are? This is the ancient sword Magdel. Ah! Minus 14,473. The demon screamed. A large damage number appears. However, the damage is not the main thing is, the evolution of the Soul Eater demon was interrupted directly by this sword. It was even set by this sword in place, and this undead also stabbed that sword, with all the strength. Hurry! Kill it! The Ascalon undead said with difficulty. Seeing this scene, Chaoxing suddenly regained hope. There was no need to say more. Everyone's attacks had already blasted over like a storm. Swish! Boom! All kinds of attacks fell madly. Even Chaoxing condensed a rain of ice arrows, and smashed it madly on the head of the demon. Minus 174. Minus 551. Minus 773. Minus 2051. Minus 324. Dense damage numbers appeared. The health of this soul-devouring demon dropped below 5,000 again in the blink of an eye. It seemed to want to struggle, but it was greeted by Sarah's shadow blade. When it had only 3,000 health left, Sarah's eyes focused, and she slashed it with a knife. Minus 3,784. Blessing of liberation. At this moment, the health of the demon was completely cleared. A system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the soul-devouring demon's body LV30, a 3rd level leader-level creature, and gained experience points, 9,000. Combatants gained experience points, 4,500. At this moment, the picture was frozen. The body of the soul-devouring demon gradually became illusory, and the flames of the evil spirits on its body were also extinguished rapidly. However, after the initial disbelief, it seemed to accept the fact that it had failed to break through. It looked at the people on the field, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of its mouth. Do you think you can kill me like this? Do you think you have one? Hee hee. Demons cannot be killed. It won't be long before I will come back again, and all of you will die here. At the same time, Chaoxing felt that the entire underground palace began to shake violently. Attention! Because the soul of the soul-devouring demon was not killed. It will appear again after a period of time, so the killing reward cannot be obtained. At this time, Duke Palatine, who was lying on the ground dying, said with difficulty, "This demon is calling the soul-eating monsters in the entire underground palace. It wants to trap us all here, quick! Let's go!" The demon's illusory soul floated in the air. Although it had no attack power, it could still communicate with everyone. It laughed unpleasantly. "You can't leave. My children have blocked all the passages. You will be drowned, and I will devour your souls, and be reborn again. Oh! By the way, I will keep this human boy, and the soul of the dark elf, and torture them slowly. Listening to this guy's threat, everyone on the field looked very gloomy. If there is no means of attacking the soul, even if the soul of this demon stands in front of them, they cannot attack it. At the same time, the vibration of the entire underground palace became stronger and stronger, as if thousands of troops were rushing towards them. Boom! Boom! That was a huge number of soul-eating monsters. The undead of the Duke of Paladin seemed more and more anxious. However, Chao Xing did not panic at all, but asked, Your Excellency the Duke, I have a question. The Duke of Paladin, who was lying on the ground, looked at him with difficulty. What? What question? If the soul of this demon is killed, will those soul-eating monsters disappear? The Duke of Paladin was a little confused, but still said, theoretically, yes, but without the means of the Holy See, there is no way to deal with this guy's soul. The soul-eating monster is coming soon. You should leave quickly. The tone of the Duke of Paladin seemed very anxious. Chao Xing nodded, and then continued to ask, Your Excellency the Duke, how about we make a deal? Duke Paladin asked again in confusion, Trade? Chao Xing nodded. If I destroy the soul of this demon, and return this underground palace to you Ascalonians, the broken sword in your hand will belong to me. How about that? Hearing this, the undead soul of Duke Paladin fell into thought. Obviously, the broken sword in his hand was extremely precious, or it could be said that it was very important to all the Ascalonians. So much so that at this juncture, he hesitated a little. However, before the Duke Paladin could answer, the voice of the devil sounded again. Ignorant little devil, has no one told you that? The devil is immortal? How dare you say you want to kill me? At this moment, a strong vibration sounded outside the gate of Kasha Church. Boom! A large number of soul-eating monsters are attacking the gate. The voice of the devil laughed again. Listen, that's the voice of my children. When they come in, all of you will be torn to pieces. Hearing this, the Duke Paladin's scalp tightened immediately. He said directly, Okay, I promise you. Chao Xing smiled, then nodded and said, Then it's a deal. The soul of the soul-eating demon was still hovering above everyone's heads, as if waiting for the soul-eating monster to rush in. Hee! Arrogant little devil. Let me see how you are going to deal with me. I am looking forward to it. Chao Xing nodded and said, Don't worry. You will know soon. After that, he took out a box from his backpack. A small square wooden box that exudes a black aura. The moment he saw the small wooden box, the soul-devouring demon suddenly had a bad premonition. At this moment, Chao Xing slowly said, Demon full of sin, I command you. After hearing the first two sentences, the soul-devouring demon's tone suddenly changed. Human boy. What are you doing? Why do you know this kind of spell? Chao Xing ignored it, and continued to chant the spell. The next moment, the box in his hand slowly opened. A cloud of evil breath erupted instantly. The evil degree and strength of this breath were countless times more terrifying than the soul-eating demon. At the same time, a series of murmurs appeared in Chao Xing's ears. I'm so hungry. So hungry. Give me food quickly. I want to devour fresh souls. Chao Xing comforted, Don't worry. You will have food soon. As Chao Xing continued to chant the spell, from the box in his hand, a terrifying creature that was also completely black and whose specific shape could not be seen emerged. The terrifying breath instantly enveloped the entire Kasha temple. It's a demon, the soul of another demon. Damn it! You actually sealed it in the box. The soul-devouring demon made a terrified sound for the first time. Then, it realized something, and began to run madly out of the palace. Chao Xing glanced at it, then looked directly at the box in his hand, and gave an order. Now swallow it! Chapter 135 Kill. Demon Transformation Skill Book. Now swallow this demon. After receiving Chao Xing's order, the box in his hand erupted with a terrifying shadow. It instantly covered the entire underground palace like a dark cloud. Then, a terrifying big mouth full of fangs appeared. At this moment, the soul-eating demon seemed to be fixed in place, unable to move at all. It could only watch as the big mouth swallowed its body bit by bit. No! Don't eat me! I am the soul-eating demon. There is an entrance to hell here. I can let you return to hell. Ah! In the terrified cry of the soul-eating demon, the big mouth swallowed it completely. Puff! The scream stopped abruptly. At the same time, the vibration of the entire underground palace also subsided in an instant. It seemed that the soul-eating monsters that were attacking the church gate also disappeared. And this soul-eating demon also completely disappeared from this world. The system prompt appeared. You drove the demon in the devouring demon box, swallowed the soul of the soul-eating demon, and killed it completely. Obtained loot, intermediate power heart. Obtained, demon transformation skill book gold. Obtained, frenzy rune gold. Obtained, demon blood, special item. Huh? You can get loot like this? Fuck. So many things exploded. Chaoxing was surprised. Swallowing this demon exploded 2 golden items. A mid-level power heart, and a drop of demon blood whose purpose is unknown. Not to mention other rewards, the mid-level power heart alone can allow Dubai to directly break through to the 3rd level, and his strength will soar. At this moment, Chaoxing is already excited. However, since the soul of the soul-devouring demon has been swallowed, there is no leader-level soul. At this moment, the entire underground palace is completely quiet. Everyone is staring at this scene, staring at the box in Chaoxing's hand. That huge shadow still covered the entire underground palace. It was another demon that was countless times stronger than the soul-devouring demon. The terrifying aura, just a little bit of it, made everyone feel that they could not resist. And Paladin, who was an undead, fell to the ground and stiffened. But fortunately, this demon was sealed in the box. At this moment, the voice of the demon sounded again. It's really delicious. But I'm still so hungry. Human, as long as you do it for me. Before it finished speaking, Chaoxing directly snapped and closed the demon-devouring box. He didn't forget what Marita had told him. Close the demon-devouring box immediately after using it. Don't listen to anything the demon says. As the saying goes, listen to others' advice, and you will have a full meal. At the same time, as Chaoxing closed the demon-devouring box, the terrifying atmosphere that permeated the entire underground palace instantly dissipated. The originally dying Duke Paladin also gradually recovered. He exclaimed, "Oh my god! You killed it! You drove another demon to kill it! You did it!" Chaoxing nodded. "Yes, Your Excellency the Duke, I killed this demon. From now on, you will no longer be threatened by the soul-devouring demon, and this underground palace will belong to you again." Hearing this, the Duke of Palatine on the ground gradually stood up. He nodded with a complicated expression. "Yes, this place will belong to us Ascalonians again. Since the soul-devouring demon appeared, I have been waiting for a day all the time. Now, the miracle finally happened." Chaoxing was stunned, and asked in confusion, "Your Excellency the Duke, you mean, you have actually been awake all the time? You know that there is a demon in the underground palace?" "Yes, I have been awake all the time." The undead of the Duke clenched his fists, and said excitedly, "I know clearly that the demon is constantly opening the coffin and devouring the souls of us Ascalonians. But I have no way to do anything. Even, I can only hide in the coffin, listening to the screams of my compatriots and the demon's laughter, until the Ascalon undead in the entire Kasha Cathedral were devoured by it. I still didn't dare to get out of the coffin, because I know that once I go out, the entire underground palace will be completely controlled by this soul-devouring demon. The demon often whispers beside my coffin. It thinks I am asleep. But in fact, I have been awake all the time. You can't imagine how painful this period of time has been for me. If the undead had not had tears, Paladin would probably shed hot tears at this time. He has waited for this day for too long." Everyone also looked at this excited dead soul, and could imagine how long he had waited in the coffin, and how much mental torture he had suffered. After a while, Duke Paladin gradually recovered his emotions, and said gratefully, "Thank you, this young man whom I have never met. Duke Ascalon, Paladin Norton, I express my highest respect to you." He looked at Chaoxing and bowed deeply. "You killed the soul-devouring demon, and returned the underground palace to its owner. The Ascalon camp's favorability has been improved. Current status, friendly. You saved Duke Paladin. The other party's attitude towards you has changed. Current relationship, friendly." Seeing the system prompt, Chaoxing also showed a hint of joy at the corner of his mouth. "Lord Chaoxing, greetings to you." Duke Palatine seemed to remember his name, and nodded silently. At this time, Chaoxing looked at the broken sword held in the hand of Duke Palatine. Although it was broken, you could still see the gems inlaid on the hilt, and the smooth blade is new. Chaoxing asked tentatively, "Your Excellency, could this weapon be the ancient sword that the demon mentioned?" Duke Paladin sighed, then nodded and said, "As you can see, this is indeed the ancient sword Magdel. However, It has been destroyed by His Majesty the King himself. And this ancient sword no longer has its former power. Now it is just a sharp broken blade. Chaoxing asked in confusion, destroyed? Duke Paladin nodded. Yes. This was originally the spiritual symbol of our Ascalon people. And it is the true sword of the king. However, the failure of that war made His Majesty the King unable to recover. He was unwilling to surrender. So he smashed the ancient sword and cursed all of us Ascalon people. At this point, Duke Paladin shook his head, as if he didn't want to say anything more. Then, he looked at Chaoxing and handed him the broken sword. Then, as agreed, this broken sword belongs to you now. Chaoxing took it with great excitement. The heavy metal texture of the broken sword came, and a system prompt appeared. Obtained, broken ancient sword Magdel, legend. Chaoxing's breath was stagnant. Legendary weapon. Although it was broken, it was a true legendary weapon. You know, he had played on the tablet for so long before, and he had never touched any legendary props. He couldn't wait to take a look at Magdel's attributes. Ancient sword Magdel, broken. Quality, legend. Wearing requirements, level 30 and above. Attack power, 1754 to 1941. Additional special effect 1, all attributes plus 200. Additional special effect 2, King's authority. Holding this weapon, Ascalonians will not be able to cause you any harm. Note, authority is broken, it cannot take effect. Additional special effect 3, King's command. Holding this weapon, you can command all Ascalonians to fight for you. Note, the sword is broken, it cannot take effect. Additional special effect 4, Sword of Judgment. Concentrate the weak divine power contained in the sword. Slash out a terrifying sword energy. Causes 880% tearing damage to all enemies in front. The size of the sword and the attack range depend on the attributes of the user. This special effect can only be used once every 7 days. Note, because the sword is broken, the special effect of the Sword of Judgment can only cause 1/3 of the damage. Attached special effect 5, Enemy Purgatory. Legendary special effect. Smash the sword, release the power of the curse. Add the curse of immortality to all friendly units, making them tireless and undead, who will always fight for you. Note, the sword is broken, cannot take effect. Equipment introduction. Magdel is a legendary sword from the northern continent, which can be traced back to the time when the gods walked the earth. In a sense, Magdel and his sister sword Suhasen are gifts from the gods to Ascalon, used to protect peace. After reading the introduction of this legendary weapon, Chaoxing was shocked. The special effects are more terrifying than each other. And as long as you hold this weapon, you can become the new king of Ascalon on the spot. Whether it is given to Lu Mushua or to Assam, as long as they reach level 30, they will be invincible on the spot. Okay. But unfortunately, such a powerful weapon is broken. What a waste of resources. Chaoxing couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. Duke Paladin also nodded. Yes. What a pity. We Ascalonians also hope to have a new king. Chaoxing asked, is there any way to repair this legendary weapon? Duke Paladin thought for a moment, and nodded slowly. Yes. Chaoxing's eyes lit up immediately. However, Duke Paladin's next sentence shattered Chaoxing's hope. But I don't know. He rolled his eyes. This Duke is really interesting. He is teasing him. Duke Paladin continued, however. Although I don't know the specific method, you can go to the treasury of the underground palace and look for clues. Speaking of the treasury of the underground palace, Chaoxing immediately became interested. Don't you say that you have to find someone with the royal blood of Ascalon to open the treasury? Duke Paladin nodded. Yes. And I happen to know how to find the last royal blood of Ascalon. Before the king broke the sword, we sent the last royal member to the Orchid Kingdom, which is our friendly country. I don't know if this kingdom still exists after so many years. Chaoxing's expression suddenly brightened after hearing this. The Orchid Kingdom is where the headquarters of the Moon God Chamber of Commerce is located. According to Assam, the entire western continent is very large, with a total of 800 kingdoms and principalities, if not 1,000. In addition, there are many wilderness areas that no one has ever set foot on, and the area of the western continent is completely beyond everyone's imagination. So, Chaoxing nodded and said, the Orchid Kingdom still exists. If there is a chance, I will go there and look for the people of the Ascalon royal family you mentioned. The Duke also nodded. That's good. I am looking forward to that day, because even I am curious about what is in the underground palace. At this time, Chao looked at the hundreds of open coffins in the entire church, and his thoughts became active again. He suddenly said, "Your Excellency, Lieutenant Karhan is waiting for you outside with other Ascalon undead. Do you want to go out first and explain the situation in the underground palace to him?" After hearing this, Duke Paladin immediately raised his head and said excitedly, "Lieutenant Karhan is still alive. He really lived up to my expectations." He was about to leave immediately, but he seemed to remember something and stayed where he was. "But there are still our companions in the 4 major temples in the underground palace. I have to rescue them first." Chao shook his head and said, "Your Excellency, I have already gone to the 4 major temples and rescued other undead before rescuing you. So, you don't need to worry about these places." Duke Paladin looked at Chao gratefully again. Then, he nodded and said, "It is our great fortune to meet you." Listening to the Duke's grateful voice, Chao smiled faintly. However, the fact is that Chao wanted to urge the Duke of Palatine to get out quickly, so that he could start to search the coffins in the church for the funerary objects. There are at least 600 or 700 coffins here, and it is hard to imagine how many bags of funerary objects can be found. The Duke of Palatine nodded and said, "In that case, I will go out first and meet up with Lieutenant Karhan." Chao nodded. "Go ahead. Let's rest and come back later." The Duke's ghost saluted Chao. Then, he quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. When his undead spirit completely walked away, Chao smiled and said, "Okay, let's get started." Hearing this, all the recruited creatures on the field understood what Chao meant. They immediately scattered, and then, like mice entering a rice jar, they began to search the entire church. The movements were so skillful, it was as if they had rehearsed many times. Even Ji Shinua, seen both nervous and expectant, came to a coffin, searching for something inside. Seeing this scene, Lu Mushua couldn't help laughing. This little girl, it seems, was led astray by Chao. Chao, on the other hand, went straight to the Duke's coffin and began to search. However, after searching the entire coffin, he didn't find anything. Chao eyes widened. "Damn it! Nothing? Such a big Duke. Didn't he bring any burial objects? Damn it!" Everyone heard Chao resentful voice. At this time, Lu Mushua laughed out loud. She comforted him softly, asking, "The Duke may have brought burial objects. Have you forgotten?" The broken sword in his hand was taken out of the coffin. Chao nodded suddenly. What Lu Mushua said makes sense. Paladin brought burial objects, and they are extremely valuable legendary weapons. This weapon has also fallen into his hands. Thinking of this, the regret in his heart disappeared a little. At this moment, Chao suddenly noticed that where the statue of the goddess Khmer was originally located, there seemed to be a touch of gold. Huh? Is there something else? Chao walked over and immediately found a golden treasure chest with various patterns carved on the surface, hidden on the floor below. Fuck. Golden treasure chest. Chao exclaimed. At this moment, his breathing became a little rapid. You know, so far, he hasn't opened a golden treasure chest. Even in the dragon store, a golden treasure chest costs 100,000 ice dragon marks. Chao rubbed his hands excitedly, and then came to the treasure chest impatiently. Found an unlocked gold treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Open. Opened successfully. Obtained. Holy Light Redemption Skill Book Gold. Obtained. Kingdom Holy Ring Gold. Obtained. Large Resource Pack *1. Obtained. Eternal Gold Ingot *12. Obtained. Magic Pattern Stone *1. Oh my! A gold skill book, a gold ring, and materials I've never seen before. Chao eyes showed a strong shock. It goes without saying that his luck exploded with this wave of opening boxes. According to the normal probability, a gold treasure chest can stably open a purple item, and a half chance of opening a gold item. As for him, he directly opened 2 golden items, which was really a great luck. Including the golden item that just exploded from the soul-devouring demon, Chao got 4 golden items this time. It seems that my luck value is not in vain, ha ha ha. Chao laughed. Taking this opportunity, he decided to check the properties of these items. The first one is a dark skill book, which faintly exudes the breath of the devil. Demon Transformation Skill Book, Gold Lord Exclusive Skill Book. Skill Effect. Transform into a powerful demon, all attributes increase by 50%, all professional skills cannot be used, will automatically learn new skills. Fire of Evil Thoughts, Evil Burst. Soul Withering, transformation lasts for 100 seconds, cooling time is 5 minutes. After the transformation state ends, you will fall into a weak state for 60 seconds. All attributes will be reduced by 30%. Note, as you can see, the power of the devil is very strong, but be careful when using it, don't sink into it. Oh my god, fire of evil thoughts, Soul Withering, isn't this the skill of the devil just now? This skill book is quite powerful. Chao Xing clapped his hands without hesitation, and directly clicked on this skill book to learn. Skill successfully learned, Devil Transformation. As for this skill, whether it can be enhanced by the talent Eternal Power, it remains to be tested. Chao Xing decided to try it again later, and then excitedly checked the second item. Book of Madness Gold. A book containing the power of madness, which will randomly increase 3 attributes by 10 to 15 points after use. It cannot be used on lords. The Book of Madness is an advanced version of the Book of Chaos. This does not need much explanation. It can greatly increase the attributes. The 3 attributes added together will increase by at least 30 points, which is very powerful. Then, another drop of dark blood appeared in Chao Xing's hand. Chapter 136 Golden Treasure Box, Kingdom Holy Ring. Another drop of dark blood appeared in Chao Xing's hand. Demon Blood, special item. Blood containing pure demonic power. After taking it, it can allow a lord or recruited creature to transform into a powerful demon professional, with attack power increased by 50%, and all skill attributes will be attached with demonic power. Note, although demon professionals are powerful, they will be suppressed by high-level demons, and will be hated by clergy. Another transformation item? In other words, if I use it, I will become a demon mage, Lu Muxue will become a demon knight, and Ji Xinyue will become a demon warrior. However, although this thing has a great improvement, it increases attack power by 50%, but the side effects are also quite large. It is better not to use it on yourself. After thinking for a while, Chao Xing decided to find a guinea pig if he had the chance. He continued to check other items. Sacred Light Redemption Skill Book, Gold Aurora Night Exclusive Skill Book. Skill Effect, redeem a friendly unit. After receiving a fatal attack, it is forced to retain 1 health point, and restore 20% of the health. The effect lasts for 10 minutes, and the cooldown time is 20 minutes. One day, God patted my shoulder and said, I will redeem you, so that you can grow faster. Oh my god, it is forced to retain a little health. With my eternal power, would it be impossible to die even if you want to? Chao Xing was surprised. Then, he couldn't wait to verify the effect of this skill. So, Chao Xing directly threw the skill book to Lu Muxue. After Lu Muxue took it, her mouth slightly opened, and instantly understood the importance of this skill book. Then, she directly clicked to learn. At the same time, Lu Muxue raised her sword and began to chant softly. If there is no light, the existence of darkness loses its meaning. Those who are attacked by evil will, or those who have fallen beliefs, need the salvation of holy light. The next moment, a ray of light fell into Chao Xing's body. System prompts appeared. Lu Muxue successfully casts Holy Light Redemption, affected by the talent Eternal Power. This skill has become permanent, and every 5 minutes, the effect of Holy Light Redemption can be triggered once. Seeing the prompt, Chao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. As expected, Eternal Power does not make this skill effective indefinitely, but it has also been greatly strengthened. This is not bad. It is equivalent to having an extra life every 5 minutes. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Next, the last item. A golden ring. Kingdom Holy Ring Gold. Quality, rare. Wearing requirements, level 15. Armor, 19 to 21. Additional special effect 1. Spirit plus 20, Constitution plus 20. Additional special effect 2. Exquisite patterns, Charm plus 20. Additional special effect 3. Energy amplification. At the moment of launching an attack, there is a 50% chance to increase the damage of this attack by 20%. Additional special effect 4. Blessing of the Sea. When using a healing skill, add 50% of the healing effect. Item description. Under the gorgeous patterns, the name of Edburn is engraved in flower font. Chao Xing's pupil shrank again. Wow! Isn't this ring tailor-made for me and Lu Muxue? Additional 50% healing effect. He could equip it first, and cast Ice Healing. For all recruited creatures. The recovery number per second will increase greatly. Then give it to Lu Muxue, and let her cast Holy Healing. For everyone, which can also greatly improve the healing ability. Obviously, this is feasible. According to this estimate, his Ice Healing can restore nearly 200 HP per second. It can restore 12,000 HP in 1 minute. It's so powerful. Chao Xing was so excited, and even wanted to equip it on the spot. However, this ring is a level 15 equipment. Chao Xing glanced at his experience bar. Level 13, 52%. It's not much different. I guess I can equip it tomorrow. Thinking of this, Chao Xing put all these things away. As for the other two new materials, Eternal Gold Ingot and Magic Pattern Stone, I remember that these two materials are needed to build the king's altar. I didn't have a clue before, but I didn't expect it to be opened directly. This also pointed out a direction for Chao Xing. Next, as long as he opened the gold treasure chest, he would be able to gather enough materials to build the king's altar. At the same time, Chao Xing's men also searched the coffins in the entire church. There were 500 or 600 coffins in total, and he brought more than 100 bags of burial objects. Obtained, burial bags of the Ascalon Undead * 114. Obtained, burial bags of the Ascalon Captain * 5. Obtained, burial bags of the Ascalon Captain * 1. Not bad. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Now he has more than 300 bags of burial objects in his hands. At this point, the harvest here has been counted. Chao Xing ordered, "Let's go. We can go out now. Let's go find Lieutenant Carhan." He didn't forget that there was a mission reward, and he had to find Lieutenant Carhan to claim it. Chao Xing came directly to the stone door of Kasha Cathedral, and used the master key and the stone talisman to open the door. Boom! The door gradually rose, revealing the bright passage outside. Everyone saw. The surrounding walls were covered with claw marks, and it seemed that many soul-eating monsters had attacked the door and walls here crazily. But because of the death of the soul-devouring demon, these soul-devouring monsters also lost their power source and all disappeared on the spot. Chao Xing felt a little regretful. What a pity, there are so many soul-devouring monsters in this underground palace. If I kill them all, I will get so many elite and leader souls, and how much experience can I contribute? Although Chao Xing also knew that he was just daydreaming. After all, with so many soul-devouring monsters, it was unclear whether they had the ability to kill them all. But it didn't stop him from imagining. After coming out of Kasha Cathedral, the crowd followed the map and went straight to the Temple of Everlook. There were also many coffins here. Chao Xing's eyes lit up again. Just when Chao Xing was about to let his men start looting, a group of undead floated over silently. This also made Chao Xing stop the looting. The leaders were Duke Palatine and Lieutenant Carhan. After a while, more and more undead came out of the wall. In the blink of an eye, the number of undead gathered here reached thousands. The aura on them quickly lowered the temperature of the entire underground palace. This also made Chao Xing feel a little nervous. So many undeads rushing forward will tear them apart easily. However, Chao Xing was not afraid. If they really dared to do so, Chao Xing would release the devil in the devouring demon box directly, and at worst, they would be finished together. However, the group of undeads did not show hostility after seeing Chao Xing and others, but showed grateful expressions. As the Duke of Paladin spoke slowly, "Let all of us Ascalonians pay the highest respect to these heroes who killed the soul-devouring demon." After he finished speaking, the Duke of Paladin knelt on one knee. Including other undead, all knelt down in unison. Then, they made a hollow voice and solemnly said, "Thank you, you are the heroes of our Ascalon people. Ascalon people will always remember your names." Looking at the solemn look of this group of undead, everyone felt a little embarrassed. Chao Xing coughed twice, and then said, "No need to be polite, I am a lord, and one of my subjects is you Ascalon people. When I learned that her compatriots were suffering from the invasion of soul eaters, I also felt very uncomfortable. So, in order to save her compatriots, in order to get you out of the sea of suffering, I came here." At this time, the group of undead raised their heads, and then saw Rennie's behind Chao Xing, and a glimmer of light appeared in their empty eyes. Lord. Rennie behind him was so moved that she couldn't say anything more. She had never thought that Chao Xing would take her feelings so seriously. Rennie's pupils gradually became moist, and she even wanted to give Chao Xing a hug on the spot. At this time, all the undead looked at Chao Xing, and their eyes were moved again. Although Chao Xing was talking nonsense, he didn't come to the Ascalon tomb because of Rennie. But at this time, what he said was what it was. After all, who can say that Chao Xing's words are false? He killed the devil. So he is the hero of the Ascalon people. And no one can deny this. At the same time, the system prompt appears. Because of your respect for the Ascalon people, the Ascalon camp's favorability is further improved. And the current favorability is intimate. Note, in the intimate favorability state, they will regard you as one of their own. You will be able to freely enter and exit all areas where the Ascalon undead are located in the future, and will not be attacked. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye, is impressed by your character, and his loyalty is further improved. Because the loyalty is full, the special effect is triggered, Die Hard. Hearing the system prompt, Chao Xing's mouth corners arced. The third loyal subordinate appeared. Next, no matter what he did, Renus would never betray him. Not only that, he also gained the favor of the Ascalon people. So that next, he could even freely enter and exit all Ascalon areas. Behind this, there are huge benefits. You know, there are more than just this tomb in the ruins of Ascalon. Chao Xing thought secretly in his heart. Sure enough, a qualified lord, in addition to having strong military force, also needs to have a good tongue. Duke Paladin said with emotion, "You are the lord who cares about his subordinates the most that I have ever seen. If His Majesty the King had been willing to listen to our opinions like you, he would not have gone astray." Including other Ascalon undead, they all raised their heads. They looked at the people behind Chao Xing with envy in their eyes. This scene gave Assam, Braun and others a sense of honor. It turned out that following such a powerful and considerate lord would be enviable. Chao Xing nodded and said, "I treat all of my people equally. Everyone, stand up." At this time, all the undead stood up. Lieutenant Carlhan and Duke Paladin came to Chao Xing together. Chao Xing looked at the undead in front of him, and chuckled, "See you again, Lieutenant Carlhan." The undead Carlhan nodded, and said excitedly, "See you again, Lord Chao Xing. It's hard to believe that you actually destroyed the demon's soul. I never thought that you could do this. I even thought that you would be wiped out in front of the first temple." Chao Xing's face was dark. It turned out that this lieutenant didn't think highly of their strength at all, but he still let them in. This is preparing to send them to their deaths. However, the matter is over. Chao Xing smiled. "I have a group of powerful subordinates and partners. Of course, I can succeed." Carlhan glanced behind Chao Xing, and then nodded. "Lord Chao Xing, you are right. You have a group of powerful subordinates. Plus you have such courage, I believe, you will rise at a terrifying speed. It won't be long. The whole Western continent will know your name. One day in the future, even we, the undead buried deep in the underground palace, can hear your name." Chao Xing was happy. This guy is quite good at talking. However, one thing is one thing. The compensation that should be asked for is still required. So Chao Xing said directly, "Lieutenant Carlhan, thank you for your praise. However, about the compensation we agreed on before." Hearing this, Lieutenant Carlhan not only did not have any resistance, but nodded. "Of course, this is what you deserve." After saying that, he directly conjured up a lot of recruitment scrolls, a blueprint, and 3 training books. Then, all these things were handed over to Chao Xing. System prompts appear. Mission: Saving the Ascalon undead in the 4 great temples has been completed. Mission: Saving the undead of Duke Paladin has been completed. Mission rewards: Ascalon Soldier Recruitment Scroll *112, Ascalon Training Barracks Blueprint *1, Ascalon Elite Warrior Training Book *3. At this moment, Chao Xing looked at the pile of reward recruitment scrolls in his backpack, and there was an irrepressible joy in his eyes. The harvest of this mission has completely exceeded his imagination, enough to greatly improve his strength. However, Chao Xing remembered that he had heard a system prompt. "You can ask Lieutenant Carlhan for extra rewards." Ahem. Lieutenant Carlhan this time. "In addition to the 4 major temples, we also saved many innocent undead. I wonder if it is possible." Hearing this, Lieutenant Carlhan's eyes showed a trace of difficulty, because he had given everything to Chao Xing. At this time, Duke Palatine came over and said, "Lord Chao Xing, you have taken away our burial objects, and my ancient sword Magdal has also appeared in your hands. These are enough to pay your reward." Hearing this, Chao Xing coughed awkwardly twice. It turned out that this Duke Paladin already knew what he did in the underground palace. And now, Chao Xing realized how terrifying this Duke Paladin was. He originally wanted to explore the strength of the Duke Paladin, but when he looked over, except for his name, everything else was just a bunch of. This shows that the Duke Paladin is at least a 4th level existence. And not just an ordinary 4th level, at least a leader level. If he had not been suppressed too hard by the soul-devouring demon, with the Duke Paladin's terrifying strength, coupled with his undead body, it is estimated that there would be few opponents in the entire Snow Wind Plain. Fortunately, the other party did not seem to be prepared to pursue the matter. At this time, the Duke of Paladin laughed again and said, "Although you took away our burial objects, however, this time you helped us recapture the underground palace and saved our Ascalon people, which is of great significance. I should indeed give you a little more reward." Chao Xing was about to be modest, but he saw that a book emitting a blue spirit of the dead appeared in the hands of the Duke of Paladin. The Duke of Paladin explained, "This is a book that records the names of all the Ascalon dead in our underground palace. I call it the Book of the Dead, and it contains the space magic I left behind when I was alive. Open the book, chant the spell, and you will have 3 chances to summon us to fight for you. However, due to the limitation of space power, we can only exist for about 60 seconds. And, because I don't have enough power, you can only summon the undead in this underground palace." After listening to the explanation of the Duke of Palatine, Chao Xing took a deep breath. "Damn! You can actually summon the undead in the entire underground palace to fight. What does this mean? You know, the number of undead here is almost more than 1,000. If you add this underground palace, the souls in other areas, there are at least more than 1,000. And this group of undead are at least level 20 or above, and there are many elites and leaders among them. And this Duke Paladin is at least a 4th level leader, even a legendary commander. Such a powerful force, even if only 60 seconds, is enough to sweep away everything." Chao Xing was very excited and quickly took it. Obtained, Ascalon's Book of the Dead, special item. "Thank you, you are such a generous duke." Chao Xing's thanks came from the bottom of his heart. Just kidding, when someone gives you such an awesome thing, it's normal to say thank you. If the other party doesn't want to, Chao Xing can just recognize him as his grandfather. With such a powerful grandfather, he can walk sideways in the entire snowstorm plain in the future. Duke Palatine also smiled and waved his hand and said, "Then, Lord Chao Xing, we still need to rebuild the underground palace now, so we won't keep you for long." Hearing this, Chao Xing also understood what he meant. He was going to drive people away. Although, there are still many areas in this underground palace that have not been explored, and there are still many coffins that have not been looted. But it was enough, anyway. He had already taken advantage of it this time. "Okay, Your Excellency the Duke, we have to go out and deal with other things." After saying that, Chao Xing clenched his fist with one hand and placed it on his chest. "May the glory of Ascalon last forever." On the field, all the undead clenched their fists and saluted Chao Xing solemnly. Chapter 137 Cold Spirit Water, The Secret of Getting Rich. All the undead on the field clenched their fists and saluted Chao Xing solemnly. "May the glory of Ascalon last forever. And be with you." Chao Xing nodded and then prepared to leave. When leaving, Duke Palatine said, "Lord Chao Xing, one day in the future, if you find someone with the royal blood of Ascalon, you can come here to find me again. I will personally take you to open the long-forgotten treasure of the kingdom." Chao Xing nodded. "I will, Your Excellency the Duke." After that, the crowd left the Temple of Everlook, following a new route, and came to the hall where they had entered before. Then, they stepped onto the long staircase leading to the surface. 2 or 3 minutes later, light reappeared above Chao Xing and the others. Everyone went out, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the underground palace was spacious, it was still a bit too stuffy to deal with a group of undead and soul-eating monsters. Although, even when they came outside, the temperature was still as cold as inside the underground palace. But at least they could see the light. At this moment, the mammoth Dabai and Ji Xinyua's pet tiger were still waiting at the entrance. "Moo!" the mammoth called softly, and seemed to be happy to see Chao Xing again. Everyone had a smile on their faces. Ji Xinyua patted her slightly flat chest, and then breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she felt relieved because the knot that had troubled her for several days was finally untied. Chao Xing smiled and said, "In this way, the group of undead will not come to you at night again." After hearing this, Ji Xinyua also showed a gentle smile on her face. "Thanks to Boss Chao Xing. If it weren't for you, our family might have been torn to pieces by these undeads tonight." Chao Xing nodded, then took out 10 Ascalon soldier recruitment scrolls from his backpack and threw them to Ji Xinyua. Ji Xinyua opened her mouth slightly when she saw so many recruitment scrolls in her hand. She was about to refuse, but Chao Xing said, "Take it. I have more than 100 scrolls in my hand, and I don't need these few scrolls. And compared to me, These 10 scrolls can give you greater help. Now that the novice protection period has ended, you can't rely on the protection of the territory as before. Whether it's collecting resources or going out hunting, you need to have enough strength. Otherwise you won't be able to move forward. After listening to Chao Xing, Ji Xinhua also understood the importance of these recruitment scrolls. She looked at Chao Xing gratefully, and then quietly put the scrolls into her backpack. At this time, Ji Xinhua slowly raised her head, and said with a playful smile, "By the way, Boss Chao Xing, I have told my parents the good news. After they heard that the group of undead would not look for us again, they were so happy that they asked you to have a cup of tea before leaving." "Drink tea?" Chao Xing asked doubtfully. Speaking of which, since he came to this world, he has never had tea. However, he is now preparing to attack Fan Long's camp. This time, his strength has increased dramatically, and he also has the Book of the Dead of Ascalon. Even if there is a 4th level hunter in Fan Long's camp, he is sure to kill him directly. Thinking of this, Chao Xing was ready to reject Ji Xinua's invitation. At this time, Ji Xinhua said, "It's not ordinary tea. It's a kind of tea called cold spirit water, which can restore health. And my dad also boiled this water. And after drinking it, the body can be warm for a long time." Chao Xing was stunned. He heard the 3 words, cold spirit water, and this is exactly what he is looking for. Chao Xing asked directly, "Cold spirit water? Where did you get it?" Ji Xinhua seemed to know that he was already interested, and a small tiger tooth appeared at the corner of her mouth. And then she laughed happily. Of course, she did not keep him in suspense, and said directly, "It is near my camp. Follow the downstream of the Lei River for 2 or 3 kilometers, and you can see a pool of cold spirit water in the dense forest next to it. I will send you the coordinates directly." Chao Xing nodded suddenly. "Okay. In this case, let's go to your camp for a cup of tea before leaving." "Yeah." Ji Xinhua seemed very happy. A few minutes later, the group returned to the small camp of Ji Xinua's family. Her parents had been waiting outside the camp. When they saw Chao Xing and others coming, they all had happy smiles on their faces. Not only that, Ji's parents also pulled Ji Xinhua. The family bowed to Chao Xing again. He was thanked by the dead spirits and this family again. Chao Xing felt a little embarrassed. While the Ji family thanked her, Ji Xinua's mother moved her plump and slender legs and served everyone a cup of steaming hot tea in a dignified manner. There were a few unknown leaves floating on it, exuding a faint fragrance. Then, when she came to Chao Xing, she smiled gently. "Xiao Chao, we know that someone as capable as you may not like this kind of rough tea, but this is also the intention of our family." Chao Xing hurriedly smiled and said, "No, Auntie, thank you for your hot tea." Then, Chao Xing looked at the properties of this cup of tea. Hot tea soaked in cold spirit water. After taking it, it restores 2 health points per second, and the effect lasts for 30 seconds. "It's really cold spirit water." Chao Xing smiled, and then drank the hot tea in the cup directly. In an instant, he saw +2 recovery numbers appearing above his head. Successfully consumed hot tea soaked in cold spirit water, recovered 2 health points per second, talent eternal power. Activated, this state has become permanent. Chao Xing nodded. Eternal power is as strong as ever. Although the amount of blood restored is not much, but this is an additional bonus, not bad. Watching Chao Xing drink it all in one breath, Ji Mu's face once again showed a gentle smile, as if she was looking at her own child. Chao Xing felt a little embarrassed. After drinking tea, he said goodbye to the Ji family. Then he led the team to the coordinates set by Ji Xinhua. The Ji family silently watched the backs of the group, feeling emotional, including Ji Xinhua. She was also looking at Chao Xing's back. At this time, Ji's mother came over and smiled. "Xingxinyu, are you reluctant to leave?" After the initial confusion, Ji Xinhua realized something in an instant, and blushed and said, "Mom, what are you talking about? We just met today." However, Ji's mother laughed again. "I haven't said anything yet, and you admitted it yourself." At this moment, Ji Xinhua also realized that she had let the cat out of the bag. Ji's mother looked at her with an ant smile, which made Ji Xinhua feel even more embarrassed. She pouted, then turned her head away. "Humph. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to use the recruitment scroll to train the army." 10 minutes later, Chao Xing and his group had arrived at the coordinates Ji Xinhua mentioned. This was another forest. The extremely low temperature made it pale. and even the leaves were frozen stiff. However, in such a dense forest, there was a pool of clean water that was not frozen. There were still bursts of white mist floating on it. Chaoxing walked over and looked at the properties above. Cold spirit water, water with weak vitality. After taking it, it can restore weak life value, and is also one of the main materials for making life secret medicine. Oh! This cold spirit water can also be used to make life secret medicine? Chaoxing's eyes lit up immediately. Then there are many uses. Cold spirit water can not only be used to irrigate the seeds of the ancient war tree, but also irrigate other magical plants. Now it can even be used to make life secret medicine. Lu Muxua also saw the properties of the cold spirit water, and whispered, "Axing, do you think we can use the cold spirit water to exchange some resources in the market?" Through this period of time, Lu Muxua also knew the secret of Chaoxing's wealth. So she thought, whether she could also contribute to the development of the territory. However, Chaoxing smiled, and shook his head and said, "Not very good, the recovery effect of this thing is too weak, so it can't be sold at a high price in the trading channel. Otherwise, Ji Xinhua would have made a fortune by selling water." Hearing this, Lu Muxua nodded suddenly, and at the same time became a little frustrated. Chaoxing touched her head, and said with a smile, "Although the price of cold spirit water is not high. However, it would be different if it could be made into a secret medicine for life. You know, a bottle of secret medicine for life can restore 300 health points. At the current stage, for the health points of those survivors, a bottle can restore half of their health points. And there will definitely be many people scrambling for it." Hearing this, Lu Muxua's eyes sparkled. She seemed to have seen a new way to make a fortune. Of course, these premises are that a secret medicine for life can be found. Chaoxing said, "Muxua, let's pack some cold spirit water." "Yes." Lu Muxua nodded. Then the two began to collect cold spirit water together. Through experiments, Chaoxing found that one grid of the backpack can hold 100 liters of cold spirit water. Chaoxing directly filled 10 grids. Then he asked Lu Muxua to fill 5 grids. Together, the two of them brought 1,500 liters of cold spirit water. You don't need to bring too much of this stuff. Anyway, Ji Xinhua's camp is nearby. When it's not enough, let Ji Xinhua come to get some, and then trade it to Chaoxing through the market. He nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Let's go to the next area." Chaoxing glanced at the map, and then ran straight towards Fan Long's camp. At the same time, a hint of murderous intent gradually appeared in his eyes. The team ran all the way. Time soon came to an hour later. At the same time, in a snowy field, there was a good-sized camp. There were more than a dozen 2-story buildings. They also built an elemental arrow tower, as well as 2 sentry towers and other defensive buildings. In addition, there is a group of soldiers wearing imperial armor patrolling. However, if you look closely, you can find that these soldiers are very strong, and none of them is lower than level 20. They are actually hunters in disguise. In one of the residential houses, Fan Long and his family are sitting in the shelter next to them with gloomy faces. The family is sitting around the stove, silently. At this moment, his mother holds his hand. "Along, hold it in." Fan Long is shaking all over, not knowing whether he is angry or because of something else. Lan Qianqian, who was standing next to him, also said with a face full of grievance, "Brother Long, what should I do? Do you really want me to serve those guys? They are so dirty, I can smell the blood from a long distance." After hearing this, Fan Long's face turned even darker. At the same time, he was also in a dilemma. After the operation failed yesterday, the group of hunters not only did not express anything, but also got furious with Fan Long, blamed him for not finding out the specific strength of Chaoxing, causing their Church of Light to lose so many people. And they also forcibly cut their cheeks, and held a ceremony for them to join the Church of Light. Fan Long had never expected that. Just after establishing a cooperative relationship, this group of hunters would turn against him. Although he was the president of a large gang, facing this group of hunters, he knew that his power was no match for them. The other party could crush their entire family like crushing an ant. Just when he was at a loss, the black-robed priest of the hunters made a request. That is, let Fan Long's wife, Lan Qianqian, serve him from the next day. Otherwise, let their entire family bear the consequences. Fan Long struggled all night, and tried all kinds of methods, but to no avail. Not only that, The group of hunters also guarded the camp from all sides, and they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Fan Long sighed and said, I thought that the cooperation with the hunters would allow me to increase my strength directly. Now it seems that this is like inviting a wolf into the house. These crazy guys have no bottom line at all. Hearing this, Fan Long's family felt even more depressed. After some entanglement, Fan Long slowly said, Qianqian, you go. Lan Qianqian's eyes were full of tears, and she looked at Fan Long aggrievedly. Brother Long, I am your wife. When Fan Long heard this, his face suddenly turned pale, and he said angrily, What else do you want me to do? This group of hunters is so powerful, and they control our life and death. We have no chance to resist at all. Speaking of this, Fan Long's emotions were a little out of control, and he said, If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that damn Qiaoxing, who is against me everywhere. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have come to this point. Seeing him furious, Fan Long's family didn't dare to speak. After a while, Fan Long recovered. Then he touched Lan Qianqian's head and comforted her. Go, Qianqian. Just think of it as a mosquito bite. I will definitely save you. Then, Lan Qianqian said with tears in her eyes, Okay, I believe in you, Brother Long. It's okay to make some sacrifices, but I'm more worried about whether I can come back after I go this time. Fan Long's face froze after hearing this. As a gang leader who has been in the underworld for many years, he has played with many women and does not value Lan Qianqian as much as he imagined. But even if you raise a dog, you will have feelings for it after raising it for so many years. And Lan Qianqian has always been obedient to him. In Fan Long's frustrated eyes, he saw Lan Qianqian push open the door, and then the door closed with a bang. At this moment, he closed his eyes, and at the same time, there was a surge of anger in his heart. Qiaoxing, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have cooperated with this group of cultists. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen to the point of giving my wife away to others. Fan Long still didn't realize that he was the one who went to cause trouble for Qiaoxing. It just attracted Qiaoxing's counterattack, and then stepped into the abyss step by step. And at this moment, a terrifying roar suddenly sounded around the camp. Moo! This sound was like the roar of a giant beast, which directly startled the hunters in the entire camp. Then, they saw a running mammoth, rushing towards them at a high speed. Boom! Boom! The ground shook wildly. The group of hunters held knives, guns, sticks and clubs, and looked outside with vigilance. God of light. It's a mammoth. The aura on it is at least level 3. At this moment, they noticed that in addition to the mammoth, there was a large group of figures following behind. At this moment, the hunters immediately understood something. Damn it. It's an enemy attack. Enemy attack. The entire camp sounded the alarm. Many hunters quickly emerged from the small house in the camp. In total, there were more than 30 or 40 of them. At this time, Dubai had already rushed out first. It is worth mentioning that, on the way here, Qiaoxing had already given the intermediate power heart to Dubai. Dubai also successfully advanced to the 3rd level leader level mammoth. All attributes increased dramatically. The blood volume even exceeded 32,000. Moo! Dubai in the raging charge. State was like a train out of control, rushing straight into the group of hunters. Bang bang bang. The sound of pieces of flesh colliding appeared. Although those hunters were crazy, not all of them were fearless of death. In their horrified eyes, a large number of them were directly knocked away by the big white. Minus 1,754. Minus 1,632. Minus 1931. Minus 2,631. Horrible damage numbers appeared one after another. These hunters were all above level 20. Although the damage was not enough to kill them. However, due to the system update, fractures and other effects were added. After being severely hit, the bones in the body will be broken, and they will suffer great pain. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking that made people's scalps numb was heard. After these hunters fall to the ground, suddenly felt that the bones of his whole body were crushed. I can't hold it on the ground. Ah! My ribs. My ribs were broken. Ah! My waist. A scream appeared. Seeing this, the other hunter said in horror, Fast! Use catching the net, limit this mighty elephant action. The archer above the whistle, fast long-range attack Mengxiangxiang. You don't need to say more, the group of archers had already attacked. However, Their arrows fall on Dubai, after finally get rid of the 3 layers of holy shields. As a result, there were only a few harms in their early one. -114. -116. -124. These damage compared to Dubai's long blood bars. The blood volume of this loss was insignificant. Chapter 138 Raid on Fanlong Territory. Seeing the archers attack, it had no effect on Dubai. The hunters were horrified. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Are ordinary mammoths so strong? After a collision, Dubai had already started to demolish the house. It was going to destroy the 2 sentry towers and an elemental arrow tower first. Bang! Dubai crashed headfirst into an elemental arrow tower. -1683. Then he raised his front hoof and stomped on it. Boom! The durability of this elemental arrow tower was directly reduced to 0. This is the terrifying level of Dubai now. It can destroy an elemental arrow tower on the spot with just 2 attacks. Boom! After a violent vibration, the tower body of more than 10 meters long collapsed directly. And those hunters, while Dubai was dismantling the elemental arrow tower, attacked frantically. However, the total damage only caused Dubai about 2,000. Not only that, its health value was still recovering at a terrifying speed. This is simply despairing. In addition, Chao Xing and others have also arrived. They launched all kinds of attacks without hesitation. A knight riding a frost wolf, a big bald man holding a shield, and a big white bear rushed into the crowd and started killing. Swish, swish, swish. A solemn silver sword began to sweep wildly, bringing up pieces of blood and flesh. And Brown raised his shield, using it as a weapon, and smashed it. Bang, bang. The sound of flesh kept ringing, and the hunters were knocked away one by one. Then, Hilda and Rennies in the distance were both using various long-range attacks crazily. In addition, Chao Xing continued to launch various magic attacks to focus fire. -474. -789. -332. -312. -574. A long list of damage numbers appeared. The hunters were terrified, but more puzzled. God of Light. Who are these guys? Damn it! Why are they attacking us? Ah! This was Chao Xing's counterattack against the hunters, who tried to assassinate him. However, Chao Xing's counterattack was like a storm, which made them unable to bear it. Screams continued to appear. After a while, a killing prompt appeared. Your territory member, Andrew, killed the hunter scout LV-23 and gained experience points, 460 points. Combatants gained experience points, 230 points. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye, killed the hunter archer LV-24 and gained experience points, 480 points. Combatants gained experience points, 240 points. Because there was Chao Xing's order, which was to kill all the living beings in this camp. So they didn't hold back. In the blink of an eye, there were 7 or 8 corpses on the ground. The group of hunters took a breath of cold air and realized that this was a group of tough guys. We are no match for these guys. Go and inform the priest. At the same time, the door of the Lord's hut was suddenly pushed open. A black-robed priest said with an ugly face while tidying up his clothes, "Damn it, who ruined my good thing?" He had already heard the movement outside, but he didn't want to expose himself, and on the other hand, he didn't want to interrupt his interest. So he didn't come out. And now, the noise outside made it impossible for him to concentrate on training the woman in front of him. Lan Qianqian behind him was lying on the ground with a look of horror on her face, and most of her clothes were torn, revealing her snow-white shoulder and her slender legs. For a moment, her beauty was exposed. She also heard the noise outside, and the horror on her face gradually faded, becoming a little confused. Including Fan Long's family, they also carefully poked their heads out of the residence. The black-robed priest of the hunter had already seen Chao Xing and others, and immediately snorted coldly. "How dare you? You didn't run away after seeing this priest. It seems that you came for me from the beginning. Everyone come out. Kill them!" As the black-robed priest finished speaking, 5 more figures emerged from the Lord's hut. The auras of these 5 figures were extremely strong, no less than that of the 3rd-level elite killer who came to assassinate Chao Xing at that time. At this moment, Lan Qianqian's eyes suddenly widened. She didn't know that there were so many people in the room, and her face turned pale. The hunters gathered together quickly. They were scared by the fierce attack of Chao Xing and others. Now seeing the black-robed priest, They seemed to have finally found their backbone. Assam, Dabai and others were also ordered by Chao Xing not to rush forward. For a moment, the battlefield fell into a moment of stagnation. Both sides were sizing up each other's strength. The black-robed priest of the hunter wore a black mask, and his deep pupils looked at Chao Xing and his men. Behind this group of hunters, Fan Long and his family were watching the outside with a sly look. At this moment, Fan Long suddenly noticed Chao Xing and Lu Muxia at the back of the territory, and was shocked. There was a strong surprise and joy in his eyes. He said excitedly, "Priest, this kid is the Chao Xing I mentioned." At this moment, Fan Long was so excited that he almost jumped up. Fan Long even thought that he would never have another chance to deal with Chao Xing. He didn't expect that Chao Xing would come to his camp by himself. In Fan Long's view, this was simply a trap. With the strength of this group of hunters, they could easily kill Chao Xing, who was the survivor. After hearing this, the black-robed priest of the hunter looked at Chao Xing with interest. "Oh, are you the Chao Xing? The lord of another world, who caused me to lose a group of my subordinates yesterday?" Before Chao Xing could answer, Fan Long beside him said excitedly, "Yes, it's him. Master Priest, kill him quickly." However, the black-robed priest just glanced at him lightly. "Shut up. Did I ask you to speak?" Fan Long froze in place. Being watched by so many people and being scolded on the spot, he felt a sense of humiliation. Just when he was about to attack, he found 5 murderous eyes behind him. The 5 assassins had locked onto him. If Fan Long made any move, he would be killed immediately. At this moment, Fan Long felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. At the same time, his eyes looking at Chao Xing were filled with even stronger resentment. Chao Xing ignored Fan Long, nor did he pay attention to his eyes. He was just a clown who could not see the situation clearly and could be killed easily. His enemy was just this group of hunters. Chao Xing glanced at the attributes of this group of hunters. Hunter Black Robe Priest LV30. Level, Tier 3 Boss Level Creature. HP, 46880/46880. Attack Power, 2117 to 2205. Skills, Bleeding, Broken Tendons, Snake Attack, Sword Dance. Talent, None. Train Hunter Killer LV28. Level, Tier 3 Elite Level Creature. HP, 15680/15680. Attack Power, 943 to 987. Skills, Double Cutting, Knife Throwing, Stealth. Talent, None. Seeing the attributes of these guys, Chao Xing felt relieved. Fortunately, it's just a level 30 boss, plus 5 tier 3 elites. This should be all the strength of this camp. Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed very powerful. If it was before entering the Ascalon tomb, Chao Xing might have been involved in a fierce battle. But now, it was a complete crush. So, he directly ordered kill, flatten this territory. The next moment, the mammoths Dabai and Assam and Braun had already rushed up. Not only the Black-Robe Priest, but also Fan Long's family were shocked. They didn't expect that Chao Xing, as a survivor, was not afraid of the powerful hunters, but also took action. For a moment, Fan Long could not help but have a new understanding of Chao Xing's madness and boldness. The hunter priest was naturally not a pushover. He directly ordered, "Come on, kill these guys. I'll deal with the mammoth." After that, the remaining 30-odd hunters, 5 elites, and a leader all rushed up. Chao Xing was not afraid at all. He ordered, "Assam, Andrew, Braun, hold back the 3 elite killers. Reniz, Hilda, each of you one." After receiving the order, everyone quickly found their opponents. The 3 melee fighters not only had to deal with ordinary hunters, but also held back 3 elite assassins, which put them under the greatest pressure. As for Hilda and Reniz, both were ranged units. Being entangled by such a powerful assassin, they should have been suppressed in all aspects. However, they were not ordinary ranged fighters. One was a leader-level existence, and the other was promoted to the leader level by Chao Xing. With all the buffs, they had no shortcomings. Hilda directly hatched a large number of blood spiders, rushed towards the hunter-killer, and launched a crazy self-explosion. Before the elite killer could react, he was immediately controlled by a scream of terror and spider web. Reniz pulled the bowstring directly, dealing with the elite killer while supporting the battle on Assam's side. "You guys who dare to offend the Lord, my arrows will pierce you like hedgehogs." Crash! The storm of arrows fell in an instant, and the sound of flesh piercing was heard in the densest part of the crowd. Ah! It's an arrow rain attack. Scatter quickly. At the same time, the black-robed priest held a one-handed sword in his hand and instantly rushed to Dubai. Mammoth! Die! However, what he didn't expect was that at this moment, Dubai really raised his front hoof and then directly used mammoth trampling. Boom! A dizziness mark appeared on the black-robed priest's head. As a third-level boss-level creature, even in a one-on-one state, Dubai was not afraid of him at all. At this moment, the black priest felt a chill on his back. You know, Sarah, the strongest man under Chao Xing, never showed up. Once she showed up, blood would be shed. A shadow appeared silently and passed across his neck. Minus 5,471. Vital attack. Minus 5,699. Minus 5,844. Minus 2,174. Minus 1,753. 3 swords, combined with Dubai's attack, directly killed 20,000 of the black priest's health. When he was released from the dizzy state, he gasped. As the attack began, Sarah appeared, and the black-robed priest exclaimed, "Leader! A third-level leader assassin! Damn it! Come and save me!" After that, the 2 elite killers gave up attacking Hilda and Rennies, and rushed towards the black-robed priest. However, in this way, no one could limit Chao Xing's ranged units. Various ranged attacks fell madly. The number of ordinary hunters was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye, killed a hunter level 24, gained experience points, 480. Combatants gained experience points, 240. Your kill prompts kept appearing. From the beginning of the battle to now, the hunters have left more than a dozen bodies. The pressure on Assam and Braun was greatly reduced. Seeing this scene, Fan Long's expectation suddenly cooled down. He thought with disbelief, "Damn it! How can this guy be so strong? Didn't we come to this world at the same time? Why is he so far ahead of me?" Fan Long kept shouting in his heart. With the strength Chao Xing showed now, his targeting behavior all along was just like a clown. And Fan Long was not willing to accept this fact at all. He gritted his teeth and hurriedly shouted, "Priest! That boy is the chosen lord, and the key to this group of people. As long as he is killed, the battle will be over." Hearing this, the black-robed priest, who was being beaten by Sarah, suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes. He knew that the people who knew this group of lords from another world best were the other lords from another world. So, he believed Fan Long's words. Send a killer to kill this guy. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure holding a short knife quickly rushed out from the battlefield on Assan's side, and rushed straight towards Chao Xing. If it was before, Chao Xing might have panicked. However, now, he had a lot of life-saving buffs and trump cards. In addition, Lu Muxue was beside him to protect his safety. So Chao Xing was not worried at all. And maybe there is a chance to counterattack. Chao Xing smiled and said, "Muxue, protect me." "Yeah." Lu Muxue raised her shield and stood by Chao Xing. The next moment, Chao Xing directly used the skill Demon Transformation. Wow! A terrifying demonic energy burst out instantly. His body expanded rapidly, breaking through 2 meters and 5 in the blink of an eye. His limbs became as strong and powerful as a beast. Not only that, he also grew a pair of black wings, coupled with the black energy emanating from his body. Chao Xing at this moment was like a devil descending on the earth. The system prompt appeared. Skill Demon Transformation is successfully used, and the talent Eternal Power takes effect. This skill has become permanent. You can exit or enter the Demon Transformation state at any time. Chao Xing looked at his exaggerated body, and at the same time felt a terrible power filling his body. Can I exit and enter at any time? Really good. Feeling the overwhelming demonic energy on Chao Xing, all the hunters on the field were stunned for a moment. What are you doing? Kill him! The black-robed priest urged from behind. The elite killer rushed over headfirst. And at this moment, Chao Xing directly used the skill Soul Withering. With himself as the center, all enemies within a radius of 500 meters were enveloped by the terrifying soul flame. The next moment, the flame burned instantly. Minus 473. Minus 484. Minus 391. Minus 352. The dense damage numbers appeared. The group of hunters screamed as they were burned by the soul flame, including Fan Long, and his parents were also enveloped by the flame. They watched their blood volume drop rapidly, and felt a painful burning sensation deep in their souls. A sense of crisis of death came. Fan Long was terrified, and quickly took out a bottle of green potion from his pocket, which instantly restored his blood volume, and then cast a holy healing spell on himself. At least, he had the last 200 points of blood left. However, his parents were not so lucky. They saw their blood volume drop sharply, and the horrible pain covered their bodies. Then they shouted in fear, "Xiaolong, save us!" Obviously, their call for help was useless, because Fan Long could not save himself. After a shrill scream, he was taken away by Chao Xing's soul withering. Fan Long looked at the corpse on the ground, and suddenly he was grief-stricken, and shouted, "Damn Chao Xing! You killed my parents? I will chop you into pieces, and feed you to the dogs." However, Chao Xing looked at him, grinned with a big black mouth, and said, "Why are you barking like a dog? Don't worry. I will send you down to reunite with your family in a while." Hearing this, the anger in Fan Long's heart disappeared in an instant, and it was like a basin of cold water poured on his head. He also knew that what Chao Xing said was true, and he had the ability to do it. Fan Long now can only hope that the group of hunter-killers can successfully kill Chao Xing. However, Lu Muxua has been guarding Chao Xing closely. Every time the hunter-killer wants to attack, Lu Muxua's shield blocks it. Not only that, Chao Xing is constantly throwing out balls of fire, hitting the hunter-killer. Bang! -481. -477. -492. In less than 3 seconds, the killer's health was nearly 3,000 killed by Chao Xing. Compared to Sarah's attack, it may be insignificant, but you have to know that Chao Xing is only level 13 now. As his level increases, he will become even more terrifying. Chao Xing said happily, "Maybe it won't be long before I can surpass Sarah and Andrew and become the top output." He thought happily while throwing out the evil fire. At the same time, Sarah's battle was almost coming to an end. She snapped her fingers. A terrifying damage number suddenly appeared above the heads of the 2 elite killers and the hunter leader. -3,754. -2,133. -2,214. Then, 2 elite killers were killed on the spot. The Blackrobe priest's health was also reduced to less than 5,000. He immediately realized that something was wrong and was about to escape. But Sarah threw out a dagger of obstacles. Then the mammoth trampled. The Blackrobe priest was fixed in place again. At the last moment of his life, he looked at Fan Long with resentment. It seemed that he was blaming him for provoking such a powerful enemy. At the same time, Sarah's shadow blade slashed across his neck. -5,574. The Blackrobe priest's health was 0. And then he fell down. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the hunter Blackrobe priest LV30, a 3rd level boss creature, and gained experience points, 9,000. Combatants gained experience points, 4,500. Seeing the Blackrobe priest's body fall to the ground, the hunter's eyes widened and shouted in horror. The priest is dead. The other killers are dead too. Oh my god. This lord of another world actually hides a leader-level assassin. The powerful Sarah stunned everyone on the scene. When Chao Xing saw the scene, he laughed out loud. He is indeed his top general. So powerful. In this way, he also saved an opportunity to use the Book of the Dead. Chao Xing ordered, "Attack. Kill them all." Chapter 139. Fan Long's death. Brawn awakens. Chao Xing directly ordered, "Attack. Kill them all." After receiving the order, all the recruited creatures entered a frenzy of killing. A solemn silver sword danced with a whirring sound, and the powerful force directly cut off the bodies of those hunters. Puff, puff, puff. For a moment, blood spurted, and broken limbs flew everywhere. Those ordinary hunters fell one after another. At the same time, a black shadow appeared silently beside Chao Xing. It was Sarah. She stared at it. This guy who dares to offend the Lord. Locked by the breath on Sarah, this killer was a bit unable to raise his mind. Less than 10 seconds, he was killed by Sarah on the spot. Puff. Blood is soaring. A corpse fell softly. At the same time, Asham and Harry rose with white light. Your territory member, Assam level has been improved. Current level, level 15. Your territorial member, Hers Bloodkiss level has been improved. current level, level 13. Not long after, white light also appeared on Lu Mushua and Bloom. Your subordinate lord, Lu Mushua's level has been upgraded, current level, level 13. Your territory member, Braun Iron Wall's level has been upgraded, current level, level 13. Dozens of hunters contributed a lot of experience to them. And when the battle on Sarah's side ended, she disappeared again, and appeared among the ordinary hunters. The hunters began to collapse more quickly. They also thought about escaping. But for Assam and others, who were blessed with Queen's will, they were completely crushed in terms of movement speed. There was no way to escape even if you wanted to. 2 minutes later, when the last hunter died, the camp had been turned into a ruin by their battle. The polar huts, residential houses, and the ore processing plant all collapsed. The ground was full of corpses, and blood was constantly flowing out, and the ground was completely dyed red. Only a middle-aged man in his 30s, with a hideous face, fell in a pool of blood and shivered. This was Fong Long. No matter how powerful he was in Blue Star before, no matter how powerful he was in Hong Kong before. However, everything starts from scratch here. In addition, he made a wrong decision. At this moment, Chao Xing was still in the demon transformation state, slowly approaching the Lord's hut. Until now, Fong Long did not think it was his fault. He only hated why he could not kill Chao Xing before the global arrival. He looked at Chao Xing. His eyes were full of hatred, and he wanted to swallow him on the spot. However, Chao Xing did not even look at him, and walked straight towards the Lord's hut. When he saw Chao Xing coming next to him, Fong Long shouted angrily, "Chao Xing, I..." Before he could finish his words, a dark big foot came down, and stepped directly on his head. Puff! Like a ripe watermelon bursting in an instant, a patch of red and white suddenly appeared on the ground. Then, a headless corpse lay on the cold ground. Successfully killed the survivor, Fong Long LV7. Chao Xing looked at his corpse speechlessly. A dead man, why are you talking so much? Then, he stepped directly over the corpses on the ground, and he was going to collect the relic boxes of this territory. Just as Chao Xing was about to enter the Lord's hut, he saw another figure inside. It was Lan Qianqian, who was half-dressed. She collapsed on the ground, frightened by Chao Xing's devilish appearance. She also witnessed Chao Xing stepping on Fong Long to death, and suddenly seemed to remember something, and hurriedly got up. Lan Qianqian knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Chao. Boss Chao Xing. I am Lan Qianqian. I have been on a fashion magazine before. I have never been against you. Can you please not kill me? Please. I am willing to do anything. As long as you give me a chance. I will serve you wholeheartedly in the future." After saying that, Lan Qianqian took off her upper body clothes on her own initiative, revealing a piece of snow white. However, Chao Xing looked at this woman, without any fluctuation in his eyes. The next moment, he threw out 2 balls of evil fire. Bang! -473. -485. You killed the survivor Lan Qianqian LV5. According to Chao Xing's habit, since he had done it, he would naturally cut the grass and root it out, leaving no future trouble. So this Lan Qianqian, Chao Xing had no intention of keeping her. After entering the Lord's hut, he searched inside as usual, and soon found a storage box. Found the relic box of Lord Fong Long. Do you want to open it? Yes. Opened successfully. Obtained food *312. Obtained wood *531. Obtained stone *253. Obtained hunter mask *4. Obtained iron *11. Obtained mithril *3. Obtained wolf meat *32. Obtained electronic component manufacturing drawings *1. Obtained primary element crystals *12. Obtained ice crystals *54. Obtained ice dragon mark *24. Poor bastard. Chao Xing cursed inwardly, he thought. As the boss of the Three Heroes Society, Fong Long would have some good things in his territory? In the end, there were only these few resources. He was greatly disappointed. However, what Chao Xing didn't know was that in order to get his coordinates, Fong Long gave away the most precious recruitment scroll and blue weapon in his hand to others. However, the electronic component manufacturing drawing was still good. After returning, he could make the small communication device. After the battle here ended, Chao Xing directly exited the demon transformation state and returned to his original body. When he came to the outside of the territory, he saw that Assam and others had cleaned up the battlefield. Not only did he collect all the spoils on the ground, He also piled up the bodies of the hunters and Fan Long's family together. Lord, this is what the hunters dropped, Assam said respectfully. Chaoxing nodded, and then collected everything. Obtain intermediate power heart *1. Obtain primary power heart *3. Obtain hunter leader soul *1. Obtain hunter elite soul *2. Obtain ancient rapier, purple, *1. Obtain hunter priest mask, purple, *1. Obtain hunter mask *41. Obtain claw blade, blue, *5. Obtain intermediate chaos book *2. Obtain intermediate agility book *1. Obtain primary power book *5. Obtain coins *3376. A lot of things, all worn by these hunters. Not bad. Not bad. This blackrobe priest leader exploded a soul, and also exploded a mid-level power heart. In addition, 2 purple equipment exploded, which is a big explosion. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction, and then said, burn these corpses, and we are ready to return. After hearing this, Assam and others began to act. A big fire started. Chaoxing also achieved today's goal. Not only did he successfully open the Ascalon tomb, but he also successfully removed Fan Long, the cancer. Chaoxing was in a good mood, and he led his team to run towards the territory. At the same time, on a small hill about 2 kilometers away from the camp, several hunters wearing masks and lying on the snow were watching the rising smoke. At the same time, they also noticed the figures of Chaoxing and his team running wildly. There was a look of shock in the eyes of these hunters. Something happened to the base of Priest Nadav. The one who killed them seems to be a lord from another world. Oh my god! Aren't those lords from other worlds weak? How can they be so powerful? They all looked puzzled. One of the hunters said with a serious face, don't worry about it. We have to report this to the leader as soon as possible. The other hunters also realized this and nodded. After that, the hunters quickly retreated and disappeared on the spot. An hour later, Chaoxing gradually returned to the area where his territory was located. At this time, it was still about 10 kilometers away from his territory. Chaoxing glanced at the countdown above his head. Due to nightfall, 2:12. Current temperature, -57°C. 2 hours left? There is enough time. Do you want to go to the tavern in Hog Village before dark to see if you can recruit a bartender or blacksmith? Or someone who knows medical skills? With the update of the system, this world has become more real. The operation of a tavern requires a bartender. A blacksmith shop requires a professional blacksmith. And a doctor is needed when you are sick. Therefore, these professional talents are also urgently needed for Chaoxing. Thinking of this, Chaoxing made up his mind. Let's go to Hog Village. The team changed direction. On the way, Chaoxing checked the things that exploded on the hunter. Among them, there were the 3 souls. Strong Hunter Leader Soul, purple, contains extremely strong soul fluctuations. Can be used on an elite follower of level 3 or below, making it highly likely to evolve into a leader-level creature. With a success rate of 40% to 70%. A success rate of more than 40% is still quite high. So, Chaoxing directly called Braum over. The big bald man touched his head and said happily, Lord, you called me? Chaoxing nodded, then threw the boss soul to him. Use it, Braum. Let me see if you can transform. Braum, after seeing the strong fluctuations contained in the soul in his hand, an unprecedented seriousness appeared on his rough face. After a moment, Braum grinned and said, My mother often said that a cold heart needs a warm smile. Lord, you are as good to me as my mother. He stuck the shield into the ground and saluted Chaoxing respectfully. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of your territory member, Braum Iron Wall, has increased. Current loyalty, 94. Loyalty has skyrocketed. Seeing this prompt, Chaoxing also showed a hint of joy. Who would have thought that, this morning, Braum was just an ordinary second-level creature that had just been summoned. As a result, in the blink of an eye, he was about to transform into a leader. Following Chaoxing, the evolution speed of these subordinates was soaring like a rocket. Under the gaze of everyone, Braum directly slapped this soul into his body. Then, Braum was in a silent state. Chaoxing took a look, and then continued to check the next thing. Hunter Priest Mask, purple special item. Quality, rare. Equipment effect, increase 10 points of spiritual power. 10 points of agility. Note, if you wear the mask, you will be regarded as a follower of the evil god. And when you act on the continent, you will be listed as a wanted target by major towns. Not bad. Not bad. A full 10 points of spiritual power increase. I can wear the mask first. And cast a buff for everyone. Then take it off after it's used up. Qiaoxing thought happily. And then began to check the second equipment. Ancient Rapier LV-15 purple. Quality, rare. Attack power, 217 to 224. Additional special effect 1. Agility plus 20. Additional special effect 2. Quick attack. At the moment of attack, there is a 20% chance to convert 20 points of spiritual attributes into 20 points of agility. Additional special effect 3. Cutting blade. When attacking, increases 30% of critical attack damage, and increases the probability of crippling and piercing. Item introduction. Speed is more deadly than blades. Logan of the Night Watch Expedition. Qiaoxing thought to himself, this one-handed sword doesn't seem to be suitable for Lu Muxue. In comparison, it seems to be more suitable for agile heroes. Thinking for a moment, Qiaoxing looked at the Frostwolf Knight next to him. Assam, what weapon are you using now? Assam quickly came to Qiaoxing after hearing this, and showed him the weapon in his hand. Standard Knight Silver Sword LV-10 green. Qiaoxing nodded. It was just a standard level 10 green weapon. But when he thought about it, when Assam was summoned by him, he was just an ordinary creature. So it was not surprising that he was equipped with a green weapon. So, Qiaoxing directly handed the black one-handed sword in his hand, which was about 1.2 meters long, to Assam. After Assam took it, he could clearly feel the almost non-existent weight of the weapon, and the sharp edge of the sword. What exquisite craftsmanship! Holding it in my hand, I can't even feel its weight. This weapon can greatly increase my attack speed. Assam couldn't stop exclaiming, and couldn't let it go. Then, Assam held the long sword and said respectfully, "Thank you for the gift, Lord." Assam will use this sword to cut off all obstacles for Lord. Qiaoxing also nodded with satisfaction. This purple weapon has twice the attack power of Assam's green weapon. His attack power has been increased by more than 100 points again. Then, Qiaoxing glanced at the other equipment. Claw Blade LV-15, blue. These are the short knives that those killers exploded. The properties are not bad, but they need to be equipped at level 15. Qiaoxing thought to himself, let's see later, if we can train a team of assassins, these weapons will come in handy. Thinking of this, Qiaoxing put away the short knives. Then, it was the blueprint obtained from Fan Long's relic box. Drawing for making electronic components. According to this blueprint, simple electronic components can be made. Materials required for production. Level 1 mechanical factory, copper *5, iron *1. Very good. Now all the materials for the communication device are gathered. And this electronic component has many uses. Small drones, detection robots, even some monitors and other technological equipment need to use it. Qiaoxing nodded again. At this point, the harvest of Fanlong Camp has been seen. The success rate of the other two elite monster souls is over 45%. And Qiaoxing has already made up his mind to assign them. In addition, Qiaoxing has hundreds of funerary bags in his backpack, which can be opened again after returning to the territory. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. At the same time, changes also appeared on Braum on the other side. His muscles began to bulge at an even more exaggerated rate, and the blue tattoo on his body, as if some switch had been activated, emitted a blue light. Not only that, from him, an icy aura is constantly emanating. Braun said excitedly, "The icy blood in my body is being activated. This feeling is great." After he finished speaking, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Braum Iron Wall, successfully advanced to a boss-level creature. Properties increased by 30%. Learned a new skill, Glacial Fissure. Glacier Fissure. Braum condenses the power of his icy blood, slams the ground and sends out a glacial fissure forward, freezing enemies along the way and around Braum for 1 to 5 seconds and causing 187% attack damage. Glacial Fissure lasts for 5 seconds, causing magic damage equal to ATK *50% per second, and reducing the movement speed of enemies in the area by 40% to 70%, and the cooldown time of this skill is 5 minutes. Oh my god! Is this skill so powerful? Group attack, group control, plus a 437% damage coefficient. It's ridiculously powerful. Qiaoxing was pleasantly surprised. Braum's transformation this time, in addition to the attribute improvement, the newly acquired skills are really too powerful. Braum, you are very good. After receiving Chao Xing's praise, Braum grinned, revealing a big white tooth. Hee hee. Braum has lived up to the Lord's expectations. From now on, my shield can block more damage for the Lord. Chao Xing nodded, and then took a look at his attributes as usual. Ice Shield Guard, Braum Iron Wall. Level 13 1072/30,000, second level boss level creature. Detailed attributes, click to view. Good. His HP has exceeded 5,000, and his armor is about to exceed 400. Braum's ability to withstand attacks is no less than that of a leader of the same level. Chao Xing was very pleased, and then he led the team, and headed towards Hog Village. At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly felt a drop of rain falling on his head. The next moment, the drop of rain instantly condensed into ice, and stuck to his head. Chao Xing felt the coldness on his head, and then crushed the thumb-sized ice directly. Before everyone could react, hailstones fell instantly. Oh my god! Hail? These hailstones hit the snow and the branches next to them, making crackling sounds. At the same time, a large amount of hailstones hit everyone's heads. Crackling. Chao Xing felt as if he was hit by stones, and his head was buzzing. Some big hailstones hit his head, and -1. Damage numbers appeared one by one. Lu Muxua covered her head and said, Axing, the morning forecast said that there would be freezing rain this afternoon, and it seems to be coming. Chao Xing also remembered this system prompt, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Huh? The cold wind blew. The temperature began to drop sharply. Chao Xing hurriedly said, Let's go! Go to Hog Village and take shelter. Chapter 140 Invitation from the boss Lady Elena. Let's go. Let's go to Hog Village to take shelter. After saying that, the crowd began to run wildly in the hail. But fortunately, this freezing rain came quickly and went away quickly. It only rained for more than 10 minutes before it stopped. Chao Xing and the others also breathed a sigh of relief, and then gradually slowed down their pace. After a few minutes, they had arrived at the location of Hog Village. Chao Xing saw that a group of villagers had climbed onto the roof and began to repair their roof that was riddled with holes. This is the weather under extreme conditions. A dozen minutes of freezing rain is like a natural disaster. If it lasts for half an hour longer, the houses in the entire Hog Village will probably be destroyed. However, the villagers seem to have gotten used to this phenomenon. The militia also stood aside and watched. When they saw Chao Xing's team, they were not as scared as before. They came up one after another, curiously looking at Chao Xing's mammoth and the powerful men around him. The militia captain whispered, Sir, are you here again? Chao Xing nodded, and then smiled, Yes, I'm here to purchase some supplies. By the way, see if I can recruit some talents. Of course. Chao Xing did not say the last sentence. Chao Xing continued, Don't be nervous. I know the rules. Then, he prepared to take Dubai and Zierda to the shed next to him. The militia looked at each other and smiled. This lord is really easy to talk to. In fact, we can let you go directly. But your mount is too big, and the streets of our Hog Village are too narrow. If you are not careful, it will collapse. Please forgive me. Chao Xing smiled and nodded. I understand. After that, he kept Dubai and Frost Wolf. Then he led others, including Zierda, and entered Hog Village in a mighty procession. Along the way, the villagers all looked at Chao Xing and the powerful subordinates around him, especially the Blood Spider Queen Zierda, who attracted many people's attention. However, there was no fear in their eyes when they looked at Chao Xing. Instead, there was a bit of respect and admiration. The fact that this powerful lord killed hundreds of cultists in one fell swoop yesterday had already spread in the village. Coupled with what Chao Xing said when he left, the villagers all regarded him as the embodiment of justice, a hero who protected Hog Village, under the gaze of the villagers. Chao Xing and others went straight to the Zhuolan Tavern in the village. This is also the only tavern in the village. He asked the others to wait outside first, and he took Lu Muxua and Assam, and went straight into the tavern. The tavern was warm, and there were a lot of people inside. I checked the temperature. Current temperature, 16°C. As soon as the three of them entered, the noisy tavern instantly became quiet. They all noticed Chao Xing and Assam, as well as the beautiful Lu Muxua next to them. Some of the drunkards, who seemed to have drunk too much, also set their eyes on Lu Muxua, with naked looks in their eyes. They were about to stand up, But their companions next to them directly pressed these guys down as if they had seen a ghost. Not only that, other villagers who were drinking also rushed over and pressed these guys to the ground. Just kidding. The scene of these people killing people in Hog Village yesterday is still vivid in their minds. Who should be offended and who should not be offended? Don't you have any idea in your mind? The companions of this group of people smiled at Chao Xing with an apologetic look on their faces. And they were a little nervous at the same time. Fortunately, this powerful lord didn't seem to care. Facing their apologetic smiles, Chao Xing nodded. This also made everyone in the tavern breathe a sigh of relief at the same time. Chao Xing glanced at this group of people, and they were all ordinary wandering mercenaries and drunkards. He didn't find any special talents, and he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Then, he went straight to the bar. A well-dressed bartender wearing a jacket looked at Chao Xing with a gentle smile. "My lords, what would you like to drink?" Without waiting for Chao Xing to speak, the bartender took the initiative to introduce, "We have fine rum, fruit wine produced by Ruth Winery, and Beauclair white wine. I suggest that this lord can try our white wine, and the one next to him can have a glass of rum. As for this fairy-like beautiful lady, you can try our fruit wine." Chao Xing also laughed. "Then do as you say." After that, he took out 100 crowns from his backpack. But the bartender shook his head and smiled. "Sir, you don't need to pay crowns. This is my personal treat. Your heroic deeds yesterday made me admire you very much." Chao Xing was stunned. The benefits of building good relations with other forces were reflected here. He did not refuse, but nodded and said, "Thank you very much." The bartender smiled, and then turned around to mix drinks. Chao Xing silently glanced at his attributes. Hog Village Villager, Erkin Babu. Level 7. HP, 680/680. Attack Power, 31 to 38. Skills, Observe Words and Expressions. Elementary Alcohol Mixing. Elementary Brewing Knowledge. Talent, Sensitive Sense of Smell. Erkin was born with a more sensitive sense of smell than ordinary people. Good talent, and also alcohol mixing and brewing proficiency. This is one of the targets Chao Xing is looking for. However, this is the only bartender in Zhuolan Tavern, and it would be bad if Chao Xing poached him. After a moment, the bartender placed the 3 glasses of wine in front of the 3 people. "Sir, your wine is ready." Chao Xing nodded, and then said, "Hello, Mr. Elkin. I want to consult you about something." He got straight to the point. The bartender looked at Chao Xing with a smile, and seemed a little surprised that he knew his name. "Sir, please go ahead." Chao Xing said, "You should know that I am a lord nearby, and I also have a tavern and stored wine in my territory. But because of the lack of a bartender, my tavern has not been able to operate. I also know that you have worked in Zhuolan Tavern for many years, and it would be bad to poach you. So I want to ask, do you have any recommendations?" After that, Chao Xing took out 200 crowns and placed them on the bar. Bartender Elkin thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "In fact, I have a son. He just turned 17 this year, but he has learned bartending skills from me for many years. When I am not here, he will come to Zhuolan Tavern to replace me. If the Lord doesn't mind, I can go and call him down." Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up and said, "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Elkin." Elkin saluted and left the bar. After a while, he brought a young man who looked 70% similar to him, but younger and a little pale. After seeing Chao Xing, the young man nervously shouted, "Sir." Chao Xing nodded, and then quickly glanced at his attributes. Hog Village Villager, Lachi Babu. Level 4. HP, 420/420. Attack Power, 12 to 15. Skills, Basic Brewing Knowledge. Basic Bartending Techniques. Talent, Sensitive Sense of Smell. Lachi inherited his father's talent. Born with a more sensitive sense of smell than ordinary people. Chao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. "Good guy. Is this talent inherited?" He smiled and said, "Mr. Elkin, your son has a good talent." Hearing the praise, Elkin also had a gratified smile on his face. "This sir is too kind." Then, Chao Xing asked, "Lachi, are you willing to come back to the territory with me and work there? I will pay you the same salary as your father here." Hearing this, Lachi looked at his father tentatively. Elkin nodded. Lachi said excitedly, "I am willing, this respected lord." Chao Xing also smiled. "Okay, then wait a moment, I will take you to the village chief for approval." After that, he called in Rennies, Andrew, Hilda, Braun and others. The small tavern was immediately filled with several big guys. Looking at the powerful aura emitted by this group of people, Lachi's eyes were filled with surprise and envy. Chaoxing smiled and said, Mr. Elkin, these are all my subjects. I will let them relax here first, and I will pay for all the expenses when I come back. Today, Assam and others have been fighting for a day. Chaoxing wanted them to have a few drinks to have some fun. Chaoxing turned around and said, Assam, Braun, you wait here for a while, and order whatever you want to drink. After hearing this, the bearded Braun laughed and said, What? There's wine. Great. Long live the Lord. Braun pulled Assam, rushed to the bar excitedly, and started ordering a lot. Seeing this, Chaoxing smiled and shook his head. Of course, the other people who didn't drink, such as Hilda and Rennies, sat alone at a table. Chaoxing told Lu Mushue, Mushu, I'll take Laki to find the village chief. You wait for me in the tavern. Lu Mushue smiled slightly, then nodded and sat next to Rennies. They didn't need to worry about Chaoxing's safety. With Sarah by Chaoxing's side, even if he encountered an assassination like yesterday, he could easily solve it. Moreover, Chaoxing's strength has skyrocketed. He can start the demon transformation at any time and use the Book of the Dead. He has many cards in his hand. Then, Chaoxing and Laki walked out of the tavern together. Soon, they came to the village chief's residence. After hearing Chaoxing explain his purpose, the village chief also readily agreed to this request. After all, to him, Laki was just a little guy in the village who had nothing to do. Compared to Old Mel, it is insignificant. It just so happens that the Lord is interested in him, and it also solves some employment burdens for the village. The system prompt appears. The village chief of Hog Village has agreed to your recruitment application. Rachi Babu joined your territory, the territory population +1. After saying goodbye to the old village chief, Chaoxing and the others stood at the door. Laki bowed respectfully and said, Respected Lord, Laki will work hard for you in the future. Chaoxing nodded. Don't be too nervous. Our tavern is not large at present, so your work will not be too tiring. Hearing this, Laki also smiled. Lord, I am not afraid of hard work. I am just worried that I will not do it well and ruin your reputation. Now, please allow me to go home and pack up my gifts, and then I will devote myself to the next work. Chaoxing nodded. Go. Laki. You can just come to the tavern to find me later. Yes, Lord. After that, Laki trotted away. Just as Chaoxing was about to return to the tavern, he accidentally passed by the store where he bought food the day before yesterday. After thinking for a while, Chaoxing decided to go in and buy some other supplies. Anyway, he was rich now, with hundreds of thousands of kronor in his bag, so he could spend it without worry. The proprietress Elena was leaning on the counter with a dull look. When she saw Chaoxing coming in, her eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly stood up from the counter and ran to Chaoxing. She smiled softly and said, Sir, you are here again? Chaoxing felt a fragrance coming from the front, and he didn't know what perfume Elena used. He nodded. Yes, boss lady. I'll buy some supplies. Elena was overjoyed after hearing this. She naturally took Chaoxing's arm and held his hand tightly under her armpit. Between her arms, waves of softness came. Chaoxing tilted his head to look. Elena was wearing a white shawl and simple casual clothes today. Her full and slightly plump figure was perfectly presented, and she looked very mature and charming. Elena took Chaoxing's arm and chuckled again. Sir, do you want to buy food today? Chaoxing shook his head and said, No, the food we bought last time is enough for us to eat for a while. I want to ask if you have other vegetable seeds here. I want to buy some and grow them myself. Hearing this, Elena's beautiful eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. Then she nodded and said, Sir, you came at a good time. I have a new batch of seeds, including carrots, spinach, beets, garlic, etc. Which one do you need? Elena said, half of her body pressed against Chaoxing, as if whispering in his ear. Chaoxing thought, Give me a bag of each. Okay, sir. Elena agreed readily. But sir, in addition to these ordinary vegetable seeds, I have also received a batch of magic plant seeds. I wonder if you are interested. Magic seeds? Elena nodded. A few days ago, Some hunters went hunting in the Borlees Mountains and accidentally picked them up in the mountains. It is said that they are seeds of some magical plant, spirit grass. I said that I run a grain store, and it is useless to ask for them, but they insisted on forcing them on me. I thought, we are all from the same village, and it is difficult to live in such a snowy place, so I accepted them, but now I have not been able to sell them. After listening to Elena's story, Chao-Shing nodded. Although he didn't know what the spiritual breath grass did, since it was a magical plant, it must have its extraordinary features. So, Chao-Shing said, "Okay, bring them all here. Let me take a look." After hearing this, Elena smiled even more happily. "Sir, please sit by the stove first, and wait for me to get the seeds for you." After saying that, Elena helped Chao-Shing walk towards the stove. Chao-Shing sat down by the stove, and Elena pulled away and walked into the store, leaving Chao-Shing with her back. When Elena walked, her waist twisted and her round buttocks swayed slightly, showing her charm. However, she stayed in for a long time this time, and came out after 3 or 4 minutes. What surprised Chao-Shing was that when Elena came out again, she actually changed into a close-fitting cheongsam. She also had a light makeup on her face. Under the candlelight in the store, Elena's figure was fully displayed by this close-fitting cheongsam. At this moment, Elena walked towards him with her long legs, and her white legs swayed in front of Chao-Shing, which was very eye-catching. Then, she came to Chao-Shing, stroked her hips with her hands, straightened her clothes, and sat down gently. She handed Chao-Shing a cloth bag. "Sir, the carrot and beet seeds have been placed at the door of the warehouse. There are more than 3,000 seeds in a bag. I will bring the seeds of the spiritual grass first. Can you take a look?" Chao-Shing nodded and took the cloth bag from Elena. Although it was light, it contained at least dozens of seeds. He took out a green seed and looked at its properties. Spirit breath grass seed, green magic plant. Plant in soil with sufficient vitality, and regularly water with spiritual spring water to make it grow rapidly. Note: Spirit breath grass contains weak vitality, and is one of the main materials for making life secret medicine. Seeing the notes on the system, Chao-Shing's pupils were shocked. This is actually one of the main materials for making life secret medicine. You know, Chao-Shing was preparing to use the life secret medicine instead of beast meat, to exchange for the supplies in the hands of the players. Although he has not yet obtained the formula, it is also very important to prepare the materials in advance. Seeing Chao-Shing's eyes, Elena immediately knew that he was moved. She leaned forward and held her chin with one hand. She placed the heavy soft objects on her chest on the wooden table, which looked particularly exaggerated. Elena chuckled and said, "My lord, are these magical plant seeds useful to you?" Chao-Shing nodded. "Indeed, it is useful, Ms. Elena. I want this batch of seeds. You name a price." Hearing the price, Elena chuckled again. At this moment, Chao-Shing suddenly felt that there was a long snake-like leg under the table, which was on his knee. Then it went up along his thigh. Chao-Shing raised his head and looked at Elena, but saw that her eyes were full of endless charm. One look seemed to be able to hook people's souls away. "Elena?" Elena said softly, "My lord. In fact, my husband died in an accident in the snow many years ago. For so many years, I have been guarding this grain store alone, and I am very lonely. The men in Hog Village are all big and strong, and I don't like them." Her face was a little sad. Chao-Shing immediately understood something. At the same time, Chao-Shing noticed that under the table, Elena's other leg also came up. The beautiful woman's white and slightly voluptuous long legs kept stroking under Chao-Shing. After a while, Elena's eyes became more charming. Then, she smiled charmingly and got under the table. The wood in the stove was burning with a crackling sound. They were now inside the grain store, and from this angle, they didn't have to worry about being seen by people outside. After a moment, Elena stood up and locked the door of the grain shop. Then, she walked over slowly and sat on Chao-Shing. "Sir, can you fulfill Elena's wish?" Through the silk cheongsam, she could feel the soft body. The beautiful woman's eyes were filled with endless passion, as if she wanted to swallow Chao-Shing. Chao-Shing nodded. Elena smiled even more happily. For the next half an hour, Elena was releasing her long dormant flame. The intensity of the fight was so intense that even Chao-Shing could not help but marvel at it. After a moment, Elena was soaked in sweat and collapsed. Just when Elena thought it was over, she saw Chao-Shing pick her up. Elena was surprised at first, And then her eyes were filled with uncontrollable joy. After another fierce fight, Elena was completely exhausted. Afterwards, Elena sat in Chao Xing's arms, her eyes full of love. Chao Xing looked at the time. Due to nightfall, 32 minutes and 17 seconds. Elena, I have to go. After hearing this, Elena reluctantly stood up from him. However, when she stood up, she used her round buttocks to deliberately twist a few times. Okay. Sir, I'll take you to get the seeds. After saying that, she took Chao Xing by the hand and came to the warehouse behind the store. At the door of the warehouse, there were 4 bags of seeds that Elena had already moved down. Chao Xing asked, Elena, how much do these seeds and the spirit grass seeds outside cost together? However, Elena chuckled and said, Sir, you have already paid the fee. When you come to Hog Village in the future, remember to visit my grain store often. After hearing this, Chao Xing was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. Okay. After saying that, he put the 4 bags of seeds on the ground, and the magic plant seeds on the table, into his backpack. Obtained, carrot seeds * 3231. Obtained, spinach seeds * 3523. Obtained, beet seeds * 4231. Obtained, garlic seeds * 1024. Obtained, spirit breath grass seeds * 72. Then, under Elena's reluctant gaze, Chao Xing pushed open the door of the grain store. Huh? The whistling cold wind outside instantly woke Chao Xing up. After a while, he returned to the tavern. In Zhuolan Tavern, Braun had drunk so much that his face turned red. And he even dragged Assam to compete in drinking. Zierda occupied a table by herself, tasting the bright red wine. As for Rennies and Lu Muxue, they were at a separate table, with smiles on their faces. Lockie had also packed his gifts, and was waiting in the tavern. After seeing Chao Xing, everyone stood up. Chapter 141. The tavern opens. Recruiting wandering heroes. After seeing Chao Xing coming in, everyone stood up. Oh! Lord! You are back. Come and have a drink with Braun. Bearded Braun held up his glass, and said drunkenly, Assam is almost dying. No one is drinking with me. However, Assam, who was sitting opposite him, had a slightly red face, but his body was still as stable as a rock. Braun himself, on the other hand, almost crawled under the table. Chao Xing smiled and said, Okay, things here are done, it's time to go back. After hearing this, Braun blew his mustache and stood up. Well, Assam, I admit that you can drink a lot. But next time, I will definitely make you drink. After hearing this, Assam showed a faint smile on his resolute face. And Chao Xing went straight to the bar and paid for their consumption today. The total consumption was 847 kronor. Compared with Chao Xing's assets, this amount of money is basically insignificant. Then, they walked out of Zhuolan Tavern with bright faces. At this time, the sky had gradually darkened. The group walked out of Hog Village in a mighty manner. Dabai and Frost Wolf were still waiting outside. Looking at Brahm's drunken appearance, Chao Xing was really afraid that he would hit a rock when he was on the road. Shaking his head, he directly took out a 4-person sled from his backpack. He hung the rope of the sled on Dabai. Chao Xing ordered, Assam, put Braun on. And Lachi, you also sit on it. Hearing this, the newcomer Lachi looked at the others tentatively. Seeing that they didn't say anything, he carefully got on the sled. Then, Chao Xing directly ordered, Let's go. Return. Boom boom boom. Dabai moved his thick elephant legs, dragging the sled all the way. Braun and Lachi sitting on the sled kept exclaiming, God! How can this mammoth run so fast? I'm a little dizzy. Lachi held the wooden handle of the sled tightly, and his pupils gradually turned white. Braun also said vaguely, Oh! Gods above! Dabai, run slower, you almost shook out the food I ate last night. After saying this, Braun vomited directly. Ugh! Riding a sled is not as easy as riding a mount. With Dabai's terrifying running speed, a slight bump can shake their hearts out. Seeing Braun's embarrassed look, Assam, Andrew and others couldn't help laughing. However, they ignored him. Who told this guy to drink so much when he obviously can't drink much? During the journey, Chao Xing also thought secretly. Today's goals, exploring the Ascalon tomb, killing Fan Long, and finding the spiritual spring water. Almost all of them have been completed. Now he has recruited a bartender, and the recruitment function of the tavern can also be used. However, this time he wanted the blacksmith and doctor, but he didn't find them. And the Moses grass that old Mel mentioned, he didn't find any relevant clues. Chao-Shing shook his head. We'll think of other things tomorrow. It's too late today. Boom, boom, boom. The bike continued to run. With its current speed, it would only take more than 10 minutes to get back to the territory. After a while, they were already near the territory. From a distance, Chao-Shing saw that his territory had changed again. 1/4 of the city wall was built from 3 meters high to 4 meters high. The number of elemental arrow towers also increased to 20. Plus there were 5 aqua blue frost arrow towers next to it, and several sentry towers, which were full of deterrents. At first glance, it can be seen that the defense of this territory must be very strong. Chao-Shing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad. There is strength in numbers. The construction speed is too fast. Now he has dozens of polar people under him. And other people. The total number is more than 50. With the efforts of so many people, his territory can be said to be changing every day. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the city wall. Recognizing the identity of Lord Chao-Shing, the iron gate opened automatically. Young Lockie, like other newcomers, looked around curiously after entering the territory, looking at those towering elemental arrow towers, and the Imperial archers standing on the sentry towers on alert. Lockie exclaimed from time to time, God bless you. I have lived in Hog Village for so many years, and I never knew that there was such a prosperous territory nearby. Is this the power of the chosen Lord? Hearing Lockie's admiration, the drunken Braum stretched out his big hand and patted him on the shoulder and said, Ha ha, you have good vision, kid. When I saw this territory today, I was as surprised as you. Lockie also nodded in agreement. Chao-Shing smiled and turned around and said, Lockie, our tavern is just in front. I'll take you to adapt to the environment later. Lockie nodded solemnly and said, Okay, your honorable lord. Until now, Lockie now understands how powerful this lord is. This is not a territory at all, it's almost a fortress. Living in such a territory, there is no need to worry about the threats of snow demons or hunters. At the same time, after seeing Chao-Shing and others coming back, Dazhuang and others quickly gathered together. Everyone had a warm smile on their faces. They saluted at the same time. Welcome back, Lord. Chao-Shing nodded. At this time, Dazhuang, a polar man, exclaimed, I feel that these warriors under the Lord have become so powerful. The aura on them is as fierce as that of earth dragons. Hearing this, other polar men also said, Oh my God, I feel it too. Mother Earth Goddess, every time the Lord goes out and comes back, there are earth-shaking changes. These polar men are also old employees, so they immediately felt that the strength of Braun, Andrew and others had increased dramatically. The newly joined Imperial soldiers and wild boar warriors all had envious looks on their faces. They also wanted to have more powerful strength. This time, Chao-Shing didn't need to say much, and the Lord Chao came to report today's work progress. Lord, according to your instructions, we have built 7 more elemental arrow towers and 3 frost arrow towers. The campfire has been upgraded to level 12, and your Lord's hut has also been upgraded to level 4. Chao-Shing nodded. He also saw that his Lord's hut had expanded a bit again, and the population limit had also been greatly improved. He glanced at the system interface. Current population, 115/406. Chao-Shing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, I just have hundreds of recruitment scrolls in my backpack. I was just worried about not having enough population. Now it's completely enough. He looked at the chieftain Chao Yi. Go on, Chao Yi said respectfully. In addition, we have built 1/3 of the city walls to mid-level walls, and the ore processing plant and the lumberyard have also been upgraded to level 3. Now the processing plant can sort copper metals. Speaking of this, Chao Yi paused. However, Lord, there is something I need to report to you. That is, the resource reserves in our territory are running out. Chao-Shing was stunned. Not enough resource reserves? You know, through the previous transactions, Chao-Shing has collected a lot of basic resources such as wood and stone. According to estimates, it will be enough for a long time. Yes. The leader Chao nodded and said, It's mainly because we don't have enough wood and stone. The cost of upgrading the intermediate city wall is too high. After listening to this, Chao-Shing looked at the cost of the intermediate city wall. Each time a wall is upgraded, it will cost 100 stones, 50 wood, and 10 iron. And to surround his territory, he needs more than 300 walls. In addition, there are the costs of the Elemental Arrow Tower and the Frost Arrow Tower. Therefore, it is normal for his territory resources to run out. This is the price of rapid development. Chaoxing nodded and said, I understand. I will find a way to deal with the resources. Tomorrow, you will stop the construction work and send some polar people to collect resources outside the territory. By the way, remember to make more rails tonight to speed up our resource collection. The chieftain Chao Yi nodded respectfully. At this time, Old Mel also came over and reported, Lord, the mood of the group of Cloud Yaks has gradually stabilized. Not only that, they also successfully produced the first batch of milk today. You can see the effect of this batch of milk. Hearing this, Chaoxing's face showed joy and said, Oh? Let me see. After all, this is a magical creature. It is said that the milk produced has special effects, so Chaoxing is also looking forward to it. Old Mel was carrying a small wooden barrel. After opening the barrel lid, there was a small, half-barrel of milky white milk inside. Even here, Chaoxing could smell the rich milky aroma. Cloud Yak Milk, 17L. Each 100 milliliters can restore 250 health points, 10 satiety points. Cooling time 40 seconds. Milk with the breath of life. Can treat some internal injuries, and is also a good ingredient. Seeing the properties of this milk, Chaoxing nodded secretly. It can actually directly restore 250 health points, which is almost comparable to a bottle of Life Secret medicine. If the formula of the Life Secret medicine is not found recently, you can use this milk first, instead of the Life Secret. Anyway, 100 milliliters can restore 250 health points. I believe that this kind of milk, which can restore a large amount of satiety and health, will definitely be very popular with other survivors. Then, Chaoxing looked at Old Mel. Mr. Mel, how much of this milk can we produce in a day? Old Mel pondered. Cloud Yaks only have a milk-producing cycle of 2 or 3 months a year, and a yak can produce about 1 to 3 liters of milk a day. In addition, there are 8 male Cloud Yaks that cannot produce milk, and the remaining 11 female Cloud Yaks produce a total of about 15 to 30 liters of milk a day. Chaoxing nodded. This milk production is good enough. According to the daily output of 15 liters, Chaoxing can sell 150 copies of the secret medicine for life. You know, the Moon God Chamber of Commerce sells a bottle of secret medicine for 500 kronor. Even if Chaoxing's is cheaper, it can still sell for at least 300 kronor. In other words, the milk produced by these Cloud Yaks alone can bring him tens of thousands of kronor in revenue every day. Chaoxing was very excited. Old Mel sighed at this time. I heard that the milk of this Cloud Yak is specially supplied to the royal family. 1 liter costs several thousand kronor, which can buy a cow of mine. Hearing this, other polar people and subjects also stared at the wooden barrel in Old Mel's hand. They all understood the value of this bucket of milk. At this moment, Chaoxing suddenly shouted, Dahua, use the milk of the Cloud Yak to make a bowl of milk soup for our members. Hearing this, Dahua's face showed surprise. She had just heard from Old Mel how valuable this milk was. Dahua said hesitantly, Lord, our daily food is already rich enough. This precious milk, you should keep it for yourself, including others. They were also persuading Chaoxing. However, Chaoxing smiled and said, Don't worry. You can't drink this kind of milk every day. This is a reward for your hard work. Hearing this, all the people in the territory smiled. Then, they said respectfully at the same time, Thank you, generous Lord. I am willing to shed my last drop of sweat for the development of the territory. Chaoxing nodded. Okay, let's go back and wait for dinner in the evening. Everyone looked at each other with excited smiles on their faces, and then left here one by one with full energy. At this time, Chaoxing glanced at the newcomer Lockie next to him. Lockie, come with me. Lockie immediately straightened his body and said, Okay, Lord. At this time, Chaoxing was already full of prestige in Lockie's mind. The two came to the tavern. Looking at the clean facilities inside, Lockie couldn't help but feel a little excited, because this is where he will work in the future. And Chaoxing also had a relieved smile on his face, because in this way, the tavern can be operated. Chaoxing did not intend to use the tavern for business. Rather, in the tavern, he could use the territory recruitment function. This function could be used to attract nearby refugees or other talents. However, if those refugees wanted to enter the territory, they still needed Chaoxing's consent. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. A territory resident with elementary bartending skills was detected. Should Lachi Babu be arranged to work in the tavern? Xiaoxing directly clicked yes. Arrangement successful. Territory recruitment function has been opened. Territory recruitment function. According to the Lord's reputation, post recruitment information to refugees or rangers within 50 kilometers of the territory. This function can be used once every 3 days, and later you can upgrade the tavern to increase the recruitment range and reduce the cooling time. Within 50 kilometers? This range is a bit small, and Xiaoxing is not sure if he can recruit useful talents. But never mind, let's try it first. Then, he directly clicked recruitment. The system prompt appeared. Recruitment information has been successfully released. Xiaoxing nodded. Next, he just had to wait. See if there would be other refugees coming to his territory. After arranging Lachi, Xiaoxing walked out of the tavern. Then, he leisurely wandered around his territory. After a while, he saw a pair of beautiful figures. They were the tree spirit sisters, Juliet and Neve. Xiaoxing came to them. When Juliet and Neve saw him, they saluted together. Lord, I wish you good health. The two fair-skinned beauties, who looked like figurines, stood together, creating a completely different kind of scenery. Xiaoxing nodded, and then handed all the magical plant seeds he had harvested today to Juliet. The beautiful Juliet gently stroked the seeds in her hand, and a look of surprise appeared in her gem-like pupils. Lord, are these the seeds of the ancient war tree that is about to become extinct? And the seeds of the spirit grass? Xiaoxing nodded secretly. Worthy of being my plant encyclopedia. Just by looking at it, you can tell where these seeds came from. Yes, Juliet. Are you sure you can grow them? Juliet thought for a moment, and shook her head. Lord, these magical plants need to be planted in areas with sufficient magic power or vitality. We have seeds of the pale tree in our territory, which gradually changes the ecology of the soil, and the growth environment is satisfactory. But they are like the mutant thorn vines, and they need to be irrigated with cold spirit water. Hearing this, Xiaoxing smiled and said, Don't worry. I have solved the problem of cold spirit water. This time when we went out, we just found a pool of cold spirit water, and the stock is sufficient. I will keep your instructions in mind. When Juliet heard the latter sentence, a bit of shame suddenly appeared on her beautiful face. She nodded her head, and then whispered, If I have cold spirit water, I can grow these seeds. Very good. Then the ancient war tree and spirit grass will be handed over to you. Xiaoxing nodded and said, I believe that with you two clever sisters, my territory will be full of various magical plants in no time. I am looking forward to that day. Hearing this, Juliet and Neve looked at each other and saw the touch in each other's eyes. It was a kind of touch of talent being recognized. Little Neve waved her pink fist and said excitedly, Don't worry, Lord. My sister and I will definitely complete the task you assigned. Juliet also nodded and said, You are a lord full of foresight. Juliet is honored to live in your territory. Xiaoxing nodded, and suddenly seemed to remember something. By the way, this is for you. After he finished speaking, he conjured up 2 gorgeous hairpins from his hands, like a magic trick. These 2 hairpins are light gold in color, and there is a gold-carved spiritual bird pendant on them, together with other pendants. They look extremely beautiful. These, naturally, were opened from the bag of Ascalon's burial objects. Originally, they were going to sell them later, but Xiaoxing thought the pair of hairpins were pretty, and they were just right for them. The 2 sisters each held a hairpin, and the joy on their faces could hardly be concealed. Juliet bowed slightly and said, Thank you for your gift, respected Lord. Neve was also moved and said, Lord, you are so kind to us. You gave the resident Neve's favorite gift. Loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty is 96. You gave the resident Juliet's favorite gift. Loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty, 93. Chapter 142 Volibear's growth. Open a large number of burial bags. 2 system prompts make Xiaoxing happy. This wave adds a lot of loyalty. The loyalty of the 2 sisters is almost full. Sure enough, girls like this kind of beautiful things. It seems that, if I encounter other accessories in the future, I'd better stay. Xiaoxing nodded secretly. Then, he left here. Juliet took Neve to work. Xiaoxing continued to wander around the territory, and soon came directly to the accommodation area. There are rows of 2-story residential houses here. As a lord, Xiaoxing has the authority to all residential houses. Xiaoxing pushed open Eilena's room At this moment, this beautiful snakeman was curling up, lying by the stove to keep warm. After seeing Chao Xing come in, Eilena's eyebrows were slightly surprised, and then she chuckled. "Dear Lord, you are here?" Chao Xing nodded, and then asked, "Eilena, have you broken through the second level?" He saw the system information. Eilena successfully reached level 10 in the afternoon, and completed the advancement. Eilena nodded. "Yes, the Lord's power is mysterious. Yesterday, I found 2 ice nests with the 2 centaurs, and that Shar. After killing the ice nest monsters inside, I successfully upgraded my level to level 10. Then, I used the Heart of Power given to me by the Lord, and successfully advanced to level 2. Chao Xing also smiled with satisfaction after hearing this. Eilena was the first creature he recruited, and she helped him a lot. So, Chao Xing took out an elite soul of Soul Devourer Breeder from his backpack and handed it to Eilena. "Use it, Eilena. You can already have stronger power." Eilena took the elite soul, and her narrow snake eyes narrowed slightly. She felt that this soul contained a powerful force that could transform her to a higher level. At this moment, she looked at Chao Xing, and a trace of emotion that did not belong to a cold-blooded animal appeared. "Due to your generous gift, your territory member, Eilena's loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty, 100. Loyalty is full. Now, you can issue any order to her." Eilena's loyalty has also reached the maximum value. However, before Chao Xing could react, Eilena's long tail rolled up and quickly wrapped around his waist. A charming and beautiful head slowly approached and kissed Chao Xing on the lips. Then, Eilena let go of Chao Xing and said with a charming smile in her eyes, "Thank you, my dear lord." Chao Xing touched the corner of his mouth and felt the lingering fragrance on his lips. Putting aside Eilena's lower body, she is indeed a very rare beauty. She is a beauty with a completely different style from Sarah, Lu Muxue and others. At this moment, Eilena directly slapped the soul into her body. Next, I just waited quietly for her to break through. Chao Xing thought, Eilena's first 2 skills have helped me a lot. If the new skill is a buff skill, it will be even more perfect. Thinking of this, Chao Xing also looked forward to it. Unfortunately, Eilena failed to break through this time. The 40% success rate of the elite soul does not mean that it will be 100% successful. Failure is normal. Eilena looked at Chao Xing with frustration and said guiltily, "Dear lord, Eilena failed. I failed your expectations." Chao Xing shook his head and said, "It's okay, Eilena. It's just a failure. Don't take it to heart." After that, he took out another elite soul. He had 3 of these elite souls in his backpack, and they could make Eilena an elite. Seeing this scene, the frustration on Eilena's face was swept away. And then she said excitedly, "I love you, Lord." After that, she threw herself on Chao Xing, hugged his neck and kissed him. She bit his face several times. Ahem. Chao Xing coughed a few times, and then the two gradually separated. Eilena took the elite soul from Chao Xing again, and slapped it into her body again. This time, she did not fail again. Eilena successfully advanced to the elite level. As a cold breath rose from Eilena's body, the system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Eilena successfully advanced to an elite creature. All attributes increased by 30%. Learn new skills. Deadly poison. Deadly poison. Condense venom. Gather it in the weapon. Make the next 10 melee attacks, all with deadly poison. Each layer of deadly poison causes 10% of Eilena's attack power damage, and slows down the attack speed by 5%, up to 5 layers. Deadly poison lasts for 20 seconds. Cooldown time is 5 minutes. Can be used on friendly units. Seeing the effect of this skill, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. Wow! This skill is similar to Hilda's blood poison. Both stack layers, and then cause good damage. But the difference is that, Eilena's can add the deadly poison effect to teammates' weapons. In this way, after the bonus of eternal power, the output capacity of those melee units will be enhanced again. Eilena, you are awesome. Chao Xing praised sincerely. After hearing this, Eilena spit out her scarlet tongue. Really? Lord, what do you think is awesome about Eilena? After saying that, she grabbed Chao Xing's palm and gently pressed it against him. A soft, but slightly cold touch came. Is it here? Eilena asked softly. Ahem. Chao Xing coughed awkwardly twice. However, Eilena did not go too far and soon let go of Chao Xing's palm. Then, with her chuckle, Chao Xing fled from Eilena's residence. After coming out of Eilena's room, Chao Xing glanced at his backpack and nodded secretly. Yes, I still have 5 primary power hearts and 3 elite souls. Since the system was updated, the explosion rate of power hearts has indeed increased a lot. Let's see if we can digest these things and improve the strength of others. Chao Xing glanced at the battle information. He found that Xia Yanni and Tong Chuchu's levels had also risen to level 10. You know, they were still survivors of level 1 yesterday morning. In 2 days, they reached level 10. This shows how powerful the talent Eternal Power is. Seeing that the lights were still on in the sewing shop, Chao Xing knew that the mother and daughter were still working inside. So, he pushed open the door of the sewing shop. Sure enough, Xia Yanni was still on the workbench, sewing various furs. Tong Chuchu was helping her. The difference was that there was a white fluffy bear under Tong Chuchu's feet. After seeing Chao Xing, Xia Yanni stopped her work, with a look of joy in her eyes. Sir, good evening. Tong Chuchu next to him also greeted him. Big brother. Good evening. Chao Xing nodded, looked at the white bear next to him and said, Is this Wally? Tong Chuchu replied, Yes. Big brother. Wally is growing so fast. Growing taller every day. And now he is almost taller than Chuchu when he stands up. But Wally is too stupid. He falls down when he walks. And he shocks me from time to time. Tong Chuchu pouted and looked at Wally at her feet angrily. The little bear cub didn't seem to understand, rubbing its head against Tong Chuchu's trouser leg, making a hoo-hoo sound. Seeing this, the anger on Chuchu's face disappeared instantly, and she happily hugged Wally's head. Chao Xing also laughed, and then took out 2 primary power hearts from his backpack, giving 1 to each mother and daughter. As survivors, they naturally knew the function of this thing. Xia Yanni and Tong Chuchu looked at each other, and there was a look of emotion in their eyes. Then they bent down at the same time, expressing their gratitude to Chao Xing. Chao Xing nodded and said, Use it. Well, thank you. Sir. Xia Yanni whispered softly, and did not refuse, and used the primary power heart together with Tong Chuchu. Then, the aura of the two began to grow rapidly. After a while, it reached the level of the 2nd stage. And at this moment, the little bear cub Wally seemed to feel the change in Tong Chuchu's aura, and his body twisted unnaturally. The next moment, the little bear cub seemed to be frightened, and ran out of the sewing shop clumsily. Seeing this, Tong Chuchu said anxiously, Ah, little Wally, don't run around. She turned her head, and said to Chao Xing, Big brother, I'll go after Wally. It must be frightened by the smell on my body. I'll go and comfort it. Chao Xing nodded. Okay, go ahead. Tong Chuchu quickly left the sewing shop. At this moment, he and Xia Yanni were left alone again. At this time, Xia Yanni seemed to think of what happened the night before. Her face flushed, and then she lowered her head shyly. Sir, do you still want more? Chao Xing was stunned for a moment after hearing this. He understood what Xia Yanni meant, and then nodded. Then, Xia Yanni slowly walked to Chao Xing's side, and then grabbed his hand, and put it into her collar. Chao Xing felt the warmth and softness in his palm again. This woman, who was almost 1.8 meters tall, had a pair of long and straight legs. She seemed to know that. Chao Xing liked her chest very much, so she whispered, Sir, Yanni's body, from now on only belongs to you. Hearing this, Chao Xing was even more excited. The force of the attack gradually increased. After a while, Xia Yanni's long legs trembled, and it seemed that she was about to lose her balance, and her whole body was pressed against Chao Xing. Who? The beautiful woman lay on Chao Xing's chest, and her height was almost the same as Chao Xing's, which was a better match. Chao Xing hugged this soft and tall body, and gradually became excited. But he also knew that now was not the right time, and Tong Chuchu would be back soon. The two of them were affectionate for a while. Then, they heard footsteps coming from afar. It should be Tong Chuchu coming back with Wally. Chao Xing reluctantly let go of the beautiful woman in his arms. Xia Yanni seemed a little bit. She whispered, Sir, next time Chuchu is not here, I will send you a message. Chao Xing nodded, smiled, Okay. After that, the two of them packed their clothes. From a distance, they heard Tong Chuchu's voice. Wally, you walk faster. Don't run so far next time, understand? Chao Xing turned around and left the sewing shop. The cold wind howled at night, and his heated brain gradually cooled down. He continued to patrol the territory. As he walked, Chao Xing came to the market. Chao Xing thought to himself, According to the habit of the past few days, I should go and trade with other survivors at this time. However, I didn't catch any prey today, and I didn't get the formula of the secret medicine of life, so I don't have any materials that can be traded in bulk. As for the milk of the cloud yak, I will sell it when there is more. Thinking of this, Chao-Shing shook his head. It's a good opportunity to nurture the market. However, although he can't trade, he still has something more important to do. That is, to open the Ascalon funeral bag. This time, Chao-Shing has accumulated Ascalon funeral bag asterisk 472, Ascalon captain funeral bag asterisk 34, and Ascalon lieutenant funeral bag asterisk 3. Adding up, the number directly exceeded 500? Chao-Shing said excitedly, more than 500 bags. Each bag contains more or less a few brass coins, and some funerary objects. Even if there are no other funerary objects, the brass coins alone can be opened at least hundreds. That is to say, I can exchange for a good ancient treasure chest this time. Thinking of this, Chao-Shing became even more excited. Just as he was about to open it, a system prompt appeared. Do you want to open the Ascalon funerary bag asterisk 472? Note, because there are too many items to be opened this time. Please make sure there is enough storage space. Hearing the latter prompt, Chao-Shing was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at his backpack and found that it was almost full of various materials and cold spirit water. Fortunately, the system reminded him. Which reminded him of this. Chao-Shing came to the Lord's hut and cleared all the space in his backpack and noble backpack. A full 50 grids of space were freed up. Chao-Shing clapped his hands. Is there enough space now? Then, he came to the outside of the Lord's hut and directly clicked to open it. This time there was no problem, and a lot of system prompts began to fill the screen. Opened successfully. Get brass ancient coins asterisk 1187. Get magic crystal asterisk 2174. Get broken gold nuggets small asterisk 324. Get broken gold nuggets large asterisk 45. Get rotten magic seeds asterisk 173. Get silver metal asterisk 311. Get gorgeous gold ornaments, including gold sword, gold watch, gold necklace, etc. asterisk 39. Get exquisite silver ornaments, including silver bracelets, silver hairpin, silver earrings, etc. asterisk 64. Obtain copper ornaments with a sense of age, including bronze swords, copper cups, copper locks, etc. asterisk 132. Obtain rotten linen spools asterisk 115. Obtain yellowed silk spools asterisk 32. Obtain Hengine ingots asterisk 7. Obtain rotten seeds, including flax seeds, blueberry seeds, cauliflower seeds, etc. asterisk 3021. In addition to these, there are also various unknown sundries. Because of the erosion of time, they have lost their effect. However, the prompts are not over yet. Kid Book, Dilemma of Love. Kid Book, Cold Weapon Theory. Kid Book, Antidote Encyclopedia. Kid Book, Ascalon Daily. Kid Book. Hundreds of prompts in a row, at least more than 60 books were opened. This directly shocked Chao-Shing. He took a quick look, among which half of the books could add attributes after reading. Fuck. Too powerful. After reading all these books, the attributes added are even more than those of leveling up 10. Of course, these books take a long time to read. Each book takes at least 6 hours. If Chao-Shing wants to finish reading these 30 books, it will take at least 1 or 2 weeks. At the current stage, every minute and every second is precious. Therefore, Chao-Shing can only wait until he has some free time to slowly read these books. But in this way, the number of books I have will soon reach 100, and I will be one step closer to the plan of building a library. At this time, Chao-Shing suddenly had a strange idea, which was to directly collect all the books with added attributes in this world. Then, just by reading books, you can become stronger and stronger, and directly reach an unimaginable height. I became a saint by reading in another world? Chao-Shing thought happily. Of course, the system will definitely have other restrictions. Just like those books of chaos and books of agility. It is impossible for him to improve his attributes infinitely by reading books. Chao-Shing nodded. However, these are not the most important gains. The most important thing is the more than 1,100 brass coins. Add the brass coins in my hand, but it can be exchanged for 12 ancient treasure chests. Thinking of this, Chao-Shing couldn't help but get excited. Then, There are more than 2,000 magic crystals. This is also a huge gain. In the next period of time, Qiaoxing will build some technological equipment. At least, he will not have to worry about energy. Moreover, as the furnace is upgraded to an energy tower, the fuel required will change from charcoal to magic crystals. So the more of this stuff, the better. In addition, there is a pile of broken gold nuggets, which add up to more than 50 kilograms. 50 kilograms of gold. If it is on Blue Star, with so much gold in hand, you will never have to worry about food and drink in this life. Even in this world, this can be sold for a huge sum of money, enough to feed hundreds of people in the territory for a long time. This wave of harvest is too great. Qiaoxing was delighted. Very good. Next we have to open those captain-level burial bags. I don't know. What can be opened from these high-level burial bags? The system prompt appeared. Do you want to open the burial bag of Captain Ascalon *34? Qiaoxing directly click yes. Open successfully. Obtain. Silver Ancient Coin *104. Obtain. Intermediate Magic Crystal *173. Obtain. Rotten Magic Plant Seed *17. Obtain. Battlefield Glory Medal *5. Obtain. Gorgeous Gold Ornaments *36. Obtain. Hanging Painting *5. Obtain. Amber Pebble, green, *11. Obtain. Garnet Pebble, green, *13. Obtain. Malachite Pebble, green, *5. Obtain. Turquoise Pebble, green, *8. Obtain Book, Myths and Legends of the Western Continent. Obtain Book, Saint Philippa, The Life of the Martyr Mons Calvus. Obtain Book, The King's Ladies. Chapter 143. Open the Ancient Treasure Chest, a lot of harvest. Huh? The captain's bag can contain silver ancient coins? And intermediate magic crystals. Qiaoxing was shocked. He suppressed his excitement, and continued to open the remaining 3 lieutenant bags. Open successfully. Get, Gold Ancient Coins *8. Get, Advanced Magic Crystals *11. Get, Blackened Objects *7. Get, Topaz Fragments, blue, *3. Get, Sunstone Fragments, blue, *1. Get, Carnelian Fragments, blue, *3. Get Book, History of War. Get Book, Discussion on Life. After opening all the bags of burial objects, Qiaoxing took a deep breath. Too much. This wave of harvest, really too much. There were so many things that it took him a lot of time to sort them out. First, Qiaoxing stuffed all the magic crystals and dozens of books into the storage box. He also threw the rotten seeds and various useless sundries to the side. Then he put the broken gold nuggets, gold, silver and copper jewelry in a box. After that, he put the green quality amber pebbles and the blue quality stone fragments into his pockets. After doing all this, Qiaoxing nodded. Now, you can check the properties of these new items. First, of course, the newly acquired silver and gold coins. He looked at the properties. Silver coins, extremely ancient and rare coins, no longer in circulation on the mainland, with space magic engraved on them. After collecting 100 silver coins, you could exchange them for 1 mid-level ancient treasure chest, which could open mid-level ancient weapons, production drawings, secret medicine formulas, or other extinct items. Gold coins, extremely ancient and rare coins, no longer in circulation on the mainland, with strong space magic engravings on them. After collecting 100 gold coins, you can exchange them for a high-level ancient treasure chest, which can reveal high-level ancient weapons, crafting blueprints, secret medicine formulas, or other extinct items. Sure enough, just as I guessed, silver coins and gold coins can be exchanged for higher-level treasure chests. And the exchange rate is the same, 100 coins for 1 treasure chest. Then, Qiaoxing checked the newly acquired, those dozens of green quality gems. Amber Pebble, green, can be embedded in weapons, increases attack power by 5 points. Garnet Pebble, green, can be embedded in weapons, increases spirit by 3 points. Malachite Pebble, green, can be embedded in weapons, increases strength by 3 points. Turquoise Pebble, green, can be embedded in weapons, increases agility by 3 points. Note: due to system updates, green quality gems require primary forging technology to be embedded in the blacksmith shop. For types of green pebbles, can all be embedded in weapons, increase attributes. Although it doesn't look like much, it is an additional attribute, which is not bad. Qiaoxing nodded secretly. These pebbles are still quite expensive. Each one costs several thousand crowns. And if they are all sold, it will also be a huge sum of money. Then, he continued to check the blue gem fragments. Topaz fragment, blue, can be embedded in weapons or equipment. Increase 5 points of spirit and 10 points of magic attack power. Precious topaz fragment contains clear magic fluctuations and requires intermediate forging technology to embed. Sunstone fragment, blue, can be embedded in weapons or equipment. Increase 5 points of strength and 10 points of physical attack power. Gorgeous and dazzling gem contains clear power fluctuations and requires intermediate forging technology to embed. Carnelian fragment, blue, can be embedded in weapons or equipment. Increase 5 points of agility and 10 points of physical attack power. Stones as bright as flesh and blood require intermediate forging technology to be inlaid. Chaoxing praised, not bad, blue gems have added a lot of properties. More importantly, in addition to weapons, you can also inlay them on equipment. If you inlay them all over your body, the improvement will be incredible, he thought happily. But the only regret is that it requires intermediate forging technology to be inlaid. Thinking of this, Chaoxing thought to himself, it seems that it is urgent to find a blacksmith. I don't know if tonight's recruitment will be effective. The other materials are not very good. Most of the sundries found here have lost their functions due to the erosion of time. For example, the seeds of magic plants and various spools can only be treated as garbage now. Then, Chaoxing looked at the number of ancient brass coins and ancient silver coins in his backpack. Ancient brass coins * 1226. Ancient silver coins * 104. Ancient gold coins * 8. Very good, so many ancient coins. I can directly exchange for 12 ancient brass treasure chests and 1 ancient silver treasure chest. This time, I want to open as many boxes as I want. Chaoxing was extremely excited, and then he directly clicked on the exchange. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume ancient brass coins * 1200? Exchange for ancient brass treasure chests * 12? Do you want to consume ancient silver coins * 100? Exchange for ancient silver treasure chest * 1? Yes. The prompt ended. The next moment, on the ground in front of Chaoxing, more than a dozen space arrays appeared. As energy fluctuations continued to appear, Chaoxing vaguely saw that the outlines of several treasure chests seemed to emerge. Dang! Dang! After a sound of boxes hitting the ground, the treasure chests that had been sealed in the alien space for who knows how many years came out again on this day. Looking at the dozen treasure chests in front of him, Chaoxing's face was filled with joy. Found the dusty ancient bronze treasure chest * 12. Do you want to open it? Yes. As Chaoxing clicked to confirm, instantly, a pair of system prompts appeared. Opening successfully. Obtain ancient weapon triple sniper rifle, blue. Obtain ancient cane, blue. Obtain ancient longbow, green, * 1. Obtain ancient composite battle axe, green, * 1. Obtain ancient weapon auxiliary pistol, green. Obtain ancient weapon hunting composite bow, green. Obtain small detection robot production drawing. Obtain small UD production drawing. Obtain light combat UD production drawing. Obtain arc star bomb production drawing. Obtain small resource pack * 15. Obtain spoiled food * 172. Obtain spoiled drinking water * 74. A lot of tips. 3 ancient weapons, plus 4 technology drawings? Chaoxing exclaimed, wow, if this was during the novice protection period, with these hot weapons, wouldn't I kill anyone I saw in seconds? He quickly checked the properties of the 3 newly acquired ancient weapons. Ancient weapon triple sniper rifle, blue. Quality, excellent. Attack power, 219 to 231. Attack method, aim at the enemy, shoot 3 bullets at the same time, cause damage equal to attack power * 3. Attack interval, 2.5 seconds per time. Additional effect, energy penetration, when attacking the enemy, there is a 30% chance to penetrate 40% of the enemy's armor. Charging method, 1 primary magic crystal can provide 300 shots of energy. A sniper rifle that uses energy ammunition has good accuracy. Ancient weapon auxiliary pistol, green. Quality, excellent. Attack power, 124 to 156. Attack interval, 1 second per time. Additional effect, headshot, when attacking the head, cause an additional 30% damage. Ancient weapon, hunting compound bow. Quality, excellent. Attack power, 157 to 174. Attack interval, 2 seconds per time. Additional effect, penetration powerful. Explosive power and penetration, there is a 20% chance to directly penetrate the enemy's flesh, causing 150% damage, and with 3 layers of bleeding effect. Chaoxing nodded. Sure enough, the bronze treasure chest opened is just a relatively ordinary technological weapon, which is okay for dealing with monsters below level 2. Creatures above level 2 have too much health. Before you can fire a few shots, the enemy has already arrived. However, that triple sniper rifle is still good, with high damage, and I happen to have a lot of magic crystals in my hand. At least I don't have to worry about the ammunition problem. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction, and then there were the 3 cold weapons. Chaoxing glanced at them, and the attributes were similar to the same quality equipment of level 10. He put it directly into his backpack. Next, it was the 4 blueprints. He looked at the properties of 2 of the blueprints. Light Combat Drone Production Blueprint. Blueprint Introduction. In the mechanical factory, a combat drone with low-altitude flight function can be produced. Armor value, 35. Durability, 500. Attack power, 75 to 81. Attack speed, 2 to 4 energy bullets can be fired per second. Maximum flight speed, 75 kilometers per hour. Limited flight altitude, 4,000 meters. Energy consumption, 2 hours in combat state / 1 primary magic crystal, 30 days in low energy state / 1 magic crystal. Production conditions, intermediate mechanical factory, electronic component *1, iron *50, copper *30, magic crystal *1. Arcstar bomb production blueprint. Blueprint. Introduction. Create Arcstar bombs with explosive and paralysis effects, causing heavy damage to enemies after throwing. Attack power, 785 to 812. Additional special effects. Paralysis, causing 1 to 3 seconds of paralysis effect on enemies within the range. Production requirements, intermediate mechanical factory. Mithril *5. Primary element crystal *3. Thunderstone *1. Huh? These 2 blueprints are good? If the materials are sufficient, I can even build them in batches, and then directly start modern warfare. Chaoxing was delighted. Especially the Arcstar bomb. It actually has an attack power of nearly 800. And it also has an explosion paralysis effect. If Chaoxing has enough Arcstar bombs in his hand, he can just throw them all out when he encounters an enemy, and he can be drowned. Chaoxing thought happily. However, these 2 blueprints require intermediate machinery factory, and Chaoxing has not even built a primary machinery factory. As for the other blueprints, detection robots and ordinary drones. Chaoxing glanced at them, and found that they were just ordinary blueprints, and were not very useful. He put it directly into his backpack. So far, Chaoxing had basically seen all the things in the 12 treasure chests. Then, only the last one ancient silver treasure chest was left unopened. Chaoxing thought expectantly. The ancient weapons in the bronze treasure chest are already very powerful. This silver treasure chest should be able to open a stronger weapon. I don't ask for too much. I'll be satisfied if I can open a weapon similar to Barrett. Do you want to open the ancient silver treasure chest? Yes. Opened successfully. Obtained, intermediate ancient weapon Mastiff shotgun, purple. Obtained, shotgun bullets *30. Obtained, extinct intermediate life secret medicine formula, improved version. Obtained, medium resource pack *2. Obtained, deteriorated drinking water *7. Fuck. Purple ancient weapon, and an intermediate life secret medicine formula. Chaoxing originally just wanted a weapon similar to Barrett. Unexpectedly, there is a pleasant surprise. You know, what he needs most at present is this kind of life secret medicine formula. However, in front of the name of this formula, there are a few words. Extinct improved version. With a nervous mood, Chaoxing checked the properties of these 2 things. Intermediate ancient weapon Mastiff shotgun, purple. Quality, rare. Attack power, 145 to 176. Attack method, instantly ejects 8 bullets. Attack interval, 1 second per time. Attached special effect 1, impact, when attacking at close range. There is an 80% probability of directly blasting the enemy back 2 to 10 meters. Attached special effect 2, breaking the body when attacking. There is a 30% probability of penetrating the enemy, causing disability and other effects. What a powerful shotgun. Don't look at its attack power compared to Barrett. It is much worse. But you have to know that a shotgun can fire 8 bullets instantly. If all of them hit a target, the damage caused is much stronger than that of a Barrett. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. This thing is best for close combat. In the future, if there are other killers who see that I am a mage and want to come and kill me at close range, I will just take out the shotgun and give him a burst of bullets. That scene must be very sour. Chaoxing laughed. Then, he checked the properties of the Life Secret Medicine Formula. Extinct Intermediate Life Secret Medicine Formula. Drawing Introduction. This drawing can be used to produce an improved version of the Life Secret Medicine Medium. Effect, after taking it. It can restore 2,000 health points, with a cooling time of 30 seconds. Materials required for production. Intermediate Alchemy Workshop, Glass Bottle *1, Ice 1 Petal *1, Spirit Breath Grass *5, Cold Spirit Water *200 ml. The formula improved by a secret medicine master, now extinct on this continent. Seeing the potion effect on this drawing, Chaoxing's pupils suddenly shrank. Restore 2,000 health points at once, with a cooling time of only 30 seconds. This is much better than the ordinary Life Secret Medicine, small. It is worthy of being a formula improved by a secret medicine master, ha ha ha. Chaoxing was very excited. And the key is, he has both the spiritual grass and the cold spiritual water. He only needs to find some ice phoenix petals and build an intermediate alchemy workshop. Chaoxing can mass produce this life secret medicine. However, this potion is obviously a prop used by second-level creatures. After all, the recovery data is too high. Directly 2,000 points, which can directly restore the health of the first-level survivors. At this moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, hundreds of relic bags and more than a dozen treasure chests have been opened. Now, we just need to find a way to find the Ice Phoenix flower, and find a primary alchemy workshop, plus a blueprint for an intermediate alchemy workshop. Although Chaoxing does not have these things, but as a survivor of Blue Star, he has a unique advantage over these natives. That is the market. There are tens of thousands of people in the entire 174th district. There will always be some survivors and some adventurers. Thinking of this, Chaoxing walked straight to the side of the market, opened the trading interface, and entered the alchemy keyword. After a lot of screening, Chaoxing appeared in front of a lot of props related to alchemy, such as Book's Introduction to Alchemy, Black Gunpowder Formula, Alchemy Manual, etc. After searching, he actually found a primary alchemy workshop. Production drawing. Chaoxing glanced at the consignor, Zhou Qi. I haven't heard of this name. He looked at what Zhou Qi needed. Required items: a lot of food, a lot of warm clothes *10, Hunter Skill Book, green quality or above equipment. Hunter Skill Book? Chaoxing glanced at his backpack. There really was one. Multiple continuous shooting skill book, green, shoot 3 to 5 arrows continuously, each arrow causes 80% damage to the enemy, cooling time 120 seconds. This was what he found in the Ascalon tomb last time, and it just so happened that no one around him could use it. So, Chaoxing sent a private message directly. Multiple burst skill book in exchange for the blueprint in your hand. Not long after, Chaoxing received a reply from the other party. Zhou Qi, fuck. It's Chaoxing. I didn't expect such a legendary big man to trade with me. The other party seemed very excited. After a while, Zhou Qi replied, sorry. Chaoxing. I'm too excited. By the way, do you need the blueprint of the primary alchemy workshop? Yes. Chaoxing replied directly. Zhou Qi continued, I haven't learned the skill book of multi-shot yet, and I don't know what its attributes are. Can I take a look at it first? Sure. Chaoxing was still very direct, and then pasted the attributes of this skill book. After reading it, Zhou Qi was surprised. What a powerful skill. Boss Chaoxing, are you sure you want to use such a powerful skill book to exchange for my blueprint? He asked uncertainly. Chaoxing nodded. Yes. This skill book has no effect on me. In comparison, Multi-Shot, as a green quality skill book, is of great value to hunters. But for Chaoxing, it was useless. This kind of transaction is a win-win situation. Zhou Qi replied, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chaoxing. After that, the two sides made a deal. Transaction successful. You get primary alchemy workshop construction blueprint, and you lose multiple continuous shooting skill book green. Looking at the blueprint in the backpack, Chao also showed joy on his face. He quickly checked the properties of this blueprint. Primary Alchemy Workshop Construction Blueprint. You can build a workshop in the territory to make various secret medicines. Armor value, 20 points. Durability value, 1800/1800. Size, 120 square meters. Material required for construction, wood *80, stone *60, iron *30, copper *20, primary element crystal *10. Construction time, 6 hours and 32 minutes. Required personnel, Alchemist 0/1. Note: personnel with high-level alchemy technology can greatly improve the efficiency and success rate of alchemy. Chao nodded, then clapped his hands, directly clicked on this drawing to study. At this time, the survivor named Zhou Qi sent a message. Boss Chao, thank you for your skill book. However, I would like to ask a question. Chapter 144 Reward Information, the sensation caused by the golden weapon. Chao was puzzled for a moment, and replied, what's the problem? Zhou Qi, there was a post on the forum today, which was posted by the people of the Three Heroes Society, saying that their boss, Fan Long, died today. Those people even ran to the vicinity of Fan Long's territory to confirm, and found that not only Fan Long was dead, but even his camp was burned to ashes. And the Three Heroes Society in our 174th district announced its dissolution on the spot. A large number of members withdrew, and only the last few backbones were left to support it. Chao was stunned, and he did not expect the Three Heroes Society to disband so quickly. Sure enough, for a force like this, when the leader dies, the people below basically scatter like monkeys when the tree falls. At this time, Zhou Qi asked tentatively, but they said that Fan Long was killed by you. Is this true? Communication between survivors is very convenient. Chao also knows that this matter cannot be concealed. However, he will definitely not admit it. Chao replied, it has nothing to do with me. I don't even know where Fan Long's territory is. Maybe his territory was hit by the ice nest, and it is possible that he was directly killed. Hearing this, Zhou Qi on the opposite side also laughed. You are right, Boss Chao. Fan Long was killed by the ice nest. However, Boss Chao, I still have to remind you. In addition to Fan Long, the Three Heroes Association has 2 other branches in other cities. They were assigned to other districts this time. I took a look at the World Channel, and the other 2 branches seem to be developing well. Boss Chao should still be careful. Chao nodded after hearing this. He understood what Zhou Qi meant. The Three Heroes Society has 3 bosses, and they all have considerable power in the 3 cities of Blue Star. This is also the origin of their name. Of course, for Chao with his current strength, he can completely ignore these guys. Moreover, according to his current development pace, he will become stronger faster and faster. So there is no need to worry about the threat from the survivors. Chao replied. Okay, I know. Thank you for the reminder. The other party replied. You're welcome. And then hung up the call. The disbanding of the Three Heroes Society was just a minor incident for Chao. What he was more concerned about now was finding the last thing to make the secret medicine of life, the Ice-1 flower. After entering the 3 keywords, Ice-1 flower, in the market, there was no relevant information. Chao said with some regret, sure enough, there is not a single one. This was also expected. After all, magic plants are rare. However, this also indirectly shows that Chao idea of mass-producing the secret medicine of life is somewhat difficult. At this time, Chao had an idea. Since there are no plants on the market, let's take the initiative to release the information. First, draw attention to the survivors. Even if they are not available now, they will help keep an eye out for these 2 plants later. When the time comes, as long as I offer a high enough price, someone will definitely contact me. Of course, there is a disadvantage to this. That is, other survivors will know that Chao needs 2 plants. Some people may take the opportunity to blackmail him. However, this is also inevitable. Even if Chao did not release the information publicly, as long as his name appeared, someone would spread the news that he needed the Ice-1 flower. So, Chao directly hung up a golden weapon in his hand, King's Blade. Consignment information, King's Blade Gold. Required items, food *99.99 million. Consigner, Chao. Seller's note, I will purchase Ice-1 flower and Moses grass for a fee. If you have these 2 magical plants, you can contact me. Thinking of this, Chao added, If you know about these two plants, you can also contact me, and I will also give you rewards. In the current trading market, let alone golden equipment, even a piece of purple equipment is very rare. Chao Xing's King's Blade, as a level 20 golden weapon, is the only one of its kind. Soon, a survivor discovered the golden weapon Chao Xing had put on the shelf. A survivor named Jin Wei wiped his eyes, and then said in doubt, "Damn, am I seeing this right? This is a golden weapon. Someone has dropped golden equipment so soon." When he saw the name of the consignor, his eyes suddenly showed a look of realization. It turned out to be Boss Chao Xing. I was wondering who could drop a golden equipment so quickly and put it on the market. However, he didn't seem to be planning to trade it. He just wanted to use this weapon to release the purchase information of the two items, Ice Lawn Flower and Moses Grass. At the same time, more people also discovered this unique golden equipment on the market. Someone in the chat channel immediately said, "Brothers, go to the market and take a look. Boss Chao Xing seems to have put a golden weapon on the shelf." Feng Zhongyang, "What? Golden weapon? This is impossible. Right? Lu Yu, yes. It's only been a few days. I haven't even touched the blue equipment yet. How could someone drop a golden equipment? Chui Ping, just go and take a look and you'll know." After that, they all opened the market, which immediately caused a burst of exclamations. "Oh my god, it's real. It's a level 20 golden sword. Such a powerful attribute. If I had it, I would be invincible right now. Too awesome. You are worthy of being called Chao Xing." At this time, another survivor named Zheng Mingqie said, "Brothers, it seems that Chao Xing needs Ice Phoenix Flower and Moses Grass. Does anyone have them? Or have you seen them outside?" The survivors were puzzled. "What are they? I haven't heard of them." Qin Mingming, "I haven't heard of them either. But since it's what Chao Xing wants, it should be very valuable. Right? Wang Tao, I want to know more, what Chao Xing is going to use to buy these two materials. He won't really exchange them for golden weapons. Right? Wu Zixuan, the person above, you are just imagining nonsense." As more and more people joined the discussion, Chao Xing opened the chat channel and said something. "Chao Xing, everyone. I am Chao Xing. The two things I want to buy are relatively rare magic plants. I have never seen what they look like. If any of you have these two magic plants or related clues, you can contact me. I also have some blue meat, warm clothes, green or blue equipment, etc. You will be rewarded according to the value of your information." Hearing the reward promised by Chao Xing, all the survivors on the field were a little moved. After all, at the current stage, meat with added attributes and warm clothes are what most survivors need. And the key is, as long as you give information, Chao Xing will give rewards. For a while, many survivors began to contact their friends privately, asking if they had seen any information about these two magical plants. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. As Chao Xing's acquisition information attracted more and more attention, he soon received many private messages. The mailbox reached 99 plus again. Chao Xing glanced at it, most of which were fake, trying to cheat for rewards. Some said that he had found traces of Bingwan flowers in a mysterious place, and asked Chao Xing to give him 500 pieces of blue beast meat, and then he would tell him the location. Some said that he had found Moses Grass in a cave, and asked Chao Xing for the King's Blade. Some said that there was a lot of Moses Grass next to his territory, and Chao Xing needed to give him a set of equipment first, and he would go and pick it for Chao Xing. These guys don't even bother to lie. Chao Xing ignored them. At this time, a survivor named Xiao Yuting sent a private message that caught Chao Xing's attention. "Xiao Yuting, hello. Boss Chao Xing. I know the clues of the Ice Lawn Flower, which is a flower that only grows in places with sufficient magic power. It is relatively rare and looks very similar to the lapis lazuli flower." Seeing that she said it in such detail, Chao Xing also believed it a little. So Chao Xing replied, "Where did you get the clue?" Xiao Yuting quickly replied, "I heard it from an aboriginal. He said that Bingwan flower is a precious medicinal material. Many shops in big cities will buy it. But in the entire Snow Wind Plain, there are not many places where you can find a large number of Bingwan flowers. There is only one known place so far, and that place is very dangerous. According to those aboriginals, if you go in below the second level, you will almost certainly die." After listening, Chao Xing almost believed this woman. She did have information about Bingwan flowers. So he replied, "What's the name of that place?" Xiao Yuting on the other side chuckled and said, Boss Xiaoxing. I wonder if the reward you mentioned is true. Xiaoxing understood what she meant. And nodded, of course it is true. Tell me. What do you need? The other side thought for a moment. And then replied, I want 100 pieces of snowstorm bear meat. 100 pieces of frost bomb rabbit meat. Plus 20 sets of warm clothes. And 5 blue equipment. Xiaoxing rolled his eyes and said, You want so many things for one piece of news. Are you afraid that the wind will bite your tongue? Xiao Yuting also heard the speechlessness in Xiaoxing's tone. And she said helplessly, It's a bit too much. But there's nothing I can do. Who told me to form a team with my classmates? Because I have the highest level, they made me the captain of the team. Now I have to take care of this team, and we need too many supplies. Hearing this, Xiaoxing immediately asked in confusion, You? A group of students? Formed a team? Xiao Yuting, yes, we are all students of Xinzhou College, and we are just in the 3rd year of high school this year. Xiaoxing nodded, and then asked, What is your team development model? He is still very interested in this development model. After all, this world does not have only one way to develop. As time goes by, the difficulty of survival in this world becomes higher and higher, and many people will not be able to develop. At this time, they can only give up their territory and find other ways out. Either join the Legion, created by others, or go to the indigenous organizations of this world. Xiao Yuting replied, In fact, our team model is also very simple. They gave up their own territory, and then led their whole family and their polar people to my territory. I originally thought that if we all gathered together, there would be strength in numbers. With so many polar people, the development speed should be very fast. In the end, the development speed was fast, but the resource consumption was also much greater. The little resources they brought were used up in 2 days. And because I was soft-hearted at the time, I did not let them join my territory as subjects, but gave them construction rights. Now there are more than a dozen lords in one territory, and they are unwilling to work one by one, and they rely on those polar people to collect supplies. Now, the resources in the territory are getting less and less. Every day, I have a headache for these people's food, drink, defecation and urination. At this point, Xiao Yuting couldn't help sighing. Xiaoxing was immediately amused after hearing this. A dozen lords in one territory, this is indeed a bit outrageous. Like when he asked Xia Yani to join the territory, he let them join as subjects, without any other authority. He still has the final say in the entire territory. As for Xiao Yuting and her team, it is more difficult to deal with. There is no one heavy enough to suppress everything, and no one is willing to submit to anyone. There must be a lot of intrigues in this. Just thinking about it makes people scalp numb. At this point, Xiao Yuting said tentatively, Boss Xiaoxing, I also know that the price I offer is a bit high. How about you name a price? Xiaoxing thought for a moment and replied, I don't have much meat you want. I can give you 20 yuan, 100 units of other food, 5 sets of warm clothes, and 5 green quality equipment. The news of Bingluanhua is still very important to Xiaoxing. So, it is worth paying for these things. Moreover, compared to Xiaoxing's resource reserves, these are just a drop in the bucket. The other party thought for a moment and replied, That's fine, but in addition to these, I have another request. Xiaoxing asked in confusion, What request? Xiao Yuting, that is, when Boss Xiaoxing goes to that place, can you take me and my team with you? I have a mission to complete there. Xiaoxing asked, You don't need me to take you to complete the mission, right? I don't want to work for you again and give you supplies. It can be seen that this woman is still very smart. Xiao Yuting said quickly, No. I just need Xiaoxing to take me to that place, and we will complete the subsequent tasks by ourselves. Xiaoxing thought for a moment, and replied, Okay. Deal. But I need you to tell me the news first, and then give you the supplies. Although Xiaoxing was not afraid that this woman would cheat him of his supplies. Anyway, everyone was in the area of the snowstorm plain. If she really dared to deceive him, Xiaoxing would have plenty of opportunities to deal with her in the future. Xiao Yuting smiled and said, Of course. Then she said straightforwardly, The place where the ice phoenix grows is called the Witch Forest. It is said that there are many high-level monsters in there. And there is also a group of powerful tree spirits who are preventing outsiders from entering this forest. Witch Forest. Hearing this name, Xiaoxing thought for a moment, and he had never heard of any information about this place. So, he continued to ask, What are the specific coordinates? After hearing this, Xiao Yuting quickly sent the coordinates. Chao-Xing opened the map and took a look. It was about 200 kilometers away from his camp. Then he nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. Go to the market and hang something up. Mark the price, and I'll take a picture of it for you." Yes. Xiao Yuting did as she was told, and then consigned a piece of food at the market. Then, Chao-Xing traded 20 pieces of snowstorm bear meat, 100 dry breads, and 5 rabbit fur coats to Xiao Yuting. The two sides completed a wave of transactions. Chao-Xing thought to himself, "Very good. Now we have the blueprints for the alchemy workshop. And we also have clues about the Isolon flower. We are one step closer to mass-producing the improved version of the secret medicine of life. However, this location may not be 100% true, and it needs to be confirmed again." At this time, Xiao Yuting sent a message, "Thank you, Boss Chao-Xing. You're welcome. We just take what we need." Xiao Yuting continued to ask, "Boss Chao-Xing, may I ask, when will you leave?" She seemed a little anxious. Of course, it could be that the mission was very important to her. Chao-Xing replied, "I don't know. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe the day after tomorrow. I'll call you when I'm ready." After hearing this, Xiao Yuting replied, "Well, okay." She was a little helpless, but she also knew that the initiative was on Chao-Xing's side. After hanging up the private chat with Xiao Yuting, Chao-Xing thought for a moment. Of course, he didn't believe Xiao Yuting's words so easily. What if the coordinates given by the other party were a trap? Just like when he tricked Fan Long. That would be a lot of fun. So, Chao-Xing decided to send someone tomorrow to investigate, and go there after confirming that it was safe. Then, he directly clicked on all the newly acquired blueprints to learn. 5 or 6 system prompts appeared in succession. Successfully learned. Light Combat Drone Production Blueprint. Successfully learned. Primary Alchemy Workshop Construction Blueprint. Success. Then, Chao-Xing found the Polar Man Duan again, and asked him to take time tomorrow to build a primary alchemy workshop. As for Juliet, Chao-Xing also specifically instructed her to plant the spirit grass as soon as possible. Everything is ready. At the same time, Dahua and the others have already prepared today's dinner. More than 100 people in the entire territory entered the cafeteria in a large crowd, because Chao-Xing had specifically ordered today to use the milk of Yunkai yak to make a dinner for them. So everyone seemed to be looking forward to it. In the cafeteria, waves of rich milky aroma, mixed with the aroma of meat, made people's saliva secrete crazily. More than 100 people in the entire territory enjoyed a sumptuous dinner again. Braun had sobered up by now, and he led the imperial soldiers and 2 centaurs to shout and yell. He even sang a song from time to time. The whole cafeteria was noisy because of their voices. Although noisy, it was also full of the breath of life. Chao-Xing and Lu Muxue smiled at each other, and both felt a warm feeling. Then, a large number of loyalty increases appeared in the entire territory. Most of the people increased their loyalty by 2 to 3 points. Chao-Xing thought to himself, the longer these people stay in the territory, the more they feel a sense of belonging here. As long as you don't abuse and exploit them too much, it's still easy to cultivate everyone's loyalty to more than 90. However, for some people whose loyalty has reached more than 90 points, it is more difficult to improve their loyalty. Just like Sarah, Andrew and others. Only by giving them what they need, or helping them fulfill their wishes, can you increase their loyalty to a higher level. Of course, 90% loyalty is already very good. At night, Chao-Xing and Lu Muxue returned to their lord's hut to rest tonight. It was very warm inside the lord's hut, with waves of warm air floating around. Chao-Xing glanced at the temperature above his head. Current temperature, 21°C. Oh! It's actually above 20 degrees? Chao-Xing's face showed joy. This indoor temperature is really comfortable. Even if you are like Blue Star, you won't feel cold even if you only wear a thin piece of clothing. In addition, the interior decoration of the lord's hut has become more luxurious. A throne inlaid with gems is placed in the center, shining with pearls. On both sides are gilded candlesticks, flickering bright candlelight. On the ceiling are glazed hanging lamps, which look very gorgeous. The luxury of this decoration is comparable to some of the top homestays in China. At this moment, Lu Muxue was still bending over slightly, using the stove to boil water. In the room, Lu Muxue was not wearing as thick clothes as she was outside, and was only wearing a white satin dress. This was made by Xia Yani using the cloth Chao Xing gave her. It is said that Lu Muxue even went to Xia Yani to measure her size. So it looked very close to her body. Her round and tight buttocks facing Chao Xing, coupled with a pair of slender long legs, were very eye-catching. After the water was boiled, Lu Muxue turned around and happened to meet Chao Xing's sight. She lowered her head shyly. Then, she entered the compartment, took off her clothes and washed up. The sound of water kept coming, which aroused people's reverie. Chao Xing suddenly remembered that he had also obtained a drawing of a magic water storage device during the day, which seemed to be able to be built in the room. Then he checked the properties. Chapter 145. The first night of the official period, the difficulty of survival increases. Chao Xing glanced at the attributes of the blueprint. Blueprint of magic energy water storage device. Drawing introduction. It can be used indoors to build a water storage device that automatically purifies water, has automatic heating, and constant temperature functions. Materials required for construction. Small electronic component *1, iron *30, copper *20, mithril 5, primary element crystal *2. Note: after the construction is successful, a primary magic energy crystal needs to be invested, which can provide energy for the water storage device for 2 months. Seeing the above introduction, Chao Xing was happy. Isn't this just a water heater? That's great. We don't need to heat water for bathing anymore. Thinking of this, Chao Xing decided to build one in every residence room tomorrow. A moment later, Lu Muxue had also finished washing up. She tilted her head, wiping her wet hair, like a fairy out of the bath. After seeing Chao Xing, Lu Muxue said softly, "Axing, the water is already boiled. I'll go up to warm the bed first. You can come up after you take a bath." Okay. Chao Xing nodded in agreement, and then took a hot bath happily. On the second floor of the Lord's hut, the temperature here is also very comfortable. There are burning stoves on both sides, and the heating pipes are constantly delivering heat. For most survivors, this is simply heaven. From the fact that Qiu Yuting asked Chao Xing for warm clothes today, it can be seen that most survivors are still in a state of freezing. After all, not everyone can be like Chao Xing, who not only upgraded the bonfire to a furnace, but also built a heating pipe. Even Fan Long, who has developed well, his territory bonfire has just been upgraded to level 6. At night, most of the survivors could only sleep by the stove. It was good to have a quilt. At the same time, Lu Muxue poked half of her head out of the quilt, patted the pillow next to her, and chuckled, "Axing, the quilt is warm. Come in quickly." Okay. Chao Xing took off his coat, and then got into the warm quilt. The next moment, a pair of slender and warm legs hooked towards him. The two looked at each other, and Lu Muxue's beautiful face was a little shy, and there was a hint of expectation. After a while, there was a slight sound from the small wooden bed again, accompanied by the charming voice of the beauty. In the quilt, Lu Muxue twisted her graceful figure, making Chao Xing feel like he was falling into the clouds. Until an hour later, the beauty breathed rapidly. She lay in Chao Xing's arms contentedly. The two of them hugged each other quietly, feeling each other's body temperature. Lu Muxue's long legs were placed on Chao Xing, rubbing gently. The smooth touch kept caressing. Compared to Xia Yani and Sarah, Lu Muxue's body proportions were the most well-proportioned, especially her pair of slender and tight legs, which could be called a perfect work of art. Of course, this does not mean that Xia Yani and Sarah are not as good as Lu Muxue, but that they each have their own characteristics. A few minutes later, Lu Muxue raised his head and said, "Axing, my parents sent me a message again today. They wanted me to give him some furs, but I didn't give them. Instead, I asked them to exchange 2,000 pieces of wood or 1,000 stones with us." Chao Xing laughed after hearing this. Did they give them? Such a large amount of resources is a considerable sum for the survivors at the current stage. Lu Muxue shook her head. No. They said they didn't have that much. I told them not to spoil their two younger brothers too much, and let them go to work. Chao Xing nodded. Okay. If they have collected so many resources, it's okay to trade them for a few wolf skins. After all, for Chao Xing, this is also a good deal. Lu Muxue nodded slightly, and a sly smile suddenly appeared under her beautiful features. By the way, Xing, have you decided which beauty's room you want to go to tonight? Chao Xing heard this. His eyes widened, and then he coughed a few times. Ahem. What are you talking about, Muxue? After hearing this, Lu Muxue smiled even brighter. She didn't seem to care about it, and said softly, Actually, I can see that. Our people have feelings for you. During the day, Sarah and Rennie's fiery eyes seem to almost eat you up. I also know that. Everyone in this territory loves you and respects me very much. So, as the Lord, I can't enjoy your love alone. Lu Mushua clenched her little pink fist and said with a firm look. Hearing this, Chaoxing became even more embarrassed. He was about to explain something, but there was a knock on the door. Knock. 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 Chaoxing asked in confusion, Who? After a moment, a voice came from the door. Sarah. I need to report something to the Lord. Chaoxing immediately looked at the person beside him awkwardly, and then said, I'll ask her to come back tomorrow. But Lu Mushua smiled softly with her face covered. Go. Go. What if it's something important? Remember to come back early. Seeing that Chaoxing was still a little embarrassed, Lu Mushua continued, Don't worry too much. Go quickly. Go quickly. Chaoxing sighed after hearing this. Then he got up from the bed, put on his clothes, and walked out of the Lord's hut. Pushing open the door, Chaoxing saw this beautiful dark elf, standing aside with her head down. Her two pointed ears stood up, giving her a delicate feeling. Sarah? What's wrong? Hearing Chaoxing's voice, Sarah raised her head, and then grabbed Chaoxing's wrist without saying anything. Chaoxing noticed that Sarah's eyes became as hot as last night. Then, she took Chaoxing's hand and went straight to her room. The door was closed with a bang. Sarah, what do you want to tell me? Chaoxing continued to ask. Sarah did not answer. This time, she took off her assassin leather coat on her body. Under the light of the fire, instantly, a body with perfect curves appeared in front of Chaoxing. Then, in front of Chaoxing, she took the initiative to untie her bra. Instantly, a pair of bras popped out. Lord, Sarah wants more. Hearing this, Chaoxing also understood Sarah's current state. Then, he nodded and said, Let's do the same as yesterday. Sarah? Sarah responded softly, and then knelt down in front of Chaoxing. 10 minutes later, Sarah stood up and wiped the corners of her mouth. Chaoxing gently picked her up. Sarah was about 1.6 meters tall, and she looked very petite in Chaoxing's arms. And she was very light. Chaoxing felt that she was even less than 90 kilograms. On the small wooden bed, Sarah was as passionate as last night. This perfect body continued to emit scorching heat, as if it was going to melt Chaoxing. Lord. After a long sigh, Sarah fell weakly on Chaoxing. And Chaoxing did not do anything else, just hugged Sarah, and gently stroked her smooth back with his right hand. A few minutes later, Sarah seemed to have recovered some strength, and said softly, Lord, you are so powerful, and you made Sarah feel something she has never felt before. At this moment, she no longer looked like the cold assassin during the day, but seemed extremely gentle. Chaoxing smiled, but didn't say anything. At this moment, Sarah's thin lips suddenly curved up. Actually, that woman from Ascalon also wanted to find you. But I wanted to feel the love of the Lord earlier than her, so I decided to bring you here first. Chaoxing was stunned for a moment after hearing this. No wonder Sarah knocked on his door so early. At this time, Sarah leaned close to Chaoxing's ear and whispered, But you can go find this woman from Ascalon later. Her pointed ears hitting Chaoxing, coupled with Sarah's breath, seemed to evoke some psychological feelings. Chaoxing glanced at her. However, in Sarah's surprised eyes, he suddenly turned over and pressed Sarah under him. After the initial panic, Sarah's face became even more red. She tilted her head, one long elf ear facing Chaoxing, looking so shy and lovely. In the room, there were bursts of breathing again. More than an hour passed. The dark elf beauty trembled in his arms, then her limbs tensed, and her slender arms tightly grasped Chaoxing. After a while, Sarah gasped. Her chest rose and fell violently, and she collapsed. Chaoxing also gradually felt exhausted, compared with Sarah, who was a third-level leader. He, a second-level mage, was still a little weak. Chaoxing wiped the sweat from his forehead. Sarah, with a satisfied smile on her rosy face, kissed Chaoxing on the chest. A few minutes later, Sarah stood up from the bed, as if she was getting dressed. Chaoxing was stunned, and then asked, Are you going out in the middle of the night? Sarah nodded and said, Yes, Lord. The snowfield is also dangerous at night, and someone needs to guard the territory. I don't trust the ability of those newcomers. So we discussed it, I will be responsible for the safety of the territory in the first half of the night. Renus in the second half of the night. And Assam and Andrew tomorrow. Chaoxing nodded suddenly after hearing this. The 3 people Sarah mentioned, including herself, were all residents with a loyalty of more than 100. Unexpectedly, they would take the initiative to help Chaoxing guard the territory. Perhaps this is the hidden function after the loyalty reaches 100. In front of Chaoxing, Sarah wrapped her full chest with a few rounds of white cloth again, and then put on a tight leather jacket. She held 2 shadow blades in her hands. After putting on the equipment, Sarah seemed to have changed into a different person, full of sternness and murderousness. I'm going out. After saying that, Sarah disappeared without a sound. Chaoxing thought for a moment, and stood up, and put on his clothes again. When passing by Reniz's room, Chaoxing touched his waist. In the end, he still didn't go in. Then, he went back to his lord's hut, so as not to be intercepted by some woman again. When Chaoxing returned to the lord's hut, Lu Muxue was staring at him with her big watery eyes, and a playful smile on her lips. I'm back. Ah Xing. Chaoxing nodded, and then crawled into Lu Muxue's bed. The 2 fell asleep in each other's arms, and everything was self-explanatory. In the second half of the night, Chaoxing faintly heard several collisions near the territory. One of the collisions seemed to occur near the territory. Boom! The violent vibration made the lord's hut shake slightly. Chaoxing and Lu Muxue opened their eyes together and listened for a moment. After hearing no other movement, they fell asleep peacefully. Go to sleep, Muxue. It should be the ice nest again. With our territory defense capabilities, there is no need to worry about this. Lu Muxue blinked her beautiful eyes, and then nodded. The 2 fell asleep again. However, although Chaoxing's territory could withstand the impact of the ice nest monsters, the territories of other survivors were not so lucky. That night, many survivor lords were awakened by the vibration in the middle of the night. When they walked out of the lord's hut in the cold winter night, they suddenly saw more than a dozen, or even dozens of ice nest monsters rushing towards the territory. Instantly, these survivor lords showed fear in their eyes. Alert! Alert! There are ice nest monsters attacking. Quickly call out all the combatants. Damn it! Bang bang. The ice nest monsters madly hit the buildings in the territory. The battle started instantly. This was the first night after the novice protection period ended. The survivors had not yet adapted to the cruel rhythm of this world. Even at night, they could not sleep peacefully, and had to leave people on duty. The attack of the ice nest monsters was as fierce as ever. Some survivors, and their subjects, struggled to resist this wave of attacks. But some of the survivors' territories were swallowed up by the ice nest monsters in the middle of the night. The chat channel, which used to be relatively quiet in the middle of the night, was also flooded with a large number of messages. Wan Shu, damn it! These damn ice nest monsters are not quiet at all in the middle of the night. Fuck, I almost got swallowed in my sleep. Bai Mingxiu, are there any brothers near coordinates 8313, 24521, 52311? 2 ice nests appeared outside my territory. A lot of monsters appeared. I can't hold on any longer. Who can save me? Caillou, this damn world is hard enough during the day. It's still so noisy at night. How can I mine resources tomorrow? The chat channel was full of complaints. Not only the chat channel in Zone 174 where Chaoxing was. The world channel was also flooded with all kinds of information. Lester Grace, fuck. I was peeing outside, and just as I took out my stuff, an ice nest fell in front of me. The good news is that I blocked the attack of the ice nest monster. But the bad news is that I can no longer feel the existence of my penis. Sharma Mia, what kind of world is this? We are here to suffer. Now the ice nest monster has broken through my territory. I am going to die soon. I just don't know if I can continue to reincarnate as a Brahmin after I die in this world. Haze East say, Yoshi. The monsters in an ice nest are enough for me to reach level 8. 2 more, I can directly upgrade to level 10. My undead subordinates are really powerful. Gao Jing. Brothers, hold on, these ice nests are dangers but also opportunities. They can bring us a lot of experience points. Everyone should upgrade to level 10 as soon as possible. It will be easy to break through to the second level. Wang Tung, ha ha. Damn ice nest monsters, come here. I'm already level 9. If I upgrade 1 more level, I can directly break through to the second level. These ice nest monsters will never be able to do anything to me. In the face of crisis, everyone has a different reaction. Some saw this as an opportunity, while others panicked. But no matter what, They could only adapt and seize every minute and every second of development opportunities. And these had nothing to do with Chaoxing. Their territory had already been built with high walls, arrow towers, and powerful subordinates on duty 24 hours a day. The two slept more peacefully in the second half of the night. The next day, Chaoxing had just opened his eyes when a system prompt appeared. Attention all survivors, you have passed the first day of the official period. The frequency of ice nests and the level of monsters will gradually increase. When killing an ice nest monster above the elite level, there will be a small chance of dropping a special item, Ice Dragon Horn. Weather forecast. Today in the snowstorm area, there will be a cold wind, and the lowest temperature will reach -60 C. Seeing the system prompt, Chaoxing asked in confusion, "What is the Ice Dragon Horn?" At this time, Lu Muxia also glanced at the chat channel, with a worried look in her eyes, and said, "Axing, it seems that many people died last night." Chaoxing took a look. Current number of people online in Zone 174, 30412/40173. A large number of people died during the 7 days of the novice protection period. And another group died on the first day of the official period. Now the number of people in their zone is almost below 30,000. The situation in other zones is probably similar, or even worse than theirs. Chaoxing nodded. Yes, there is nothing we can do about it, after all. There is no territory to protect us. Plus, the level of the ice nest monster is still rising. The other survivors can only seize every minute and every second of development time to survive the threat of the ice nest. Hearing this, Lu Muxia also clenched her fists. Of course, Chaoxing's time was not so urgent, because his progress was far ahead of other survivors. After a moment, he said, "Get up, Muxia." "Yes," Lu Muxia responded softly. After a simple wash, the two came to the Lord's hut. Dozens of polar people, the Lord Chao Yi, and the tree spirits were waiting respectfully. After seeing Chaoxing, everyone saluted. "Respected Lord, I wish you good health. Beautiful Lady Lord, I wish you eternal beauty." Chaoxing nodded, and then looked at the two centaurs next to him. "Can't tell, Canar, did any ice nests fall down last night?" The centaurs moved their hooves, and came over with a clack sound. They nodded at the same time and said, "Dear Lord, as you can see, there were indeed 4 ice nests that fell near our territory last night. We pulled those newcomers out of their beds, and then, together with the powerful Lady Sarah, we killed all the ice nest monsters outside." The two centaurs had a proud look on their faces. And Ellie, Sylvia, and several Imperial soldiers all had some resentment on their faces. They slept well in the middle of the night, but were awakened by a vibration. Before they could react, Canar's loud voice began to call outside the door. Then, they could only quickly get up from the bed and follow Canar and his men to fight overnight. Canar came over at this time, took out a pile of ice dragon marks and other materials, and presented them with both hands. "Lord, this is our harvest yesterday. Please take a look." Chaoxing nodded, and then put all the materials into the backpack. Obtained, Glacier Shard * 243. Obtained, Ice Dragon Mark * 497. Obtained, Small Chaos Book * 5. Obtained, Small Spirit Book * 3. Obtained, Ice Crystal, Green * 32. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. "Well done, Canar, can't tell, you've worked hard." Chapter 146, Building a Rail System, Newcomers Outside the Territory. "Well done, Canar, can't tell, you've worked hard." Chaoxing praised. The two centaurs looked serious, and were about to say that it was not hard. But Chaoxing said, "In order to reward your performance, I decided to let Cantel also have elite level power." After saying that, Chaoxing threw an elite soul to Cantel. And Canar had already advanced to an elite creature 2 days ago, so there was no need to give it anything else. Cantel held out his hands, and took it with excitement. "Thank you, strong and generous Lord. May the glory of Father Motor protect you." A system prompt appeared. "Due to your generous gift, territory member, Cantel's loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 93. Not only Cantel, but also the hundreds of people present, including the newcomers, felt the powerful power contained in this soul. Then, under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, Kandal directly slapped this soul into his body. Not long after, a strong breath rose from his body. The system prompt appeared. "Your territory member, Cantor successfully advanced to an elite creature, all attributes increased by 30%, learned a new skill, skull-crushing throw. Since the advancement routes of the two centaurs are the same, they learn the same skills. At this moment, Cantel looked at his stronger chest muscles and arms, and said excitedly, "Oh, this feels really good. I've become stronger." Kandar next to him also said excitedly, "That's right, Cantel, you become stronger, as strong as me." They seemed very happy. The other people in the territory also looked at Cantel with envy and respect. In this world, having power means having everything. Especially the newly joined Imperial soldiers and wild boar warriors. Their eyes were full of strong desire. Chao Xing looked at the newcomers and found that their levels had improved a lot. He flipped through the battle information. He found that the wild boar warrior Blitz, the mage apprentices Ai Li and Sylvia, had all been upgraded to level 10. The levels of several Imperial soldiers were still a little short, just reaching level 9. Yesterday, they followed the two centaurs to fight outside and gained a lot of experience. After reaching level 10, they can use the Heart of Power to advance and become powerful second-level warriors. So, Chao Xing shouted, "Blitz! Ai Li! Sylvia! Come here!" The boar warrior Blitz quickly came over, then knelt on one knee and said, "Powerful lord! You called me?" Chao Xing nodded. As for Ai Li and Sylvia, they held wooden canes and looked at Chao Xing cautiously. Especially Ai Li, the timid apprentice of the mage, seemed to be a little afraid of Chao Xing. Chao Xing smiled. "You worked hard last night. In view of your good performance, I have also decided to reward you." Hearing the word reward, the three of them raised their heads. Blitz's eyes lit up. He had just seen Chao Xing give a soul to the centaur, which greatly increased the strength of the centaur, including Ai Li and Sylvia. Their eyes were full of expectation. Chao Xing did not keep them in suspense. He directly took out 3 primary power hearts from his backpack and gave them to them. The 3 of them felt the powerful power contained in the red crystal in their hands. Their pupils suddenly shrank. Although the 2 centaurs were very strict with them, behind this strictness, there was rapid growth. In just one day, they all rose 3 or 4 levels, which was evident. The centaurs also explained to them that the reason they could upgrade so quickly was because of Chao Xing's power. In fact, even if there is no reward, the speed of becoming stronger alone is enough to satisfy them. However, now, Chao Xing actually gave them the precious Heart of Power. For a moment, the 3 of them were moved. The wild boar warrior immediately knelt on one knee. "God of beasts, you are worthy of being the lord I recognize." And Blitz really did not follow the wrong person. Another mage apprentice, Sylvia, also said with a moving look on her face, "Thank you, respected lord." After that, she tugged at the corner of Ellie's clothes next to her. Then, the timid Ai Li also said timidly, "Thank you, lord." 3 system prompts appeared. Due to your generosity, your territory member, Blitz Reyna's loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty, 85. Due to your generosity, your territory member, Sylvia's loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty, 84. Due to your generosity, your territory member, Ai Li's loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty, 87. What surprised Chao Xing was that Ai Li, the most timid one, actually added the most loyalty. Seeing her delicate appearance, Chao Xing nodded. "Okay, then you can use the Heart of Power to break through." The 3 nodded. And then, in the envious eyes of other people, they smashed the Heart of Power at the same time and absorbed the energy contained in it. After a while, a strong force rose from their bodies. 3 system prompts of successful advancement appeared. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, then looked at the Imperial soldiers next to him and encouraged them. "Those of you who haven't broken through, don't worry. After a while, I will find the Heart of Power for you all to break through." Hearing this, several Imperial soldiers, including several Imperial archers, all knelt on one knee. They said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord. We are willing to give everything for the development of the territory." The system prompt appeared. "Because of your words, the loyalty of your territory member, Lajit, has been improved. Current loyalty, 78. Because of your words, your territory member." 4 or 5 prompts in a row. These newcomers have increased their loyalty by 3 to 5 points. Chao Xing smiled, because his big picture strategy was effective again. And Dezhuang, Duan and other territory residents, their eyes were also full of enthusiasm. This is also Chao Xing's purpose. Give them the impression that as long as they make contributions to the territory, they will be praised by the Lord, or even rewarded. In this way, they will have a stronger sense of belonging to the territory and work harder. Chao Xing looked at his backpack, and all 5 power hearts had been distributed. Yesterday's harvest was almost all consumed. The strength of the entire territory has skyrocketed. With the strength of these people, the so-called ice nest no longer poses any threat to Chao Xing. Chao Xing smiled happily. Of course, he also knew that it was just before the expansion was released. And these ice nests were the power of the dragon. According to the tree spirits, the ancient dragon had a fighting power comparable to that of a true god. In a rage, it could destroy an entire continent. So, Chao Xing couldn't take it lightly. At this time, little Elisa came out from the crowd. Lord, Elisa wants it too. Chao Xing was stunned and looked at the petite archer. Today, Elisa changed her outfit. She wore a white light armor that she had stolen from somewhere, and a small wooden bow on her back. You know what? She really had a heroic temperament. However, her cute round face did not match the outfit at all. I took a look at her attributes. Ice Archer, Elisa. Level 731-24/7000, First Order Common Creature. HP, 580/580. Attack Power, 57-61, Weapon Bonus. Attributes, Strength 25, Agility 27, Spirit 20, Constitution 29. Skills, Ice Arrow, concentrates the power of frost, shoots an arrow with frost breath, causes 112% damage to the enemy, and has a 50% chance of slowing the enemy down. Cooling time 15 seconds. Frost breath. Ice archers comprehend the power of frost, be more adaptable to extremely low temperature environments, can fight in the wild for a longer time. Talent, none. Hunger, 71. Loyalty, 84. Before going out yesterday, Chao Xing trained the 5 tree spirits and Elisa, all into frost archers. After a day, all the training was completed. However, Elisa's attributes can only be said to be mediocre. After all, she is just an ordinary creature, and Chao Xing can't ask for too much. Looking at Elisa's eager eyes, Chao Xing did not give her the elite soul. The impression he just left on these people cannot be broken so quickly. So, Chao Xing said, Elisa, you have to know that there are many people before you who have contributed a lot to the territory, and they need rewards more than you. You have joined the territory not long ago, and you still need some time to train. Only if you contribute to the territory, I can give you a reward. Understand? After hearing this, Elisa's cute little face showed a thoughtful look, and then nodded. Lord, I understand. I will fight hard and become a strong warrior. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. And the child is teachable. At this moment, Elisa looked at Chao Xing cautiously, and then asked tentatively, that handsome and powerful lord, although you can't give me a reward now, can you agree to another request from Elisa? Seeing her shy look, Chao Xing instinctively felt that it was not a good thing. He narrowed his eyes. Tell me, what is it? After hearing this, Elisa was immediately excited and said, it's just let me be the captain of the Frost Archer team. As for the other archers, let me lead the battle together. How about it? Chao Xing was immediately happy after hearing this. He didn't expect that this little girl would want to lead the team. However, the battlefield is not a game. You must have command ability and enough prestige to make others obey your orders. So, Chao Xing looked at the other 5 tree spirits. Do you think Elisa can be the captain? Or, if you have any opinions, you can tell me. The 5 tree spirits touched their heads embarrassedly, and looked at Elisa with a little awe. We have no objection. Respected Lord. Little Elisa. Captain Elisa is very capable. We are willing to let her lead us to fight. Seeing this, Chao Xing also had a strange smile on his face. It seems that little Elisa has already dealt with these tree spirits. This little girl really has some skills. So he nodded and said, in that case, then I agree to your request. Elisa jumped up excitedly. Great. Lord, I love you. Because you have met the request, the loyalty of your territory members, Elisa has been improved, current loyalty, 88. Chao Xing was speechless. Go, take your archer team to train. Yes. Lord. Then, Elisa straightened her body, like a proud peacock, and took her brothers to train. Chao Xing looked at the citizen Chao Yi. He had known yesterday that the resources in the territory were about to run out. Wood, stones, and iron were running low. So today's task was to resume resource mining. So Chaoxing asked, Chao Yi, how many sections of rails do we have in our territory? Citizen Chao Yi reported, My lord, we have consumed a lot of iron in the past few days, and have produced tens of thousands of rails, enough to lay more than 10 kilometers of railway. Hearing this number, Chaoxing nodded secretly. In this way, we can mine in more distant mining areas. Moreover, with so many railroad tracks, we can even lay multiple railways and mine them at the same time. Chaoxing looked at Blot again. Blot, have we explored all the resource points within 5 kilometers around our territory? The shaman of the Shar tribe nodded and said, My lord, we have already explored it. Within 5 kilometers, there are 2 small forests, 3 small coal mines, 2 medium-sized iron mines, and 1 medium-sized copper mine. However, there are monsters in these resource points, and I did not rashly disturb them. Chaoxing nodded. Very good. Blot, your mission today is to escort some of our subjects to the resource point together with Assam, Kantel and Kandar, and eliminate the monsters inside. After hearing this, Blot immediately straightened his face and said, Follow your orders. The 2 centaurs also said excitedly, Haha. Kandar will show his skills today. Kantel will also. After that, they took a group of polar people and walked out of the territory. Chaoxing continued, Chao Yi, you will still be in charge of the tree spirits today. Your mission is to build a rail system to connect the resource points captured by our soldiers to the territory. Chao Yi, a citizen of the territory, also said respectfully, Yes, Lord. Then, Chao Yi, a citizen of the territory, led a group of tree spirits to the outside of the territory. Chaoxing looked at Duan on the side again. Duan, the rest of the polar people are under your command. Today's top priority is to build a primary alchemy workshop and a primary machinery factory, and then continue to lay the masonry floor of our territory and build a magic water storage device for our rooms. Oh, and also build the Ascalon training barracks. The polar man Duan has the talent of enthusiasm and encouragement, so he builds things very efficiently. This is why Chaoxing kept him here. Duan waved the hammer in his hand, and a resolute look appeared on his resolute face. Yes, dear lord, I will complete the task you ordered. The group of polar people dispersed again, and Chaoxing continued to give orders. Dahua, I bought a batch of vegetable seeds yesterday. Let's see if we can plant them first. If the greenhouse is not enough, notify Duan and the others to build a new greenhouse. The mature-looking Dahua also came over and nodded respectfully. As Chaoxing issued orders one by one, soon, everyone had something to do. Chaoxing himself, however, was a little idle. He was not going to go out today, because there was nothing to do. The only urgent thing at the moment was the Moses grass that the cloud yaks needed to eat. But Chaoxing had no idea about this. And according to Old Mel, it would take 6 days for the cloud yaks to eat Moses grass next time. So there was no rush. As for the ice phoenix flower, Chaoxing did not trust Chiao Yiting very much. So he specifically instructed Rennies to rush to the witch forest today to investigate the situation. When Rennies came back, Chaoxing could set off. 2 hours passed in a flash. Boom! Boom! Outside the territory, there was a crash every once in a while. In these 2 hours, Chaoxing counted, there were 2 ice nests that fell near his territory. In other words, there would be an ice nest falling every hour, compared with yesterday, when only 1 ice nest fell every few hours. The frequency of falling today was indeed much higher. At this rate, the survivors have to fight against the ice nest and collect resources, which makes time very tight. However, Chaoxing has too many fighters. Ailey and Sylvia have advanced to the 2nd level, and with their buffs, they can easily deal with the ice nest. Other fighters, Zierda and Eilena, don't even have anything to do. Chaoxing walked around the territory. Lu Muxue and Tong Chuchu were playing with a little bear cub Wally. This little bear cub, when it was first brought home, it couldn't open its eyes, but now it can walk like a child. It's growing very fast. Just then, Alyssa trotted to Chaoxing's side and said breathlessly, Lord. Lord. Yes. 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 Chaoxing glanced at her speechlessly. What's the matter? Speak slowly. Alyssa took a few breaths and then said, There are 2 people outside the territory. They said they heard that our territory is recruiting new people. After hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh! It seems that the recruitment in the tavern yesterday worked. Take me there, little Elisa. Yeah. Elisa turned around and started jogging again. Chao Xing followed her and soon arrived in front of one of the iron gates. Standing on the city wall and looking in the snow outside the territory, two figures appeared. The leader was a woman with a strong body like a cow. My goodness, that height, at least more than 2 meters. To be honest, this was the first time Chao Xing saw such a tall woman. Her strong physique, bulging muscles, and a huge axe on her shoulders made her look intimidating. Next to her, there was a bearded dwarf. That bearded dwarf looked similar to a polar man, but he is one of the great tribes in this world. A pure dwarf. Chao Xing quickly glanced at their attributes. Chapter 147: The Dwarf Who Loves Knowledge, Blacksmith in Place. Chao Xing quickly glanced at the attributes of the two people in the snow. Mixed mercenary, put Anna Carson. Race, giant/human. Level 17, second level elite creature. HP, 6860/6860. Attack power, 454 to 491. Skills, Great Axe Mastery. When using a Great Axe weapon to fight, add 20% additional strength and 10% critical hit rate. Shield Breaker, swinging a Great Axe to cause 188% heavy hit damage to the enemy. If attacking a unit with a shield, add 50% additional attack, and have a 30% chance to turn the enemies. Shield Knockback, cooling time 40 seconds. Wild Dance, swinging a giant axe, making itself spin at high speed, causing continuous 120% damage to all enemies around, lasting 5 seconds, cooling time 3 minutes. After the skill ends, there is a 30% chance to make yourself fall into a 2-second dizzy state. Talent, Half-Giant Bloodline, health value increases by 20%, defense value decreases by 30%. Introduction, Putana, who is half-human and half-giant bloodline, is not welcomed by both sides. She has a bad childhood. Seeker, Harold Iceberg. Race, Dwarf. Level 15, second order common creature. HP, 4140/4140. Attack power, 252 to 277. Skills, Frost Hammer. Harold's attack is accompanied by frost power, causing an additional 20% elemental damage to the enemy. Iceberg Smash concentrates frost power, gathers it on the weapon, causing 155% heavy damage to all enemies in front, and has a 50% chance of making them. Enters a frozen state for 1 to 3 seconds. Intermediate Forging Mastery. With rich forging experience, you can forge more advanced equipment and speed up the forging speed by 20%. Talent, Craftsman. When forging equipment, the success rate increases by 10%. Introduction, a dwarf who is also disliked by the tribe, who only has books and knowledge in his eyes. 2 second-level creatures. However, when seeing the skills of this dwarf, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. Wow! This is actually a talent with intermediate forging technology. This means that Chao Xing finally found a blacksmith. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh. Land of Hope. This territory title is really powerful. The first recruitment, a second-level elite, and an intermediate blacksmith were recruited. At this time, the giant-like woman looked at Chao Xing, and then said loudly, "Are you the lord here?" Chao Xing nodded. "Yes, I am Lord Chao Xing. What are you two here for?" "We heard the voice of the wind elf. It told me that you are recruiting people here, so we want to come here to take a look." Hearing this, Chao Xing said happily, "Do you two want to join my territory?" The giant woman shook her head and said, "Although we need a place to stay. But before that, we need to observe the strength of your territory. If your territory is too weak, we will not join." Chao Xing nodded. This is normal. Like these natives, they all have their own ideas. If they are some survivors of level 6 or 7, the entire territory has no defense facilities, and the territory is also very weak. Even if people are attracted, these natives will probably run away after taking a look. Therefore, if you want to keep people, you must be strong enough for yourself or the territory. At this time, the giant woman said stubbornly, "Of course, if you are like other lords, dislike my half-giant bloodline and think I am a freak, I can leave immediately." However, after hearing this, Chao Xing opened the door directly. Clang! Seeing this scene, even the half-giant woman Na was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Chao Xing would be so decisive. And he didn't even ask about their identities, and directly opened the door. If someone with bad intentions rushed into the territory at this time, it would be a big trouble. However, what she didn't know was that Xiaoxing had a system panel, which could directly see their attributes and strength. In addition, she finally met a blacksmith with forging technology, and there was no way she would let them go. You too. The snow outside is quite cold. Let's talk first. You can observe my territory up close, and then decide whether to stay. Xiaoxing had a friendly smile on his face. The half-giant woman had a blank look in her eyes, and seemed a little unbelievable. After a moment, the half-giant woman sighed and said, "You are the most straightforward lord I have ever seen." After that, she led the dwarf herald in. The next moment, the two of them felt a warm breath coming at the same time. Like other newcomers, as soon as they came in, they couldn't help but be surprised at the warmth of this territory. The half-giant put in a look puzzled, and whispered, "It's strange. Why is this territory different from other territories? Even in the territories of the barons we have visited before, except for the Lord's mansion, everywhere else is extremely cold." The dwarf next to her saw at a glance the 4-meter-high and 1-meter-diameter furnace in the center of the territory. The dwarf whispered, "Putana, the heat of this territory seems to be provided by that furnace. This is really a magical territory." Hearing this, Putana's eyes also showed a look of realization. Xiaoxing smiled and said, "You too. Let's go sit in the tavern first." Putana nodded. Then Xiaoxing began to lead the way. The giant woman, holding the dwarf's hand, followed Xiaoxing. This scene looked like a mother holding her son. As they walked, they looked at the buildings in Xiaoxing's territory. He nodded from time to time. You know, the scale of Xiaoxing's territory is very good even among the natives. As they entered the tavern, the heating pipes provided a burst of heat. Putana and the dwarf herald, wrapped in thick cotton clothes, showed surprise on their faces. What a warm tavern. Yes, Putana, we haven't felt this kind of heat for many years. In this extremely cold world, warmth is a luxury. There are many lives that have never felt temperatures above zero from birth to death. Xiaoxing turned his head and said, "This is the infrastructure of our territory. Every resident has the same living environment in their house. Moreover, they have thick quilts to sleep on at night, so they can spend the cold winter nights comfortably." Hearing this, the two of them showed respect on their faces. The dwarf herald said solemnly, "You are really a lord who cares about his subordinates." At this time, Lachi, who had changed into a formal suit, was standing at the bar. After seeing Xiaoxing, Lachi said respectfully, "Lord, you are here." Xiaoxing nodded. "Mix 2 glasses of strong liquor for our guests." "Okay, respected lord." After saying that, Lachi turned around and opened the wine cabinet. Seeing this scene, the giant woman Putana said, "Wait a minute. How much do you charge for the drinks here? Don't ask for a sky-high price when the time comes. You want to rip us off? We won't pay." She seemed very smart. The long-term wandering life outside has made this giant woman not easily trust others. However, Xiaoxing smiled and shook his head again, saying, "No charge. Just consider it my treat." Hearing this, Putana and the dwarf looked at each other, and neither said anything more. A few minutes later, Lachi brought 2 glasses of prepared liquor. The rich aroma of the liquor wafted out. The dwarf on the side could not control himself and drank the glass directly. Then he exclaimed, "Gods above! This is actually Vizima champion liquor. What a rich aroma!" Putana next to him also took a sip, with admiration in her eyes. "Lord, you have a prosperous territory and fine wine. Thank you for your hospitality." Xiaoxing smiled and said, "You're welcome. I am Lord Xiaoxing, and I'm glad to meet you." The giant woman and the dwarf blacksmith replied at the same time. "Wandering mercenary, Putana, dwarf herald, we are also glad to meet you." Xiaoxing nodded, and continued to ask, "Have you two been living in the snowstorm?" After a glass of wine, the attitudes of the two became more relaxed. Putana shook her head and said, "We are from the southern continent, which is where the giants and dwarves mainly live, and is also our hometown. Because of my half-giant identity, I am not welcome in my giant tribe, and humans also regard me as a monster. Only Harold does not look at me with strange eyes, and Harold is also excluded in his tribe. So, Harold and I resolutely decided to leave the tribe and take the goblin airship. It took many years to get from the southern continent to the western continent." At this point, Putana's face was a little ugly and said, But crossing a continent is too difficult. We experienced many bad things along the way. We were separated several times and reunited again. We even almost died. However, the only thing that makes me feel lucky is that we got married during the watering process. At this point, Putana's face showed a happy smile. My husband Harold is a wise man. During the journey, he led us out of danger many times with his knowledge. Hearing this, the dwarf beside him felt a little embarrassed. Putana, I'm not as good as you say. Chao-Shing smiled and said, Mr. Harold has a deep temperament and does look very talented. Harold felt even more embarrassed. I'm not good at fighting. Nor do I like fighting. Because of this, I was excluded by other dwarves. In my life, there are only forging and reading. And Putana. Hearing this, Chao-Shing was thoughtful. This is a dwarf who likes reading. And last night, he took out more than 60 ancient books from the bags of burial objects. I wonder if this can attract this dwarf. Chao-Shing decided to give it a try. The next moment, he took out all the books. On the wine table in front of him, a small mountain of books appeared. Harold exclaimed, Gods above! So many books? He rushed over like a drunkard who saw fine wine. Treatment and Care Alchemy, The King's Women. Oh my God, these are books I have never read. He grabbed 2 books, with disbelief in his eyes. My lord, are you also a person who loves knowledge? Chao-Shing smiled. Of course, in my hometown, there is a saying that knowledge is power, and we all attach great importance to knowledge. Harold was immediately in awe after hearing this. Chao-Shing saw the eagerness in his eyes, and said, Mr. Harold, I am the same as you. I love knowledge and reading. And I will bring back more books later, and build a library of our own in the near future. And with your help, I believe that the progress will be much faster. So, I hope you can stay, and then help me, and build a territory full of knowledge together. Hearing this, Harold's eyes were already full of excitement. He looked at the giant woman next to him, and asked tentatively, Putana, let's stay. This territory is very safe, and the Lord is also very farsighted. In addition, the recent storm snowfield is becoming more and more unsafe, and the hunters and ice nest monsters are rampant. I know you hate group life, but we do need a stable place. Putana also knew that what Harold said made sense. It's not a good idea to keep wandering like this. But as mentioned before, the long-term wandering life has made her not trust anyone easily. Putana seemed very entangled. At this time, Chao-Shing said, In my territory, you can give full play to your talents. Mr. Harold can concentrate on forging and reading. Miss Putana only needs to assist in the defense of the territory and go out hunting with me during the day. And I will provide you with a warm and safe home. Hearing this, Putana's eyes lit up. And she confirmed, My husband. Doesn't he need to fight? Chao-Shing nodded. Yes. At this moment, Putana said directly and solemnly, We are willing to join your territory, Lord Chao-Shing. Chao-Shing also laughed after hearing this, and then issued a recruitment information to them. Recruitment successful. Putana Carson, Harold Iceberg joined your territory. Territory population +3. Since Putana is an elite creature, she will occupy 2 population. Chao-Shing stood up. Welcome to join, Putana, Harold. Let us work together to build an equal and knowledgeable territory. The 2 also stood up. Putana bent down slightly, while Harold stood on a chair. Then, they saluted Chao-Shing at the same time. Thank you for letting us join the territory. We will make a good contribution to the territory. Chao-Shing nodded, then looked at their loyalty. The 2 had just joined. Both had more than 60 points. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, there was a strong sense of joy in his eyes. With his rhetoric and skills, he finally kept the 2 natives. Next, as long as he raised their loyalty, the position of the blacksmith in his territory would be settled. With the blacksmith, he could make equipment in batches. And these equipments could arm the legion and enhance the combat capability of those newcomers. The most important thing is that Chao-Shing still has more than 100 Ascalon warrior recruitment scrolls. The weapons and equipment of these more than 100 people are all settled. However, Putana and Harold had just joined. Chao-Shing decided to let them adapt for a while, and then arrange work for them. You 2, you can take a rest in the tavern first. The 2 nodded after hearing this, and Chao-Shing walked straight out of the tavern. Time passed slowly. By noon, 4 or 5 ice nests had already crashed near the territory. Boom! Boom! The crashing sound continued. After these ice nests crashed, many ice nest monsters would be hatched, and they would rush towards the territory. Then, Alyssa would excitedly lead those tree spirit archers, and rush to deal with the ice nest monsters. Although she only has the strength of the first level, she is more active in fighting than those second-level warriors. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue, on the other hand, were sitting in the territory to upgrade. After a while, a white light appeared on Chao Xing's body. Your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 14. Attributes gained from this upgrade: Strength plus 3, Agility plus 4, Spirit plus 7, Constitution plus 6. Not long after, upgrade prompts for Elena, Hilda, Blot and others continued to appear. Chao Xing was happy. This ice nest is great. It's an experience pack that comes to your doorstep. If the frequency is higher, I can probably reach level 20 in a day or two. He stood on the wall, watching Elisa lead the Frust Archer team below, shooting ice nest monsters one by one. The Boar Warriors and 2 mage apprentices next to them were also attacking. After a quick glance, he found that the level of ice nest monsters had generally increased to level 6 to 8. It is estimated that in 2 or 3 days, second-level ice nest monsters will appear. However, for Elisa and others who have a lot of status, even if they encounter a second-level ice nest monster, they can handle it. Chao Xing found that every time Elisa killed a wave of ice nest monsters, she would take people to recover the arrows in the snow, and pick up the props dropped by the ice nest monsters. Chao Xing glanced at the arrow baskets on them, and thought, the arrow reserves in the territory are still relatively small. With the increasing number of archers, it is almost not enough. It just so happens that I have a production drawing of iron arrows. I can ask Harold to make some arrows in batches tomorrow. In this regard, the mage profession is better. There is no need to consume arrows. You can directly condense magic power to fight. Of course, the strength of the mage's spirit is a problem. After fighting for a while, he will feel mentally exhausted and need to rest and recover his spirit. In general, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. As Elisa and others continue to fight, after a while, the fighting outside ended, just as Chao Xing was preparing to move around and go down to participate in the battle. At this time, the mage apprentice Ailey came over timidly. She was holding a small wooden stick, wearing a mage hat, and the mage apprentice robe dragged on the snow. She looked at Chao Xing cautiously, but the apprentice wizard was too timid, and didn't dare to talk to him. So, Chao Xing asked, Ailey, what's the matter? After a moment, Ailey said, we just killed an elite ice nest monster outside. And a new thing dropped from it. Chapter 148 Ice Dragon Horn, on the eve of the battle. Sylvia insisted that I bring this new thing to you. New thing? Chao Xing became interested. Let me see it. Ailey stretched out her little hand, and then handed over an ice sculpture in the shape of a horn. Chao Xing took it. Obtained. Ice Dragon Horn, small, *1. Oh! This is the new material the system mentioned? What is its use? Chao Xing took a look at the properties of this thing. Ice Dragon Horn, small after use. You can actively summon the power of the dragon. And in the next 6 hours, make all the ice nests within 30 kilometers of your territory descend to your territory. Note, in order to reward the user's bravery, you can choose to increase the probability of dropping the ice dragon mark, or choose to increase the experience gained from killing ice nest monsters. Option 1. You can choose to increase the explosion rate of ice dragon mark and glacial shard by 100%, and reduce the killing experience by 80%. Option 2. You can choose to increase the experience points for killing ice nest monsters by 50%, reduce the explosion rate of ice dragon marks and glacial shards by 80%. After reading the notes on the materials, Chao Xing was shocked. Oh my god! This thing can actually actively summon the ice nest within 30 kilometers to my territory. You can also choose to increase the explosion rate of materials, or increase experience points. Isn't this too humane? Chao Xing thought for a moment, and soon understood the reason why this item appeared. So that's why. After the official period begins, the survivors have to fight against the ice nests while collecting resources, and they have no time to develop. If this continues, billions of survivors will die slowly, because their development speed cannot keep up with the upgrade of the ice nests. And in each region, there should be 1 or 2, or several relatively powerful beings. At this time, they can choose to attract all the ice nests near the territory. In this way, the pressure on other survivors will be reduced, and they can have more time to collect resources and develop the territory. Similarly, these strong men will gain a lot of experience and props by killing the ice nests, which is a win-win situation. Thinking of this, Chaoxing nodded secretly. Then he thought, should we give it a try? According to the proportion, my territory is 30 kilometers in radius, which means 60 kilometers in diameter, which means there are about 20 to 30 territories. That is to say, if I use this mark, for the next 6 hours, there will be dozens of ice nests smashing near my territory every hour. This pressure is still very high, which is equivalent to a 20 to 30 times increase in the difficulty of defense. Chaoxing waited, and then calculated his own strength. Finally, he came to a conclusion. That is, he could definitely stop so many ice nest monsters. Chaoxing nodded. You can try it, whether it's experience or ice dragon mark. It's urgently needed for me. Of course, it's not possible now. De Zhuang and the others are still outside collecting resources. If I use this ice dragon horn, a large number of ice nests will fall and crush my polar people to death. That would be great fun. Thinking of this, Chaoxing decided to use it at night, when it would be dark. At the same time, after a morning of fighting, Blot, Assam and others have already taken down all the resource points within a 5-kilometer area. The territory's citizen Chaoyi also laid the rails. All 8 resource points were connected to the ore processing plant and lumbering site. In the territory, Chaoxing stood on the city wall. Looking at the snow outside the territory, there were suddenly several more rails connecting the territory. Dozens of mine carts were running back and forth, filled with various stones, coal blocks, iron blocks and other metals, which can also be transported by mine carts. In Chaoxing's territory, the ore processing plant and lumberyard also began to work at full capacity. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of sawing wood and falling stones continued to ring, although it seemed a bit noisy. But Chaoxing saw that the resources in his territory were growing at a gratifying rate, and these emotions disappeared without a trace in an instant. Wood plus 6. Wood plus 7. Stone plus 6. Stone plus 3. Iron plus 5. Copper plus 3. Very good. At this rate, not counting iron and coal, about 13 pieces of wood and 9 pieces of stone can be collected in 1 minute. And then, at least 10 hours a day. That is to say, I can collect thousands of pieces of wood and stones every day. This efficiency can be said to be beyond the reach of other survivors. And this is the benefit of mechanized mining. At the same time, Polar Man Duan also came over with a happy face and said, Lord, the small communication device you ordered is ready. Due to time constraints, we only had time to make 9. After hearing this, Chaoxing also showed joy on his face. This way, he can send Assam and others out to clear all the monsters near the territory. De Zhuang and others can also mine resources more safely. Obtain small communication device *9. Chaoxing nodded and said, Duan, well done. Now, you go make some more electronic components, and then install the magic water purification device in our room. Yes, respected Lord. Then, Duan left here directly. After finishing the battle, Assam and Andrew also walked back from the snow. They came to Chaoxing and said respectfully, Thank you for fulfilling your mission. Lord, the monsters and beasts in several resource points have been cleared. We brought back the bodies of those beasts. Chaoxing took a look. Behind Assam and Andrew, there were 4 bodies they had dragged back. There was a snow wolf nearly 3 meters long, and a wild boar covered with bristles like steel needles. Chaoxing nodded, and then directly clicked on the decomposition. Decomposition successful. Obtained, broken wolf skin, green, *1. Obtained, fresh wolf meat *64. Obtained, wolf bones, green, *31. Obtained, wolf teeth, green, *8. Obtained, broken wild boar skin, green, *3. Obtained, fresh wild boar meat *189. Obtained, wild boar bones, green, *173. Obtained, wild boar tusks, green, *6. Chaoxing said with satisfaction, Not bad. Not bad. Another wave of meat has been added. These bones and teeth can be used. Make light armor and arrows. Assam continued to report. We also left an imperial soldier or centaur at each resource point to protect our companions in mining resources. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. Well done, Assam. Now you take a break, and then go outside the territory to deal with those ice nests. Assam and Andrew looked at each other, then nodded, yes. Lord. Time flies, 5 hours have passed. Just as Chao-Shing expected. The frequency of ice nests now is about 1 per hour. Moreover, because of Chao-Shing's order, his subordinates did not destroy the ice nests immediately after seeing them appear. Instead, they waited until all 500 monsters were hatched before destroying the ice nests. In this way, these ice nests became Chao-Shing's tools for monster hunting. They contributed a lot of experience points to him. At the same time, a white light appeared on Chao-Shing's body again. The system prompt has appeared. Your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 15. Property prompts obtained from this upgrade: Strength +4. Agility +2. Spirit +7. Constitution +5. He felt again that his body had become stronger. It feels really good to upgrade like this. The most important thing is that my physique has been enhanced. In this way, the situation at night will not happen again. Chao-Shing's eyes were filled with joy. By the way, I have a gold quality ring in my backpack. The required level is 15. Now it's time to equip it. The next moment, a very gorgeous ring with exquisite patterns appeared in Chao-Shing's hand. He put it on directly. At this moment, Chao-Shing's physique and spirit were greatly improved again. He looked at his attributes. Name, Chao-Shing. Race, Blue Star Human. Level 15 144/50,000, second order. Detailed attributes, click to view. Turtle, you won't know until you see it, I'll be shocked when I see it. His spirit attribute reaches 177 points. If he wears the Hunter Priest mask, it will be 187 points of spirit. What does this mean? Ice healing can restore 150 points of health per second, plus the bonus of Holy Ring of the Kingdom. He now casts ice healing, which is equivalent to restoring 225 points of health per second. It can restore 13,500 health points in 1 minute. Even for Sarah now, her health can be restored in 2 minutes. It's really terrifying. Not only that, as Chao-Shing's attributes improve, ice armor can also increase an additional 112 points of armor. With these 2 skills alone, if you give him a level 1 soldier, he can challenge the enemy by 6 or 7 levels. Too powerful. Ha ha! Chao-Shing was very excited. Next, we need to wait until dark. Call back all the people, and then use the ice dragon horn. Chao-Shing glanced at the countdown above his head. Due to nightfall, 052. Current temperature, -17°C. Night is about to fall. However, what worries Chao-Shing is that Rennies has not returned for so long. You know, with Rennies' current movement speed as a level 18 boss creature, plus Hilda's Queen's Will, her movement speed can even reach 70 to 80 km per hour. Even if Chao-Shing asked her to go to a far place, she should come back. Thinking of this, he was a little worried. However, the only thing that made Chao-Shing feel at ease was that there was no prompt that Rennies was attacked on the battle list. As the sky became darker, under Chao-Shing's gaze, a figure appeared in the snow and moved towards the territory at a high speed. After getting closer, Chao-Shing saw the other person's figure clearly, and joy suddenly appeared in his eyes. It was Rennies. He quickly opened the city gate, and then came to Rennies. This woman ran back and forth for nearly 400 kilometers today to complete the task assigned by Chao-Shing. Finally, she returned before dark. Chao-Shing said, "Thank you for your hard work, Rennies." The slender archer shook his head. "It's okay. This is what I should do." Then, Rennies began to report, "Today, I followed the location mentioned by the Lord and went to that area to observe it. I did find a huge and deep forest, but I didn't enter, because I felt a threatening atmosphere in that forest. So, I went to search nearby, and then found a village about 10 kilometers away from the forest. From the villagers, I learned that the name of this forest is Witch Forest. It is said that in the depths of the forest, there lives a powerful witch." Hearing the latter sentence, Chao-Shing's eyes lit up. "Witch?" Rennies nodded. "Yes, they also told me a story. Legend has it that a long time ago, there was a witch who lived in seclusion in the royal city. She had a strong talent for refining medicine. The potion she made even saved the dying king. Her fame soon spread across half of the western continent. And those nobles who suffered from hidden illnesses or some difficult and complicated diseases heard about this witch and rushed to the Ice Crystal Kingdom from afar, and were even willing to pay a huge price, just to let this witch refine medicine for them. And gradually, They found that many people were following the witch. From civilians to merchants. From nobles to the royal family. In just a few years, the number of people who disappeared near the witch's residence has reached thousands. This matter has gradually attracted the attention of the king. It was not until he ordered the army to search the witch's house that the secret of the witch was revealed. Then, the soldiers found a large number of corpses in the basement. Living corpses. They were horrified to find that the witch was actually using these people's bodies to conduct some kind of horrible experiments. At this point, Rennie's paused for a moment. Chaoxing asked, what happened next? Later, the witch was rounded up by the army, hunted down, and fled into a forest. She disappeared along with the soldiers who were hunting her, and never came out again. This is the legend of that forest. However, many villagers told me that the legend is false, and there are no witches in that forest at all, because they haven't seen any witches appear in that forest for hundreds of years. So, I'm not sure about the truth of this story. Chaoxing nodded, and thought about it, and it was within expectations. For mortals, a few decades may be their entire life. The strong people in this world have long lifespans. Even if there is such a powerful witch, she will gradually fade out of sight after not appearing for hundreds of years. The original story, after being passed down by generations, is probably distorted. So, what is the truth? We can only ask people who experienced it personally in that era. But this also aroused Chaoxing's interest. He nodded and said, I understand. Rennies. Now, you go back and rest. Rennies did not speak, but looked at Chaoxing with a suppressed look, seeming to be hesitant to speak. Chaoxing noticed her state and asked, what's wrong? Rennies? Rennies tried to speak several times, but she still didn't seem to have the courage. Then she glared at Chaoxing with a reproachful look, and turned around and left. Chaoxing was a little confused. He shook his head, and put these thoughts behind him. At this time, he looked at the sky, as night fell, except for his own territory. The outside world was completely shrouded in darkness, although the people in the territory could continue to mine resources at night. Chaoxing had more important things to do now. So he ordered, Assam, Andrew, go and bring back all our subjects. The two loyal subordinates completely obeyed all of Chaoxing's orders. They immediately went outside the territory without hesitation. After a while, the subjects returned to the territory like ants returning to their nests. Chaoxing announced, everyone, go eat and recover your strength. Attention all combatants, there may be a tough battle tonight, be prepared for the battle. Hearing this, everyone's expression was shocked. They all knew how powerful Chaoxing was. Even he said it was a tough battle, which means that the battle tonight was indeed very difficult. Looking at their serious faces, Chaoxing smiled and said, don't worry. Everyone, believe in our strength. We can stop all enemies outside the territory. Stay in the territory. You are absolutely safe. Assam responded first, my sword will cut off all those who attempt to invade the territory. Braun also raised his shield and said excitedly, aha! No matter what kind of enemy it is, let them come. Braun will beat them all away one by one, including Andrew and other fighters. They all responded, showing full confidence. Their strong confidence also infected other people, and smiles reappeared on their faces. Chaoxing nodded and said, go ahead. After you finish eating, gather here. Yes, Lord. Then, everyone entered the cafeteria. After the people left, Lu Muxue came to Chaoxing. Her bright eyes were filled with concern, asking, what happened to you last night? Chaoxing smiled. Don't worry. It's just dealing with some ice nest monsters. Then, he repeated the effect of the ice dragon horn. After hearing this, Lu Muxue's worries gradually disappeared. Then, she also realized the role of the ice dragon horn. If used well, it could bring them a lot of benefits. Lu Muxue smiled gently, holding up the golden shield and said, I'll go with you. Chaoxing also smiled and nodded. Okay. At the same time, the people heard that there would be a battle in the evening, and they ate much faster. Chaoxing himself took out a secret rabbit from his backpack and ate it with Lu Muxue. After the two of them had eaten and drunk their fill, everyone gathered together in the open space below the city wall. Assam, Andrew and others were ready for battle. Alisa and others, as well as the group of Imperial soldiers, were also checking their weapons and arrows. As for the group of people, they stood aside with serious expressions. Everyone was ready, waiting for the battle to begin. Chapter 149 Summon the Ascalon Legion. Everyone is ready, waiting for the battle to begin. However, the newly joined dwarf herald and half-giant put Anna. The two newcomers looked a little worried. They thought that since the strength of this territory was so strong, they should not encounter any danger. As a result, on the first day they arrived, they heard the news that there would be a large-scale battle in the evening. Although Chaoxing told them not to worry, and did not let them participate in the battle, they still felt a little uneasy. Chaoxing saw the uneasiness on their faces, but he didn't say anything more. At this time, only by showing strong strength can they feel at ease. Then, he looked at the levels of Elisa, and the group of Imperial soldiers. Ice Archer, Elisa. Level 10/10,000, First Order Ordinary Creature. Imperial Soldier, Rakid. Level 10/10,000, First Order Ordinary Creature. After a day of fighting, they have all reached level 10. But because there is no primary power heart, all Elisa's experience is full now, and she can't gain experience points by killing monsters anymore. Chaoxing thought to himself, it seems that I need to exchange a few power hearts at the dragon shop to help them advance. Otherwise, if we fight the ice nest monster next, the experience points will be wasted. So, Chaoxing looked at his material reserves. Glacier Shard * 8221. Ice Dragon Mark * 27293. Not bad, with my current Ice Dragon Mark reserves, I can exchange 27 primary power hearts. Thinking of this, Chaoxing directly opened the dragon shop and clicked on the exchange. The system prompt appears. Consume Ice Dragon Mark * 9000. Exchange for primary power heart * 9. It will cost nearly 10,000 Ice Dragon Marks at once. You need to kill at least dozens of monsters in the ice nest to get so many. I hope this battle tonight can make up for my losses. Although it was a bit painful, Chaoxing still clicked the exchange. The next moment, 9 red crystals appeared in his backpack. Then, Chaoxing distributed all the crystals. Elisa held the crystal in her hand. Her mouth slightly opened, and she exclaimed, "Lord, is this a reward for Elisa?" Chaoxing smiled and nodded, "Yes. You have proved yourself with your actions today." Hearing this, Elisa jumped up excitedly. "Thank you, handsome and generous Lord," including other Frost archers. The Imperial soldiers also said respectfully, "Thank you for the gift from the Lord. Because of your generous gift, territory member, Elisa's loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 92. Because of your generous gift, territory member, Rakid's loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 84. Because of you." A series of system prompts appeared. The loyalty of these people has increased by 6 to 10 points. Elisa has broken through 90 loyalty. At the same time, they crushed the power crystal on the spot, and then absorbed the power contained in it. The next moment, several powerful auras rose from them. And Chaoxing also heard the prompt that they had successfully advanced. Very good, the first level advances to the second level, there will be no probability of failure. Now, I have 9 more second level warriors. Chaoxing's confidence increased greatly. And the newly joined giant put Anna and dwarf herald looked at these advanced soldiers with some surprise. They also understood the value of the Heart of Strength. And Chaoxing took out so much at once, and they couldn't help but be surprised by his generosity and wealth. After the breakthrough, little Elisa clenched her little fist and said excitedly, "Moon Goddess, I feel so strong now. One punch can knock my father down. Ha ha. My father can't teach me a lesson anymore." Hearing this, Old Mel in the crowd suddenly turned black. He walked over directly, and then grabbed Elisa's ears, and knocked her down with 2 chestnuts. Listening to the crisp sound, Elisa held her head and exclaimed, "Ah! Father! Why are you here?" Old Mel said angrily, "Why am I here? You said why am I here? You just said I can't teach you a lesson, and you want to knock me down with 1 punch? I'm really mad at you," Old Mel said while hitting Elisa's head. The sound of bang 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 continued. "Whoa! Stop hitting! Stop hitting! Father, please spare me." Although Elisa's attributes were much higher than Old Mel's, she didn't dare to really resist, and could only let Old Mel teach her in front of everyone. The other people in the territory couldn't help laughing when they saw the scene. At this time, Elisa glanced at the crowd, and suddenly had an idea. She lowered her body, broke free from the control of Old Mel, and quickly hid behind Chaoxing, grabbed his arm, and then showed a pitiful expression and asked for help. "Lord, save me." Chaoxing was amused by this little girl. So he said, Mr. Mel. Let Elisa go today. I will let her fight later. In this territory. The person that Old Mel respected the most was naturally Chao Xing. Hearing Chao Xing speak, Old Mel nodded, and then bowed slightly. Elisa saw that she had escaped, patted her chest, and breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she quietly looked at Chao Xing's profile, and unknowingly seemed to have some other emotions. Because you protected Elisa, the other party's loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 96. Chao Xing was stunned, and turned his head to look at Elisa. He happened to meet those clear and beautiful blue eyes. The next moment, Elisa's face turned red. She quickly let go of Chao Xing's hand and turned to the side. At the same time, Braun stood with 2 centaurs and said excitedly, Lord, when will the battle start? Braun can't wait. The centaur also echoed, can't tell too. I will smash those guys' heads with my hammer. Chao Xing smiled and said, wait a minute. We have some new members. New members? Everyone had a puzzled look in their eyes. Chao Xing did not explain, and then looked at his backpack. Yesterday, the group of Ascalon undead gave him more than 100 recruitment scrolls. He gave Ji Xinyu a 10, and Chao Xing still had 102. But because there were too many of these 100 people, the daily supplies consumed for food alone were a huge number. So Chao Xing did not summon them out immediately. But now, he could use these scrolls and let them join the battle together. So, Chao Xing clicked on all the 102 recruitment scrolls without hesitation. In an instant, there was a vibration in the sky. Boom! All the people raised their heads. Then, they saw meteors, like a meteor shower, falling in front of Chao Xing. Buzz! Buzz! The meteor shower continued to fall, and the stars were shining. After these meteors landed, they quickly turned into Ascalon soldiers wearing standard armor and holding standard daggers. For the glory of the past, to inherit the will of the dead. Ascalon warriors, Porcas King Giancarlo. Reporting to you. Then, an army of 100 people appeared directly in front of Chao Xing. There were too many names, and he couldn't remember them one by one. So, Chao Xing said in unison, brave warriors from Ascalon, welcome to join us. Let us forget the past and work together to build a glorious territory. At this moment, the group of Ascalon soldiers looked at Chao Xing with strange expressions on their faces. Because when they looked at Chao Xing, they always felt familiar. Or close. At this time, an Ascalon soldier stepped forward and said, my lord. I don't know why. Although this is the first time we meet. I always feel that your breath is very friendly. Another soldier nodded and said, yes. I have the same feeling. I feel that this is a good lord. Ha ha. I also believe in my feelings. This should be a good lord. These soldiers gave Chao Xing a very high evaluation when they met for the first time. Chao Xing smiled. And he also knew the reason. This might be because his favorability with the Ascalon camp was close. You know, even if Chao Xing went to the territory of the Ascalon undead, he would not be attacked. Basically, he was one of them. So, when these soldiers looked at Chao Xing, they felt very friendly. Chao Xing nodded and said, in fact, I have had some contact with you Ascalon people. Before that, I saved the Duke of Palatine and the Ascalon undead in a whole underground palace. Hearing this, the soldiers were all surprised, as if he knew their confusion. So, Chao Xing recounted his experience in the underground palace. Of course, he slightly beautified the process to highlight the danger. And when fighting with the demon, Chao Xing also described it as full of dangers. The group of Ascalon soldiers almost held their breath, listening to Chao Xing's story. After hearing that, they had gone through untold hardships and finally killed the demon. All the Ascalon soldiers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, they looked at Chao Xing with respect and admiration. Then, hundreds of soldiers knelt on one knee at the same time and said, you dared to fight such a powerful demon. You are really a kind and brave lord. On behalf of all Ascalonians, we thank you. The next moment, a series of system prompts appeared. Because of your heroic deeds, your territory member, Kent's loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty, 67. Because of your heroic deeds, your territory member, Hercules' loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty, 65. Because of you, the loyalty of these Ascalon soldiers has all increased by a few points. To more than 60. Chao Xing is happy. Is this the charm of language? It seems that my ability to tell stories is still good. Then, Chao Xing glanced at their attributes. Askaran soldier, Curite. Race, human clan. Level 71124/7000, First Order ordinary creatures. Destiny, 640/640. Attack power, 74 to 79. Armor, 24 to 27. Skills, elementary sword artist. When using sword weapons, the attack power increases by 10%, attack speed increases by 10%, moonlight cut, 2.5 monthly attack. The first moonlight caused 147% of the enemy, the second section of the remnant moon caused 133% damage, cooling time 45 seconds. Best skills, fearless charge. All Askaran soldiers charge forward. During the charge, the movement speed increases by 100%, the armor increases by 50%, the attack power increases by 50%, and there is a greater probability to hit the enemy, cooling time 5 minutes. Talent, none. Bond, Askaran Legion. At the same time, when the number of Askaran soldiers who move more than 5, the attack speed increases by 20%, activated. When the number of soldiers reaches more than 10, increased attack power by 20%, activated. When the number of soldiers reaches more than 50, armor increases by 20%, activated. When the number of soldiers reaches more than 100, will activate an additional fearless charge, activated. Nympho. Seeing the introduction of this Askaran soldier, Chao Xing was suddenly shocking. Wow! I have activated all the Legion skills. This fearless charge skill is so powerful. The movement speed, attack power, and armor have all increased dramatically. You can imagine, with the blessing of Chao Xing's various states, and combined with fearless charge, the scene of this group of Askaran soldiers charging on the battlefield, how terrifying it would be. As long as they grow up, they will crush all obstacles for themselves. However, when thinking of this, in addition to anticipation, Chao Xing also has a headache. For so many first-level soldiers, it would take more than 100 hearts of power alone. The only way to get a large number of hearts of power now is the dragon shop. There, each primary heart of power costs 1,000 ice dragon marks. In other words, if Chao Xing wants to train all these soldiers to the second level, he will need at least 100,000 ice dragon marks. Oh my god! 100,000 ice dragon marks. Enough for me to exchange for a gold treasure chest. However, if I can upgrade all these people to the second level, it would be worth it. Of course, the premise is that Chao Xing has so many ice dragon marks. At the same time, the people in the territory were shocked to see so many people suddenly appear. The two centaurs were the first to react and shouted, "Haha! We have a lot of new companions." Yes, Cantor. These companions look pretty good. Looking at so many people, Chao Xing still had a headache. Although he had the eternal power, talent, all status skills had a cooldown time. Moreover, after Chao Xing and others released multiple skills in succession, their mental strength would be exhausted. To replenish the status of these 102 soldiers, it is estimated that one night will not be enough. Alas, sometimes having too many subordinates is also a problem. Chao Xing sighed. If other survivors knew his troubles, they would probably scold him to death. After all, at the current stage, it is considered good for those survivors to have a few ordinary recruited creatures. Mu Shui, Xierda, Blot, you come here first. Add group status to our new members. In Chao Xing's territory, only these 3 people have group buff. One skill can make all friendly units in the nearby area enjoy the bonus. Simple and convenient. After receiving Chao Xing's order, Lu Muxua raised her sword and released Blessing of Courage for the group of Askaran soldiers. With Lu Muxua's mental strength about to break through 200, it is equivalent to increasing everyone's attack power by nearly 300 points. What is the concept of this? You know, even a level 10 second order creature has an attack power of about 200 to 300. The attack power of all soldiers increased several times. Then, it was Hilda's Queen's will, and Blot's resonance totem. At this moment, hundreds of soldiers all felt that their strength had been horribly increased. The group of Askaran soldiers said in shock, "It's really scary that it can improve our strength so much." The centaur next to them said proudly, "Hey, you are scared. Recruits, I tell you, this is the unique power of our Lord." The Askaran soldiers did not refute, but nodded in agreement. It's really a magical power. It's our honor to fight for such a great Lord. Then, a series of system prompts for loyalty improvement appeared again. The loyalty of all soldiers has reached more than 70. Chao Xing showed a happy expression on his face. eternal power, is as useful as ever. Then, he shouted directly, all combatants, listen to my orders. The next moment, combatants in the entire territory all looked stern. Next, Assam, Andrew, Braun, Renus, Blot, each lead 20 Ascalon soldiers to form 5 teams. You have to defend the 5 directions of the territory respectively, to prevent the attack of the ice nest monster. Since Chaoxing's wall is circular, and in order to facilitate the exploitation of resources, he opened a total of 5 gates. So the 5 teams can almost defend all positions. And everyone was ready for battle at the first time. Including the Ascalon soldiers, they did not have any extra emotions because they had to fight right after coming out. As soldiers, fighting is the first responsibility. Everyone quickly divided into teams. Chaoxing continued, all archers, return to the sentry tower, provide fire support for our fighters. Others form a reserve team, see where it is about to collapse, or where there are ice nest monsters rushing to the bottom of the city wall, go to support as soon as possible. Do you understand? At this moment, all the fighters said in unison, understood. At the same time, the 5 primary iron gates in the territory opened. The 5 teams walked out quickly. When Elisa was about to lead people to climb up the sentry tower, Chaoxing suddenly thought of something. Then he handed her the ancient weapon triple sniper rifle. Elisa looked very petite holding this more than 1 meter long sniper rifle. Chaoxing simply told her how to use it, and then said, it doesn't matter if you don't know how to use it, you try to practice it. If the arrows are used up, you can use this weapon to attack. Yes. Thank you, Lord. Elisa nodded, then holding the sniper rifle, she quickly climbed to the sentry tower more than 10 meters high. Everyone came to the battle position and was ready. Chapter 150 The battle begins, the title of Land of Glory. At the same time, Chaoxing and Lu Muxua stood on the city wall together. Then, he took out the new item he got today, the Ice Dragon Horn. Do you want to use the Ice Dragon Horn, Small? After using it, for the next 6 hours, the ice nests within 30 kilometers will descend near your territory. Yes. Chaoxing directly clicked OK. The next moment, Chaoxing heard a loud dragon roar. Roar! This dragon roar resounded throughout the territory, and then quickly rushed into the dark night sky. At the same time, the second system prompt appeared. Please select the Ice Dragon Horn to increase the effect. Option 1. Increase the material explosion rate. Reduce the experience value. Option 2. Increase the experience value. Reduce the material explosion rate. Is there any need to think about this? Chaoxing will definitely choose option 1. A little calculation will show that the number of ice nests that will be smashed outside his territory will be large. If they choose experience, their experience will be full in a short while. When they reach the maximum level, they will not have the intermediate power heart, and this opportunity will be wasted. Choice successful, please prepare for battle. Chaoxing took a deep breath. And at this moment, a message suddenly appeared in the chat channel of Area 174. Regional notice. Survivor Lord. Chaoxing used the Ice Dragon Horn Small in the next 6 hours. Some territories will not be attacked by ice nests. Please ask these lords to work together to arrange development time. Seeing the information in the regional chat channel, the other survivors were shocked. Gush Young, fuck. The system said that Boss Chaoxing used the Ice Dragon Horn. What is this? Tian Songyu. I saw a boss from the American League posted it on the World Channel. It seems that it will make the ice nests within 30 kilometers nearby all land in his territory. Hearing this, the other survivors were even more shocked. Qingguo, oh my god. 30 kilometers away, this means we have to face dozens of ice nests at the same time, and it lasts for 6 hours. That means hundreds of them? Cheng Wenjun, it's outrageous. We can barely deal with one ice nest now, but Chaoxing is fighting hundreds of them. Gong Zhang, brothers near Chaoxing's territory are blessed. There will be no trouble from ice nest monsters in the next 6 hours. You have to hurry up to collect resources and develop the territory. The other survivors also realized something immediately. Oh my god. That's right. No wonder the system said, let some lords arrange their development time reasonably. So this is what it means. I hope that Chaoxing's territory is near me. Damn. I have been on guard against these ice nest monsters all day. And the resources in the territory are almost exhausted. Haha. I also want to be near Chaoxing's territory. At the same time, after Chaoxing used the Ice Dragon mark, after a while, everyone saw 2 ice nests falling. Boom! Boom! The ground shook violently. The 2 ice nests fell on Brahm's side. After a while, more than a dozen hyena-like ice nest monsters rushed out. Brown laughed and said, "New recruits follow Brown." Although Brown commanded only 20 Ascalon soldiers, and could not use the Legion's skill fearless charge. But with Lu Mushua's group blessing and Hilda's queen's will, their combat ability was also very strong, and it was no problem to deal with these ice nest monsters. Led by Brown, these soldiers soon came into contact with the ice nest monster. Then, they waved their standard weapons in an orderly manner. Puff puff puff. -323. -344. -391. -530. This kind of horrible damage is simply not something that a first-level creature can inflict. Their attack power has been greatly enhanced. And they only need 2 swords to kill an ice nest monster. The group of soldiers was excited. Gods! Is this really the damage I caused? Too terrible. If we had the power of this lord 5,000 years ago, Ascalon could even rule the entire western continent. That's right. I seem to see a great lord rising up. In the near future, his name will definitely resound throughout the entire continent. The next moment, they chopped at the ice nest monster even more excitedly. Soldiers, let's fight for this powerful new lord. Charge! Bang! Crack! One by one, the ice nest monsters were chopped into pieces by the soldiers' white short swords. And Chaoxing also saw the killing information appearing continuously. Your territory member, Luigi, killed the ice nest monster LV7, gained experience value 14. Combatant gained experience value 7. Your territory member, Sarad, killed the ice nest monster LV8, gained experience value 16. Combatant gained experience value 8. Because he chose to increase the material explosion rate, the experience value was reduced a lot. But it was obviously worth it. Chaoxing had seen that, after the death of these ice nest monsters, many ice dragon marks had appeared on the ground. The people in the territory also carefully clung to the city wall, watching the battle outside. And after seeing Brown and others kill the first wave of ice nest monsters so easily, they also showed joy on their faces. Their territory was as powerful as ever. But Chaoxing knew that these were just appetizers. More ice nests would come next. Moreover, in order to maximize the benefits, Chaoxing did not destroy the ice nest and let it hatch monsters. That is to say, it would not be long before they would face the impact of hundreds or even thousands of ice nest monsters at the same time. Sure enough, as expected, within a few minutes, 2 more ice nests fell down. Boom! This time, the location of the fall was on Rennie's side. She also led the Ascalon soldiers to rush over immediately. Swish! 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 The sharp arrows instantly shot the ice nest monsters one by one. Rennie's also showed a fierce attack. Then after a few minutes, another 2 or 3 ice nests fell, landing in different directions. Boom! Boom! The sound of impact continued. Everyone began to fight these ice nest monsters. 1 hour later, the number of ice nests that fell near Chaoxing's territory had reached 34. Chaoxing nodded. Sure enough, just as I expected, there are more than 30 territories nearby. That is to say, in 6 hours, I may have to bear the pressure of nearly 200 ice nests. And Chaoxing also calculated in his mind. 200 ice nests, if the benefits of each ice nest can be maximized. Then Chaoxing can kill 100,000 ice nest monsters this time. This is a very scary number. Of course, it is calculated this way, but it is actually impossible to really kill so many ice nest monsters. After all, there will be many changes on the battlefield, such as the physical exhaustion of the combatants, the lack of mental strength of the mages, etc. If the situation is critical, then Chaoxing will not hesitate to destroy those ice nests to reduce the pressure on the combatants. Boom! Boom! As the ice nests continued to fall, the number of ice nest monsters that appeared at the same time increased. 3 hours later, there were more than 100 ice nests outside Chaoxing's territory. In each wave, at least 1 or 2,000 ice nest monsters attacked the city at the same time. Roar! Roar! The monsters roared continuously. If other survivors saw this scene, they would probably be scared to death. With so many ice nest monsters, they could easily flatten the territories of those survivors. However, Chaoxing's 5 great generals were dealing with a large number of ice nest monsters in an orderly manner. Chaoxing also stood on the city wall, using a small communication device to command them. Braun, retreat 100 meters. pull the ice nest monsters into the attack range of the elemental arrow tower to fight. Andrew, don't rush too hard. 3 waves of ice nest monsters appeared near you. Renis, the health of 3 soldiers under your command is not very healthy. Let them retreat to my side. I will cast a healing spell on them. As Chaoxing issued orders one by one, the entire battlefield was still in a controllable state. At this moment, a white light appeared on Chaoxing's body again. Your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 16. This upgrade gains Strength +2, Agility +2, Spirit +8, Constitution +4. Chaoxing's eyes showed joy. Another upgrade? Although the experience of killing ice nest monsters is very low, but there are so many of them. At this rate, I can at least upgrade to level 17 or 18 next. However, after 3 hours of continuous high-intensity fighting, people are already a little exhausted. Andrew and the others were fine. After all, they were all second-level boss creatures. But the group of soldiers were a little exhausted. They raised their swords slowly, and their reaction slowed down. At this moment, Elisa was holding a triple sniper rifle, constantly killing the invading monsters. The arrows in the quivers of other archers were almost used up, and they could only stand on the watchtower and stare blankly. Chaoxing frowned. Sure enough, is it still a bit too simple to think about it? After all, the real battlefield is not like a game, where soldiers can fight continuously. He was only commanding more than 100 people to fight, and he had already felt the complexity of war. After holding on for another half an hour, Chaoxing ordered all Ascalon soldiers, retreat and rest. Sarah, Hilda, follow me out. Form a charge force. Kill the ice nest monsters behind, and help Assam and others share the pressure. After hearing Chaoxing's order, all Ascalon soldiers retreated in an orderly manner. Without the support of these soldiers, Assam, Andrew and others would have to face the attack of at least hundreds of ice nest monsters alone. Even if they were second-level boss-level creatures, they felt the pressure surge for a while. The next moment, Chaoxing and Lu Mushua jumped onto Debai's back. Charge! Sarah and Zierda also appeared beside him. As the only 2 leader-level creatures under Chaoxing, their individual combat power was very strong. Boom! 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 Debai moved his strong and powerful elephant hooves and ran wildly in the snow. The ground shook. Those people standing on the city wall, nervously watching the outside. Debai, as a third-level leader, rushed directly into the monster group and started to run all the way. Bang! 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 When the ice nest monsters touched Debai, they were like paper and broke at the touch. -2032. -2194. -2081. -1983. Horrible damage numbers floated up one by one, and groups of ice nest monsters died on the spot. It was like a sharp knife inserted into the ice nest monster, forcing a path through the monster group. After Chaoxing and Lu Mushua came to the back of the ice nest monster, they jumped directly from the back of the mammoth. Then, a demonic aura emanated from his body. Chaoxing's body quickly grew taller, his limbs became more slender, he had curved horns on his head, and a pair of majestic wings grew behind him. A faint black aura continued to emanate from his body. At this moment, it was like an elegant demon suddenly appearing in the snow, directly attracting the attention of all the people in the territory. San Zhuang exclaimed, "Oh my god! Is that the Lord? How did he become like this?" De Zhuang next to him slapped him directly. "What nonsense are you talking about? Lord, this is called strong. I feel that the Lord in this form is full of power." San Zhuang, who was slapped, looked at him aggrievedly. "De Zhuang, you are really good at talking, including the sisters of the Tree Spirit clan, and other people in the territory." All set their eyes on Chaoxing. At this moment, Chaoxing, who entered the demon transformation state, directly activated the ultimate skill Soul Withering. Chaoxing slowly raised his slender hands. Then, with him as the center, a black flame suddenly rose within 500 meters around him. Hundreds of ice nest monsters were completely and directly covered by this flame. When Chaoxing clenched his fists, the next moment, this piece of black flame instantly burned. Boom! A large string of dense damage numbers appeared. -673. -631. -712. -1214. -621. With just the first wave of flames, more than half of the ice nest monsters were killed. And Soul Withering Has 4 stages of damage. Boom! The second stage of damage floated up. Before the last 2 stages of damage appeared, hundreds of ice nest monsters were instantly killed on the spot. The entire battlefield was cleared in an instant. Dozens of people who were watching the battle on the city wall were completely stunned. Mother Earth Goddess. Is this the strength of the Lord? It's too terrifying. Oh my God, this is the first time I see the Lord show his strength. I only know now that the Lord is so powerful. San Zhuang on the side also said excitedly, De Zhuang, you're right, the Lord is full of power in this form. There is no doubt that Chao Xing's burst is the most shocking in terms of visual impact. One move kills hundreds of ice nest monsters in 1 second. Even the 3rd level leader Sarah can't do it. At this time, Chao Xing suddenly heard a series of system prompts. Because you have shown great strength. Your territory member, Duan, is impressed by your strength. And his loyalty has been further improved. Current loyalty, 85. Because you have shown great strength. Your territory member, Blitz, is impressed by your strength. And his loyalty has been further improved. Current loyalty, 92. Because you, after hundreds of prompts, the loyalty of almost all the people in the territory has been improved again. Even the newly joined Herald and the giant Putana. Their loyalty has been improved to more than 70. Not only that, Chao Xing also heard a system prompt. Because you are the first lord in the server, whose loyalty is over 80 for 100 subjects. Your territory gets a special title, Land of Glory. Land of Glory. A territory full of glory. When you go to battle to defend your territory, the morale of all combatants will increase significantly, and the critical hit rate will increase by 50%. Title Introduction. It is important to have a group of powerful and loyal subordinates, but the power of the Lord himself can impress the subjects even more. Chao Xing was delighted. Oh my God! Land of Glory? Critical hit rate increased by 50%. That's too much. You know, Blot's Resonance Totem has already increased the critical hit rate by 20%, and now it's increased by 50%. That is to say, Chao Xing and others, each subsequent attack, will most likely cause a critical hit. Critical hit damage is 150%, and the damage will increase dramatically. At the same time, Chao Xing couldn't help but feel happy again in his heart. Sure enough, showing great strength to these people does not hurt. This time, I got another powerful title. But the only pity is that this effect will only take effect when defending the territory. In other words, it will only have this amplification effect when encountering other forces attacking the territory. At the same time, Sarah and Hilda were also beside Chao Xing, helping him to deal with the ice nest monsters rushing over. Chao Xing took a look, and then ordered, Sarah, I can handle this here, you go to support Assam. Hilda, go to support Rennies. Hilda said disdainfully, TSK. If I hadn't lost my original strength, I would have killed as many small fish monsters as I could. Chao Xing said speechlessly, Okay, I know you were very strong before, go to work first. Hilda moved her 8 slender legs and rushed quickly in the snow. Chao Xing continued to stay where he was, dealing with the ice nest monsters in this area. Because of the protection of Lu Muxue, a powerful knight, he didn't need to worry about being attacked. He just needed to keep throwing out the evil fire and bombard those ice nest monsters. Anyway, he could enter the demon transformation state infinitely now. Bang! The evil fire kept exploding. -973. -1031. -652. -984. One after another. Terrifying damage numbers floated up. 50% crit bonus, it's too powerful. Groups of ice nest monsters were killed instantly by him. Chao Xing had a cruel smile on his face. This feeling of mowing the grass without peer, it's too cool. Just relying on him and Lu Muxue can defend a position. And 5 minutes later, Chao Xing suddenly felt a dizziness in his mind. He held his head and quickly restrained the smile on his face. Wow! Although the demon transformation state is very strong, the mental power consumed is even more terrifying. It's only been 5 minutes, and I feel that my mental power is about to be overdrawn. He glanced at the moon condensed flower dew in his backpack. There were only 6 drops left. Then, Chao Xing took out the moon condensation flower dew and drank a drop. A cool breath rushed to his head, making him lively again. The next moment, Chao Xing raised his hands and began to throw out the evil fire again. Bang bang. Chao Xing stood there and turned into a human bomber. Half an hour later, a white light appeared on Chao Xing again. Your level has been upgraded, current level, level 17. Attributes upgraded in this upgrade: Strength plus 3, Agility plus 2, Spirit plus 6, Constitution plus 4. Woohoo, cool!